progress satisfactory. The very marked success of this man is due to the type of his business training. 16. Three fingers right hand, accident, do, business administration. Do. He was right-handed, and by training in pen holding and in penmanship it was not necessary to change to left hand. Works for father. 17. Left side paralysis from birth, parochial school about 8th grade. Do, special seating, individual instruction, somewhat longer, progress satisfactory, present salary $12 a week. Paralysis affected his right hand so that it was necessary to change to left hand. Acquired fair degree of speed in writing. 18. Dislocated hip, accident, no report. Do, special seating, individual attention, less than average, progress satisfactory. Northwestern Business College, Chicago, ill. 19. Loss of both feet, accident, grammar school, combined business and stenography, none, longer than average. Progress satisfactory, present salary $25 a week. 20. Amputation of left hand, do, business costs, do, shorter by 2 months than average, favorable reports. It is our opinion that the business public will be more considerate of the application of the crippled soldier, and he needs only a chance to dispel any doubt of his ability to adapt himself to requirements. 21. Deaf, illness, 8th grade, typewriting, do, longer by about 2 months than usual, satisfactory, $14 per week. 22. Partial paralysis, illness, farmer, 3 years high school, business, do, shorter by 2 months than usual. Satisfactory, $15 per week. 23. Little use of lower limbs, infantile paralysis, some high school, 6 months business. Do, finished on time, most satisfactory, cashier and bank, Ryder Moore and Stewart School, Trenton, NJ. 24. Hand maimed while playing ball, grammar school, commercial, non-regular, no report. 25. Both legs maimed, unknown, do, shorthand, arranged classes so he would not have to change much. Do. Doing well. 26. Loss of leg, do, partial high school, shorthand and typewriting, reduced climbing of stairs, do. 27. Loss of hand, thrashing machine, grammar school, commercial, none, do, no report. 28. Loss of hand and part of arm, unknown, do, satisfactory, Duff's College, Pittsburgh, Pa. 29. Right leg off near hip. Railroad accident, clock, grammar school, banking, stenography and typewriting, increased space at desks, average time, satisfactory, $75 per month. 30. Right arm off at shoulder, accident, millwork, millworker, do, banking and stenography, heavy paper weight and heavy ruler. 1/2 longer than usual, most satisfactory, $100 a month. 31. Loss of left hand at wrist, streetcar accident, pupil, 8th grade, bookkeeping, no longer than usual, satisfactory, $50 per month. 32. Right hand stiff, fingers straight, gunshot wound, high school, bookkeeping, do, less than the average time, satisfactory, $100 a month. The Cedar Rapids Business College, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. 33. No use of lower limbs, unknown, grammar school, commercial and stenography, none, no longer than others of same education, satisfactory, $30 per week. 34. Both legs off, unknown, farmer, no report, unknown, do, regular. Satisfactory, $21 per week. 35. One leg off, mowing machine, farmer, only fair, banking and stenography, do, satisfactory, $90 a month. 36. Both legs off below knees, no report, business and stenography, do, probably satisfactory, $1,200 per year. Burdick College, Boston, Mass. 37. Hip trouble, childhood disease, average, business and bookkeeping, do. Probably satisfactory, $10 per week at start. This student was lame to the extent that he had to rely upon a cane, yet this did not interfere with his progress in business life. 38. Short limb, paralyzed hip, unknown, about 1 year in high school, banking, stenography and typewriting, do, probably satisfactory, salary unknown. Case 38. Found it difficult to walk on account of short limb and stiff hip. Yet ordinary facilities were adequate for his comfort. 39. One hand off, unknown, some high school training, business and bookkeeping, none, regular in business with his father. 40. Twisted neck, injured in childhood, high school graduate, secretarial, do. Longer by about 2 months than usual, probably satisfactory, started in with $8 a week. 41. Loss of left arm, mill machinery accident, average, business and bookkeeping, do, regular. Salary unknown, 42, 2 fingers missing, no report, shorthand, no report, progress a little slower than average, probably satisfactory, salary $12 per week, 43, hand burned, accident, due stenographer and typewriting, due slightly longer, satisfactorily employed, $15 per week, 44, hip trouble, childhood illness, due business costs and bookkeeping, none the same as other students, satisfactorily employed. $8 a week to start, 45, right arm off, machine accident, due business cost, due did not complete cost, no report, 46. Lame, no report, due regular, satisfactory, $25 per week, was very lame and had to use cane constantly, completed cost, 47, very lame, due, no report, uses crutch, handicap does not interfere with his progress, 48, very deaf, due. Business administration, due less than average, due completed course but underwent an operation and died before taking place. 49, short leg, unknown, due no report, due regular, doing excellent work, $12 to start, walked with cane. 50, lame, due. Has not completed course, no report, excellent student and mentally qualified to take any business course. Utica School of Commerce, Utica, NY. 51, loss of left hand, accident, was a mill hand in cotton mill before accident, 8th grade, bookkeeping, due not much longer, doing very well, present salary $18 per week. Waterbury Business College, Waterbury, Con. 52, loss of right leg, railroad injury, grammar school. Banking and stenographic, due regular, holds responsible position, $30 a week, 53, right arm off student, no report, 2 years high school, bookkeeping, due salary $40 a week, 54, deaf and dumb, unknown student, equivalent to grammar school, due special instruction, about 3 months longer than average, no report. I believe typewriting would be better as they could make fine copyists, easier to place. Ferris Institute. Big Rapids, Mitch, 55, leg off, accident, was a farmer prior to accident. High school, banking, non-regular, doing well, $1,200 a year. Mika's Business Institute, Elmira, NY. 56. Left arm off, mine accident, was a mule driver in coal mine, 8th grade, banking and stenographic, individual instruction, 2 months longer, most successful. This man is now a millionaire, 57, hunchback, fall, high school, banking, stenography and typewriting, an adjustable screw chair. Regular, salary $100 a month, now in government in Washington doing excellent work, 58, club feet, from birth, high school graduate. Shorthand and typewriting, due satisfactory, salary $150 a month, 59, left arm off, legs paralyzed, from birth and accident. 1 year high school, banking, stenography and typewriting, special attachment on typewriter, regular, most successful, salary $175 a month, 60, left hand off, unknown, high school, bookkeeping, 2 months longer, not much of a success, salary $60 a month. Did not apply herself to her work while at school. Spencerian Commercial School, Louisville, Chi, 61, leg off, accident, was newsboy, 8th grade, business and shorthand, due regular. In government, Washington, present salary about $150 per month, 62, right arm, do not remember, was a railroad man, country school, bookkeeping, heavy paper weight, due. Very successful, salary $120 a month. 63, right arm, machine accident, factory girl prior to accident, 8th grade, business and shorthand, heavy paper weight, shift for typewriter, due, quite successful, salary $70 a month at time of marriage, Moss Business College, Hartford, Con. 64, leg off, accident, grammar school, shorthand and typewriting, regular, satisfactory, salary about $75 per month. 65, left arm off, accident, was a tool maker prior to accident. Due bookkeeping, weighted ruler and paper weights, due satisfactory, salary $30 a week. The Moss College has educated a number of one-armed people, 66, deformed, accident, due shorthand, no report, due satisfactory, salary $35 a week, 67, deaf, illness, was engraver and newsdealer prior to illness, due bookkeeping, due satisfactory. Salary was $2,000, now deceased, 68, helpless from waist down. Illness, was farmer prior to illness, due banking and typewriting, revolving desk for holding books, special typewriting table. Completed work in much less than average time, He was exceptionally successful, salary $2,500 a year, cashier in country bank. Since the instruction in the Moss Business College is so largely individual, special arrangements for these cases are reduced to a minimum. Worcester Business Institute, Worcester, Mass. 69, right arm off, caught in machine student, high school, shorthand and bookkeeping, none, average, very satisfactory. $1,200 to $1,500 per year. He was so enthusiastic he did better than some students with both hands. 70, loss of one leg, accident worker in a grocery store, 9th grade, bookkeeping, none, average, salary $1,000 per year. Had difficulty at first in placing him, but after securing artificial limb it was much easier. Goldie College, Wilmington, Dell, 71, right arm amputated. Gunshot wound, high school, shorthand and typewriting, a paperweight, average, unknown. His handicap seemed to spur him on to unusual efforts. The Draffon Business College, Knoxville, 10, 72. Index finger off left hand, accident, worked in bottling works. College, banking, shorthand and typewriting, none, average. He is an excellent bankman, $2,000 per year. 73, right arm off, blood poisoning, schoolboy, high school, banking and stenography. Very satisfactory, $1,500 a year. Now an employee of the Quaker Oats Co. 74, left arm off, accident, farm hand, common school, bookkeeping, $1,200 per year. A man with left arm off gets along all right as bookkeeper, etc. 75, left arm off, gun accident, farm hand, It is one of the best lines for man who has lost left arm to follow. 76, middle finger, right hand off, shotgun accident, farm hand, high school, 2 years in college. Banking, shorthand and typewriting, completed 4 months ahead of schedule. Has been very successful, $960 per year. This man is a valuable asset to the bank where employed and has certainly made good. Banks Business College, Philadelphia, Pa. 77, loss of right hand, caught in circular saw, mechanic. Grammar School, commercial, none, about a month longer than average, doing well, $80 per month. Case 77 is 18 years of age, has pleasing personality and good health. These are very much in his favor. 78, loss of right arm below elbow, born without arm, 3 years high school, 3 summers normal school. Combined, non-teachers told to be attentive, about a month or 2 longer than average, is teaching commercial subjects, $90 per month. Consider this case a most remarkable one. She did everything so well, teaching high school, State College, Pennsylvania. 79, loss of left arm, caught in machinery, mechanic. Grammar school, commercial, now very successful, $100 per month, took much pains in writing. Therefore developed into a very fine penman. 80, withered arm, left, birth student, several months longer than average, successful, $70 per month. 81, loss of both legs, railroad accident, railroader, shorthand, typewriting, English and spelling, average, successful, $45 to $50 per week. This case has artificial legs and has very little difficulty in moving about. Greg School, Chicago, ill, 82. Right hand off, accident, student, high school, shorthand and typewriting, rearranged fingering on keyboard chart, longer than average, about $200 per month. Although colored, this person had no difficulty securing position. 83, sprained wrist, fall on ice student, no report, reporting meetings of War Industries barred. Gem City Business College, Quincy, ill, 84, third and fourth fingers off right hand, accident, high school, shorthand and typewriting, readjustment of fingering on typewriter keyboard, longer by possibly 2 months than average, unknown. 85, left arm off, circular saw. Common school, business course, heavy paperweights, twice as long as average, is employed. 86, left arm off, unknown, high school graduate, business and penmanship. Non-average, 87, badly crippled in hips, 8th grade, business, about average time, is employed in Rock Island Arsenal. 88, right arm off, thrashing machine, 8th grade, country school, business and penmanship, heavy paper weights, not much longer than average, automobile salesman. 89, paralyzed from waist down, unknown, business and shorthand, a chair a little higher than used by other students. About a fourth longer, but his grades were above average. He is assistant cashier of a bank. Griffin Springfield Business School, Springfield, Mass. 90, one-armed, no report, high school, business, non-average, is a lawyer. 91, one-armed, probably in a mill. Grammar school, banking and stenography, do prosperous, leading man in his company, is now treasurer of the Chester Granite Co., Chester, Mass. Palmer Method School of Penmanship, New York City. 92. Crippled, no report, banking and stenography, no report, successful, $5 per day. Bryant and Stratton Commercial School, Providence, RI. 93, loss of both legs, accident in childhood, farmer, 1 or 2 years high school, business, non-average, $1,300 per year. He is active in business every day and is still employed by the same firm. Has entire confidence of his employers and now has charge of the office. 94, blind from birth, graduate Perkins Institute for Blind, typewriting and stenography, individual instruction, little more than regular. Satisfactory, $12 per week. It seems to me that typewriting would be the only course blind persons could undertake satisfactorily. 95, both legs off, unknown, high school, shorthand, non-average, no report. Is working at present and seems to be improving all the time. 96, withered arm and hand from birth, 2 years in convent, bookkeeping, still studying in school. 97, deaf and dumb, illness, equivalent to high school, bookkeeping, non-average, doing nicely. Some difficulty in placing him on account of inability to answer phone. 98, fingers off on right hand, injury, educated in Ireland, commercial, doing nicely as bookkeeper. 99, St. Vitus dance, nervous trouble, graduate Mount Holyoke. 1906, shorthand, possibly 10 weeks longer than average, doing nicely. 100, totally deaf, no report, private tutor in school to learn lip reading, bookkeeping, none except that teachers enunciated clearly. Average, in the same position he took on leaving school. I think any man as mentally alert as this one would succeed. I would not recommend such a course for the ordinary deaf person. 101, artificial leg, no report, high school, commercial, non-average, he had an excellent record. Head bookkeeper, very successful. 102, withered arm, stenographic, average, is doing well as stenographer and bookkeeper. 103, hunchback, no report, commercial, no report. 104, stutters, secretarial, 105, spells of queerness, special, did not graduate. 106, legs affected, spinal meningitis, teachers, no report. 107, weak mentally, bad eyes, no report, special, did not graduate. 108, wrists badly deformed, result of vaccination, commercial, no report. 109, wooden leg, no report, secretarial, 110, artificial foot, very lame, commercial, has not graduated. 111, one short leg, 112, badly burned face, secretarial, did not graduate. 113, lame, diseased knee, 114, speech, commercial, no report. 115, paralysis, infantile paralysis, teachers, 116, one short leg, no report, commercial, 117, short leg, hip disease, secretarial, did not graduate. 118, hunchback, no report, commercial, no report. 119, short leg, bookkeeping, 120, left-handed, did not graduate. 121, bad hip, used crutch, commercial, no report. 122, spinal trouble, bookkeeping, did not graduate. 123, hunchback, badly deformed, commercial, no report. 124, paralysis, infantile paralysis, did not graduate. 125, paralysis, Pia School, Philadelphia, Pa. 126, right hand off, circular cutter on milling machine, 8th grade, special penmanship, English and arithmetic, had an artificial arm, special desk, individual attention. A month or more longer than average, has succeeded very well in her position. The good results obtained by training and the excellent opportunity afforded would assure us that anyone of like affliction could be readily trained. Rochester Business Institute, Rochester, NY. 127, paralysis, spinal meningitis and infantile paralysis, high school graduate, shorthand and typewriting. Individual attention. Cannot be absolutely regular in attendance. He will require twice the regular time. No report. 128. Paralysis of right leg and arm. Injury in football game. 31 2 years in Rochester school. Regular commercial. None to speak of. Average. Earning about $25 per week. Is constantly gaining in experience and acquaintance and expects to better himself. He is full of courage and hope for the future. 129. Ankylosis of hip joints, rheumatism, high school graduate, commercial and stenographic, none, due, earning $18 a week, is worth more. 130. Paralysis, withered arm, impeded speech, cerebral spinal meningitis, was graduated from grammar school, commercial, none except individual attention, about the average time, with Western Electric Co., Chicago, most successful. The Martin Shorthand School, 131. Both hands amputated 4 to 6 inches below elbow, was pushed into a bonfire when a child of 7 years, 7th grade, stenographic. An aluminum cup was fitted to the stumps. About 6 months longer than average, largely due to lack of early schooling and health. Her vocational training a complete success. Students' home environment was so bad that it was difficult to counteract it. She received a good deal of newspaper notoriety and it went to her head. Her family seemed to try to exploit her misfortune. 132. Both limbs amputated, run over by street car. 8th grade and 2 years at East Liberty Academy. Due non average, very successful. 133. Right leg amputated, crushed by mine car helper in coal mine. 8th grade, bookkeeping then stenographic, due a little longer than average, lacking general education. I expect him to be very successful, earning $100 per month. Plan No. 1101. Teaching as a vocation acknowledgement. The Federal Board for Vocational Education is indebted to Teachers College, Columbia University, for contributing material that served as a basis for this monograph, which has been prepared by Dr. H.L. Smith, Superintendent for Cooperation for the Federal Board, under direction of Charles H. Winslow, Chief of the Division of Research. Acknowledgement is due to Dr. John Cummings of the Research Division for editorial assistance. What kinds of positions are open to men in the educational field? The following types of positions are open to men in education. 1. Teaching positions. 2. Supervisory and executive positions on the strictly educational side. 3. Executive positions on the strictly business side. 4. Miscellaneous positions, such as those held by attendants and probation officers. Teaching positions open to men may be classified as follows. 1. Positions in the 8 grammar school grades. A. As teachers of the regular grade subjects, elementary school subjects in rural schools. B. As teachers of the regular grade subjects, elementary school subjects in 5th, 6th, and especially 7th and 8th grades in the city schools. C. As teachers of special subjects in the grades, such as music, mechanical drawing, manual training, agriculture, commercial subjects, physical training and playground work, including coaching and athletics. 2. Positions in high schools as teachers of practically all high school subjects, but especially in the sciences, such as geology, physics, zoology, botany, and chemistry, and in agriculture, commercial subjects, debating, history, mathematics, foreign languages, English, drafting, shop work of various kinds, and printing. 3. Positions in all-day, part-time, or evening vocational schools as teachers of vocational subjects. 4. Positions in normal schools, colleges, and universities. The greater part of the teaching in the elementary schools is in the hands of women, and much of it should continue in their hands since they are better suited than men to teach the lower grades. But children, especially in the upper grades, should come in contact not only with women, but with some men as well. More teaching in these grades, therefore, will doubtless in the future be put into the hands of men. In the rural schools, except where schools have been consolidated, a teacher usually teaches all subjects in all 8 grades or in a number of these grades. In city schools in the regular grade subjects, each teacher generally handles one group of children, all of whom are in the same grade. In the upper grades of the elementary schools in cities, particularly in grades 7 and 8, each teacher generally teaches one subject and teaches that subject to different groups of children in different grades. Under these conditions, the teacher has opportunity to specialize along the line of his choice. One may specialize in the regular old-line school subjects such as history, reading, arithmetic, writing, and geography, or in the newer subjects such as music, art. And agriculture, art teaching offers an attractive field. So do agriculture, woodwork, foundry, forging, sheet metal work, concrete construction, simple electrical construction and wiring, printing, shoe repairing, and mechanical drawing. Except in the largest cities, the teachers of industrial art subjects are usually called upon to teach 2 or 3 such subjects. One's preparation for the teaching of these industrial art subjects should include first, a knowledge of the shop side of these lines of work. Second, some knowledge of the everyday problems of industrial production, distribution, and consumption. And third, some knowledge of the method of teaching. Plan No. 1102. MEN teaches needed men who have strong sympathies with children, who have seen life outside of their own town, state, or country, who, like our soldiers returning from the front, have faced death with as much bravery as they have faced life. Such men know what it means to overcome difficulties, and the experience and ideals of such men are needed for the proper education of our youth. The influence of such characters should be felt before the close of the elementary school, which is the most important part of any educational system, the foundation on which higher education is based, and which, therefore, offers a field not unworthy the finest type of soldier. There is a growing demand for men teachers in the best high schools and normal schools, and this demand is likely to increase as the result of the war, which has shown more clearly the need of the influence of men in our secondary schools, and which has drawn many women into industrial occupations that were formerly closed to them. This demand for men teachers is especially noticeable in the special subjects in high schools, and it is growing even in the regular subjects, even in English, which has been taught pretty largely in the past by women. There is a growing feeling that more men should be employed. Heretofore, men fitted by nature and training for teaching English in the high schools have generally gone into journalism or magazine writing. In the teaching of mathematics in high schools, applications rather than pure theory are being more and more emphasized. Here men generally have a wider range of information and experience than women, so that the teaching of mathematics in high schools should offer increasing opportunities to returned service men. The method of teaching. History, too, is gradually changing so that it is more attractive to men than formerly. Particularly attractive should it be to returned soldiers and sailors who have had such an important part in making history during recent months. The teaching of modern languages is tending to open up somewhat to men. There will be a growing demand for teachers of French and Spanish, and this demand cannot readily be filled satisfactorily for some time to come. It should open up good opportunities, therefore, to returned soldiers and sailors. French has been neglected in American secondary schools, particularly in the Central and Far West. Spanish, until a very few years ago, was almost unknown in high school courses. Recently it has been introduced rapidly. It is not certain, of course, yet that it will continue to develop under normal conditions, but it is certain that South American trade will grow faster after the war, and this fact should encourage the spread of the study of Spanish. In the past, we have made the mistake of leaving the teaching of foreign languages too much to teachers native to the countries whose language they teach. In the future, we shall be careful not to make the mistake that we made in the teaching of German. We shall put the teaching of foreign languages more largely into the hands of American-born teachers. We can scarcely do better than to entrust such work to the care of returned soldiers and sailors who equip themselves for this task. There has long been a great demand for well-prepared men teachers in sciences in the high schools. The chances for men in these subjects in the future are likely to be better than they have been in the past. Many men with scientific training will return from the war with disabilities unfitting them for their former occupation, and to such the field of science teaching may seem very promising. Opportunities will be especially good for men who have been trained in scientific or technical colleges, which include in their curricula the sciences usually taught in high schools. For more advanced high school work in industrial arts in the large high schools, men are needed who can teach one of the branches of industry intensively, giving their whole time to such subjects as woodworking, metalworking, printing, or mechanical drawing. A man who is a journeyman workman in any industry already has most of the training necessary for this line of teaching. Men teachers are needed also to teach some of the regular school subjects from the industrial point of view. For instance, there is occasionally need for men to teach shop mathematics or the sciences concerned in the industry, but they should be familiar with shop work and shop problems in order to make their work fit into the needs of the shop courses. There are opportunities also in the field of teaching vocations. Positions are rapidly opening up in public all-day, part-time, and evening vocational schools, also in apprentice schools conducted by business establishments. Opportunities for teaching positions in this work range from permanent employment on the staff of a school or college to temporary employment in conducting evening courses for a number of weeks. Many institutions of all grades conduct full-time day courses and also conduct special, part-time or evening courses at certain times in the year. Thus opportunities are open either for full-time or part-time employment. In industrial cities where evening industrial and commercial courses are conducted, there is often an opportunity for a man to secure a position as instructor. He can do this instructing and retain his day employment. Usually there is more demand for agricultural training in the agricultural and thinly settled states, and for trade and industrial training in the cities of the industrial states, though both forms of training are carried on to some degree in practically all the states. In any part of the country, a prospective trade instructor is more likely to find opportunity in the larger cities. Promotion teaching positions in colleges and universities pay more money, of course, than those in high schools. It is equally true that instructors in high schools are paid more money than those in elementary schools. This difference in salary is largely because of the greater amount of training required for the better paying positions. In general, high school teachers, for example, must have pursued an educational course at least 4 years in advance of the grade of the subject which they teach in the high school. This means graduation from a college, or what is commonly called the A.B. degree. The standards in most colleges have been raised so much the last few years that one must have at least 2 years of education in the college subject which he expects to teach, beyond the 4 years' work of the college. This means at least the master's degree, and in many institutions, the doctor's degree. Any young man ambitious to become a college instructor should recognize that his chances of success in the work are very poor unless he is able in some way to secure the proper preparation. In many cases, this is done by graduating from a normal school to teach in elementary schools. Later, by saving his money, the teacher is able to complete an A.B. degree, which makes him eligible for desirable teaching positions in high schools. A third step for the ambitious man is that the second return to a college or university for the purpose of securing specialized training which entitles him to the master's or doctor's degree. He is then eligible for desirable college and university positions. Any man interested in education as a profession should, therefore, take stock of his native ability, his interest in the profession, his present educational qualifications, the grade of position to which he aspires, and the amount of sacrifice he is willing to make to meet its requirements. After a few years' experience in actual teaching, one may qualify for a supervisory position or an administrative position. There are many positions of this character. There are positions as supervisor of art, music, drawing, physical training, manual training, agriculture, etc. in the grades and in the high schools. There are supervisors also of certain grades, like supervisors in the primary grades, the intermediate grades, and the upper grades. Men can very well do this supervisory work in the intermediate and especially in the upper grades. Sometimes one supervises the teaching of all subjects in a group of buildings. On the administrative side, there are opportunities as principals of buildings. Sometimes the work of the principal is wholly that of administration. Sometimes it combines with the administrative work, the work of supervising actual teaching. From principalships and supervising positions, one may pass on to the position of superintendent. A young man of ability and ambition with the proper training can reasonably hope to become principal of a large building, or superintendent of a fairly good-sized school system, if he is willing to pay the price of hard work for 12 to 15 years. Administrative positions on the strictly business side of schools, such as superintendent of buildings or of supplies, are open to men of course who have not had teaching experience at all. Generally, however, these positions are filled by men who know something of the teaching problem itself. More and more there is a tendency to bring the business administration and education administration nearer together. In the future, therefore, promotions even in the business field of school work will doubtless take place more and more through the avenue of the educational field. In both of these fields, the business and the educational administration of school work, there is a distinct future for fine, vigorous men who have the power of arranging their thoughts and facts in an orderly way when they are taking up matters for discussion with their associates. The soldier who enters the field of education has a far wider horizon, and therefore a better opportunity for promotion than one equally well equipped in other respects who has not borne arms. Essentials of the ideal teacher: it is difficult to judge in advance one's fitness for teaching. Probably the biggest single element determining success is love for children or for youth. If a man can play with them with pleasure, he has a pretty strong evidence of an understanding of child nature that will be helpful to him in teaching. Prof. George Herbert Palmer, in his monograph, The Ideal Teacher, says that there are 4 essentials of the successful ideal teacher. These may be briefly indicated as follows. 1. So long as a teacher is content to keep in his possession information or facts, he is not a teacher at all. He must transfer these facts to minds of others in order to be a teacher. It goes without saying that the teacher must have knowledge, a wide range of information about various things, before this knowledge can be passed on to someone else. The teacher's duty is that of taking a thought out of his own mind and putting that thought into the minds of others. It goes without saying, therefore, that he must have possession of the thought in the first place himself. 2. The teacher must have a passion to lead others to learn. This eagerness must be accompanied by imagination, which leads the teacher to put himself in the place of the pupil. This means that the teacher has to take facts and wrestle with them until they are lodged safely and permanently in the minds of the pupils. The teacher must see the things that confuse the pupils, and after seeing these difficulties must clear them away. There is always the temptation for the teacher to blame failure on the dullness of pupils rather than to ask whether the teaching has been adjusted to the conditions of the pupil's mind. 3. In addition to the intellectual wealth and the sympathetic imagination above mentioned, the ideal teacher must make the pupils like to learn. Too often school work is offensive and results in arousing a rebellious spirit on the part of pupils. 4. The ideal teacher must be willing to be forgotten, to have his kind acts overlooked, to be generous, even in the absence of praise. Test questions for self-examination. The discharged soldier can decide to some extent what his teaching chances are by asking himself questions like the following. Have I attended evening school or taken instruction work, or gone to lectures, or enrolled in correspondence schools, or done anything previous to entering the army which would lead anyone to suppose that I was ambitious to advance in my vocation when in the army? Did I obtain recognition for capacity for leadership and for teaching others? Have I in the past looked upon teaching as a desirable profession where one could render service at a fair compensation? Have I stick-to-itiveness to attend a teacher's training school and adapt myself to classroom work with books, catalogues, reports, and lectures on the theory and practice of education? One looking forward to a position in vocational education should ask himself such questions as the following. Have I actual technical knowledge of some trade, or am I only capable of practicing a few operations connected with the trade? Have I ever been interested in social and economic life that lies behind the vocational life? Did I ever join any organization connected with an occupation or pursuit which promotes the economic and educational welfare of its members? Each prospective teacher should ask, have I a strong personality? Nothing awakens within a child sleeping moral qualities so well as contact with a strong, attractive personality. If praise and recognition are essential to him, the prospective teacher may as well give up the profession. The problem of the school is to find the teacher inspired with patriotism, filled with zeal, and favored with intellectual interests. Teaching not easy work. The question of health, also, is an important one for the person who is looking forward to teaching. Many people feel that school hours are short and that, therefore, a great amount of physical endurance is not needed in the work of teaching. Because of the particular strain of the teacher's work, it is a mistake to think of the workday at all in terms of hours. It has been said that 1 hour of teaching is equivalent, as far as fatigue is concerned, to 2 hours of ordinary study done in quiet without the necessity of speaking. The 4 or 5 hour teaching day, therefore, becomes the equivalent of an 8 or 10 hour day. And on top of that must be added 2 hours a day for correcting papers, preparing lesson plans, etc. It is said that teaching is hard on the eyes and the nerves and the lungs, so that people suffering seriously from either eye, nerve, or lung trouble should hesitate to go into teaching as a life work, unless there are prospects of early recovery. It is further stated that a higher percentage of deaths occurs from tuberculosis among teachers than among persons in other occupations, although the mortality from this disease is higher for female teachers than for male teachers. Teachers, especially beginning teachers, frequently suffer from nervous strain. Almost 50% of the nervous cases are said to appear during the first 5 years of teaching, while during the first 15 years of teaching, 87% of such cases occur. Nevertheless, it is to be noted that insurance companies class teachers among their good risks. Training required men who have gotten no farther than the 8th grade in their general education might be fitted to teach some vocational subjects. Teachers of elementary subjects, either in the ungraded rural schools or in the graded city schools, should have the equivalent of a high school education, and teachers in high schools should have the equivalent of a college education with emphasis placed upon the subject taught. Teachers in normal schools should have a year or 2 of work beyond the college course, and teachers in colleges and universities are generally expected to have from 1 to 4 years of postgraduate work. In addition to this general training in subject matter, one should have professional training dealing with the methods of teaching and supervising. The demand for men with this special training in the teaching profession is growing. The minimum general education required for principalship of a school is graduation from a good high school. In addition to this, there should be at least 2 years of study, which is largely professional, such as one would get in a normal school or in the Department of Education in a college or university. Even further study than that, of course, is desirable, and the best positions generally go to men who have spent several years in study beyond college graduation. Recent studies show that men who have received even a small amount of professional training advance more rapidly than those who have depended alone on their native ability and general education. For the positions that are largely administrative and supervisory, men who have already had experience in the field of teaching may secure the necessary technical preparation by taking a year's training in any of the numerous colleges of education or normal schools which prepare for these fields. Present-day courses in theory and practice, leading directly to positions named above, offer unexcelled professional training in these fields. Various states of the Union have different laws governing the certification of teachers. Some of the states require a definite amount of education of a general nature, plus education of a professional nature, plus an examination. Other states depend more upon the examination. The present tendency is to raise the requirement for a general education, to add to the requirement for professional training, and to lay less stress upon the examination. Anyone who is thinking of entering the teaching profession, however, should before doing so look up very carefully the laws in force in the state in which he plans to teach. Applicants for teaching positions in educational institutions of any grade must generally show the authorities in control that they possess whatever qualifications may be considered necessary, including education, training, experience, and personality. In general, the higher the grade of the institution, the higher the requirements. Colleges, technical schools. And universities all practically require for the lowest teaching positions on their regular staff at least a degree equal to that granted by the institution. Schools of secondary grade do not, as a rule, set the standard as high, while schools of intermediate grade set up intermediate qualifications. The requirements for teachers in schools of secondary grade vary widely. If under private control, no definite statement can be made. Since each school sets up its own standards, good privately controlled schools, however, tend to set up about the same requirements as schools of corresponding type that are under public control. In the great majority of states, teachers in schools under public control must be certified before they can be employed. This certificate is usually granted after some form of examination has been successfully passed and is commonly given by the state educational authorities. Usually certificates are granted only to persons having certain educational and other qualifications. The requirements, examinations, subjects, etc. are usually given in bulletins issued free by the departments of education of the different states. Some large cities have certifying systems of their own. In most states, teachers of agriculture must be graduates of a 4-year course in an agricultural college or institution of similar grade, and in addition, must have had a practical farming experience. In trade and commercial schools and departments, the general tendency is to secure for practical or shop instructors men who actually know the occupations that they are to teach. In industrial day schools and in evening courses in these schools, there is generally required proof of a certain length of journeyman experience in the trade to be taught following an apprentice experience or its equivalent, and proof also of an elementary school education or its equivalent. Teachers of technical or related subjects, shop mechanics, drawing, etc., are usually required to have had several years of technical training and to have had some contact with industry. Salaries, financial returns from teaching are not large, but teaching usually pays at least a comfortable living from the very first. Many people enter the profession for this reason. It is said that the money returns from teaching are, on the average, less than in law, medicine, or business. Salaries of high school teachers, however, are said to be on the average somewhat higher than those of ministers, doctors, and lawyers. In all lines of teaching, the salary range is rather large. The number of years that it takes to reach the maximum salary varies greatly in the different states. In Indiana, it is said that the maximum for men, excluding principals, is reached on the average in 6 years, whereas in Massachusetts, the maximum salary for men, excluding principals, is not usually reached under 15 years. In Massachusetts, the maximum salary received by teachers is about twice as great as the minimum salary. The beginning wage for men teachers in rural schools ranges from $60 to $90 per month. The beginning wage of men teachers in the graded schools in cities is considerably more. The minimum salaries of all teachers, men and women included, in 85 of the largest cities in the United States, ranges from $405 to $1,080, whereas the maximum for such teachers in the same cities ranges from $630 to $1,820. Teachers in industrial arts receive from $1,000 to $2,500 a year, while supervisors of such subjects receive from $1,600 to $3,000 a year. Salaries paid state and local directors for administering vocational instruction range from $2,500 to $5,000. Principals and superintendents of schools generally receive salaries ranging from $1,000 to $4,000, and in some of the larger cities, salaries for superintendents have recently been materially increased. During the past 3 or 4 years, some superintendents of our largest cities have been getting from $10,000 to $12,000. Rewards other than financial, while the salary for teaching is not as great as one would probably receive in commercial lines, nevertheless there are other rewards that tend to make teaching attractive. In the first place, there is apt to be more permanency in a teaching position than in a commercial position. Teachers are not easily dismissed without cause. Hours are shorter, thus giving regular opportunity for exercise in the open air. In most states, neither dissatisfaction of pupil nor parents is cause for dismissal of the teachers. In many states, too, if the schools are ordered closed, the salaries of teachers must go on in full. The rather long vacations in teaching give opportunity for travel or study or work, as one may elect. Social insurance is rapidly being provided for teachers. Pension systems for city school teachers started in Chicago in 1893. At the present time, there are 21 state pension systems, while 4 other states have laws permitting local organizations to set up pension plans. In addition to the state systems, there are 64 city and county systems in operation. Some of these systems are not satisfactorily worked out, but within the last few years, a great deal of careful study has been given to this work. The movement for social insurance is recent but widespread and still growing. A total of 34 states are at present represented in this movement in either state systems or local systems within the state. Retirement in these systems is most frequently on the basis of 30-year service. In about 6/7 of the systems, the teachers contribute to the funds, most frequently 1 to 2% of their salaries. In schools reporting pension systems for teachers, the average salary is $730 a year, while the average pension is $500 a year. Finally, teaching is its own reward. For the person who likes children, who appreciates the social advantages of the profession, who wishes to make his life count greatly in the lives of other people, and who has an ambition to do something for the national service in a vital way, the profession of teaching should be attractive. How many years will it take to establish oneself in the teaching profession? For men teachers, the rate of advancement in salary varies greatly with different communities and with different personalities. The number of years of teaching necessary before the maximum salary is reached ranges from 6 to 15 years or more. Men continue to be advanced, however, by being promoted to principalships after their chances for further advancement as teachers are reduced to a minimum. How great is the need for men teachers! At one time, education in the United States was largely in the hands of men. At the present time, it is largely in the hands of women. A tendency is growing to bring more men into the teaching profession. The demand for teachers is generally and greatly increased of late. The growth of high schools during the past generation has been very rapid. 20 years ago, there were 200,000 pupils enrolled in 2,500 high schools of our country, thus representing 1 in every 210 of the population. Today, there are approximately 1.5 million pupils in approximately 15,000 high schools, representing 1 in every 66 of the population. In some localities, 1 person in every 25 is enrolled in a secondary school of some sort. This expansion of the secondary schools of the United States has not yet ceased. There has been marked increase also in attendance at normal schools and colleges, but this increase, while great, has not been as rapid as the increase in high school attendance. The very recent development of vocational training is adding to the demand for men in the teaching profession. It would seem, therefore, that the teaching profession would offer an attractive field for many of our returning soldiers, sailors, and Marines. Undoubtedly, the disabled soldier, sailor, or Marine returning from this great war has a number of very great assets which he could market to advantage in educational work. Not the least among these is the advantage which he will enjoy over the civilian because of the natural admiration of young people for the soldier, sailor, or Marine. With this as a start, other things being equal, his chances of success and of advancement as a teacher are very good. The attitude of the community toward him will be one of respect and admiration. From this he can reap rich rewards in influence and friendships. Every man who has gone to war must have thought more deeply than ever before about his country and its many problems. He comes home, perhaps, with many changed points of view. Naturally, he desires to play a part in refashioning the spirit or the customs or practices, and even the institutions of this country. There is no more effective place in which to do this than in the schoolroom through the continuous everyday influence which the teacher brings to bear upon the lives of young people. Plan No. 1103. Farm Management as a Vocation Acknowledgement. This monograph was prepared by Dr. Walter J. Quick, Special Agent for the Federal Board for Vocational Education, under the direction of Charles H. Winslow, Chief of the Division of Research. Acknowledgement is due E. H. Thompson, Acting Chief, and Dr. E. V. Wilcox, Agriculturist of the Office of Farm Management, United States Department of Agriculture, for suggestions and data. Also to Dr. John Cummings of the Research Division for editorial assistance. If you have been asking yourself the question, can I now with my disability undertake to manage a farm on business principles and expect to make a financial success of it? You will be interested to learn that farm management is one of the most important training courses offered you by the Federal Board for Vocational Education. Upon good business management depends success in farming. That most important industry in the United States, the industry which many of you boys returning from the war will wish to enter, the one which needs you perhaps more than any other, and in which you may expect to earn ample rewards through scientific methods. Farm management has been defined as the science of organization and management of farm enterprise for the purpose of securing the greatest continuous profit. It is the business end of farming. It deals with farm organization, methods, accounts, and credits, and is therefore of interest to all classes of farmers, including owners, managers, and tenants. Business methods pay in agricultural affairs as they have been carried on. The lack of business methods has been amazing. Absolute mismanagement has frequently been the principal cause of discouragement, failure, and abandonment of farms. This influence has prevented many from taking up farming. But one who has a genuine love for the farm and who has or can get some practical experience on the farm may take a course of intensive study in farming and farm management under the direction of the Federal Board for Vocational Education, and then develop into a successful farm manager. The candidate must not forget, however, that farm management is a profession, and that a person without experience should not expect to become a successful farm manager in a few weeks by taking a short course at some agricultural school. What is worth getting requires time and effort in this as well as in other things. Many who have felt full confidence in farming and have invested their money in it and applied business principles to it have proved that the same measure of success will attend farming under business management as attends other industries when properly managed. Tens of thousands of farmers in the United States have demonstrated this by earning substantial profits. Diversity of farm business. Whatever has been true in the past, the manager of a farm today must be a businessman capable of negotiating complicated transactions, buying and selling, and attending to the diverse details of organization and management. You should consider well your adaptability for the diversifications of general farm life. Your inclination to acquire an intimate knowledge of the principal affairs and at least a comprehensive acquaintance with everything related to farming. As a manager, you must keep accurate accounts. You must know livestock as well as crops. You must be a mechanic and ready to lend a hand with your laborers if your condition permits. In a word, you must be broad-minded and tactfully cooperate with your men. You must have a practical knowledge of crops, of their seeding and harvesting, of the principles of plant breeding, propagation, and adaptation to soils. You must understand animal husbandry, breeding, growing, and feeding the animals produced to a market finish or for milk production, dovetailing activities. By careful study, the many activities on the farm can be so dovetailed together as to produce a maximum of crops and livestock economically. Systematic organization must be extended to every department of the farm. Labor must be efficient and well employed, teams and machinery sufficient and in good condition, and marketing timely, it being borne in mind that quality and condition are quite as important as is quantity of product. Mismanagement worse than bad, whether variations in profits from farms are more largely due to mismanagement than to unfavorable seasons or fluctuating prices. Farming has become decidedly a business proposition. The abnormal demand now being made upon the United States for food and other agricultural products to be consumed at home and in European countries makes the extensive application of scientific farming imperative. Many farms unprofitable because of mismanagement, could by reorganization be systematized and developed into profitable, lucrative undertakings. Accompanying this reorganization, the application of business principles and practical management to scientific methods is of paramount importance. With this better farming, there must be associated reliable accounting, demonstrating a business warranting banking credit. It is often claimed that farmers cannot keep books, when as a matter of fact, while they do not do bookkeeping in the generally accepted term, 9 out of 10, from notes jotted down, have as accurate knowledge of the financial side of their enterprise as the majority of businessmen. This has been repeatedly proven by the hundreds of farm surveys, representing many states, by the Office of Farm Management of the Department of Agriculture, through which it was found possible on almost every farm to obtain an accurate financial statement from the memoranda kept by the farm owners, their managers or tenants, and to ascertain the profits. Thorough organization with method and accounting simplifies management, curtails expenses, makes possible larger returns with less outlay, and establishes credit, which will not longer be denied the farmer when he adopts business methods and can show the bank his statement of annual business conditions. Funds for development available farms have been likened to huge sponges from their ability to absorb money and labor, but the capable manager can make investment of money and labor in farming profitable. Uncle Sam, it may be noted, has arranged for the advance of money through the Federal Loan Service, and local banks stand ready now as never before to accommodate the farmer temporarily with the necessary funds for development operations. Many farms, like some manufacturing plants, are being run to only half capacity or less by a one-horse tenant, caretaker, or discouraged farmer. They are awaiting men and money, ready to absorb both. And if they are reorganized and managed on a business basis, they will become highly profitable. The need for managers. Only 60,000 farms out of 6,361,000 employed managers and superintendents according to the 1910 census. But it is practically certain that more than one farm in 100 would have been operated by managers had there been a larger number of effectively trained men available to men owning, or in position to own, farms large enough to justify the employment of a manager. With the number of improved farms increased to probably 7 million by this date, the demand is greater for this class of trained men. The Department of Agriculture and the state agricultural colleges report inability to fill numerous calls for farm managers and superintendents, and the advertisements in the agricultural and livestock papers for them indicate that the demand continues. The small percentage of profits from the inefficient management of idle and incompetent tenants makes tens of thousands of farm owners not living on their places very desirous of securing active farm managers, capable of introducing scientific methods. We believe, in fact, we know that there are in the country numerous old-time farm owners who are barely making a living, while their farms are constantly depreciating in value. Unquestionably, such owners would receive better returns by employing farm managers. The combination of a number of farms with cooperative handling, under a competent farm manager on the community principle, would reduce expenses for machinery, teams, and power, and make possible more economic employment of labor. The existence of such conditions offers an excellent field of activity to the man who is trained well enough to see and to use these opportunities. Knowing the possibilities, such a man might be able to so thoroughly convince the owners of a number of inefficiently operated farms of the advantage of having them worked as a unit, and thereby get them to adopt his plans. The country is full of landed estates of sufficient area to justify the owners in employing specially trained men. Syndicates and individuals have been for years buying groups of neglected farms and orchards in the southern states. These are almost invariably being handled by scientifically trained farm managers. The properties have improved under modern methods of culture and have in most cases shown profits within 2 or 3 years, notwithstanding the necessary outlay to bring the rundown property into productive condition. Similar conditions obtain in New York and other northern and western states. Responsibility of the managers are responsible for success in farming. Upon their experience and ability depends the securing of the greatest continuous profit, and in fact the securing in many cases of any profit at all. They direct, plan, and systemize the regular farm duties. The manager must arrange an advantageous distribution of farm labor, keep in intimate touch with all the farm work, know how to do it and be able to judge when it is well done, know what reasonably to expect of his men. Know how to direct labor so as to meet adequately each season's demand and so as to provide employment at all times. The manager must study the efficiency of different classes of workers. Too often farm profits are thought to depend upon small wages rather than upon experience and ability. The good manager will not make this mistake. The old belief that anyone can farm has been abandoned. Almost anyone can learn to farm, but the losses by the inexperience of an apprentice must be carefully avoided. Many a prospect of a full crop of corn, as evidenced by the regularity of stand in the row, has been reduced to a 3/4 return by an inexperienced plowboy plowing the young plants out or leaving them covered. An experienced plowman with an improved cultivator would have made a profit possible where the inexperienced hand caused a loss. The better worker is worthy his higher and better wages. The demand is growing in farming as in other industries for trained workers. The yields that the farm manager is able to secure are dependent so largely on his knowledge of labor and ability to direct it, that particular study should be given the labor problem of the farm by anyone preparing to assume the responsibilities of farm management. Farm work is not accomplished by separate groups of workers, so much as by the same group of workers being employed in the appropriate undertakings at different seasons, as the manager directs. The competition for satisfactory farm labor has become so keen that far-sighted managers pay special attention to the conditions under which their laborers, as well as their skilled hands, live. A little money judiciously expended in providing buildings that are livable and home-like, a little liberality in the matter of time, a chance to garden, to keep a cow or a few hens, or to do some of the many other things that serve to keep satisfactory labor, may return a profit far out of proportion to the expense represented. In other words, the farm manager must profit by the experience of the manufacturer and avoid excessive labor turnover. Small farming as a preparation for farm management. Large farms and estates employ crews of men and utilize expensive equipment. They especially require the services of well-trained and reliable farm managers, capable of selecting practical foremen and laborers, and of keeping well in hand the details of all farm processes necessary to economical management. But good management is essential also on small farms, operated by owners or tenants, as well as on large estates. The owner, and generally the tenant as well, are their own managers, and managing a small farm well is one way of learning the profession of the farm manager. The small farmer as well as the large must consider well the location, climate, soil, lay of land, water supply, and other features of his farm, so as to determine the most suitable type of farming under existing conditions. He as well as the large farmer must keep accounts, organize the farming operations in proper sequence, determine upon cropping, direct the preparation of soil, fertilizing, seeding, cultivating, harvesting, and all the minor details of livestock, breeding, raising, and feeding, do the buying as well as the marketing of crops, livestock, and livestock products. Area of employment, the geographical area of farm operations, and consequently of the demand for farm managers, is coextensive with the United States. Implements and machinery. The farm manager must have an intimate knowledge of tools and machinery, and an inclination to employ only the best and most modern implements, even if special financing for a year or so must be undertaken in order to farm most profitably. Tractors, modern machinery, and labor-saving implements should be studied, wisely selected, and purchased, even if it is found necessary to buy on terms. Why take training you can hardly have had sufficient agricultural experience? If you have not had college or vocational training in some agricultural institution, to justify you in not taking advantage of the opportunity for a vocational course in farm management, if you look forward to a career in this profession. If you have had only limited practical experience, you may become a farm foreman, in which as wide an experience is not required, thus securing for you an opportunity for development and promotion to the higher place of manager. The training that will develop a good farm manager is equally valuable for promotion to the position of county agricultural agent. This work is increasing, attractive, and remunerative. Men with sufficient training, experience, and ability to mix with the farmers can do a valuable work. All training and experience with money saved for an initial payment are stepping stones to farm ownership. Notwithstanding disabilities, which are seldom disqualifying and rarely prohibitive. You with farm experience occupy an ideal position for training in farm management and its accompanying opportunity for advancement. Opportunity for promotion is exceptional in farm management and will naturally be accorded you. In fact, you will be given preference if your efficiency is evident. Men with ideas who think and do things are in demand on the farm. Having taken the vocational training in farm management, having skipped no links in the chain of development, and having acquired by reading and observation all the information pertaining to it, promotion will be but natural and rapid in the occupation which you have made a specialty, and upon which you have made yourself a reliable authority. Think it over seriously. Upon training depends your future, your occupation, and your success in life. You may succeed without training, but you are more likely to succeed if you have been retrained and readjusted to the new conditions which will confront you in earning a livelihood. After training, you should not expect to begin at the top unless you have had practical experience and are in a position to become an owner or a tenant at once. Salaries. The positions of farm manager, superintendent, or foreman are considered from the salary rather than the wage standpoint and are usually of annual engagement for the calendar year, as practically all farm operations have ended with the close of the year, making it a most suitable time for the changing of men if found advisable. The salary paid is proportionate to experience and efficiency and commensurate with that of other callings. As in other occupations, it may be small at the start, but will increase with efficiency. Commonly, farm managers and superintendents are receiving annually from $1,000 to $3,000, and on large estates often $4,000 or $5,000, with many perquisites such as dwelling, garden and truck land, fuel, and the privilege of keeping a cow, pigs, and poultry. Farm foremen are paid from $500 to $1,200 with perquisites. Sometimes the beginning salary is a little less than the minimum, but often carries a contingent bonus when the year ends with satisfactory results. The general level of pay is likely to advance under the unusual conditions which now obtain in agriculture. Your salary in the country may be less than in the city, but your living expenses are greatly decreased by the perquisites mentioned, and in not having presented to members of the family the temptations of the city to spend money unnecessarily. Then, too, the healthful conditions of the country prevent much sickness and consequent loss of time, and there are therefore fewer doctors' bills. Therefore, the saving from the annual income as farm manager is equal to, and in a majority of cases, exceeds the returns from a city position, besides placing you in line for independent ownership. As in other positions, that of manager and the amount of salary commanded varies with the magnitude of the farm and the capacity of the manager to develop himself and the opportunities entrusted to him. A farm boy, after 2 years in an agricultural college, took a foreman's position starting at $600 a year in perquisites. The second year he received $900, then became manager at $1,800, and now receives $3,000. In 5 years he has quadrupled the income. Overcoming your disability has an excellent opportunity of being overcome in farming. Handicaps that would interfere in other training courses are corrected in many of the farm processes by the therapeutic exercises so interesting and variable. The opportunities are so great that the handicapped may develop his own vocation on the farm. Devices to beat your handicap and make it possible for you to do the things you did not imagine you could perform have been invented and manufactured in almost every country for the benefit of the disabled in war, which Uncle Sam has now available for your use. When you are advised that your handicap permits you to return to the farm, the sooner the practice of your training is begun, the greater will be the therapeutic value. This is your reconstruction, your individual man's struggle for restoration in correcting the disability which you acquired in the great world struggle. As a farm manager, landowner, tenant, supervisor, superintendent, or foreman, the experienced man capable of using a trained brain in directing others can succeed in spite of almost any disability. If the occupation places you in position to devote your time principally to the management of your farm, or the one you have in charge, you can assign to others such work as you may be incapable of performing yourself. Education, your knowledge of the common school branches, especially English, mathematics, and current literature, will greatly assist you in studying the elementary principles of chemistry, in comprehending the analyses of soil and water, the protein and carbohydrate contents of the feeds, milk, and plants, quite necessary in the selection of feeds for the proper balancing of rations, in the understanding of plant breeding, growth, and propagation, in studying entomology and obtaining a practical knowledge of insects, pests, diseases, and the bacteria of milk, water, etc., and in acquiring some knowledge of physics and its application to the soil, drainage, buildings, machinery, heating, lighting, all vastly important to the farm manager. Technical training is valuable in adapting many farm processes to increase the profit on certain crops and make special projects worthy of careful consideration by the disabled seeking sideline opportunities on the farm for alternating employment when regular operations cannot be pursued. The knowledge to be gained in the vocational training course will depend upon your previous education, experience, and application. All the time necessary will be allotted to the course. It is, however, advisable not to overtax your strength, but acquire efficiency gradually. You will be advised by the training instructors as to your ability to undertake new features and widen the scope of instruction. Getting back home to work again should be, and doubtless is, your greatest ambition, hence the importance of reaching your decision at the earliest possible moment and applying for the training which Uncle Sam has in readiness for you. Seek an early opportunity for advisement while in the hospital. You will find the attitude of your old friends, your own family, and your former employers all that you could possibly expect in their desire to assist you in getting over the top in agriculture. The disposition of your fellow workmen will be to give you every encouragement and to lend a helping hand whenever and as long as you need it. They will take a justifiable pride in you and your determination to be a man among your former fellowmen in civil life, and to train for self-supporting and honorable occupation, one that will enable you to remain true to agriculture and to your country in its efforts to produce for the world the food which is now so greatly in demand, to prevent hunger and starvation, and to quell food riots in the war-afflicted countries. The new year 1919 is upon us and spring is rapidly approaching, reminding us of farming activities and that activities in farming should have our prompt attention this year of all others, that starvation may cease with a bountiful harvest. To you is offered free this exceptional opportunity to readjust yourself back into civil life in American agriculture by selecting farm management as your vocational training course. It is all up to you. Give it consideration now. Agricultural literature is available in all libraries and consists of treatises and textbooks suitable for reading with the idea of the definite study for perfecting knowledge to be applied in pursuing any or many lines of agriculture. Many books have been written in the story plan and are most attractive and inspiring. Others are the best translations from other languages. Even farm management of the Romans can now be secured in nearly all libraries of countries prominent in agriculture. Libraries now make it a point to keep the leading current agricultural periodicals on file for the reader. The Department of Agriculture bulletins, agricultural reports, farmers' bulletins, and special works on agriculture are always available to everyone desiring them. Likewise, similar literature issued by state agricultural colleges and experiment stations, applicable directly to local state conditions, are especially helpful and will be supplied regularly as printed to all addresses supplied. We append a list of bulletins germane to the subject of this monograph and which will be found interesting and beneficial. Agricultural bulletins, the use of a diary for farm accounts. Farmers Bulletin No. 782. Farm practices that increase crop yields in Kentucky and Tennessee. Farmers Bulletin No. 981. Farm practices that increase crop yields in the Gulf Coast region. Farmers Bulletin No. 986. Labor requirements of dairy farms as influenced by milking machines. Department of Agriculture Bulletin No. 423. The normal day's work of farm implements, workmen, and crews. Department of Agriculture Bulletin No. 412. A system of farm cost accounting. Farmers Bulletin No. 572. A method of analyzing the farm business. Farmers Bulletin No. 661. Systems of farming in central New Jersey. Farmers Bulletin No. 472. Farm Management Practice of Chester County, PA. Department of Agriculture Bulletin No. 341. Seasonal Distribution of Farm Labor in Chester County, PA. Department of Agriculture Bulletin No. 528. Labor Costs and Seasonal Distribution of Labor. Utah Agricultural College Experiment Bulletin No. 165. A normal day's work for various farm operations. Farmers Bulletin No. 3. An example of successful farm management in southern New York. Bulletin of the United States Department of Agriculture No. 32. Value to farm families of food, fuel, and use of house. Farmers Bulletin No. 410. Lease contracts used in renting farms on shares. Bulletin of the Department of Agriculture No. 650. Replanning a farm for profit. Farmers Bulletin No. 370. Waste land and wasted land on farms. Farmers Bulletin No. 745. A simple way to increase crop yields. Farmers Bulletin No. 924. Clearing land. Farmers Bulletin No. 974. Better use of man labor on the farm. Farmers Bulletin No. 989. Saving farm labor by harvesting crops with livestock. Farmers Bulletin No. 1008. A system of tenant farming and results. Farmers Bulletin No. 437. Plan No. 1104. Occupations in the automobile manufacturing industry. Acknowledgement. This monograph was prepared by M. A. Bass, Special Agent of the Federal Board for Vocational Education. Acknowledgement is due to Dr. John Cummings of the Research Division for editorial assistance. The purpose of this monograph is to give a brief description of some of the work done in the manufacture of automobiles. No attempt has been made, however, to go into the machine shop side of the industry, a field in which lie possibilities for placing thousands of re-educated men in good positions. The monograph is limited to automobile assembly work. Manufacturing automobiles and automobile accessories is one of the foremost industries of the United States. One manufacturer alone is known to have turned out more than 3,500 complete automobiles in one day, and to have turned out in 1 year some 350,000 cars. Many concerns produce from 50,000 to 125,000 cars annually. The 1914 census of the industry gives the value of the automobile products as $632,831,474, and wonderful changes in the last 4 years have greatly increased the value of the products of this industry, which was practically unknown 20 years ago. A recent study developed the fact that there are some 85 occupations in the automobile manufacturing industry which in its various branches offers excellent opportunities to mechanics, apprentices, and men who wish to take up a new trade. A man with even very limited qualifications can surely fit in somewhere. The industry is still growing rapidly and branching out into what may be called an automotive industry, embracing the manufacture of motor trucks, tractors, and airplanes, as well as of automobiles. A mechanic in one branch of the industry may shift easily to other branches. Certain factories have discontinued general manufacturing and have specialized in the manufacture of automobile units or parts, such as engines, transmissions, frames, and axles, and the manufacturer who used to build practically all of his automobile has been persuaded to buy certain units from these specialty manufacturers. Small manufacturers have thus been enabled to build a part of a car and to buy the rest from unit manufacturers, and many small factories have been started in this way. Work in the various automobile factories varies from purely unskilled to highly skilled labor. The unskilled employments include those of machine operators, assemblers, sub-assemblers, tool room keepers, janitors, watchmen, and checkers, while the skilled employments include those of special machine men, tool makers, die sinkers, heat treatment experts, dynamometer testers, ignition experts, inspectors, and general mechanical experts. Good wages are paid, common laborers in some plants receiving from $3 to $5 per day. Well-trained, skilled mechanics, of course, earn much higher rates. Standardization of automobile parts is gradually bringing about standardization of the automobile as a whole, which greatly simplifies the work of the mechanic who builds and repairs automobiles. Trucks are being more extensively used by wholesale and retail merchants. Overland freight is being carried by truck trains between small towns, and even long-distance hauling is meeting with success. This increased motor truck service is increasing the demand for mechanics in the factories and also for truck drivers. Automobile factories are usually located in large cities, where raw material and supplies are at hand. Shipping and labor conditions also are carefully considered. A very large percentage of the automobile output is manufactured in the states of Michigan, Ohio, New York, and Indiana. The state of Michigan alone produced 80% or 4/5 of the pleasure vehicles manufactured in 1914. Organization of an automobile plant. Large plants are made up of a number of departments. The office is the chief executive department. Here the plant is checked up, all correspondence taken care of, and all financial, educational, and business matters attended to. Closely connected with the office usually are the drafting rooms, where new models, changes in models, and experimental changes are made, since all such changes are first made on drawings. The engineering and experimental departments may also be located in the office building. In the experimental department, all changes are worked out and research work is carried on. If such changes prove to be a betterment, they are made on the blueprints and are then made in the factory throughout. Since even a minor change may cost the factory thousands of dollars, all changes must be carefully considered. Other departments include those organized for engine, frame, axle, and chassis assembly, the paint department, and other departments according to size of factory and product manufactured, whether a complete automobile or an automobile unit. The staff of men who handle a department usually includes a general superintendent, assistant superintendent, department foreman, section foreman, timekeeper, inspectors, and checkers. The superintendent in many cases is a man who has come up through the ranks, and superintendents of this kind are usually the most efficient. Assistant superintendents, foremen, and others also are usually men picked from the ranks. Men with common school educations are holding responsible positions in many factories and are drawing large salaries. In each factory will be found an efficiency man or production manager, whose duties are to put into operation new methods, machines, and devices to increase production. There will be found also an educational and welfare department in each factory, which looks after the welfare of workers, settles disputes between workmen and foremen, and in individual cases shifts workers from one shop operation to another. As a rule, the hospital or first aid division is located in this department, which may undertake also the organization of training classes in such subjects as will increase efficiency, and may arrange for entertainments and the organization of clubs. Progressive assembly method of manufacturing. Progressive assembly means assembly of parts by stages or step by step. In this work a man does one operation only, although he may be frequently changed from job to job, according to his ability as workman or mechanic. Special equipment is required for this method. The work starts with the frame as a skeleton, which is placed either on a conveyor that is moved very slowly, or on a special framework equipped with casters that it may be moved freely from place to place. Where the conveyor is used, the conveyor is from 100 to 200 feet long and moves at the rate of about 2 feet per minute, although the rate varies from factory to factory. By the time the frame or skeleton reaches the end of the conveyor, the automobile is practically complete. The various units have been attached as the frame moves slowly down the floor. In some factories, the automobile is so completely assembled that the engine is started, and after a short road test, the car is driven to the shipping platform. This means that in some factories, an automobile is completely assembled in less than an hour. As the automobiles are placed close together on the conveyor, a finished machine is turned out every minute or so. Let us now proceed through the progressive assembly by units. Plan No. 1105. Placing the frame with its necessary brackets and springs having been assembled in a sub-assembly department, is placed upon the conveyor. Where the frame is heavy, an air or hydraulic hoist is used. This operation is usually done by 2 men, who must be able to move about freely but are not compelled to climb or to move rapidly. A man capable of hooking a chain to the frame and who is able to move a short distance can easily qualify. Plan No. 1106. Front and rear axles. The frame having been placed upon the conveyor, the spring and front and rear axles are then attached. The rear axles are usually mounted by 2 men with the aid of a hoist. These axles, like the frame, have been assembled in a sub-assembly department of the factory. The men who attach the axles to the frames need not be expert mechanics but must know how to handle wrenches and hand tools. They must be able to move about freely and be able to start the nuts or bolts and tighten them. Special tools are used where possible to save time. Time is a big factor in this department. If the mechanic does not complete his operation in a given number of feet on the conveyor, he will interfere with the next operation. The conveyor is moving all the time and he must complete his operation within his allotted space. Plan No. 1107. Mounting the transmission. Following the assembly of the axles to the frame, the transmission gear set is mounted and bolted into place. In many cases, the transmission is attached to the engine unit power plant, in which case this operation is completed when the engine is put into place. The men doing this operation need not be skilled mechanics but must be able to use hand tools and move about freely. A man with an artificial leg could do this work easily. Again, a man with one good hand and part of other could do this work. Plan No. 1108. Placing the engine. The engine is the next unit attached to the frame. In placing the engine, a hoist is used and no heavy lifting is required. The engine is lowered into place and securely bolted. The propeller shaft also is attached and necessary connections are made. Usually the engine has had the carburetor, ignition system, and starting and lighting equipment attached to it in the engine department. For this operation, men do not need to be mechanics. A workman must be able to handle hand tools such as wrenches, screwdrivers, and hammers, should have strength enough to help place the engine, and should be able to move about freely. This work is all done standing and moving about. All work of this nature is passed upon by an inspector. Plan No. 1109. Mounting the radiator. The next operation is mounting and bolting the radiator into place and connecting the water hoses to the engine. This operation is one that requires sufficient strength to lift the radiator into place and is usually taken care of by 1 man. He also must be able to handle hand tools. Plan No. 1110. Securing the steering gear. The steering gear is next secured to the frame. An operation which is usually taken care of by 1 man with possibly some little assistance by a helper. The operation requires a man who can lift the gear and put it into place. It is rather an awkward piece to handle and the employee should be physically able to handle it. Plan No. 1111. Wheels and bearings. The next operation is mounting front wheels and bearings. This requires a little more skill and care than some of the other operations that have been mentioned. The mechanic must clean and lubricate the wheel bearings and mount and adjust the wheels, which must be neither too loose nor too tight. He must also secure his adjustment by means of the locking devices furnished. If he is a careless mechanic, he may leave something undone, thereby endangering the lives of users of the car after it leaves the factory. The man who looks after this operation must be capable of lifting the wheels into place and adjusting them. The operation calls for man with a normal body, although minor defects would not prevent him from doing the work efficiently. The rear wheels require practically the same attention that the front wheels do. However, this operation may vary with the particular type of rear axle construction. Plan No. 1112. Dash and instrument board. The next operation is lowering into place and securely bolting the dash and instrument board. This is commonly taken care of by two men, whose requirements are the same as for axle, transmission, and engine assembly. The operation is unnecessary where the dash is not a separate unit. Plan No. 1113. Starting the engine. The dash on some cars has the fuel tank attached to it. In such cases, the chassis is now practically completed. We will say it has now reached the end of the conveyor. Here gas and water are put in the containers and the engine is ready to start. This operation is sometimes accomplished by placing the rear wheels of the car between two revolving drums, which will cause the rear wheels to revolve. The gear shift lever is placed in some selected gear position and the clutch engaged. This in turn revolves the engine, and if the ignition is switched on, the engine will start. This operation saves considerable energy in cranking or saves the electric current in the starting battery. After the engine is started, the chassis may be driven away on its own power, an operation which requires a man who can efficiently handle an automobile. Plan No. 1114. Inspection. The chassis is now driven to the road test department, where it is inspected for grease in the gear cases and such other inspections as may be necessary. Inspectors here need not be highly trained mechanics. Men with handicaps could take care of this work very nicely. Plan No. 1115. Road testing. Possibly a road test body is next attached to the chassis. This body usually contains sufficient weight, rocks, iron, or sand to make up the equivalent of the automobile body. The chassis is then given a run over the country roads. Here the trained mechanic is necessary, able to adjust the carburetor, ignition, starting and lighting equipment, brakes, rear axle gears, and clutch. In fact, almost any part of the car may need adjustment. He must be able to locate trouble of all kinds. In many cases, the chassis test is very limited, and the tester makes out a report, the work indicated being done in a department by less skilled mechanics who have specialized in one job, such as, for example, brakes. Where this method is used, the tester must be sure of his report. A road tester need not have a perfect body, but he must have practical experience and be physically able to handle a car. Plan No. 1114. He that hath a trade hath an estate. There are many jobs in the testing department that a handicapped man can do, and the chances for advancement in this department are very good. Plan No. 1116. Dynamometer test. After the chassis has passed the inspector of the road test department, it may be given a dynamometer test. This is accomplished by attaching an electric dynamometer to the rear wheels either by belts or chains. The engine is then operated at various speeds and the horsepower developed noted. If it is not up to the average, a close inspection is made to determine where power is lost, whether in the engine, transmission, or rear axle. The dynamometer tester must be a man who has been trained for this particular job. He must understand his machine and be able to use simple formulas. Slight physical disabilities would not interfere with his efficiency. This is a desirable occupation and usually leads to something better. After the final chassis test, the chassis is thoroughly washed and new wheels mounted. This is a job similar to that spoken of under front and rear wheels. The chassis then goes to the paint shop for its final finish. Here the body and fenders are fitted. Plan No. 1117. In the painting department, there are many jobs in the painting department that are very well adapted to a handicapped man. He can become a rubber, one who rubs the surface of a body to make it smooth, if he has only one hand and one good leg. He can learn to paint, or he can learn to do upholstery work. This is one of the branches of the automobile industry in which the work is easy, and being inside work, it should be a desirable occupation. The pay is good in any of these branches of the work. Plan No. 1118. Completing the CAB. Following the body and fenders, the top is put on. Then the windshield and instruments, the tires and demountable rims are then mounted. An old set of tires are used for road test work. This is another place where handicapped men may fit in, as certain handicaps would not interfere with the putting on of rims and tires. Plan No. 1119. Final inspecting and testing. The car is now completed and is delivered to the final test department. Here we have inspectors, testers, and checkers. In this department, the car is carefully inspected as to missing parts in final assembly, finish, tires, and general condition. An expert makes a final test of the car. He drives it a few miles and notes the general running of the car. He may make final adjustments on the carburetor, etc., if the car passes his inspection. It is carefully checked as to equipment and tagged. In this department, the tools are put in and the car made ready for shipment or to be driven away. The men in this department must be men who have come up through the ranks, or men who are thoroughly familiar with the construction of the particular make of automobile. The inspector is usually a man who is able to fill out reports and keep his records. The checker does similar work. While the final tester must be a mechanic whose judgment of the mechanical condition of the car is not to be questioned. Handicapped mechanics could qualify for this position providing they were able to handle the car properly. One good hand and a part of the other and possibly one leg would allow a man to do this work. Wages are good and the position is a responsible one. Plan No. 1120. Preparation for shipping. From the final test department, the car goes to the shipping department. There a crew of men load the cars and block them for shipping. The men employed here must have good strong bodies as they have to move the cars by hand and oftentimes considerable lifting is necessary. A handicapped man could hardly qualify in this work unless his injury had been very slight. Wages for this work are higher than those of common laborers and the work is steady. Plan No. 1121. Unloading, storing, and delivering cars. The car is now ready for shipment and is transported to the agent of the manufacturer. Here a small crew unloads the cars and takes them to the warehouse for storage. The men in this unloading crew are usually a little better grade of men than the loaders. Usually each one of these unloaders can drive or steer an automobile. The cars are sometimes driven away from the unloading platform under their own power, while in other cases they are towed at the end of a rope or cable. This branch of work is not very steady, and oftentimes the crews are made up of mechanics from the repair shop. After the car has been placed in the warehouse for storage, someone must check it up. This is usually done by the record clerk. The agent now puts his salesman out to sell the car, and after it has been sold, it is necessary for someone to deliver it to the customer. The car is brought from the warehouse to the garage or service department where it is inspected. This inspection consists of filling the fuel tank, oil reservoir, radiator, and grease cups, inflating tires, and making a road test. After delivery, the customer must be instructed as to the proper way to handle the car, and several men are employed for this service. After history of the car. The car is now in the hands of the customer, and after he has had some service out of it, it finally becomes necessary for him to have the car gone over and adjusted. He brings the car to the repair department for this work, which requires various specialists such as, for example, engine specialists and specialists on ignition. In time, the car is practically worn out or the owner wants a new one, and he therefore trades his old car on a new one or sells it outright. Possibly the used car dealer gets hold of it for resale. If so, he cleans it up, adjusts it, and possibly has it painted. Here again, the services of helpers, mechanics, and salesmen are required. Eventually, the car finds its way to the junk dealer as no longer usable. This dealer tears the car to pieces and sells the brass, aluminum, iron, and steel taken from it. In many cases, the car is an orphan, i.e., a car that is no longer manufactured, and the junk dealer saves such parts as may be sold to owners who have cars of the same make, but who are unable to purchase new parts. In this way, many old cars are rebuilt and the life of the car extended several years. But in the end, the car and its parts find their way to the scrap iron dealer. The scrap iron man carefully assorts the various metals. Frames and other parts are cut to pieces with oxyacetylene cutting torches. And the pieces are eventually sold to manufacturers, automobile companies, and other buyers. Material used in a car 10 years ago may in some cases be remolded and used in a car of the same make. From the beginning of the first piece made to the return of the junked automobile, the services of many thousands of men, skilled and unskilled, are required at every stage in the manufacture, maintenance, and salvaging of cars. Conditions of employment, working conditions, as found in various factories, are very good. In most factories, the employee receives a great deal of attention. Practically all of the large factories have built hospitals, private schools, lunchrooms, restrooms, club rooms, and playgrounds, and have established welfare departments. The factories have been carefully surveyed and the ventilation and sanitary conditions brought to the highest point of efficiency. The average day is 9 hours. Some factories work 8 and a few work 10 hours per day. Living conditions are good in practically every locality where the automobile industry may be located. Streetcar systems allow employees to live out in suburbs where their rents are cheaper and where they may have small gardens. There are some occupations, as stated above, which are not the most desirable for man who has the education and ability to learn something better, but many of these occupations pay good wages, the work is steady, and the man can always find employment in them. Very few of the factories shut down during normal years, which means that a man is practically insured of steady work. Motor, truck, and tractor assembly. What has been said here concerning automobile assembly applies equally to motor, truck, and tractor assembly, manufacture of automobile units. In the following paragraphs, general statements will be made regarding the construction of each automobile unit, the nature of the work, the physical and mental qualifications of workers, and the desirability of the occupation involved. While the same class of work differs considerably from factory to factory, it is nevertheless true that up-to-date factories have much in common. Plan No. 1122. Frames. Automobile frames are made of pressed steel. Steel for the frame is run through a powerful press which presses the side and cross members into proper shape. These presses are handled by men trained for this particular job. They must know when the work is right and how to adjust the machines. The dies which form the frames often break and require replacing and adjusting. After the frame parts have been pressed into shape and sheared to length, they are passed to the assembly department. Here large punch and drill presses are used to make holes for rivets and bolts. The holes are first marked from a template or are laid out by a layout man. A template is a jig or fixture that will allow all the holes to be marked uniformly so that parts will be interchangeable and uniform. This worker or layout man must be able to read blueprints. He must also be able to move about freely. After the frame members are marked, they go to the press men where the holes are made. These men do not need to be expert mechanics. They are known as machine operators and do nothing else but punch and drill holes in these pieces. A handicapped man could operate many of these machines. The parts are now passed to the assembly floor where the frame is to be assembled. Here we find men who assemble the parts from blueprints. Other men clamp or bolt the frame together. Oftentimes the frame is put in a jig to hold it until completed. Rivet men work on the frame next. Or possibly the same men who assemble it will rivet it. Some frames are hot riveted while others are cold riveted. Where the frame is hot riveted, the rivets must be heated. The common practice is to heat the rivets in an oil or gas furnace. Rivets are passed to the riveter while red hot and he places them in the holes. He is usually the buck-up man, i.e., the man who holds the rivet in place with a large bar while it is headed on the other side. 2 men are required for riveting, which is done with an air hammer. Each rivet takes but a few seconds. In a few places, riveting machines, squeezers, are used which save considerable time. The man who does this work must be able to move about freely and should have 2 good hands in order to handle the tools and rivets. The frames may next pass to a department where other parts are attached, such as step-board hangers and spring hangers. It is now ready for shipment or for the paint department, as the case may be. The frame construction does not require a large number of expert mechanics. Oftentimes, some of this work is paid for by the piece. All of the piecework is inspected, and if not up to standard, must be corrected. Framework is considered rough work, and a man should be in good health to undertake it. General working conditions are good and work is steady. Plan No. 1123. Springs. Automobile springs are manufactured from high-grade steel. The steel must be heat-treated and tempered so as to withstand thousands of vibrations which may tend to crystallize the steel and cause it to break. If the spring is tempered too hard, it will break, and if it is not hard enough, it will sag. Heat treatment of spring steel is a science in itself. Red-hot steel is run through a mill which rolls it to the proper thickness and width. It is heat-treated and forged to the proper shape and tempered in a bath, oil, water, etc., as may be best suited to that particular steel. The compounding of the steels used in making springs requires careful attention. Here experts who have made a study of steels and alloys are employed, and the men engaged in this work must generally have had college training. Rolling mills and forge machines are handled by men who have been trained to operate them. A handicapped man could handle some of the machines, some of which require 2 good hands while others require but 1 hand. Some can be operated by men with 1 leg. Springs are assembled after being matched and formed and are then ready for shipment. In assembling springs, they must be scaled and oiled. The oil is to prevent rust, while the scaling is done to remove the shell-like crust that may form in tempering. The spring bolt bushings are also installed in this department. A man having 1 good leg and 2 hands could assemble springs. Spring work as a whole requires a great number of men, some of whom must be highly trained in their special work, while others need no special training. The work is inside, wages are good, and factories run practically the year round. Spring factories are usually located near large automobile centers. While some automobile manufacturers make their own springs, the majority purchase from spring factories. Plan No. 1124. Front axles and spindles. Front axles, unlike the frame, are forged instead of being pressed into shape. In the pressed steelwork, the dies that shape the piece move slowly under great pressure. In the drop forge work, 1 die is stationary, and the other attached to a large weight operated by power is lifted several feet and released, striking the piece laid upon the stationary die a hard blow and forging the metal into the shape. Before being placed in the drop forge machine, the metal is heated in a blast furnace to the proper temperature. Front axles are drop forged from a solid bar of steel. They are forged into an I-beam form which gives them great strength. The end of the axle is forged into the shape of a fork or yoke. This rough forge work is done by men who are capable of handling the weight of the axle and who can handle the machine. Care must be exercised or the dies will be ruined. 2 to 3 men are usually necessary for each drop forge machine. They must bend the axle to proper shape while it is still hot. The axle is given a rough jig test before it goes to the heat treatment department. After the axle is forged, it goes to the heat treatment department, where it is heated to take out any internal strain. In forging steel, the structure is disturbed and put under strain, and reheating of heat treatment relieves this strain, giving the steel greater strength. The men who run these heat treatment furnaces have been trained for this particular work, and they must move about freely and be able to handle the axles. From the heat treatment department, the axle goes to the machine shop for the machine work. In another section of the axle department, steering spindles are drop forged. These parts are much smaller and are made in many different shapes. In fact, very few automobiles of different makes use the same shaped steering spindles. As this work is lighter, a man with 1 good leg and 1 arm can do some of the operations. A forge or blacksmith shop is usually connected with the drop forge department. In the forge shop, the steering spindle arms are bent to the proper angle so as to give perfect steering to the automobile. The men must be qualified to do simple forge and bending work, and handicapped men could fit in here very well. In the forge and spindle departments, working conditions are not of the best, as there is noise, smoke, and the smell of hot steel. The light of the fires also is hard on the eyes. Pay is good, however, and the work is steady. Small parts of the front axle are made and furnished in the machine department. All parts are finally passed to the assembly department. In the assembly department, the front axle and spindles are assembled ready for the automobile. Here we find stands for holding the axle forging while the spindles are being attached. This operation requires men who can put together these parts. They must be able to handle tools and do the work in a thorough manner. Considerable judgment must be exercised. The bolts and parts must be lubricated before assembling, the proper adjustments made, and all nuts and bolts securely locked in place. The inspector passes upon all this work to see that it is properly done. A man must be able to use hand tools and move about and should be able to use both hands freely. In another department, hubs for wheels are made. Here are the powerful presses in which the hubs are pressed out, and the punch and drill presses for making holes. Operators of these machines have duties similar to those of men in the spindle department. Hubs require some machine shop work, which is done in the machine shop. Either ball or roller bearings must be placed in the hubs to reduce the friction. Plan No. 1125. Bearing manufacture. Bearing manufacture is practically an industry in itself. In this plant or department, a force of real mechanics is employed, men who are authorities on steel and the heat treatment of steel. The wheel bearings of an automobile receive many severe shocks and strains, and a poor piece of steel or a poorly heat-treated piece of steel may do considerable damage to the car. Roller and ball bearings are used in several places in an automobile. They are used in the engine, magneto, generator, clutch, transmission, and rear axle. Wherever it is desirable to reduce friction to save power, an anti-friction bearing is used. Research work as connected with bearing manufacture covers a large field. It includes not only work in the laboratory, but as well work done in the field, wherever tractors are used. The engineers are always watching their product for any chance to improve it. In manufacturing bearings, whether ball or roller, a high-grade pure iron is selected. This raw material is put into furnaces and melted. Alloys are added in proper portions to make a tough, close-grained, long-wearing steel, able to resist shocks. Samples of this steel are tested in the laboratory as to their hardness, grain, and tensile strength. This is work for a carefully trained metallurgist who must have well-trained assistants. Handicapped men who are technically qualified can take up this branch of the industry. After the steel has been compounded, it goes to the drop forge department, where the balls or rollers are rough forged. The trip hammer in this department is controlled by one foot, and the steel must be turned over several times in passing through the various dies. The rough forged balls or rollers are next taken to the machine shop or grinding department. In the various departments of the bearing manufacturing plants, small electric cars are used to pull trailers loaded with parts to various points of the factory. The operator of these cars must be a man who has the free use of one foot for operating the brake, and he must have two hands to operate the control levers. This work is usually done standing on the truck. However, some of the operators are provided with seats. The balls and rollers are next machined and ground to size. They are then carefully assorted as to sizes and passed to the inspection department, where men sitting at benches carefully check and test each piece, using special testing devices and machines. This department could readily use a man with one leg, but he should have the free use of two hands. A loss of one or more fingers would not be a serious handicap. As this work is all inspection work, it is done sitting. The department is usually quiet, and the work is not hard. Conditions and pay are good. In another department, the races inside and outside and the retainers are manufactured. The work is similar to that done in the ball or roller department, although the pieces are different. It includes forging, machining, grinding, and inspecting. The bearing parts have been made and tested. The bearing is now ready for assembling. In the assembling department, men sit at their work. A man with one leg and possibly one who had lost both feet might find employment. Some of the work is done by machinery, while some is handwork. The pieces are placed upon benches, and the bearing is then assembled and placed in a machine that clinches the cage or retainer so as to hold in the balls or rollers. The bearing is then ready for the inspector, who determines whether or not it has been properly put together, and if the balls and rollers are free in the cages. The next step is to lubricate the bearings with an acid-proof grease to prevent rust. The bearing is then wrapped in oil paper and placed in a box ready for the storeroom or for shipment. There are several operations in this department where a handicapped man could secure employment. The work as a whole is not hard, conditions are excellent, and the wages are good. Some of the work is noisy and is not desirable for men with certain disabilities, but on the other hand there are places where men who have only one eye, arm, or leg could find employment on equal terms with other men. It should be noted that large bearing factories have many improved methods of manufacturing which vary considerably from that described above. Only a general statement has been attempted. Plan No. 1126. Rear axles. The building of rear axles is practically an industry in itself. There are several large companies who do nothing else but manufacture gears and front and rear axles. In this branch of the industry, we find all kinds of work going on, including forging, pressed steel work, machining, heat treatment, and oxyacetylene welding. The rear axle housing may be a casting, or it may be pressed steel, or a forging. Where castings are used, we have foundry work employing molders, car men, flask men, and cupola men. Most of the jobs in the foundry require men of sturdy build and good physical condition. Some foundry work, however, such as inspection, car work, and testing small castings, can be done sitting. Again, there are jobs such as trimming, grinding, and filing that can be done by a man with one arm or one leg. The average foundry man is well paid and works short hours, but the work is dirty and not generally well suited for handicapped men. The pressed steel department of the rear axle factory is equipped with special machines for pressing various parts into shape. Some of these machines could be operated by a man with one good leg or one leg and one arm. In another department of the axle factory, brake supports are assembled. Here men stand at benches, riveting and bolting to the axle, housing the various necessary braces and other pieces. Some of this work is heavy and some very light. Gears for the rear axle, some 8 in number, have been machined in the machine shop, heat treated in the heat treatment department, tested and inspected in the inspection department, and are now ready for the assembly of the differential. In the machine shop and inspection department, much of the work could be done efficiently by handicapped men who have been trained for it. Some of this work requires technical skill, some a technical education, but some of it requires just plain everyday common sense. The differential housing, 2 halves, is usually a malleable casting. It is machined in the machine department and inspected in the inspection department. All of the necessary parts for assembling the differential are brought to the differential assembly department. Here men fit gears, rivet gears to cases, and assemble the differentials. In some places this work is done by the progressive method, one man putting on one piece and another man another piece, while in other places one man assembles the whole differential. In this department, a man with one leg and 2 good hands could very well do the work. He must be able to use hand tools and must know how properly to adjust the gears in the case. The operation is quickly learned and does not require a highly trained man. After the differential is assembled, it passes to the inspector, and if it meets the necessary requirements, it is ready for the rear axle. The rear axle housing, having been equipped with brake supports, truss rod and brake levers, is ready for the brake bands and shoes. The brakes are lined with an oil and waterproof lining, which is riveted to the bands or shoes. This operation is done in a riveting machine, each rivet being countersunk and headed. Riveting is done by one man who does nothing else but rivet brake lining to the bands or shoes. A handicapped man might do this work. The lining having been riveted to the bands, they are now ready for assembling on the rear axle housing. In some factories, a whole axle is assembled by 2 men, while in others, using the progressive method, it is assembled by a number of men, each man doing one specific operation. After the fittings have been applied to the axle housing, it is then ready for the differential assembly, which is the work of 1 or 2 men. They must know how to install the bearings properly on the differential and drive pinion shaft, and must know how to adjust the gears. If the gears are not properly adjusted, they will be noisy and the wear upon them will be considerably increased. It takes practice to do this work efficiently. Men who assemble the rear axle and differential must be able to move about freely and should have the free use of both hands. After the axle has been assembled, it is inspected and passed to the testing department. In the testing department, wheels are applied and the axle mounted on a stand for testing. The axle is driven by an electric motor, brakes being applied to provide the equivalent of a load. The tester then notes the noise of the axle and the contact surfaces of the teeth, and if final adjustments are necessary, they are made in this department. The men are rear axle experts and understand thoroughly all the adjustments of the rear axle. They must be able to handle the axles, and lifting is oftentimes necessary. The axle, after being tested, is numbered, tagged. and sent to the storeroom for shipment. In the rear axle factory, there are many classes of workers which have not been mentioned. Some of these are draftsmen, toolroom helpers, storekeepers, clerks, checkers, timekeepers, janitors, gatekeepers, machine hands, truckmen, and mechanics. Much of the work done by these men could be done by men handicapped by loss of hand, leg, eye, or hearing. All of the work pays a good living wage and working conditions are good. Plan No. 1127. Universal Joints Unit Manufacturing has been specialized to such an extent that there are now factories which manufacture nothing but universal joints. These are small but very important units. In the universal joint factories, we find steel presses, drop forge machines, machine shop equipment, and assembly departments. The work is carried on in these plants has been fairly explained in other parts of this monograph. Plan No. 1128. Transmissions are another unit of the automobile that are sometimes made in a specialized plant. There are several well-known transmission firms who make nothing else but transmissions and gears. The transmission case is usually made of aluminum and is cast into the proper shape. In the foundry are found the same classes of workers as in the axle factory, only the men are casting aluminum instead of steel. The case having been cast is dumped from the sand, cleaned, trimmed, and inspected. Any small holes are welded shut, and the case is then cleaned ready for the sand blast. In sand blasting, a stream of air and sand is played against the part. The air is under high pressure, and the sand fed and plays upon the aluminum at a high velocity, cleaning and smoothing it. Operators of the sandblast machine wear masks and dust-proof suits and work in a special cabinet. It is impossible to work without this protection. After being inspected, the transmission case is passed to the machine department, where it is machined to receive the bearings, covers, etc., gears, shafts, and shifting forks used in the transmission are also made in the machine shop. The gears and shafts are next heat-treated and tested. They are then ground to ensure accuracy and are again tested for trueness. This testing operation is done by men who sit at benches. Part of this work is done sitting and could be done by a man with one leg. Gears are tested as to hardness and for centers. Special equipment is used for these operations, and a man does not need experience other than that learned at the work in a short time. From the inspection department, the transmission case, shafts, gears, and bearings, the bearing having been made in another department or purchased, are taken to the assembly department. Here we find men standing at benches putting together the various parts of the transmissions. Gears are riveted or keyed to shafts, bearings are fitted to cases, and shafts and parts put in the case. Shafts and bearing are then adjusted and the adjustments locked. The assembled transmission is now ready for the inspectors who check the work. The work in the transmission assembly department is similar to that of the rear axle department. Some transmissions are heavy and some light. The employee in this department must be able to move about freely and must be able to use such hand tools as wrenches, files, and hammers. He needs no special instruction. The transmission is now passed to the testing department where it is tested for noisy bearings and gears. If it passes this test, the covers are put on to keep out dirt. It is then numbered and sent to the stock department. In a transmission factory, there are many occupations that could be filled by men with slight handicaps. Much of the work can be done by men who have lost fingers, one hand, a leg, or foot, and by men who are not physically strong. The factories pay good wages. Hours are reasonable and the work is steady. Much of the work is piecework. Plan No. 1129. Clutch. Practically all parts of the clutch are made in the machine shop. After the parts have been machined and inspected, they are sent to the assembly department, where the work is similar to that described for other units. It requires a man who can use both hands and move about. Wages for this work are practically the same as are paid the assembler in the other unit factories, from 80 to 60 cents per hour, and general conditions are the same as in other factories. Plan No. 1130. Engines. There are a number of concerns which build only automobile engines, and the automobile engine factory is usually a large plant. Usually about 3 classes or grades of engines are built in a factory, which makes a specialty of engines. The first class or grades of engines go into the higher-priced cars, the second grade into the second-class cars, and the third grade into the cheaper cars. The engine factory must have its foundry in which are employed such foundry experts and helpers as pattern makers, coremen, cupolaymen, molders, and machine operators. Some engine parts are aluminum, some brass, some steel, and some cast iron. There is much work in the foundry that could easily be done by handicapped men, by men, for example, who have stiff joints and who are unable to move about freely, and men who have lost one arm, a hand, or a leg. The crankcase of the engine is usually cast of aluminum. After this part has been cast, it goes to a cleaning and inspecting department, where it is carefully inspected before any machine work is done upon it. After it passes inspection, it is rough jigged and the machine work is started. After the milling, operations are done on the case, such as smoothing the sides, top and bottom, and the case then goes to a layout department, where it is placed upon a large surface plate. Layout men, using surface gauges and such other tools, mark out the dimensions and spot holes for bolts, studs, etc. The crankcase then goes back to the machine shop department, where it is drilled, tapped, and machined. It is then inspected, after which the bearings are fitted. Some engines have the bearings babbited into the case, while others have them detachable, the bearings being machined to fit the case. After the bearings have been fitted into the case, they are reamed with a bearing reamer. The lower half of the crankcase, which is usually the oiled reservoir covering the timing gear case, and other crankcase parts are finished in their respective departments. The crankcase, having gone through a number of small operations, is now ready for the assembly department. There are a number of places in the crankcase department where handicapped men could find employment. Some of the operations could well be done by men who have lost a hand, eye, or leg, or by men who have stiff joints. The work in this department is usually noisy and possibly not well suited for men of a nervous temperament. The crank shaft of the automobile engine is usually drop-forged. However, a few shafts are made from a solid block of steel. When the shafts are drop-forged, a number of machine operators are employed. The men operating these forge machines need not be experts in that they are trained in the factory for this particular job. Some of these machines could very easily be operated by men with one arm or with one leg and one arm. If the crank shaft had been drop-forged, it goes to the heat treatment department for heat treating. It is then sent to the machine shop where it is rough turned, and in a number of cases is then sent back to the heat treatment department. The shaft is then machined, rough ground, and finished ground to size. It is now passed to the inspection department where the journals are inspected as to size, length, and trueness. The shaft then goes to a balancing machine where it is given a running test and carefully balanced. The flywheel, having been machined in another department, is then fitted to the crank shaft, and the shaft and flywheel are balanced together. This balancing of the shaft and flywheel has much to do with reducing the vibration of the engine when in use. After passing this test, the shaft is ready to be fitted to the crankcase. The fitting to the case is done by scraping, an operation which requires a man who has had previous training in this line of work to develop a very particular skill in it. A man must be very efficient to turn out the proper amount of work each day. The scraping operation does not, however, take much time with present-day equipment. After the bearing is scraped to fit the shaft, the bearings are shimmed and tightened to the proper tension, and the shaft and case is ready for a block test. It is important that these bearings be tightened to the proper tension, since if they are too tight, the bearing may burn out from the increased friction, while if they are not tight enough, the engine will soon develop a knock when it is put into service. The greater part of the work done on the crank shaft is done in the machine shop department. Outside of this department, however, there are a number of jobs that could be done by handicapped men, among them being those of inspectors, balancing machine hand men, and bearing scrapers. Inspectors and balancers should have the free use of two hands. They are not required to move about rapidly, but should be able to move from one place to another. The bearing scrapers could be men who have lost part of one hand, one eye, or one leg. This work requires bending over so that a man who has had stomach wounds or injury to the back could not do it. The cam shaft for the engine is drop-forged and rough-turned, the work being similar to that done in the other drop-forged departments. The shaft then goes to an electroplating department where it is copper-plated. It is then sent back to the machine department where the cam faces and such other places that are to be hardened are ground to a slightly oversized measurement. The shaft is then sent to the heat treatment department where it is hardened. The process of this hardening is to pack the shaft in a large metal box together with such hardening compound as has been selected by the factory. The box containing the shafts to be hardened is then put into a heat treatment furnace where it is heated to a proper temperature and allowed to remain there for the proper length of time, after which the shafts are quenched in a bath to finish the heat treating process. The copper plating which has been put on the shaft in a previous operation prevents the carbon from entering the shaft during the heat treating process. The carbon enters the shaft only where the copper plating has been removed. After heat treatment, the shaft is rough tested for trueness. It is then sent to the grinding department where it is ground to the final dimensions. The shaft then goes to the inspection department, where it is carefully inspected before being sent to the stock assembly division. Such other parts as timing gears and shafts are machined and inspected in other parts of the factory. The valve tappets of the average automobile engine are of the mushroom or button head type. This type of tappet is either drop-forged or made of pressed steel. The work requires about the same class of workmen as have been mentioned in drop-forge and die work under frames and axles. After the tappets have been formed into shape, they are then rough-turned, after which they are heat-treated, machined, and inspected. They are then assembled ready for the engine. The assembly and inspection departments are about the only places where handicapped men could be used to an advantage, with exception of the machine shop work. The assembly and inspection work of the valve tappets can be done sitting down, and can be handled very well by men who have lost one or even both legs. They should, however, have the free use of one hand, and of at least part of the other, so as to enable them to use special testing tools and equipment. Connecting rods for engines are drop-forged and machined in their respective departments. They are then inspected before the bearings are fitted to them. This inspection work could be very well done by a man with 2 hands and 1 leg, or by a man who is capable of lifting light weights and who can move about with ease. The bearings of the average automobile engine are detachable, and are made in a special department and sent to the connecting rod assembly department for installing in the connecting rod. Here the bearings are fitted to the connecting rod in both upper and lower halves, after which the bearing is reamed. The bearing is then scraped to a shaft until it has the proper bearing surface. The rod is then jigged in a fixture so that it will be in proper alignment when it is installed in the engine. The connecting rods are then carefully weighed so that all rods or pairs of rods are of equal weight. They are then tagged or marked and sent to the crankshaft department, where they are fitted to the crankshaft upon which they are to be used. The connecting rod department could furnish employment for a number of disabled men. Some of this work is done sitting down and some is done standing at a bench. The bearing work done on the connecting rods could be done by men who have 1 good leg and 1 good arm, and the free use of the stub of the other arm. Or a device could be used to take the place of the other hand. No special educational requirements are indicated for this work and no special instructions are necessary. Cylinders for engines, having been cast in the foundry, are rough tested, the coarse sand removed, and the cylinders scaled. Some of this work is done sitting down and could very well be done by men who have received injuries to their legs. However, they should have the free use of both hands. Cylinders, after being scaled and cleaned, are sent to the machine department where they are machined and ground. This work is all machine shop work. After being ground, cylinders are inspected for trueness and general condition. The valves are then ground to the cylinders. This operation can be done by men who have the free use of 1 hand and of part of the other hand. Some of this work is done sitting down, so that a man need not have 2 good legs. Some of the valve grinding is often done in machines, in which case it is necessary that the operator watch a number of valves on the machine at one time. This operation would require a man who could move about freely in order to inspect the machine. Pistons for the engine, having been machined and ground, are inspected as to sizes, dimensions, etc. This operation could well be done by a man with 2 good hands, but he must be able to stand at a bench and move about freely. The pistons are then fitted to the cylinders so as to get a proper fit in each cylinder. They are also carefully balanced in pairs, and equal weights are selected as nearly as possible. The fitting of pistons to cylinders and the balancing of them could well be done by handicapped men. The piston pins also are fitted to the piston and to the connecting rod. This work is done standing at benches and could be done by men who have the free use of both hands. Piston rings, which are made from castings in the machine shop where they have been ground, are sent to the inspector, who carefully inspects each ring. This work is light and is well suited to a man who could sit at a bench. But he must have the free use of both hands. Piston rings are fitted to cylinders and pistons in another department. This operation requires a little more skill than some of the others mentioned, and a man must have some mechanical ability to learn to do the work efficiently. There are, however, many minor injuries which would not prevent a man from doing this work. The manifolds, both inlet and exhaust, are cast in the foundry department. They are then machined where necessary, after which they are inspected. This department could employ disabled men for inspection work. There are a number of bolts and screws and special fittings which must be carefully inspected before they can go to the assembly department. Every bolt must be looked over as to its general condition before it can be used. This work alone offers employment to a large number of men in every automobile engine factory. It is very light, and a man in very delicate condition could efficiently perform a number of these operations. In a number of positions, one hand is all that is necessary. Men could either sit or recline on the bench and do the work. In fact, men in bed even could come up to production in this particular kind of work. The oil pump for the engine, having been machined in the various departments, is assembled by men who sit at benches. This work is very light work and can be handled to advantage by men with handicaps. They should, however, have the use of both hands. We have now mentioned the various units which go to make up an engine, and have come to the point where it is necessary to assemble these various parts. In the up-to-date automobile factory, the engine assembly is done by the progressive system. The conveyor system which is used in engine assembly is similar to that used in the chassis assembly, described in another section of this bulletin. The crankcase is usually mounted upon this conveyor or movable stand. The crankshaft, having been assembled to the case in another department, is now ready for the connecting rods, and the rods with the pistons are attached. The cam shaft tappets and tappet guides are then installed, and the cylinders are mounted. The engine moves on to another section where the manifolds are attached to the cylinders. It then passes to a section where the carburetor is mounted. Next, the ignition system is attached, and the starting and lighting and such other units as this particular engine may require are installed. All these operations have taken place while the engine has been moving. Special tools are used during these operations, such as air wrenches, socket wrenches, and any tool that may save a few seconds' time. The work that is done on this engine conveyor system is considered to be hard work, in that each man must keep moving at top speed in order to turn out the required production in that department. The men are well paid, and they must be qualified to take care of their particular section of this conveyor. There are a number of places, however, where handicapped men can be used in this work. Very few of these operations could be efficiently handled by a man who did not have the free use of both hands. He could, however, carry on some of this work if he had received injuries to one of his legs. All of this work is inspected, and a man is carefully checked as to the work he has done. After the engine has been inspected, it is ready for a block test. The conveyor carries the engine to this block test department, where the engine is mounted on a special stand and is connected to an electric motor, which drives the engine at sufficient speed to lubricate it and to work in the moving parts. The block test mechanics are men who can pick out noises and defects in the engine. They must watch the engine for hot bearings, loose bearings, and in fact this department is a sort of running test inspection department. If the engine does not show any defects and meets normal requirements, it is given a running test under its own power. This test is oftentimes done on the same motor or electric set that it has been run in by, or in other words, the electric motor becomes a generator. This test is known as the dynamometer test. The engine running under its own power is loaded down by the resistance of the electric generator, and the horsepower noted. The carburetor and ignition is adjusted to bring the engine to the normal horsepower. If the engine fails to come up to normal horsepower, it is rejected and must go back for rebuilding. After it passes the horsepower test, the oil is removed and the engine is sent to the storeroom or chassis assembly department, as the case may be. The inspection department of the engine assembly could employ a number of disabled men provided they were qualified by mechanical experience. The block test department could employ men with slight handicaps who have had previous experience in engine work. They should, however, be expert gas engine men. This is true also of men in the dynamometer test department. In the engine assembly department, however, some helpers and less skilled mechanics could very well find employment even though disabled. All work in engine factories can be termed desirable employment, since up-to-date factories are well equipped and well heated, lighted, and ventilated. Pay is good and the factory usually runs the year around. Engine factories are usually located near large automobile centers, for the same reason that the automobile factories are located there, namely railroad facilities. Power facilities and general living conditions. Plan No. 1131. Carburetors are usually made by a manufacturer who makes a specialty of making carburetors. Carburation is one of the most interesting subjects in the automotive industry, and manufacturers in this line employ large staffs of experts and research men. They employ also engineers for the purpose of making tests of the various types of carburetors and of the different classes of fuels. Some carburetor factories have their own foundries where they make their own castings, which are usually of aluminum or bronze. Some of the highest types of foundry men may be found in this department, as this particular branch of work must be a very high grade. Manufacturers take pride in the appearance of their castings. In a foundry of this type, there are several occupations that disabled men could do, such as pattern work, car making, molding, and even flask work. After the castings have been poured, they are ready for cleaning and scaling. Part of this work is done in the sand blast. The castings are then carefully inspected, after which they are ready for the machine shop department. There are a number of machines used in carburetor work which do not really come under the head of machine shop equipment, in that they are punch presses. These presses are used for punching the float parts for the carburetor and other similar pieces. The float is usually made up of two pieces, pressed from a flat piece of stock into a cup shape. These two halves are put together and soldered to make an airtight chamber. This construction, of course, will vary with the different makes of carburetors. Where this work is done, disabled men could handle the pieces very nicely. They could also do such soldering as is done on floats. There are many small screws, nozzles, and similar parts made in the machine shop which require a large number of machine operators. The machines include, among others, automatic screw machines. After these parts have been machined, it is necessary that each part be carefully inspected before it goes to the assembly department, and this inspection work is very light work, well suited to disabled men who are unable to do heavy work. The use of one arm is about all that is necessary to perform one of these operations. There are also a number of testing operations in carburetor factories which could be handled to an advantage by handicapped men. After the carburetor parts have been machined, the carburetor is ready for final assembly. This work is usually done by men sitting at benches, who assemble the various sizes of carburetors on the various benches. The work could be done by men who have lost the use of their feet or legs, as it does not require very much moving about. After the carburetor has been assembled, it is given a preliminary test on a rack to determine whether or not the float level is too high, and whether or not the joints of the carburetor lack fuel. After the carburetor passes this test, it goes to a machine department where it is tried out on an engine. The running test is the most skilled work done along this line, and requires men who understand the operation of gasoline engines and who are capable of attaching and detaching a carburetor quickly. It is not necessary in all cases that every carburetor be tested on an engine. Where this is not done, the carburetors are inspected and passed on to the shipping department. On the whole, there are a number of desirable places in the carburetor department which are well suited for handicapped men. The working conditions in these factories are good, and the wages paid are about the same as those paid by any general assembly or manufacturing plant. Plan No. 1132. Ignition. A number of factories make a specialty of building ignition apparatus for automobiles. In them we find the usual organization found in other similar factories. Some of these factories build ignition systems on a large scale, in which case the organization is elaborate. One of the most important factors of the ignition system is the insulation. A compound has been discovered known as bakelite, which has a very high resistance to electricity. This substance usually comes to the manufacturer in powdered form, and the manufacturer puts it through his mixing process. The bakelite for parts to be made is carefully weighed for each piece. It is then placed in jigs which hold contacts, segments, etc. The jigs or molds are then placed in a molding machine to which is applied considerable pressure and heat. The heat causes the bakelite to run together, forming one solid piece of material when it is properly cured. After the standard heat has been applied to the bakelite for the proper length of time, the mold is placed in another press and cold water is run around it to chill or set the bakelite. The molded part is then removed from the press and is ready for inspection. When the part comes from the mold, it is very shiny and smooth in appearance. The inspection of this part is to determine whether or not the contacts have stayed in proper position and whether or not there are any flaws in the bakelite. Bakelite parts are used in many places in the ignition system. There are a number of places in the bakelite section of the ignition factory where disabled men might well find employment. Men with one leg could weigh out the bakelite, and a man with one leg and one arm could possibly run the presses around the bakelite for curing. This work is done in a dry department. The conditions are very good and the wages are reasonable. In the coil department of the ignition factories, we find various types of work going on. Here are machines for winding the primary and secondary coils, testing machines, etc. The ignition coil is made up of an iron core, an insulator around the iron core, a primary winding, a secondary winding, and a condenser. Some coils have vibrators attached, in which case the vibrators are mounted on the outside of the coil windings. The core of the coil is made up of a bundle of soft iron wires. The fiber tube is commonly used as insulating material. This tube is filled with the soft iron wire. The primary winding, of which there are about 2 layers, is wound on the outside of the fiber tube. This operation takes but a few seconds, the tube being placed between a pair of centers on a small motor-driven machine similar to a small lathe. The wire is guided onto this tube while it is revolving. This work is done sitting, and could very well be done by men who have received injuries to their legs, or by men who have received injuries to their spine. The main requirements are that the operator shall have the free use of both hands and be able to see properly the work that is going on. The secondary or high-tension winding of the coil is similar to the low-tension winding. The high-tension winding, however, has many turns of very fine wire no larger than the ordinary thread used on sewing machines. This wire is insulated, and care must be exercised that the insulation is not broken. The secondary winding also is wound on a fiber tube on a machine similar to that on which the primary coil is wound. Between each layer of wire in these windings, a small strip of insulation is placed. This, of course, is done at the end of each layer of wire. In carrying out this operation, the operator must be very careful that the insulation is not broken, that the insulation is properly placed, and that the layers of wire are smooth and uniform. The condenser of the ignition coil is made of 2 layers of tin foil and several layers of insulation, such as paraffin paper. This operation requires a person who is very careful, since if this particular part is not carefully constructed, it will not function properly. The condenser is also machine wound in a number of cases, and skill comes with practice in this work. Requirements for this job are about the same as found in the coil winding, viz., that the operator must have the free use of both hands and be able to watch his work carefully. After these various parts have been made in their respective departments, they are ready for the industrial tests. This is done with meters to determine the amount of resistance that each coil has. If the resistance is not the same as found in other coils, the insulation is broken or the coil is shorted, in which case the coil is rejected. The condenser test is somewhat different. Here we find that special meters are used for determining the capacity. These testing operations require a man who has been trained for this particular job. The work is usually done sitting down. After these various parts have passed inspection, they are sent to the coil assembly, where they are put together in their proper relation. Where the coil is a box coil, the windings and condenser are placed in a box and hot paraffin or an insulating compound is poured into the box. After it has cooled, all the ignition parts are held securely in place. The coil is then finished and is ready for the final test. This work is all light work. And there are a number of positions in which handicapped men could be employed. In another part of the ignition factory, we find the breaker mechanism and other ignition apparatus being manufactured. This mechanism requires considerable machine work, which is done on special machines in the machine shop department. After these parts have been machined and inspected, they come through the assembly department, where the ignition apparatus is assembled. Here we find the workers at benches, assembling the very fine, delicate parts of the apparatus. Small springs, platinum points, screws, etc. must be placed in their proper places and with proper tension. After the ignition apparatus has been properly assembled, it is inspected and then goes to the testing department, where apparatus is tested as to its efficiency, etc. In another department, wires are cut and made into proper lengths for certain ignition jobs. Here the terminals are soldered to the ends of the wires. Sometimes these operations are done on a conveyor system. This work is done sitting and is well adapted to disabled men. In the ignition, assembly, inspection, and testing departments, there are a number of operations that could be done by men with one arm and no legs, one leg and two arms, one eye, one arm and one leg, by men who have lost their hearing, and even by men who have been blinded. The work as found in the ignition department is light, working conditions are good, and the pay is average. Where the ignition manufacturer manufactures magnetos, we find a little different class of work going on. Armatures are wound with primary and secondary windings, and this is done on a somewhat specialized machine. Insulation also is somewhat specialized, and assembly work differs somewhat from other assembly work. Magnetos must be made, charged, and tested. Condensers are of a special design. As a whole, however, the work in the magneto department requires about the same class of workmen as are found in the ignition department. Plan No. 1133. Starting and lighting equipment. The electrical equipment of the automobile has reached a point of development which has brought about a large demand for this particular kind of apparatus. A number of factories make a specialty of this kind of equipment. The starting and lighting equipment of the automobile, being made up of a number of pieces of material, requires considerable machine work which will not be described here. The armature, which is made up of a shaft, laminated car, and a commutator, is all built in a sub-assembly department, after which the armature passes to the winding department, where special machines are operated. The operators of these machines do not need to be experts, but they do become very efficient at this kind of work after a short time. The wire is wound on the armature in the proper slots and the ends come out to the proper length. The sleeves are then put over the ends of the wires for insulation and the wires trimmed to exact length, after which the wire ends are soldered to the proper commutator bars. The generator also has field coils or windings. These windings are wound on jigs for this work and are later placed in the field pieces of the generator. Each coil is tested before it is assembled to the field, and each armature is tested before it is assembled. After the pieces have been made in the various departments, the generator is sent to the assembly department. Here the assembler is furnished with the generator castings, coils, pole pieces, bearings, armature, plates, brushes, and such other fittings as may be necessary. He proceeds to assemble the complete generator, after which the generator passes to the inspection department where it is inspected and tested as to its output. The starting and lighting factory offers a number of splendid opportunities for the placement of disabled men. Handicapped men could very efficiently wind armatures. It has been said that a blind man could wind an armature after some practice. Men without legs could do the soldering of these armatures. Men without legs could wind and test field windings and could assemble generators. Men with one arm could test and wind field windings and do several other operations. The starter motor as used in the automobile is a piece of equipment similar to that of a generator, about the only difference being that the starter motor is a little heavier machine and the armature is wound with heavier wire. It is made for the purpose of cranking the automobile engine and must withstand considerable abuse. Disabled men could make the tests on generators and starter motors with very little difficulty. The output of a generator must be controlled to a limited degree. This is done by what is known as voltage regulation. There must be some kind of a relay to disconnect the storage battery and generator when the engine is not running. This is done by what is known as the circuit breaker. The voltage regulator and circuit breaker of the automobile starting and lighting system is made up of coils, springs, and breaker mechanism, depending upon the type of regulator and circuit breaker used. This work is all light work, usually handwork, and could be done by disabled men to a large extent. The assembling of this work requires the free use of both hands, and a man must be able to see the work that is being done. As a whole, work in ignition. Starting and lighting departments is very desirable work. The working conditions are considered very good, the hours reasonable, and the pay about the same as in other manufacturing concerns. Plan No. 1134. Radiators. The demand for efficient radiators for the up-to-date automobile has almost created a separate industry in itself. Cooling systems for automobile engines have developed to such a point that a large force of experts are employed in the work of improving such systems. There are a number of factories which employ hundreds of employees in the manufacture of radiators for the automotive industry. These factories use a large amount of steel, tin, copper, and brass. They have developed special machines for the purpose of making peculiarly shaped cars in an endeavor to increase the radiating surface without increasing the cost. Large punch machines are used in making these shapes, and these machines have been so perfected that practically all the operator has to do is to feed through the machine one continuous roll of metal and take away the shaped cars. The cars are sent to the assembly department where they are then placed in proper formation. They are then dipped in a molten bath of solder which closes the ends of the tubes or solders them together, and then go to the final assembly department where each core is encased in the proper shaped casing and the radiator pipe and hose connections are soldered on. The radiator is then ready for testing, which is done in a tank where compressed air is forced into the radiator. If there are any leaks, they will show by bubbles arising from them. The work as done in these factories requires some experts and some novices. Some of it can be done by men who have been handicapped, and there is considerable demand for men capable of handling this particular branch of the work. Working conditions as found in the radiator factories are good and hours are reasonable. Plan No. 1135. Steering gears. The steering gear is one of the most important units of the automobile. A number of factories have been organized for the sole purpose of manufacturing a particular type of steering gear. In these factories we find ordinary drop forging machines, machine shop equipment, woodworking, and assembly work. This work requires men who are able to move about freely and who have the free use of both hands. Some of the work is piecework, at least in some factories, and men must be able to come up to at least a reasonable production in order to qualify. The conditions as found in other manufacturing plants are found also in the steering gear factories. Plan No. 1136. Wheels. In the wheel factories, we find a number of special machines such as spoke machines, felloes machines, and trimming machines. These are practically automatic, the material being fed through them and the finished product coming out. After the parts have been made in their respective departments, they are ready for assembly. This requires a certain amount of handwork. The wheels must be assembled so that they will not loosen when they have been put into use. After they have been assembled, it is often necessary that a band be mounted on them. After a wheel has been assembled, it is put into a machine which trues and trims it, and it is then ready for the automobile manufacturer. As the woodwork in the wheel factory is covered in the bulletin on woodworking, no further comments are made here. Plan No. 1137. Bodies. With the increased production of automobiles, large manufacturers have seen fit to purchase their bodies from body manufacturers. This has encouraged the body manufacturers to increase their production, which has brought increased activities in this particular branch of the work. In the body factories are employed woodworkers, sheet metal workers, sandblasters, painters, upholsterers, and top builders. In the woodworking department, the work is similar to that of cabinet making. Only the men are building skeleton instead of closed-type work. After the frame or skeleton of the body has been built, the metal or covering is fitted and secured to the framework. The body is then sent to be sandblasted to make it smooth and also to assist in making the paint cling to a shiny surface. It then goes to the painting department where it is given a priming coat, several filler coats, color coat rubbing, varnishing, and a final finishing coat. The woodworking department requires men who are able to handle tools and who are able to move about freely. The sheet metal department requires men who are capable of using screwdrivers and who are able to drive nails. The sandblast department requires men with a normal body who can wear a dust-proof suit and who can handle the sandblast equipment. The paint department requires men who are capable of moving about freely and who have the free use of one hand. In the upholstering department are found machines for sewing and racks upon which the upholstering is built before being put into the body. A number of these operations are done sitting, so that a man without legs could very efficiently do this work. The upholstering is first made upon racks or frames and is then cut out and tacked to the body. In this way, the work is much easier done than by building it upon the body itself. The machine operators should have the use of one foot. However, with special equipment, the loss of both legs could be overcome in some of the work. The work in the upholstery department is very desirable in that it is dry and quiet, and employment is steady. Pay is good, and hours are about the same as in any other factories. Plan No. 1138. Accessories. The word accessories means extras or special pieces of equipment which are applied to the automobile. Under this heading are included windshields, speedometers, clocks, indicators, horns, mirrors, spark plugs, and various other pieces of equipment. As this work requires a great variety of machines, such as punches and presses, and a varied machine shop equipment, no attempt will be made here to go into details. What has been said in preceding sections has covered the work carried on in these factories. For example, the work done in speedometer factories is somewhat similar to the work done in starting and lighting factories, and the work done in horn factories is somewhat similar to that done in ignition factories. Suffice it to say that there are hundreds of occupations in the accessory departments and factories alone which offer employment to men who have met with accidents which prevent them from having the free use of every member of the body. There are a number of occupations which lend themselves particularly to men who are not able to do heavy work, as for instance, in the assembly of speedometers, clocks, and horns. Conditions in these accessory factories are first class, wages are good, and hours are about the same as in the average manufacturing plant. Classification of occupations with reference to disabilities. In passing through an up-to-date automobile factory, there are thousands of operations being carried out at one time. The foregoing account does not cover hundreds of minor operations, skilled and unskilled, which could be efficiently done by disabled men. Many of these operations are entirely suitable for individuals who have been slightly disabled. The following tabulation classifies the principal occupations which have been mentioned with reference to certain type disabilities. It will be understood that neither the list of disabilities nor the several lists of occupations specified under these disabilities are complete. Possible occupations for men with certain disabilities: total blindness, folding cartons, counting parts, armature winding bolts and nuts, inspector of packing of parts in cartons, inspecting and testing. Loss of one eye, almost any occupation that the man is otherwise qualified to work at. Deafness, total or partial, drafting clock or checker, frame assembly, spring assembly, axle assembly, bearing assembly, transmission assembly, clutch assembly, engine assembly, bearing work, camshaft inspection, conrod assembly, cylinder assembly, ring inspection, oil pump assembly, carburetor assembly, coil winding, condenser assembly, coil testing, armature winding, generator assembly, magneto test, general wiring. Radiator assembly, wheel building, body building, upholstering, painting, many kinds of inspection work, stiff neck, punch press and machine work, and occupations listed under deafness. Injured spine, drafting, inspection work, light assembly work, checking, timekeeping, messenger, gatekeeper, small electric machine operator, traveling crane operator, heat treatment checker, employment department clerk, loss of one arm. Drafting, inspection, checker, foreman, timekeeper, gatekeeper, messenger, electrical machine operator, traveling crane operator, heat treatment checker, light assembly work, armature winding, electrical testing, drop forge operator, punch press operator, machine shop work, employment department clerk. Loss of both arms, checking, gatekeeper, and other work in proportion as man becomes skillful in the manipulation of artificial appliances. Loss of part of finger and one hand. Practically any work for which man is otherwise qualified, providing he has learned to use remaining fingers. Stiff arm or shoulder, or partial loss of use of arm. Drafting, checking, inspecting, foreman, timekeeper, gatekeeper, information department, employment department, machine operator, lighter assembly work, magneto work, coil work, generator work, soldering, chipping and trimming, foundry, light work. Loss of both legs. Upholstering, drafting, checking, inspecting, gatekeeper, timekeeper, clerk, information, employment department, machine operator, small assembly work, testing of electrical equipment, soldering, pyrometer checker and heat treatment department. Loss of one leg. Drafting, checker, inspector, foreman, timekeeper, gatekeeper, employment department, practically any assembly work, painting, upholstering, salvage department, body work, soldering, foundry work, machine operator, tester. Dynamometer tester. Loss of a leg should not be a serious handicap. Shell shock and nervousness. Drafting, checker, inspector, timekeeper, gatekeeper, lighter assembly work, painting, upholstering, body work, soldering, coil work, generator assembly, magneto assembly, cutout assembly, electrical testing. Heart trouble and epilepsy. Drafting, checker, inspector, light assembly work, painting, upholstering, coil work, generator assembly, cutout assembly, electrical testing. Tuberculosis. Loading crew checker outside, inspector, car clerk. Yard stock keeper, special salvage department as found in some factories especially set aside for tubercular people, outside trucking. Rheumatism. Drafting, checker, inspector, painting, upholstering, body mechanic, wheel assembly, general assembly work, salvage department, machine operator, ignition expert, soldering, coil work, magneto assembly, generator assembly, cutout assembly, testing of electrical equipment, laboratory work. Other disabilities, such as body wounds, etc., leaving patient in delicate condition. Drafting, checker, inspector, foreman, clerk, employment department, information department, gatekeeper, electrical machine operator, light assembly work, machine operator, upholstery, soldering, light inspection work, magneto assembly, generator assembly, stationary motor assembly, Bakelite machine operator, many other operations which require very little strength and skill. Plan No. 1139. OXY Acetylene Welding Acknowledgement. This monograph was prepared by Edward Matyoshin, Special Agent for the Federal Board for Vocational Education, under the direction of Charles H. Winslow, Chief of the Division of Research. Acknowledgement is due to Dr. John Cummings of the Research Division for editorial assistance. What the welder does, he handles a torch or blowpipe, at the tip of which a flame is produced by the burning of a mixture of two gases, acetylene and oxygen. A high degree of heat is produced by this flame, which can be concentrated at any point by proper handling of the torch. The welder's activities may be divided into two operations, welding and cutting. Welding and welding, metals, like or unlike, are joined together by melting them until they fuse, adding material being used where it is required. The welder also builds up worn parts or adds metal where it is lacking. Common metals which can be treated by this process include the following: cast iron, steel, malleable iron, aluminum, copper, brass, bronze, lead, and nickel. Precious metals also can be welded. Each metal has its peculiar characteristics and mode of treatment, and the welder who would turn out a good job must master the special technique for handling each metal. Welding forms the larger part of the welder's activities. It is much more difficult than cutting and also has a wider field of application. Cutting. Cutting can be learned in a few hours. It is restricted in its scope as it can be used only on steel and wrought iron. The cutting torch is similar to the welding torch with the difference that it is equipped with a special outlet for oxygen under pressure. The operator turns on his usual welding flame until the object is heated to a cherry red and then presses a device which turns on the oxygen, causing the metal to burn away rapidly. The torch is then advanced slowly along the line of the cut to be made. By practice comes the knack of steadiness and of moving the torch at just the right speed to cut clear through the metal, not too fast for complete penetration, nor too slow, causing loss of oxygen. Work in the open and in the shop where the job cannot be brought into the shop. Welding and cutting are done out of doors and may be carried on under all conditions of weather. Very commonly, the process is used in cutting scrap, wreckage, and piling, and in welding piping and mains. Inside work varies from shop to shop according as the shop is part of a manufacturing plant or of a foundry, or is purely a job welding shop. Some account of the common uses of the processes in different industries is given in the section below on industrial applications. In steam and electric railway shops and yards, in shipbuilding, in the manufacture and repair of automobiles, in installing pipes and mains, in sheet metal and metal plate work. In the manufacture of furniture, containers, and other metal products, and in foundry work, welding and cutting is being extensively used today, and each day the welder's field of operations is still further extended. What localities need welders? The answer is, all localities where industrial plants are located, or where street railways are operated, or where farm machinery and implements are made or repaired, or where automobiles are used or built. Such localities will probably include your own hometown or some town not far away from home. The welder's tools and equipment. The numerous makes of torches on the market are of two general types, the medium or positive pressure torch and the low pressure or injector torch. Practically all the oxygen used comes in compressed form in cylinders. Acetylene is more commonly generated on the premises owing to the cheapness of this method. It is piped into the buildings and is always readily accessible. Generators, like torches, are of various makes, but they vary in type to correspond to the two kinds of torches, i.e., pressure generators and low-pressure generators. Generators are automatic in their action, being controlled by the flow of gas. Where the gas is not generated in the establishment, and especially in outdoor work, dissolved acetylene is used. This comes in cylinders which are filled with porous material and contain acetone, a liquid in which the gas is dissolved under pressure. Welding equipment varies according to circumstances. In general, a welding unit includes welding and cutting torches, hose and connections, oxygen and acetylene regulators and gauges, a supply of various tips, filler rods, goggles, friction lighters, gloves, asbestos sheets, fluxes, hand tools such as pliers, files, hammers and cold chisels, welding table, preheating arrangement, fire brick, carbon blocks, and V-blocks. It may include also hand shear, anvil, hand forge, bench and pipe vises, emery grinders, drill press, hacksaw, jigs, lathe, hoist, and workbench. Practically all of the necessary equipment is furnished to the welder, sometimes with exception of goggles, gloves, and overalls or leather apron, which the welder may have to obtain for himself. Why take training? The aim of re-education is to turn out a good welder who has not only the manipulative skill, but who in addition is well grounded in the necessary theoretical knowledge. It cannot be too strongly pointed out. In the view of the highly unsatisfactory method of turning out welders obtaining in the past, that the course cannot be too thorough. The need is for good welders, not for half-trained men. Really good welders in this country are not many, and there is in this field a splendid opportunity for the well-equipped man, but for him only. An employer will always be looking for a better man if he has a half-trained man on the job. Overcoming your disability, the question is not primarily one of the handicap, but rather of the man behind the handicap. It is not the exception, but rather the rule that a partially handicapped person, endowed with ingenuity, will, even though at a disadvantage, beat the sound man who does not possess any ingenuity. This is borne out by numerous instances of foreign experience in re-education. This applies, of course, especially to the less serious disabilities, and not at all to those which are manifestly debarring. In the case of a welder, the latter would include blindness or defective vision. Paralysis, shell shock, and nervous disorders, loss of both arms or hands, tuberculosis, ankylosis of the upper members, spinal trouble, stiff neck, and dizziness. Ankylosis of the knee or wrist might be overcome to some extent. Amputation of one leg will simply limit the field of activities. Where both legs are gone, it would still be possible to enter some specialized field where work at the bench is all that is required. In such cases, however, it might be advisable to take up soldering or electric resistance welding. Loss of limbs would be an embarrassing handicap for most jobs, and prohibitive for outside work which necessitates climbing, crawling, stooping, or getting into abnormal positions. Men who have trouble in getting about should not enter this field. Only physically sound men should undertake work in confined spaces, in a boiler for example. One partially amputated arm would probably not be deterrent. Indoor work is manifestly unsuited to men with weak lungs. As the air in the shop is generally more or less heated and vitiated, outdoor work might be pursued with benefit. Men with weak backs would generally be at a disadvantage. Kidney or intestinal trouble might or might not be deterrent, depending on the gravity of the trouble and the degree to which physical stamina and general health are affected. Rupture would not be a handicap except where heavy work is to be done, and in that class of work there is usually a helper around. Impairment of efficiency due to loss of one eye, which may make difficult the acquirement of precision in distancing the flame from the material to be welded, may nevertheless generally be overcome. The welder must have one good arm and hand with which to hold and manipulate the torch, and enough of a stump left in the other arm to be capable of using the filler rod and of puddling. Amputation, ankylosis, or paralysis of a finger or two are not prohibitive, so long as the proper grip and manipulation of the torch can be preserved. Devices for overcoming handicaps, special automatic pincers, are being used by French autogenous welders to take the place of a missing hand for those who have lost only part of the forearm. Drawings of this appliance are here given. The upper drawing shows the opening of the pincers through extension of the forearm, and the lower two drawings represent modification of the upper pincers for the use of welders. Those who are incapable of using their hand through any cause are equipped with a special tool holder which is attached to the forearm. Where the handicap consists of the loss of an arm, cutting may be taken up to advantage. There is restricted field of employment for disabled men in the operation of automatic welding or cutting machines. Safety and hygiene, as in other occupations, there are in welding certain safety measures to be taken to avoid accidents. These are clearly defined and are made an integral part of the welder's training until observance becomes automatic. This applies, of course, to the man who is physically sound as well as to the disabled. In the case of the handicapped, the matter becomes one of ascertaining if the disability interferes with the carrying out of these safety measures, and if so, if the difficulty can be overcome. If not, some other occupation must be selected. In the welder's case, however, these precautions are mostly don'ts and do not present serious difficulties to be overcome. Acetylene is not poisonous, and the impurities in the gas which are poisonous are not present in sufficient quantity in the American carbide to be dangerous. The characteristic odor of the gas is a protection against fire, explosion, and suffocation. 1 cubic foot thoroughly mixed with 10,000 cubic feet of air can be detected. How previous experience helps in selecting any vocation, a man's former occupation must be carefully taken into account. And particularly is this true in the case of welding. Previous experience, training, and education are such important factors in the student's success or failure that particular attention should be paid to them. Experience as a blacksmith, machinist, boilermaker, pattern maker, sheet metal worker, molder, electrician, and in kindred occupations will be in every case of great value. All experience in handling metals, as well as all mechanical experience, is a valuable asset for a man who has had such experience. It will be comparatively easy to become a good all-round welder. It goes without saying that no disabled man should take up the course unless he feels an interest in the work or in some special branch of it. It is this interest coupled with ingenuity which will make it possible for the welder to handle new problems successfully and to devise better and more efficient ways of doing things. In the case of a farmer welder who is capable of taking up his farmer vocation, a short course of training will suffice. A farmer welder whose handicap prevents him from taking up his old trade may, with the proper training and necessary qualifications, become an excellent teacher, a welding foreman, or a superintendent. Are welders going to be needed? The process is of comparatively recent application, dating back to about the year 1904. Its growth has been extremely rapid, especially of later years, as regards development of technique, extension of its applications, and perfection of apparatus. Regardless of this progress, however, it is no exaggeration to state that the process is as yet in its initial stages, and that in the near future its field of utility will be greatly extended. As contrasted with the growth of oxyacetylene welding, the supply of good welders has lagged far behind the demand. Unlike European countries, this country has only lately come to realize the importance of well-grounded, thorough, practical training for prospective welders. In view of these two factors, the remarkable expansion of the process and the shortage of welders, prospects look bright for the future. Qualifying as a teacher of the welding process in any occupation where the demand for labor is increasing rapidly, there is bound to be a demand for men to teach the processes and practice of the occupation. If you master the trade, you yourself may qualify as a teacher. Getting to work after training and contemplating placement after training, the following factors are to be taken into account: your choice of a field, your special fitness, the industrial demand. It is the disabled man's privilege to decide what he will specialize in, and he will be allowed the freedom of choosing which branch of welding he will take up, such choice being of course subject to the guidance of the vocational advisor. Most welders will exhibit a tendency towards some special branch or type of welding, even while they are learning the art. The instructor will keep in constant touch with the pupil during the course to determine if there is such a trend in him, and if so, to encourage it. Some take to one metal in preference to others, some to one operation in preference to others. Some may give evidence of ability as all-round welders. The demand for welders is so varied that knowing the demands in general, it will in most cases be possible to satisfy preferences and special aptitudes. This will be the aim always. If as a trained welder you desire to get started on your own hook, several questions will arise in your mind. Where shall I be located? What are the demands of the locality in which I shall live? What is my fitness for the work? How about the necessary equipment? The locality should be such as to give you ample opportunity to make good. It might be hard for you to go against much competition at the start. Likewise, to act as a pioneer of the industry in some locality which knows nothing about the work might not be desirable. In placing retrained welders, local demands will be carefully considered to the end that no man shall be placed where he may have work coming in which he is not capable of handling efficiently. What if you do not take training? You will not be a real welder. Probably you will not get a chance to try your hand at manipulating the torch at all. If you do get a chance, you may get hurt or hurt others trying to weld without training for the trade. Train for it and then go to it. And if you fail, come back for more training or for training in some other trade. Industrial applications. Some idea of the wide range of application of the oxyacetylene processes may be gained from a brief survey of their uses in several industrial fields. Plan No. 1140. Steam railways. Oxyacetylene welding is used in the shops of practically every railroad in the country as a means of reducing cost of repair and of reclaiming worn parts. Each craft usually does the welding of metals that originates in its department. Blacksmiths handle wrought iron and steel, boilermakers, boiler plates and flues, machinists, cast iron, coppersmiths, brass pipe work. The process is generally used in the reclamation of broken engine frames, damaged cylinders. Broken spokes in driver wheels, cracked valve chamber bushings, broken steam and exhaust pipes and air pump heads, in mending cracks, cutting out and welding patches on side sheets of fireboxes, flue sheets and door collars, in welding front-end doors when damaged, engine truck frames and cradles, frame braces and brackets, tender bolsters, guides and pedestals. The process is used to some extent also in building up worn diamond crossings and frogs. Both cutting and welding are used in the upkeep and repair of steel cars. At the scrap yard, the welder cuts up old boilers and other scrap for salvaging. Plan No. 1141. Electric railways. Applications of the process by electric railways are similar to those by steam railways. There are, however, more opportunities for doing welding at the table. Of such a nature are restoring of armature bearing housings and frame heads, one-axle seats for motors and axle caps, journal boxes, pinion seats and keyways, brush holders. Trolley bases and third rail shoe castings. Heavy broken parts such as truck frames, draw heads, brake hangers, and body bolsters are repaired. To some extent the process is used also in bonding rails and in welding steel trolleys. Most of the work is handled in the shop where, however, electric welding is coming into more general use, owing to the availability and economy of electric power. Plan No. 1142. Shipbuilding. Extensive use is made of the process in cutting all kinds and shapes of steel plate. Hydrogen is very generally used instead of acetylene, and welding machines have been introduced. Welding proper is more generally applied in reclamation work, damaged or broken parts of the ship and of its machinery and propellers being often welded by this process. Electric arc welding is fast coming to the front in this field, except for cutting where the gas process cannot be replaced. Plan No. 1143. Automobile industry. Oxyacetylene welding of automobile parts is not in general very difficult, but as in all other welding, mastery of fundamentals is here also essential to success. The work is varied in character, including cast iron, aluminum, steel, and wrought iron welding. The process is extensively used in the repair of automobiles and to a lesser degree in their manufacture. Both the industry itself and the repair work provide excellent fields for the prospective welder. Repair work is done generally in either a job welding shop, where a number of welders are employed and where all kinds of welding is carried on, or else in a garage or automobile repair shop where a welder is employed to do the necessary work. In small communities, the welding shop is usually run by one man who owns it and who does all the welding. In the large welding shops, acetylene is generated. In other cases, dissolved acetylene is used. A welder who is expert in the welding of aluminum is particularly valuable in this work. In manufacture, the work is done in the shop. It is often simple and well suited to workers who must elect a sedentary employment. The process is broadening its scope in this field. Closely related to the automobile is the motorcycle. A number of its parts, such as handlebars, special jigs, and muffler heads, are welded in manufacture. In repair work, the scope is somewhat similar to that of automobile repairing. Plan No. 1144. Pipe and main work. In the welding of pipes and mains, the process is finding increased application, and this field presents good prospects of expansion in the future. Extensive work in this country, as well as in Europe, where it is more largely used, has demonstrated that welding is not only the most economical method, but as well the most efficient in that leaky joints are eliminated. Welding does away with threaded joints, and thus makes possible the use of much lighter pipe, since there is no need for making allowance in thickness for threading. Moreover, joint couplings are dispensed with. The expense saved in maintenance alone is tremendous, as the joint is watertight and there is therefore little likelihood of trouble arising from leaks. In making connections, Ys, Ts, crosses, and drips are made on the spot, being cut out of odd lengths of pipe and fitted together. This effects an economy in that these odd pieces are saved. The process has its greatest application in the welding of gas, steam, air, oil, water, and ammonia pipes and mains, and the work is chiefly outside work, although it is used to some extent on interior pipe connections. Special fittings or connections may be welded in the shop. Outdoors welding is generally performed on sections of pipe, while above the ground, the whole section being finally lowered into the ditch. The welding of these several sections to each other has to be done in the ditch or trench, a pit being generally dug in order to give the welder sufficient room for carrying on the work. Obviously, this work requires suppleness in the worker. Where there is a large amount of welding, the apparatus most commonly used is a portable generator, with which is mounted a set of oxygen tanks. In other cases, a small two-wheeled truck carrying one oxygen and one dissolved acetylene cylinder may suffice. In this kind of work, the welder is generally assisted by one or two helpers who do the heavy work, placing, holding, and turning the pipes while the welder keeps on welding. Some overhead welding is done which forces the welder to assume a strained position. Plan No. 1145. Sheet metal welding. Sheet metal is an important application of the process, which is superseding to a large extent riveting and soldering. Very careful work may be required, but in the main the work is not particularly difficult, and it can be easily mastered if the training given is thorough. Electric resistance welding, however, is superseding oxyacetylene in many manufacturing operations. Plan No. 1146. Metallic furniture. Extensive use of oxyacetylene welding is made in the manufacture of metallic furniture and in kindred trades. Welding is an efficient and economical way of joining various parts together, as well as of making the parts themselves. The work may be more or less routine, and much of it is done at the bench. This is a comparatively easy type of welding, in which a man can become proficient in a short time. It would be eminently suited to the welder who has trouble in going about or who is easily fatigued, and who would be better off in some sedentary work. The process is largely used in the manufacture of steel desks, chairs, filing cabinets, office safes, stepladders, and surgical, hospital, and dental furniture. Plan No. 1147. Containers welding is fast superseding old methods in the manufacture of containers of various kinds out of sheet metal. In this class is included the manufacture of steel barrels, range boilers, kitchen utensils, light air tanks, and storage tanks. This kind of work needs a well-trained man on the job. Except in the case of larger objects, the work can be done at the welding table, and it is not of a straining nature. Plan No. 1148. Metal plate welding is quite similar in its scope to sheet metal work. It is largely used in the manufacture of ammonia and air receivers, vacuum dryers, steam dryers, and vats. The process is not used in boiler work to any extent, as the consequences of a faulty weld might be extremely serious. Plan No. 1149. Foundries. In steel foundries, the process is extensively used in cutting away risers, gates, and heads from castings. As compared with the old method of cutting with a saw, the gas process is much quicker and much more economical. This sort of cutting work is simple and does not require great dexterity. The welder should be capable of bending over or assuming more or less cramping positions, as he has to work on the castings in positions in which they have been left on the floor. Welding is almost universally used in the reclamation of defective castings, and by this process castings are saved which for some slight defect would have been consigned to the scrap heap. The process finds application also in the welding of blowholes, cold shuts, porous spots, and cracks. It is used to some extent in manufacture, two parts being cast separately and joined by welding. Plan No. 1150. Forestry Pursuits Acknowledgement. This monograph was prepared by Capt. St. Dana in the Forestry Service of the Department of Agriculture under the direction of Charles H. Winslow, Chief of the Research Division of the Federal Board for Vocational Education. Acknowledgement is due to Dr. John Cummings of the Research Division for editorial assistance. What forestry is. Forestry is the business or the art or the science, depending on the point of view from which you look at it, of handling forests for timber production or stream flow protection. It does not, as is often mistakenly thought, have anything to do with fruit trees or even with street and park trees. The care of these comes under horticulture and arboriculture. Forestry is distinct from either in that it has to do primarily with entire stands of trees or forests, rather than with individuals. Forests are really nothing more nor less than tree societies or communities, comparable in many ways with human communities. every member of which has an influence upon and in turn is influenced by its neighbors, and it is this fact that gives to forestry its distinctive character. Forestry should also not be confused with lumbering. Lumbering has to do merely with harvesting the trees on any given area, with cutting them, transporting them to the mill, and converting them into lumber or other products. While the chief task of the forester is to manage forest lands, he has to do with the production of trees as well as with their utilization. Forestry is concerned fully as much with the future as with the present. Like agriculture, it looks forward to keeping the land continuously productive by the growth of successive crops. Only in the case of forestry, the crops, instead of being wheat or rye or corn, are trees, which in turn can be converted into fuel, fence posts, telephone poles, railroad ties, wood pulp, lumber, and a host of other wood products. How much the forests mean to the economic development of a community through the crops which they produce and the employment which they offer is evidenced only too plainly by the desolation which has followed destructive lumbering in many a once prosperous forest region. In addition to yielding crops which have a commercial value, forests in mountainous regions perform another important function which is nonetheless valuable because its benefits are difficult to measure in dollars and cents. By decreasing erosion and regulating stream flow, the mountain forests conserve water for domestic supplies, irrigation, power, and navigation, and at the same time help to lessen the damage caused by destructive floods. So far-reaching is this influence and so great is the population affected by it, that the treatment which such forests receive becomes a matter of vital interest to the general public. One of the primary concerns of forestry is to see that they are handled in such a way as to afford the maximum amount of protection, even if this involves, as it not infrequently does, the restriction or entire prevention of lumbering operations, what foresters do. In order to handle to the best advantage the area under his charge, there is a wide range of work which a forester may be called upon to do. He must be able to identify different kinds of trees and must know the uses to which each can be put and the sites to which they are best adapted. He must be able to map the area and to determine the amount and value of the timber upon it. He must be able to draw up a complete plan for protecting the forest from fire and to carry out the details involved in its execution. He must know how to control the attacks of destructive insects and fungus diseases. He must be able to handle the many details connected with the collection of seed and the production of young trees in forestry nurseries. He must know where and how to plant these, or how to sow the seed on areas where this is preferable. He must know whether any given stand is too dense, and if so, what and how many trees should be taken out to stimulate the growth of those that are left. He must be able to determine the rate at which trees are growing and the age at which they should be cut, and to make plans for harvesting them in such a way as to secure natural reproduction. And finally, he must be able to draw up a working plan providing in detail for the handling of the entire forest in such a way as to keep it continually productive. All of this obviously involves a good deal of office work in the formulation of plans, the maintenance of records, and the miscellaneous administrative work connected with any business enterprise. It also involves a good deal of practical out-of-door work. The average forester must take long walks and horseback rides. He must often camp out in a tent or with no shelter whatever. He must take his part in fighting forest fires, which means the liberal and energetic use of the axe, the mattock, and the shovel. He must run compass and transit lines and make topographic maps. He must estimate the size and contents of standing trees by the use of calipers and height measures, and must scale the fallen timber. He must mark or blaze the trees to be removed in lumbering and must see that the operations are carried out in accordance with the approved plans. He must collect tree cones, extract the seeds from these, sow them in the nursery, care for the young seedlings, and later set them out in the forest. He must also do 101 other things which are not strictly forestry, but which are so closely connected with it that they must be handled by the forester along with his other work. Grazing is a good example of this, since most of the forest regions in the United States produce forage as well as trees. In order to utilize this to best advantage, the forester must know how many stock the range will support and how they should be handled. In regions where mineral deposits occur, he must be familiar with the mining laws and must have at least enough knowledge regarding mining to enable him to deal intelligently with prospectors and others. Since most of the forests occur in undeveloped regions, he must know how to open these up by building ranger and lookout stations, and by constructing such other permanent improvements as roads, bridges, trails, and telephone lines. In short, the average forester, particularly in pioneer regions, must be a veritable jack-of-all-trades, where foresters work. Forestry is primarily an out-of-door occupation. Some indoor work in the formulation of plans, writing of reports, handling of correspondence, and other office routine is of course necessary, particularly in the case of those charged with the administration of large areas. But the average forester must spend the bulk of his time in the open, in the forests for which he is caring. Sometimes his headquarters may be in a small town, or sometimes in a more or less isolated situation in the woods themselves. In either case, his daily work will ordinarily take him into the open in sunshine and in rain. Occasionally he may be absent from home for several weeks at a time, carrying his bed and provisions on his back, or if he is fortunate, on a pack animal, so far as geographical location is concerned. Opportunities for foresters have heretofore been mainly in the mountain regions of the West, where the national forests are located. As forestry comes to be practiced more and more on state forests and on private lands, however, similar opportunities will develop in the East. There is no reason why large numbers of foresters should not eventually be employed wherever forests occur, and this means practically throughout the country, except in the Great Plains and in the farming regions of the central states and Middle West. What handicaps are serious, generally speaking? A forester must be able-bodied and in good physical health. He must have a strong heart, sound lungs, and a constitution able to stand exposure to all kinds of wind and weather. Heart disease, tuberculosis, and other serious organic troubles are handicaps that point to the choice of another occupation. On the other hand, there are certain disabilities, and particularly injuries of various sorts, that do not constitute any serious drawback. Injuries to the mouth, nose, ears, scalp, and other parts of the head, for example, do not disqualify unless they interfere to a dangerous extent with one's eyesight or hearing. Some deafness is allowable provided it has not gone so far as to prevent communication or to endanger one from falling trees or other accidents. Even blindness in one eye is not a real handicap if the other eye is still sound. The loss of an arm or a leg incapacitates a man for the physical work required of most foresters, but minor injuries to these limbs, such as loss of a finger or a toe, do not disqualify one. For certain specialized duties, one can have sustained even more serious injuries and still be able to give satisfactory service. One may be badly crippled and yet be successful in research work provided he is able to move about more or less freely, has some use of his arms, and can handle a microscope. Men at fire lookout stations need little more than good eyes and sufficient hearing to use a telephone. On the other hand, one would hardly wish to take up fire lookout work as a permanent occupation, and unless his condition can be improved sufficiently to enable him to resume active physical work, his chances for advancement are poor. Special appliances for handling tools are not necessary, as is the case with many industrial workers. The average forester must be able to turn his hand to a wide variety of activities and to use such homely implements as the axe, the hammer, the shovel, and the mattock. The danger of further injury is no greater in forestry than in most other outdoor occupations. Accidents due to forest fires, bucking horses, falling trees, and rolling stones are always possible, but the proportion of those seriously injured in such ways as these is not large. Those employed by the national government receive compensation in case of injury incurred in line of duty. What training is necessary? Forestry requires the services of three more or less distinct grades of workers: the professional forester, the forester ranger, and the forest guard. The professional forester handles the larger and more technical phases of forest management. He determines what the forest under his charge contains, how much it is worth, how fast it is growing, when and how it should be cut, what kinds of trees should be favored, and other questions of the same kind. And also exercises general supervision over the execution of whatever measures are decided upon. The forest ranger acts as a sort of semi-technical assistant to the professional forester. He does not need so thorough an education as the professional forester, but must have sufficient technical knowledge to enable him to carry out intelligently the plans formulated by the latter. His work is to a large extent practical and involves the routine of fire protection and fire fighting, marking the trees to be removed in timber sales, scaling the felled logs, handling planting operations, surveying, building trails, running telephone lines, and doing other work connected with the administration of the forest god is ordinarily a non-technical assistant who helps the forest ranger in those aspects of his work which require little or no knowledge of forestry. Forest gods are frequently appointed for short periods only to help the regular force during the busy season, and particularly in the work of fire protection and fire fighting. Previous experience in the woods or in similar occupations, such as lumbering and surveying, constitutes a valuable, but not essential, preliminary training for foresters of all grades. 25 years ago, the professional forester was almost unknown in this country, and there was not a single educational institution at which he could secure the necessary training. Today the profession is well recognized, and there are more than 20 schools offering instruction of a grade similar to that required of civil engineers, doctors, lawyers, ministers, and other professional men. As a basis for the more technical phases of his education, the man who desires to become a professional forester must have had courses of collegiate grade in botany, geology, organic chemistry, mathematics through trigonometry, plain surveying, mechanical drawing, economics, and either French or German, or preferably both. With these as a foundation, he is ready to go ahead with the technical subjects such as dendrology, silvics, silviculture, forest mensuration, forest valuation, forest management, and forest regulation. Obviously, a comprehensive training of this sort cannot be obtained with less than 4 years of collegiate work, at least 2 of which must be devoted almost entirely to professional forestry subjects. If a man has already had a college education, however, he can readily prepare himself for the profession by 2 years of postgraduate work. The degree of Bachelor of Science in Forestry is usually given on the completion of a 4-year professional course, and of Master of Science in Forestry or Master of Forestry on the completion of a 5-year professional course or of 2 years of postgraduate work following 4 years of regular college work. For the forest ranger, no such intensive training is necessary. With a high school education as a background, 1 year of rather elementary training in such subjects as fire protection, surveying, timber estimating and scaling, nursery practice, methods of planting, range management, and report writing is sufficient to enable a man to qualify. In general, the course covers much the same ground as that taken by the professional forester, but in a much briefer and more elementary way. Those who have already had considerable practical experience along these lines can secure a sufficient foundation for their work in 3 or 4 months, although even for such men the longer course is preferable if time to take it can be found. Many of the forest schools of the country now offer courses of this sort, and the opportunities for instruction are ample. Since forest gods are engaged almost wholly on non-technical work, no particular course of training is necessary. No one with any ambition, however, would wish to remain a forest god indefinitely when other opportunities are open to him merely by taking a free course of instruction. If one wishes to take up forestry, therefore, and is not in a position to take the professional course, he should by all means attempt to qualify as a forest ranger. Should lack of other openings then make it necessary for him to serve as a forest god for the time being, he would be in a position to take advantage of the first opportunity for advancement. What opportunities are offered? Opportunities for employment for foresters may be classed as fairly good. The point has now been passed where the supply is totally inadequate to meet the demand, but at the same time, the war has greatly depleted the ranks of foresters throughout the country, and there is no question that many new men will be needed during the process of reconstruction and afterwards. The national forests already offer opportunities for the employment of many men, and it cannot be doubted that similar opportunities will soon be offered in state forests, as well as in the case of forests still in the hands of private owners. With the steady decrease in the timber supply, the nation will soon be face to face with the necessity of practicing forestry extensively as a national safeguard, and unless private owners take upon themselves the task. There is little question but that the federal and state governments will take matters largely into their own hands. Altogether, it is a safe prediction that anyone who desires to engage in forestry and who qualifies himself for the work will be able to find employment. The entering salary for forest guards in the national service averages about $900 a year, and for forest rangers about $1,100 a year. Technically trained foresters ordinarily enter at approximately the same salary as forest rangers. $1,100 or $1,200 a year, but with greater opportunities for advancement later. In state and private work, approximately the same entering salaries may be expected, although some private owners may be unwilling to pay quite so much to forest guards and forest rangers at the start. What are the chances for promotion? Chances for limited promotion are reasonably good. It should be recognized frankly, however, that one cannot hope to get rich in the profession, and that a comfortable living is all that can ordinarily be looked forward to. In exceptional cases, unusually able and well-qualified men will doubtless be able to draw salaries of $4,000 or $5,000 a year. The average professional forester, however, can hardly hope to advance much beyond $2,500 or $3,500 a year except by acquiring an interest in some lumber business or in the forest itself. For the forest ranger, a salary of $1,500 or $1,600 may reasonably be looked forward to. Moreover, this salary often carries with it a ranger station which can be occupied as long as he stays in the service, and also an opportunity to produce some crops for his own use. Forest guards can hardly hope for more than $900 or $1,800 a year. In other words, in forestry, as in all other professions, the better educated you are, the better are your chances for promotion. Even at best, however, the chances for large salaries are small, and those who are bent on getting rich should look elsewhere for an opportunity to do so. On the other hand, one who is satisfied to make a comfortable living, to spend a large part of his life in the open, to occupy a responsible and respected place in his home community, and to enjoy the satisfaction which comes from having an important share in a work of great public service, cannot look for more congenial or attractive occupation than forestry. Appendix on Forestry Schools and Courses. These lists have been compiled by the Forest Service to aid in answering inquiries as to institutions at which instruction in forestry may be obtained. While every effort has been made to avoid errors, the Forest Service does not vouch for the completeness of the lists, their accuracy, or the relative merits of the courses offered. More detailed information regarding opportunities for disabled soldiers and sailors to take training courses in forestry may be obtained from representatives of the Federal Board for Vocational Education. Schools with courses leading to a degree in Forestry, University of California, College of Agriculture, Division of Forestry, Berkeley, Cal. 2 4-year courses, one in forestry and one in forest engineering, both leading to the degree of Bachelor of Science. 19 weeks of each of these courses are spent in camp, most of the time on a national forest. A 5-year course combining the work of both courses leads to the degree of Master of Science in Forestry, which is also granted on the completion of 1 year of graduate work in connection with either course. Colorado State Agricultural College, Fort Collins, Colo. 4-year course in forestry leading to the degree of Bachelor of Science in Forestry. Colorado College, Colorado School of Forestry, Colorado Springs, Colo. 2-year course leading to the degree of forest engineer, open only to applicants who have completed 2 years of college work or an equivalent course of study. The fall and spring terms are spent at Manitou Park, the property of the school near Woodland Park, Colo. A 2-year course for graduate students leads to the degree of Master of Forestry. New York State College of Agriculture at Cornell University, Department of Forestry, Ithaca, N.Y. 5-year course in professional forestry, leading after 4 years to the degree of Bachelor of Science, and after 1 additional year to that of Master of Forestry. Field work includes 5 weeks in camp in the Adirondacks in the summer following sophomore year, 10 weeks each in the summers following junior and senior years, and 3 months of practical work in the forest in the fall term of senior year. Georgia State College of Agriculture at University of Georgia. Georgia State Forest School, Athens, GA. 4-year professional course leading to the degree of Bachelor of Science in Forestry. Considerable latitude for specialization is offered during junior and senior years. 18 weeks of the course are spent in field work in camp and 3 months in practical work in specialization. Georgia College of Forestry, Greensboro, GA. 3-year course of 10 months a year leading to the degree of Bachelor of Science. Headquarters of the college are on a timber tract 5 miles from Greensboro. Trips are required to the hardwood region of northern Georgia and the longleaf pine region of southern Georgia. Harvard University, Department of Forestry, Bussey Institution, Jamaica Plain, Mass. Graduate specialization and research leading to the degree of Master in Forestry. Special elective work is offered in dendrology, silviculture, forest management, wood technology, and in cooperation with the Harvard Graduate School of Business Administration, a 2-year course in lumbering. The technical work is carried on at the Harvard Forest, the Arnold Arboretum, and the Bussey Institution. University of Idaho School of Forestry, Moscow, Idaho. 2 4-year collegiate courses, 1 in general forestry and 1 with special attention to lumbering, both leading to the degree of Bachelor of Science in Forestry. Iowa State College of Agriculture and Mechanic Arts, Department of Forestry, Ames, Iowa. 4-year undergraduate course leading to the degree of Bachelor of Science in Forestry. Also a 5-year course leading to the degree of Master of Science in Forestry. Both courses include 3 months of work in summer camp, in addition to which all candidates for degrees must have at least 3 months of practical work. A 5-year combined course in forestry and landscape gardening leads to the 2 degrees of Bachelor of Science in Forestry and Bachelor of Science in Horticulture. University of Maine, Department of Forestry, Orono, ME. 4-year undergraduate course in forestry leading to the degree of Bachelor of Science in Forestry. Special attention is given to forest management and forest engineering applicable to the northeastern United States. Michigan Agricultural College, Department of Forestry, East Lansing, Mich. 4-year course in forestry leading to the degree of Bachelor of Science. Graduate courses leading to the degree of Master of Forestry are also offered. A summer term of 7 weeks between the sophomore and junior years is held near Cadillac, Mich. University of Michigan. Department of Forestry, Ann Arbor, Mich. 4-year course leading to the degree of Bachelor of Science in Forestry. Also a 5-year course leading to the degree of Master of Science in Forestry. Graduates of other colleges of university rank require 2 years of graduate study. University of Minnesota, Department of Agriculture, College of Forestry, University Farm, St. Paul, Min. 4-year course in forestry leading to the degree of Bachelor of Science and offering 3 lines of specialization: technical forestry, lumbering, and wood chemistry. 2 months of freshman year from June 1 to August 1 and 4 months of junior year from April 15 to August 15 are spent at Itasca State Park. 1 year of graduate work leads to the degree of Master of Science. University of Missouri, College of Agriculture, Department of Forestry. Columbia, Mo. 5-year course in forestry leading to the degree of Master of Forestry. The degree of Bachelor of Science in Forestry is conferred upon the completion of 4 years' work. Field work includes a summer course of 10 weeks on the university forest of 50,000 acres in the Ozark Uplands. University of Montana Forest School, Missoula, Mont. 2 4-year courses, 1 in forestry and 1 in forest engineering. leading respectively to the degrees of Bachelor of Science in Forestry and Bachelor of Science in Forest Engineering. The course in forestry aims to prepare men for the work of forest rangers and forest supervisors, and for such work with lumber companies, timber-owning corporations, and the like, as involves the administration, protection, and utilization of forests. That in forest engineering for work as scalers, cruisers, lumbermen, logging engineers, and in general all engineering work in the forest. A graduate course in forest engineering, leading to the degree of forest engineer, will be offered later. Ohio State University, Department of Forestry, Columbus, Ohio. 4-year undergraduate course in forestry leading to the degree of Bachelor of Science in Forestry. At least one summer of practical work in the woods is required before graduation. An optional 5th year is offered leading to the degree of Master of Science in Forestry. Oregon Agricultural College, School of Forestry, Corvallis, Oreg. 2 4-year courses. 1 in forestry and 1 in logging engineering, leading respectively to the degrees of Bachelor of Science in Forestry and Bachelor of Science in Logging Engineering. Pennsylvania State College, Department of Forestry, State College, PA. 4-year course in professional forestry leading to the degree of Bachelor of Science. Field work includes 6 weeks in camp at the end of freshman year, 8 weeks at the end of sophomore year, and 8 weeks during senior year. Opportunity is given for special study in lumbering. Pennsylvania Department of Forestry, State Forest Academy, Mont Alto, PA. 3-year course in forestry of 48 weeks a year leading to the degree of Bachelor of Forestry. The course is maintained for the training of foresters for the State Forest Service. Appointments are made from a competitive examination open to residents of Pennsylvania between 19 and 25 years of age. The state supplies board, tuition, and quarters, and requires bond for the successful completion of the course and 3 years' service on state forests. New York State College of Forestry at Syracuse University, Syracuse, NY. 4-year courses lending to the degree of Bachelor of Science. 5-year professional courses leading to the degrees of Master of Forestry and Doctor of Economics. Special opportunity is offered in lumbering, pulp and paper making, city forestry, forest entomology and botany, and forest pathology, and for research work at the State Forest Experiment Station. State College of Washington, Department of Forestry, Pullman, Wash. 4-year course leading to the degree of Bachelor of Science in Forestry. University of Washington, College of Forestry, Seattle, Wash. 4- and 5-year courses arranged for specialization in general forestry, logging engineering, forest products, and the business of lumbering. At the end of the 4th year, the student receives the degree of Bachelor of Science, and at the end of the 5th year of Master of Science in Forestry. Students who wish to specialize should take the 5-year course. Yale University, School of Forestry, New Haven, Conn. 2-year graduate course leading to the degree of Master of Forestry. Field work includes 10 weeks at Milford, Pike County, PA, in the summer term of junior year, 3 weeks at Union, Conn, and in the Adirondack Mountains in the spring term of junior year, and 12 weeks in the South in the spring term of senior year. Advanced work in dendrology, silviculture, forest management, forest products, and lumbering is open to those who have already had a general course in forestry. Special students are accepted in limited numbers provided their scholastic attainments are such that they can take the work to advantage. Schools with short courses in forestry other than ranger courses. Alabama Polytechnic Institute, Auburn, ALA. An elementary course in forestry covering 7 weeks is given to senior students in the agricultural course. The work comprises a study of forest conditions in Alabama, care of woodlands, uses of the different southern woods, methods of preservation, etc. Berea College, Berea, Chi. A short course in the fundamental principles of forestry is given as part of the course in agriculture. University of California, Berkeley. Cal, non-professional instruction in general forestry is given throughout the regular college year by means of 2 courses open to any student in the university. University of Chicago, Ill. The Department of Botany offers a course in forest ecology. dealing mainly with the life, activities, and death of trees, the structure and role of their various organs, and their relation to climate, soil, and their organic environment. Forest succession and its causes and the great forest formations of the United States and Canada are also taken up. Clemson Agricultural College, Clemson, SC. A course in general forestry is required of all students in the agricultural course during the latter part of junior year. Connecticut Agricultural College, STARS, Con. A course in woodlot forestry covering 1 semester is required of all students in the regular 4-year courses. The course is designed to give the student a working knowledge of the best methods of handling the farm woodlot with special reference to Connecticut conditions. The fieldwork covers the identification of the economic species, measurement of growth and yield, improvement cuttings, and reforestation. A similar but less comprehensive course covering 1 semester is required of all students in the 2-year course in the School of Agriculture. Cornell University, Ithaca, N.Y. 5 elementary courses are offered for agricultural and other students in the university covering the farm woodlot, elements of forestry, silviculture, mensuration, management, utilization, and conservation. 2 other courses, the field of forestry and wood technology, are open to both general and professional students. General courses in forestry are also given in the summer school and in the short-term winter course. Delaware College, Newark, Del. An elementary course covering 1 semester is elective for juniors and seniors in agriculture. It deals with the elements of silvics, methods of silvicultural management, natural and artificial regeneration, forest protection, forest mensuration, wood utilization, lumbering, wood preservation, forest economics, forest finance, and a study of the characteristic lumber trees of the United States, their classification and identification. University of Georgia. Athens, Ga. A short course in farm forestry is required of seniors in agriculture, and an elementary course in woodlot forestry of 1-year men in agriculture. A nature study during the summer open to teachers, a vocational course in wood and its uses, and a correspondence course in farm forestry are also offered. University of Idaho, Moscow, Idaho. A course in general forestry is offered for students in the various departments of the university, and a short course in farm forestry for students in the College of Agriculture. Iowa State College of Agriculture and Mechanic Arts, Ames, Iowa. A course in farm forestry designed to meet the needs of the Iowa farmer is required of practically all agricultural students during their first year. It includes a discussion of windbreaks, shelter belts, and woodlots with respect to their value on the farm, and also a little work on dendrology, forest planting, silviculture, preservative treatment of timbers, and the utilization of forest products. Kansas State Agricultural College, Manhattan, Kansas. Courses in farm forestry, silviculture, and dendrology are elective for all students in agricultural and general science courses during the winter term of junior year. A course in forest nursery practice is elective for students in the School of Agriculture during the spring term of the 3rd year, and also without credit for all students in college courses in agriculture and general science. Louisiana State University, Baton Rouge, La. A year's course in general forestry is required of juniors in the teacher's course in agriculture, and additional courses of 1 year each in forestry and in the propagation and care of ornamental and shade trees are elective for seniors. Courses in forestry covering 2 years and a course in the propagation and care of ornamental and shade trees covering 1 year are elective for juniors and seniors in the College of Agriculture. The aim is not to turn out trained foresters, but to teach forestry in connection with the agricultural courses with special reference to the management of farm woodlots. University of Maine, Orono, Me. A course in general forestry is open to all students and is required of all students in the College of Agriculture. Maryland Agricultural College, College Park, MD. A course in farm forestry comprising 20 lectures and 60 hours of demonstration work is given to seniors in agriculture and horticulture and to the 2nd-year men of the 2-year courses in agriculture and horticulture. The course includes woodlot management, nursery practice, planting, forest botany, and estimating timber crops. Massachusetts Agricultural College, Amherst, Mass. An elective major course is offered in the Department of Forestry during junior and senior years, which takes up such studies as dendrology, silviculture, forest mensuration, and allied subjects. During the winter, several lectures are given by the state forester on state forest policy. The course is intended to give the students the same kind of education regarding true forest land that they receive concerning tillable land, and also to prepare students for the graduate schools of forestry. A lecture course dealing especially with woodlot management is offered to students of the short winter and summer schools. University of Minnesota, Northwest School and Station, Crookston, Min. An elementary course in forestry is offered dealing with the planting of windbreaks and woodlots, the characteristics and adaptability of the more common trees, and the methods of propagation and conservation of planted and natural forests. Mississippi Agricultural and Mechanical College. Agricultural College, Miss. Courses in farm forestry and dendrology of one term each are offered for students in agriculture. University of Missouri, Columbia, Mo. A summer school of forestry for lumbermen, timberland owners, and rangers is given on the university forest of 50,000 acres in the Ozark Mountains, in connection with the summer course for regular forestry students. University of Montana, Missoula, Mont. Special courses in surveying, scaling and cruising, lumbering, forest appraisal, and logging engineering are offered in connection with the short course for rangers. Mount Herman School. Mount Herman, Mass. An elementary course in the care of lawns, shrubbery, and forests is given during one term. University of Nebraska, Lincoln, Neba. A course in farm forestry covering one semester is elective for all students of the university and is designed primarily for agricultural students. It is an elementary course designed to familiarize students with the best trees that will grow in the state of Nebraska, as well as the methods of handling the farm woodlot. New Hampshire College, Durham, N.H. Courses in forestry are required of all 4-year and 2-year agricultural students and are elective for all students of the college. Beginning with junior year, 4-year students in agriculture may elect forestry as a principal subject and are then given advanced forestry work together with other agricultural and associated subjects. Every encouragement and assistance is given a student desiring to make forestry his profession, with the understanding that he will complete his training at some school offering a complete course in forestry. North Carolina College of Agriculture and Mechanic Arts, West Raleigh, NC. A course in forestry is offered as one of the senior horticultural electives. North Dakota Agricultural College, NDAC. An elementary course in forestry covering 6 weeks is offered in the 3rd term of junior year in the 4-year agricultural course. North Dakota State School of Forestry, Bottineau, NDAC. Instruction similar to that in the agricultural high schools is offered with special attention to horticulture and forestry. The forestry work consists of a study of the plains and prairie regions and has to do particularly with windbreaks, shelter belts, etc. A special 3-year course is also offered for the preparation of landscape gardeners, landscape engineers, and city foresters. Oklahoma Agricultural and Mechanical College, Stillwater, Okla. A course in elementary forestry is required of all horticulture students during the 1st term of junior year. Purdue University, Lafayette, Ind. The work in forestry consists of a line of electives within the School of Science. The subjects covered are forest botany and dendrology, elements of silviculture, forest mensuration, forest management, forest protection, forest utilization, forest pathology, and technical forestry. The latter includes a study of structural timbers with demonstrations in the testing laboratories and also work in surveying and making forest maps. Rhode Island State College, Kingston, RI. A course in forestry dealing with the management of New England woodlots is required in the 2nd term, junior year, in the agricultural course. South Dakota State College of Agriculture and Mechanic Arts, Brookings, SDAC. A course in forestry is required in the 2nd semester of the sophomore year in the horticultural group and in the 3rd year of the 3-year School of Agriculture. It is elective in the second semester, junior year, in the animal husbandry and dairy husbandry groups of the four-year collegiate agricultural course. Leland Stanford Junior University, Stanford University, Cal. Courses are offered in the study of trees, forest pathology, and other matters basal to the study of forestry. Syracuse University, Syracuse, NY. A field course in elementary forestry, forest ecology and botany, soils, geology, and woodcraft, open to any man over 15, is given by the New York State College of Forestry during August at Cranberry Lake in the western Adirondacks. Courses in forestry are also given for students in the university outside of the College of Forestry, and especially for those desiring to teach. University of Tennessee, Knoxville, 10. An elective course in forestry covering one term is offered in the senior year of the four-year agricultural course. The work deals chiefly with the management of farm woodlots and small holdings of hardwood timber. Agricultural and Mechanical College of Texas, College Station, Tex. Courses in the principles of forestry, dendrology, silviculture, with special reference to planting, and wood technology and utilization. Each covering one semester, an elective for juniors and seniors in agriculture and science, offered in the college year 1916 to 17. No attempt will be made to equip students for the profession of forestry. From time to time, however, additional courses will be offered to meet the needs of students along farm forestry, planting, timber preservation, and other lines. University of Vermont, Burlington, VT. Students in agriculture are required to take one course in forestry during their sophomore year. The aim of this course is to give all agricultural students a working knowledge of forestry, which can be applied to their own farms or in the teaching of agriculture. The more advanced courses are open to those who wish to pursue the subject further. State College of Washington, Pullman, Wash. A one-year practical course is offered in the elementary science department, planned to equip young men to become logging engineers. University of Washington, Seattle, Wash. 2 courses of 12 weeks each are offered, one in lumber and its uses for men engaged in offices at the mills, lumber salesmen, engineers, contractors, and builders, the other in logging for the training of logging foremen or others engaged in work at logging camps. Winona College of Agriculture, Winona Lake, Ind. A course of 1/2 semester in the principles of forestry is offered in the 2-year agricultural course. The growing of trees for fences and the preservative treatment of fence posts are taken up in a practical way, and some work is also offered on lumber and its use on the farm. University of Wisconsin, Madison, Wise. 9 elective courses, each running through one semester, as well as a number of special lectures in various departments of the university, are given by members of the Forest Products Laboratory of the United States Forest Service, where opportunity for research work is also offered. The object of the work, which is open to both undergraduates and graduates, is to enable men to acquire a thorough scientific and practical training in organic chemistry and wood technology, and to apply this knowledge in scientific and commercial operations and investigations in the wood-using industries and in teaching. Wyman School of Woods, Manizing, Mich. A 24-month course in forestry, logging, and woodcraft is offered, on the satisfactory completion of which students are granted a certificate of efficiency in logging and engineering. A 10 weeks out-of-door summer course is also offered to afford those students who are contemplating forestry as a profession an opportunity to become familiar with the character of the work. Yale University, New Haven, Conn. An elementary course of 8 weeks is offered during the summer at Milford, Pike County, PA, for those who desire a general knowledge of the subject. Tree Surgery, Davie Institute of Tree Surgery, Kent, Ohio. A 20-month course for the training of tree surgeons is offered, including instruction in botany, plant pathology, dendrology, entomology, fruit growing, spraying, and the theory and practice of tree surgery. Schools with ranger courses in Forestry, University of California, College of Agriculture, Division of Forestry, Berkeley, Cal. Beginning in January, a 12-week course designed especially for rangers and loggers is offered. Georgia State College of Agriculture at University of Georgia, Georgia State Forest School, Athens, GA. A ranger course of 8 weeks, open to men in the government service and to lumbermen, is offered during the summer. University of Idaho School of Forestry, Moscow, Idaho. A 3-year ranger course extending from November 1 to April 1 of each school year is offered. The course is so arranged that a single year's work may also be taken. University of Missouri College of Agriculture, Department of Forestry, Columbia, Mo. A course for lumbermen. Timberland owners and rangers is offered on the university forest of 50,000 acres in the Ozark Mountains in connection with the summer course for regular forestry students. University of Montana Forest School, Missoula, Mont. A 3-month ranger course is offered during the winter with opportunity for specialization and the election of advanced work. The course is designed primarily for men who have already had considerable experience in woods work. New York State College of Forestry at Syracuse University, Syracuse, NY. A 1-year course of practical training is offered at the State Ranger School located on the college forest of 2,000 acres at Wanakna in the western Adirondacks. The course is designed to fit men for such positions as guards, rangers, forest estate managers, tree planting experts, and nursery foremen. Oregon Agricultural College, School of Forestry, Corvallis, Oreg. A 5-month course is offered for those desiring to prepare for the position of ranger in the United States Forest Service or for work in the state protective associations. State College of Washington, Department of Forestry, Pullman, Wash. A 6-week course is offered in the winter school for the preparation of forest rangers. University of Washington College of Forestry, Seattle, Wash. 2 courses of 12 weeks each are offered, one in forestry for the training of forest rangers, guards, or woodland owners, the other in logging for the training of logging foremen or others engaged in work at logging camps. Plan No. 1151. Automobile Maintenance and Service Acknowledgement. This monograph was prepared by Charles W. Sylvester, under direction of Charles H. Winslow, Chief of the Research Division of the Federal Board for Vocational Education. Acknowledgement is due to Dr. John Cummings of the Research Division for editorial assistance. In no other industry, perhaps, has progress been so rapid and marvelous as in the manufacture and maintenance of automobiles, which today employs hundreds of thousands of men and women in a great variety of occupations and represents investment of many millions of dollars. 2 great divisions of the industry may be made, one including the manufacturing plants which produce new cars, and the other the maintenance and service shops and departments which operate and keep cars in repair and good running order. This monograph deals with occupations in automobile maintenance and service. What men do in these occupations in automobile maintenance and service. Specialization is rapidly creating 6 principal groups of workers. It is true that in small garages one man may tinker with all parts of an automobile, but it is, in fact, just as essential to employ, for example, a battery specialist for a machine as it is to employ an eye specialist for a person. The 6 groups include 1. Repair shop men, who deal primarily with the mechanical treatment of the car when it has been disabled. 2. Starting and lighting experts, who repair and adjust electrical equipment, including wiring, lights, motors, and generators. 3. Ignition experts, who look after the testing, adjustment, and maintenance of current supply, short circuits, contact breakers, vibrators, spark plugs, coils, condensers, connections, distributors. And magnetos, 4. Storage battery men in stations where batteries are charged, repaired, rebuilt, tested, and kept in good working condition. 5. Tire repair men, who take care of the splicing, patching, retreading, building up, inside repair, and vulcanizing of casings and tubes that have been disabled by punctures, blisters, blowouts, rim cuts, and general wear. And 6. Automobile and truck drivers, who are responsible for operation of cars on the road. The work of these groups embraces a greatly diversified field of employment and offers a wide range of occupational choice. Plan No. 1150. Auto repair, where men in these occupations work. Men are employed in the maintenance and service of automobiles and trucks in every community. In every village, town, and city shops and service stations are to be found. Private garages commonly have some equipment for making minor adjustments and small repairs, and chauffeurs are expected to keep their automobiles in good running order. Public garages, which in many cases are maintained in connection with automobile sales agencies, often employ several general repair men and sometimes employ starting, lighting, and ignition specialists. The repair shops are established principally for the purpose of repairing and rebuilding all types of cars with their parts and accessories. They offer a large field of employment for repairmen and experts. Service stations, often referred to as oil and gasoline filling stations, include shops where special types of work are done. They may be classified as battery, speedometer, ignition, starting and lighting, and tire service stations. Many men, if they have been trained, find employment in these places. Chauffeurs and truck drivers find employment in both private and public service. Chauffeurs in driving taxicabs and private pleasure automobiles, and drivers in the operation of light and heavy delivery trucks for retail and wholesale houses, and also in hauling materials for road and building construction, farm produce, and manufactured products. Automobile plants and garages employ men as testers in the working out of new cars, and for the purpose of locating and determining trouble when a car is not working properly. Finally, men with a knowledge of automobiles, parts, accessories, and equipment can find employment as salesmen in garages, sales agencies, and retail and wholesale stores. Plan No. 1152. Automobile repair shop work. The occupation repair shop work consists in overhauling, adjusting, and repairing all types of motor cars and their parts. In the small garages where only a few men, often only one, are employed, the mechanic must handle all kinds of work. Some large garages, as has been noted, employ specialists, and in many localities there are service and repair shops maintained especially for this work. Oxyacetylene welding, a trade separate and apart from repair work, which is used to a very large extent in the repairing and building up of broken castings and forgings in automobile repair shops, is taken up in another monograph. In some shops there are enginemen, axlemen, transmission men, and other mechanical experts. All of these may be classified as mechanics. Other men found in repair shops are known as trouble finders or inspectors, helpers, foremen, and carburetor specialists. The mechanic should be able to do skilled work on all mechanical parts of any car. His work consists in adjustment, care, overhauling, and repairing. Adjustment and care include valve, carburetor, clutch spring, brake, and steering mechanism adjustment, and cleaning and lubrication of parts. Much of this work can, however, be done by the automobile driver or helper in a garage. Overhauling includes repairing, but refers generally to the tearing down of the whole machine for cleaning, inspection, adjustment, and testing, together with replacement of worn and broken parts. Work on the engine requires in many cases its removal from the chassis and disconnection of all attached parts. Some of the jobs to be done on automobile engines are removal of carbon from pistons, refitting of pistons, regrinding valves, replacing and scraping bearings, adjustment of fans and valve rods, setting timing gears, correcting the firing order of cylinders, repairing and replacing broken parts. The mechanic is required to remedy clutch troubles by adjustment or replacing of worn leather on the cone. Transmission repairs include replacement of gears, fitting keys, taking up the wear in the main bearings, or complete replacement and repair of shifting rod connections to overcome looseness. The universal joints in driving mechanisms often require disassembling and rebushing, while the mesh of the drive pinion and bevel gear of the differential will need adjusting. Work on the differential and rear axle may involve tearing down the rear construction. Such work requires skilled mechanics, especially to determine the trouble and make the proper reassembly. The play-in wheels needs careful attention and exact adjustment, although it requires no particular skill or knowledge. Trouble found in the front wheels is ordinarily due to lack of alignment, and must be remedied to relieve not only a tremendous wear on tires, but to prevent uncertain and difficult steering. A sagging in the frame, often caused by a fracture, can best be repaired by welding. Brakes require attention to eliminate noises and dragging, which causes a noticeable lack of power, and worn brake linings must be replaced. The cooling system, made up of pump, fan, radiator, and connections, will require adjustment and repair, including replacing the rubber hose, mending broken parts of the pump, putting on new fan belts, and soldering leaks in the radiator. Cleaning the radiator and taking cold weather precautions against freezing also are necessary tasks. An inspector or trouble finder in a repair shop or garage service department is the foreman or mechanic, but in large shops men are employed solely for the purpose of diagnosing trouble. Such a man must be highly skilled. His work is to locate trouble and determine and report its nature and extent. Trouble is located by inspection and examination of the car standing still, by testing at the start and at various speeds, and by coasting. The trouble finder expert makes a list of all worn and broken parts, indicates necessary repairs and adjustments, and then turns the job over to the men who are to do the work. Usually the foreman is in charge of all repair shop work. He should be a man of clean personal habits, should have a thorough knowledge of automatic construction, and be able to direct work and handle men with courtesy and tact, to compute jobs, estimate cost of time and materials, keep time and stock records, and route work through on repair order forms specifying work, parts, and costs for each job. A manager or superintendent often is in charge of the business end of the work, in which case the foreman gives his time to seeing that jobs are correctly done. Helpers are usually assigned to heavy lifting and pulling, to cleaning parts, and to general shop sweeping. They run errands, help pull down and assemble motors, transmissions, and rear axles, and do other work requiring little skill. Tools, machines, equipment, and materials used. A variety of hand tools are used in repair work, including adjustable and fixed jaw wrenches, hammers, snips, breast and hand drills, screwdrivers, hacksaws, center punches, cold and cape chisels, soldering coppers, pliers, files, brushes, blow torches, visors, and other small tools. The machine equipment includes lathes, drill presses, grinders, and forges equipped with motor power and having full sets of tools for use with each. The shop must be further provided with benches, chain hoists, motor and rear axle stands, creepers, and special tools and devices for special work. An oxyacetylene welding and cutting outfit of the portable type is one of the greatest conveniences in any repair shop. Most of the parts, supplies, and materials come to the shop prepared and ready for use. For some jobs, however, it may be convenient and more satisfactory to construct the necessary parts, such as shims, gaskets, and small metal pieces from stock material. It is inadvisable, however, to make anything that can be secured already prepared. Automobile repair shop work is varied and interesting. Jobs frequently change, with intervals of rest. Disabilities' hard and fast rules as to availability for this work of men with certain disabilities cannot be laid down. With perseverance, skill, and inventiveness, some men will succeed in lines of work which might seem entirely unsuited to their disability. For example, a man who has lost his right arm near the shoulder has been for 30 years doing successfully all of the repair work and making all of the adjustments necessary on a thrashing machine, a traction engine, 12 self-binding and 12 mowing machines on a farm in England. An all-round mechanic must usually be able to move about easily. He needs at least one good eye and must be able to hear well for trouble testing. A man with abdominal, kidney, or alimentary canal trouble which prohibits him from stooping, bending, or squatting cannot do the work. Gas vapors, fumes, and dust in a garage may affect men with lung diseases. It is very necessary for the worker to have reasonably good command of neck and head movements. Appliances, many devices and prosthetic appliances are in use in all countries by men with arm amputations and where previous experience, desire, and conditions place a man in a position requiring the use of an artificial appliance for gripping and holding tools. One of strong and simple construction should be selected. Previous education, training, and experience, while general education will help a man in shop repair work, as in anything else, it is more essential that he shall have had some technical training acquired either in a school or in a shop. Previous experience in automobile repair or construction work will, of course, give the best foundation for re-education. A man who has worked as a helper in a garage long enough to become familiar with automobile construction and operation may, through a short course of instruction, easily qualify as a mechanic. Experience in other mechanical work such as machine shop work, blacksmithing, and boiler making will be also helpful. Business experience will be a valuable asset for a repair shop foreman or manager, where re-education will be given. Full-time classes may be given in the shop of a high school, vocational or trade school, college, or university, where the equipment is sufficient to provide for real instruction of a practical nature. Re-education classes will be trained also in commercial garages under actual shop conditions. Part-time classes providing alternate weeks or months in the school and in the shop may be best in some cases, or the first or last part of the training period may be spent in the shop and the other part in school. For example, in an 8 months course, 4 months may be spent in a commercial repair shop and the remaining 4 months in a school shop. Evening classes offer a splendid opportunity for the workman who is employed during the day. These, of course, will be for those men only who are able to return without re-education, or for men who have finished their re-education course and desire additional instruction. Correspondence courses may be used in some instances. What can be learned and in what time, although theory and demonstration work will accompany the shop practice. Each man will be required to actually do the work. To say the least, the course of instruction will be such as will enable the disabled man to qualify on the job beside his able-bodied neighbor and to command the prevailing wage after completing his course. His work will include the overhauling, repairing, and adjusting of various makes and models of automobiles and parts. The time required to complete the course of instruction will depend to a certain extent on the man's previous education, training, and experience, but may occupy from 6 to 9 months. It will not be the policy of the government to give just enough training to enable the man to secure a job under good but abnormal conditions or by sympathetic favor. Sufficient time will be given to prepare each man adequately for his work. After training, skilled auto mechanics are in great demand, and since repair work is so diversified and widely distributed over the entire country, it is comparatively easy for a trained man to find permanent employment. Auto mechanics, as a rule, are poorly trained. The trade therefore presents excellent opportunities for the disabled man with expert training. The field is also wide open for capable foremen and inspectors in every community. Hours of employment for the mechanic depend largely upon location and amount of work to be done. Shops in large cities have an 8 to 10 hour day, the total number of hours per week being 45 to 60. In small towns and communities, shops are irregular as to hours, mechanics being required often to work 9 to 12 hours per day. First-class mechanics in large shops are paid a prevailing wage of 60 cents per hour. Small shops pay from 30 to 60 cents. A mechanic who owns his shop may earn more or less. Foremen employed by the hour usually receive a little more than the mechanic. While in a position as shop manager, he may be paid $125 to $175 per month. Automobile repair shops doing general work are located in all parts of the country and usually in many different parts of a city. Work will therefore probably be available for the trained man near his home or at least in his hometown. An automobile mechanic may expect to secure a position as foreman or inspector, which is often more suitable for a disabled man than that of mechanic, or he may be able to open up a garage and repair shop for himself. Because of the increased use of automobiles and the lack of first-class trained mechanics, future prospects in the service are good, qualifying as a teacher. Teachers for automobile work are in great demand at the present time in both day and evening vocational schools. A man with a fair general education, considerable experience in the trade, and ability to impart knowledge to others will have a good foundation for vocational teaching. Electric starting and lighting service. The occupation. The principal parts of an electric starting and lighting system are the electric starting motor, the electric generator, and the storage battery. The work of the expert in this division consists of the repair, adjustment, care, operation, and installation of these systems and auxiliary parts, but usually not including the storage battery, which requires the individual attention of another specialist. To keep the starting motor in good running condition, the expert must be able to remedy grounds, short circuits, and commutator and brush troubles. The generator and all connecting parts must be kept clean in order to ensure reliable action. There are many types and varying features in generators, motors, auxiliary devices, and wiring circuits, with which the mechanic must be familiar. Automobile manufacturers, in altering the characteristics of their motors from year to year, and manufacturers of electrical apparatus, in introducing various improvements, may entirely change their systems. In addition to being able to locate trouble by tracing and testing systems for grounds, shorts, and breaks in wiring, it is necessary for the mechanic to install systems including all the wiring. He must be able to repair and keep in shape electric horns and gear shifts, which are closely related to the starting and lighting systems. The wiring for starting, generating, and lighting systems involves the installation of all necessary wires, many of which must be run in conduit. It also includes the use of proper sized wire and their connection to the lights, starter, horn, fuse boxes, switches, generator, and battery. The repair and adjustment of the lighting system require considerable expert attention, as does also equipment of cars with lamp reflectors, measuring instruments, and other devices. Tools and equipment. All tools used in the maintenance and service of automobile starting and lighting systems are small and light. They will include screwdrivers, wrenches, hammers, files, pliers, and various drilling tools. Some machines may be required to make or fit metal parts, but as a rule they will be found in the repair shop. Disabilities. The work in this occupation is highly skilled but light. In working around the car, it is necessary to bend, stoop, reach, and climb, which might be detrimental to a man suffering from abdominal trouble. The work ordinarily requires 2 good hands, although a man with one hand with the proper training and experience would be able to make repairs and adjustments. Good eyesight is necessary in testing for trouble, but a slight deafness will not be a serious handicap for this work. A man with hernia or lung wounds and diseases would not necessarily be debarred from this occupation. Previous education, training, and experience. Practical experience and a technical knowledge of electricity will be very helpful in electric starting and lighting work. Some of the best men in the field have had considerable electrical experience in some other field, many of them having been with telephone companies. A man who thoroughly understands electricity will soon adapt himself to this new field of work. A general education is always an aid, and particularly so here, where it will be necessary to do considerable reading to keep pace with new improvements and developments in these appliances. Where and what education will be given? The re-education classes for training starting and lighting specialists will be given in about the same type of schools as for repair shop men. It may also be advisable to train men in service or manufacturing shops. The content of the course will cover the field of both theory and practice in studying and working on motors, generators, and lighting systems. That a man is fully qualified to go into a permanent position will necessarily be shown by his ability to do the work. The time required to finish the course will depend upon his previous experience and training, but it will probably be from 4 to 6 months. After the training, the demand for skilled specialists is increasing in all parts of the country. This is true of any specialist in automobile maintenance and service. Permanent positions will be available in all large establishments, and men employed in the smaller shops will be prepared to handle other automobile work. The hours of employment will vary from 9 hours in large city shops to 10 or 12 hours in a shop owned by the mechanic. The prevailing wage for this work will be about 60 cents per hour. Employment will no doubt be very stable both for the present and the future. There is a lack of skilled specialists now, and with the increased use of trucks and automobiles, the demand will grow. The work can be done in a good, light, dry shop which will not be detrimental to health. Because of the character of the work, safety appliances are not necessary, and danger from accidents of any kind is very small. The same opportunity is open to these men for advancement and success as to the repair shop mechanic. They can become foremen, managers, or owners of service and maintenance shops. Plan No. 1153. Automobile ignition service occupation. The ignition system is usually made up of certain electrical devices, which probably give more trouble to the auto man and require more expert attention than all the other parts on the automobile. To be able to diagnose a case and submit a remedy for ignition troubles, it is necessary to be thoroughly familiar with the principles of ignition and to understand how these ignition systems are operated and maintained. Ignition primarily means igniting the gas in the cylinders of an engine by means of an electric spark as the gas mixture is compressed. An ignition expert should first of all have a practical knowledge of electricity, know the meaning of electrical terms and the method of generation and transmission of electric current. Of the two systems of ignition, high and low tension, the high tension system is now in use in nearly all makes of motor cars. The low tension system was formerly used to a great extent on boat engines and is used now to some extent on stationary engines. The ignition mechanic deals with the testing, adjustment, and maintenance of current supply, vibrators, coils, commutators and timers, contact breakers, spark plugs, condensers, distributors, magnetos, and connectors. He must be thoroughly familiar with wiring systems and their connections. Spark plugs will have to be cleaned, adjusted, and repaired, as will the vibrators when they are used. Ignition timing to ensure ignition at the right time requires special attention. The care, installation, and maintenance of magnetos, which brings in the proper firing order of the engine, care of the distributor, and attention to connections, is one part of the ignition expert's task. The field of ignition trouble may be covered under three heads. 1. Failure of current supply. 2. Short circuits or grounds. 3. Failure of ignition devices. To keep the ignition system in good working order, it is necessary to locate trouble and make repairs as indicated. Tools and equipment. Because of the many small and complex parts ignition systems require delicate attention. This involves the use of small hand tools only, such as will be used by the electric starting and lighting experts. Although it will be necessary to make certain repairs to broken and worn parts, it is customary to replace with new parts. Disabilities. The work of the ignition expert is very much like the work of the electric starting and lighting expert. Bench repairs to magnetos and other devices can be made by a man whose disability requires him to sit. The work is not strenuous and consequently could be done by men with lung disease, hernia, and abdominal troubles, except where it is necessary to stoop or bend over the job, as would be necessary in testing for trouble and making connections in the installed system. Because of the delicate work, a mechanic's eyesight must be good. But poor hearing would not debar a man from this occupation. It is quite necessary for the workman to have good use of his hands and fingers. Previous training and experience. The same training and experience helpful to the electric starting and lighting expert would aid the man in training for ignition work. A man who has been employed previous to army service in any electric work, such as telephone and telegraph installation and maintenance, or the making of electric motors and devices, would have acquired electrical experience which would be of great help to him in this work. Where and what education will be given. The classes for ignition mechanics will be carried on in both schools and shops. The time will probably be divided between theory and shop practice. The proper equipment and practical jobs will be available for teaching the man to do the work. The cost will be from 4 to 6 months in length for about 7 hours per day for 5 days in the week. Instruction will include all problems requiring attention of the commercial ignition shop. After the training, the demand for the ignition expert is equally as great as for any other automobile specialist. His services are required in garages and service stations, as well as in assembly plants, and in the driving and operation of motor cars and trucks. The hours of employment are the same as in other auto repair shops, usually 8 hours per day for union shops, and longer in small unorganized shops and where the mechanic owns his business. The prevailing wage is 60 cents per hour, although this may vary from 30 cents to 75 cents per hour, depending upon labor conditions and methods of employment. It is probable that ignition experts will be employed only in the larger places, but it is necessary to have expert ignition service in any shop. This is in small shops usually taken care of by the repair shop mechanic who has a general knowledge of the automobile maintenance and service. Employment for the trained man will be stable. Ordinarily only the better class of mechanics, those with special training, are retained during the winter season when the overhauling of cars is done. The rush season from spring to fall gives employment to a number of roustabouts or helpers, but these floaters require no special training. Promotion and success will depend largely upon the ability of the mechanic, but it is possible for him to advance to positions of responsibility. Carrying increase of wages. The field is large and skilled mechanics are scarce, thus making it possible for the trained man to find suitable employment and to make changes for promotion. Plan No. 1154. Storage battery repairman occupation. The sources of electricity for ignition, starting, lighting, warmers, horn, shifting gears, and application of brakes in some instances are the generators and battery. They must furnish the power. The generator produces electricity only while the engine is running, and the demands on it are comparatively light and simple. The battery must furnish power to crank the engine, to light the car, operate the horn and other electrical devices when the generator is not in motion. It is without doubt one of the most essential and necessary parts of the automobile. To be a thorough master of battery problems, a knowledge of both electricity and chemistry is necessary. A general knowledge of batteries includes the method of construction and the materials used in the manufacture of batteries. Chemistry deals with the actions producing electricity and aids in determining the reasons and remedy for trouble. The expert must know what happens in a battery standing idle, just what takes place in the charging and discharging, and what determines the capacity of batteries. A knowledge of battery diseases will help a man very materially in the proper diagnosis of battery trouble. The shop work of the battery man includes caring for, charging, lead burning, and rebuilding batteries. Caring for batteries includes keeping the plates covered with distilled water, brushing dirt and dust from the top, keeping cables and connections tight, cleaning battery terminals and connections, and carefully inspecting and testing it frequently. Charging consists, figuratively, in feeding it electricity, which when digested gives it energy. It is necessary for the battery man to be thoroughly familiar with the charging apparatus and able to operate it successfully. Lead burning is a process of melting together the plates and straps or posts and top connectors and terminals with a special lead burning outfit. In rebuilding a battery, it is first charged, then opened and torn down, after which the plates are repaired or replaced, assembled with the proper separators, replaced in the jars, and then carried through the charging process. The covers are next put on and sealed. Tools and equipment. The room for battery work should have a flaw such as tile or brick, not easily affected by acid. The equipment ordinarily includes workbenches, vises, a lead burning outfit, water supply, charging benches and equipment, shelves and stoves. Proper tools including brushes, scrapers, pliers, nippers, files, hydrometers, putty knife, wrenches, brace and bit, stock drills, center punches, hacksaws, kettles, ladles, jars, screwdrivers. Materials and other hand tools are provided. The work is practically all hand work and consequently requires hand tools. Disabilities battery work requires the use of 2 hands. The loss of 3 fingers from one hand would not seriously impair efficiency if some grip with the remaining finger and thumb is retained. In the use of pliers, screwdrivers, brace and bits, and other tools, it is necessary to hold them firmly. Hearing is not particularly essential, but good eyesight is necessary. Stooping, bending, and lifting the weight of a battery would not affect men with slight hernia and abdominal trouble. A man with artificial legs should be able to do the work if he can get around without great difficulty. Danger from lead poisoning and acid burns and fumes is prevalent in battery work, but occurs only through carelessness. A man with any skin or lung diseases or wounds probably should not undertake this work. Gloves are worn in handling lead, but they will not protect against skin wounds. The eyes may be injured by lead and acid, but by wearing goggles this can be avoided. A man with any open wounds should not enter battery service work. Special appliances. No special appliances can be arranged satisfactorily to handle the tools and equipment, although stools can be provided for the man who is required to sit. Previous education and experience, a knowledge of chemistry and work in a chemical laboratory will help a man to become a battery expert. Experience in battery construction and in the care of starting and lighting batteries will also be an excellent start, as would experience as a helper in a battery service station. Where and what re-education will be given to a large extent, the instruction in battery work will be carried on in a service station where equipment is available. A school shop properly equipped will also be made use of. The course will contain the elements and fundamentals of battery maintenance and service. The length of the course will be from 4 to 6 months. After the training, permanent positions as battery experts will be open in battery service stations. The knowledge will also be necessary for the man who proposes to set up a shop of his own. It is a general condition that battery work be done in an independent and separate shop rather than in a general repair shop. The hours of employment will not vary from those already given for other types of maintenance and service work, and the wage will also be about the same. In cities and towns of 5,000 or over, there will be found work enough for 1 or more battery stations employing 2 or more men. Employment will invariably be stable for the highly skilled battery expert. Opportunity for promotion and success will depend upon the man, but there is great demand for expert service, and there is a good field in many places for the establishment of service stations. Future prospects are exceedingly good due to the large increase in the use of storage batteries. It is also true that the average automobile driver and owner is waking up to the fact that the battery must have special care and repair to keep it in good working shape. Plan No. 1155. Tire repairing. The occupation, the repair of automobile tires, including casings and tubes, is almost invariably assigned to a specialist, although many of the minor repairs, such as patching tubes, are done by owners or amateur repairers. Tires are probably the most delicate and the most misunderstood part of the car, as well as being the part receiving the hardest use. To secure the greatest mileage and the least trouble from tires, they must receive proper treatment and have the attention of a specialist when trouble develops. The tire repairman should have a knowledge of tire construction and be well versed in tire troubles and their causes in order to make proper diagnoses of the cases. This knowledge is necessary also in making adjustments on tire mileage, which is, in connection with the tire sales agency, a business very often established as an adjunct to the repair business. The shop work of the repairman deals with casing troubles from punctures, blowouts, rim cuts, blisters, stone bruises, and with the preparation of the tire for repairing, relining, retreading, and vulcanizing. Tubes have to be patched, spliced, and vulcanized. Valves in the tube stem will often cause trouble by leaking, but can be remedied by replacing with new valves. Sand blisters can be cured by opening the blister with a sharp knife, cleaning out the dirt, and filling the hole with a self-curing rubber filler. A blowout caused by a weak place in the casing, usually due to a sand blister or stone bruise, can be remedied by the inside method or a combination inside and outside method. Both methods consist in removing layers of fabric and applying fabric patches. When the outside has been properly built up with fabric and the chafing strips applied, the cushion gum unit can be applied and the whole casing then placed in a sectional mold, where heat applied to both the inside and out will cure the job. Rim cuts are repaired in a similar way. Retreading is done by first cleaning down to the carcase and applying coats of vulcanizing cement upon which the tread can be built up and vulcanized. Reliners are vulcanized to the inside of a casing to take care of inside fabric breaks. The work on the inner tube consists in patching to cover small holes, cuts, pinched tubes, and minor injuries. Vulcanizing, which should be done on large patches, is also the best remedy for any repair. It is done by first cleaning the hole, preparing the patch, and placing and vulcanizing. Inserting new sections or splicing tubes is done by removing the damaged section, inserting a new one, and vulcanizing, one splice being made at a time. Tools and equipment. The equipment of a tire repair shop contains vulcanizers of many sizes which apply the heat through the use of gasoline, steam, or electricity. Vulcanizing molds which are made to fit the tire are necessary for applying casing patches. Vulcanizing kettles, sidewall and retreading vulcanizers, benches, vises, and holding forms are also to be found. The small tools required include flat and concave rollers, awls, stickers, rubber knives, large shears, wire brushes. Tread gauges, fabric knives, pliers, scrapers, tread chisels, and cement brushes. Splicing mandrels, tri-squares, tweezers, rules, spreaders, and other devices and tools may be found in the equipment. Disabilities. The work in a repair shop is not very strenuous, although it requires careful attention and speed. It is necessary that the man have the use of both hands and be able to see his work clearly. Deafness will not interfere to any great extent with his success. Lifting, stooping, or bending, while necessary to a small degree, is not common. The weight of a tire is the heaviest weight to handle around the shop. There is little danger from poisoning or injury to skin, except as infection may be brought in with dirt on the tires. A man with leg disabilities will certainly not be debarred from this occupation if he can get around without great difficulty. It is possible to do some of the work while seated. A man having lost the use of certain neck movements would be able to handle tire repair work. Previous education and experience, a general education, will be of much help in handling the business end of the shop, while technical knowledge of automobile tires will be a good basis for repairing. Experience in a tire manufacturing plant or rubber industry and in a repair shop as a helper will be very valuable to a man entering this field. Where and what re-education will be given. Classes for tire repairmen will be carried on in schools where equipment is available, but probably to a large extent in the commercial repair shop where actual working conditions exist. Both full-time and part-time schemes may be used. The cost will include practical work on all kinds of repair jobs. Tires will be studied to help a man to determine the cause and remedy of tire trouble and to make adjustments. The time necessary to qualify as an expert tire repairman will be from 4 to 6 months. After the training, employment in tire repair shops for skilled man will be easily found. The field is large and shops are required in nearly every village, town, and city. With the increased use of cars, the year-round will come increased demand for tire repair service and hence year-round employment for the tire specialist. The daily hours of work will be from 8 to 10, depending upon local conditions. The wage of the skilled workman will be about 60 cents per hour, but a man owning his business can make it more profitable. Opportunity for promotion will come through increase of the man's own business or through advancement to the position of foreman or manager in a large shop. Plan No. 1156. Automobile and truck drivers. The occupation. Chauffeurs and motor truck drivers are employed to drive cars and keep them in good running condition. It is very essential that anyone operating a car shall know its construction and the function that each part performs. He should know how to care for the machine and how to make minor adjustments. Lubrication of all parts properly at regular intervals is an important task of the driver. The location of trouble and the detection of its cause and remedy is even more important than driving upon the highway. The operation of the car includes starting and stopping the engine, starting and stopping the car, and driving. One of the first things to know is how to stop the car. The use of the emergency and service brakes, as well as braking with the engine, requires considerable skill and experience. Cranking and starting apparatus must be understood if it is to be used with ease and without injury. Skill in shifting gears and in controlling the car is attained by experience. A good driver must have a knowledge of road regulations and precautions, and must also be familiar with city ordinances in regard to the driving and parking of automobiles. He must be cautious, able to see danger and to avoid it. Tools and equipment. An automobile should always be equipped with a complete set of tools for making repairs and adjustments. A tire repair outfit is a valuable addition to the driver's equipment. The tools and equipment are of the portable type, easy to manipulate and convenient to carry around. Disabilities. A chauffeur or truck driver should have good eyesight and be able to hear distinctly. It is necessary to locate trouble and remedy it by seeing or hearing. Danger is averted by carefully watching the road and things likely to interfere with travel, and also by listening for approaching trains and cars. A man in this employment should have 2 hands, although he might have lost some of his fingers. It is also well for him to have the free use of his arms and legs. A man with leg amputation below the knee would be able to operate the brakes, clutch, and accelerator without difficulty. Lung diseases and wounds, hernia, and abdominal trouble would not debar a man from work of this kind. It is necessary that he be able to have the full use of his neck and head. A man suffering from shell shock, who is subject to nervousness, loss of memory, or inability to control his actions, should not be employed as a chauffeur. Appliances: a man so disabled that he must have special devices or appliances to operate an automobile should not enter the occupation. Artificial legs which can be properly controlled would not, however, debar him. Previous training and experience: a man who has had experience in operating or repairing automobiles, motor boats, motorcycles, or gas engines will have some knowledge necessary for chauffeurs and motor truck drivers. A man with ability along mechanical lines and training, also enabling him to learn the principles of motor car operation and care readily, will have a good foundation for this occupation. Where and what re-education will be given: classes for motor car care and operation will be conducted very largely in schools having the necessary space and facilities for work. Instruction will include classroom instruction and study, shop repair work, and driving. Operation instruction will be conducted on the road. The cost will be arranged to prepare a man adequately for successful motor car care and operation. He will have an opportunity to come in contact with all problems usually confronted by the automobile and truck driver. It will require from 2 to 4 months to complete the course, depending upon the man's previous experience and ability. After the training, good automobile and truck drivers are in demand. It has been predicted that many of the truck drivers now in government service will take positions of that type after the war. This condition would probably cause an excess of men for this work, and it is well to say that the men who have the best training and qualifications will ordinarily secure the positions. The hours of employment will depend upon the man's position, but usually the time is 8 to 12 hours per day. Drivers of pleasure cars are employed for a greater number of hours usually, but much of the time while on duty they are idle. Men in these jobs are paid at the rate of $10 to $35 per week. Work as driver of light or heavy trucks and pleasure cars is available in nearly all towns and cities. Employment is stable, except for the fact that the cars may be out of use during the season of snow. The work is healthful, inasmuch as the men are out in the air most of the time. Severe weather may cause inconvenience and hardship to some people. There is very little opportunity for promotion, except that gained through changing jobs. Plan No. 1157. Concrete Construction and Cement Manufacture Acknowledgement. This monograph was prepared by J.R. Curtis of the Portland Cement Association, under direction of Charles H. Winslow, Chief of the Research Division of the Federal Board for Vocational Education. Acknowledgement is due to Dr. John Cummings of the Research Division for editorial assistance. Development in the field of concrete construction during the past 2 decades has been little short of marvelous. This increase may be accredited to the wide variety of uses to which concrete may be put, and to the demand on the part of the American public for construction that is permanent, reasonable in cost, and fireproof. The concrete industry has brought into the field of labor a new type of skilled workmen, and its varied phases each call for men with distinct, definite training. Indications point to a greatly increased demand for men in this line of industrial activity. If the increase in the production of Portland cement during the last few years is reviewed, one can easily see the constantly increasing importance with which concrete construction is being regarded. The shipments of cement leaped from 8 million barrels in 1900 to 92 million in 1917. A vivid imagination will not be needed to picture a still greater and wider field for its use in the future. With the cessation of hostilities, new construction work of many kinds is being planned in every section of the country. Millions of dollars will be spent for new buildings, highways, bridges, and various other types of public and private improvements. There will be a demand for trained workmen which will probably tax every effort to supply. A large percentage of the occupations in this line of work can be filled efficiently by men who have suffered some disability in the service of their country. The handicap in the loss of a leg or an arm on the battlefields of France can be overcome with the aid of a made-in-America leg or arm, fitting the wearer to fill efficiently many occupations in the concrete industry. A careful study has been made of the limitations imposed by various injuries. There are many cases on record where injured men have overcome all handicaps and have made good in positions which from the survey of the re-educationist appeared quite impossible. Many instances have come to light which show that the statement, "a handicap is merely a state of mind," holds true for a great variety of cases. The wage question is no doubt one of the first which arises in your mind. It is natural that one should ask, what wages or salary does this job pay, and what are the chances for advancement? In a review of the wages of men engaged in concrete construction as compared with the men engaged in other lines of construction work, this fact was noted, that although in 1913 the average wage for the concrete worker was somewhat lower, during the year 1916 wages for concrete workers advanced 60%, while for workers in the other line the advance was only 20%. For the man with training in this work, the salary will average near $150 per month. As regards opportunities for advancement, few other lines of activity seem to hold forth comparable opportunities, when it is considered that a large proportion of competent workers eventually become partners or managing owners in contracting concerns, while the demand for construction superintendents is usually greater than the supply. For convenience, concrete work employments may be classified in three distinct groups, namely, 1. Structural group, including the building of reinforced concrete structures, ships, bridges, dams, retaining walls, and a multitude of small structures. 2. Roads and highway group, including the construction of concrete roads and highways, pavements, and alleys. 3. Products plant group, including the making of blocks, brick, tile, sewer and pressure pipe, and ornamental trim work. Plan No. 1158, Structural Group Engineer or Architect. In large structural work, the man in charge is usually a civil engineer or an architect, who is specialized during his course of training in structural or reinforced concrete engineering. He is the designer or the creator of the proposed structure. Before any work is done, he must picture in his mind the finished product in every detail of its construction. He must be able to design and lay out the plans for the work in its entirety. He must be familiar with the cost of labor and materials, in order that he may know when the contractor is placing a fair price upon the construction. He must know the building laws and codes in any part of the country in which he may be working. He should have business training and experience, as practically all his associations will be with businessmen, and he must be able to talk intelligently and in business terms to them. A large percentage of his time will be spent in the office or designing room. His training is received in one of two ways, namely, by full-time course of training in the civil engineering department of a university or college, or by part-time study in a technical school. Many schools of this last-named type are now giving evening work, which enables young men to attain the degree of a civil engineer or architectural engineer while working. Thus, a man who is working during the day may increase his efficiency and attain the same end as his brother, who has been more fortunate in that he has received a full 4 years' training. To reach the position of engineer-architect, the training described above is an absolute necessity. As a usual thing, a civil engineer who has just completed his course starts work in the capacity of draftsman, foreman, inspector, or assistant superintendent, and as he gains in experience is given more responsible positions. His wages range from approximately $100 at the start to $400 or $500 per month as he gains in efficiency and experience. Often, after gaining experience, an engineer will establish a clientage and gradually work up a business of his own. This is a goal toward which to strive, as it means greater independence and a larger income. His services are in demand in every part of the country the year round. Plan No. 1159. Inspector. After designing a structure, the engineer lets the job of constructing to a contracting firm. He places as his representative on the job an inspector whose duty it is to see that the engineer's plans and specifications are properly carried out. The duties of an inspector are not difficult, but it takes a man with diplomacy and consideration, yet one who is sufficiently firm to safeguard his employer's interests and make sure that every part of the work is performed in a thoroughly acceptable manner. It goes without saying that he must be acquainted with every feature of the construction work as planned by the engineer. His training is practically the same as that of the engineer or architect. However, it is possible for a man who cannot complete his entire training at one time to accept a position as inspector and gain some very valuable experience in this way. There are also men who work up from the ranks to this position. The demand for his services is greatest in connection with large industrial and public projects and in the general construction work in cities. His wages range from $100 to $200 per month. Plan No. 1160. Contractor. The contractor or firm of contractors are equipped to handle the construction work. At such a time as the engineer or architect has his plans completed, he advertises among the contractors for bids on the construction according to his plans. As a rule, the responsible firm making the lowest bid gets the job. Plan No. 1161. Superintendent. The first thing the contractor does after accepting the job is to select a superintendent of construction. Superintendents are usually engineers who have grown up in the service of the firm. The successful superintendent must have resourcefulness, technical knowledge, tact, energy, honesty, and judgment. He must have a personality which drives to activity several hundred originally unorganized men who are without special interest in the company they work for or in the results accomplished. And with tact and judgment, he must weld them into a unified working organization, cheerful and self-respecting, with a high morale, and finally with enthusiasm for the work at hand. He must be able to build in full size with permanent materials, a structure the design of which troubled the engineer or architect to show clearly on paper. He must be honest, since his company must leave their reputation in his hands and trust him with funds. He must, through attention and experience, be so trained that dangerous operations are carried on as a matter of routine without worry either to himself or his company. He must have ability to foresee and provide for the problems which are perhaps to come up months later. He should have his temper continually under control, even under the most provoking circumstances. He should have as much pride in the structure he is erecting as the engineer who designed it. He must be able to handle labor and cope with the various labor problems that may arise. His training is practically the same as that of the engineer or inspector, but he has been fitted by experience for the position of superintendent. He may have served in various capacities with the same contracting firm or with other firms. In some cases, men with extraordinary ability have worked up from the ranks by hard work and home study or night school training. The salary of the superintendent varies in different localities and upon different jobs. It usually ranges from $150 per month upward. Plan No. 1162. Assistant superintendent. On the larger jobs, the superintendent has an assistant. His duties are dependent largely upon the man under whose direction he may be working. From a study of the duties and qualifications of the superintendent, an idea may be gained of the nature of the assistant's work. The educational requirements are the same as those for the superintendent, but his responsibility is less, and therefore as great and varied experience is not required. The opportunity for his services depends upon the number of large jobs under construction. His salary usually ranges from $100 to $200 per month. Plan No. 1163. Timekeeper. On all large jobs, a timekeeper has a position of responsibility. His duties are clerical in nature. In fact, he might be called the superintendent's clerical assistant. As his name implies, he is keeper of the time of the men, and each day checks up the men on the job in order that no mistakes may be made in figuring their time. He handles a large amount of clerical work in connection with the payroll, and may also be called upon to do other work in connection with construction. He must be a man who is absolutely honest and trustworthy. He has a wonderful opportunity for observation and study of construction operations, and can by application and study advance to a position of greater responsibility and trust. His wage varies somewhat and is dependent on the amount of responsibility placed upon him and of work required of him. Experience is of secondary importance. Plan No. 1164. Foreman on a large job. There will be several foremen, usually a general foreman, a concrete foreman, foreman of reinforcing placing, and a carpenter foreman. First and most important, a foreman must be able to handle men. His duties are more than just to hire and fire. He must be acquainted with the problems of his men and spend some time studying their viewpoint of all questions in which they may be interested. As he is ofttimes a man who has advanced from the ranks by hard work, study, and superior ability, he will be acquainted with the men's side of the various labor questions. However, he must be fair-minded and not see the viewpoint of the men alone, but must regard that also of his employer. He must be able to weigh carefully any situation and to make a fair and just decision. He must be able to read designs and put them into operation. He may not be called upon to perform actual mechanical operations, but he must be able to tell and to show his men how the work is done. He is, in fact, the superintendent's right-hand man on the particular portion of the work which has been assigned to him. All of his time will be spent out in the open upon the job. Wherever there are concreting operations in progress, there you will find him. The general foreman has active charge of all operations. The other foremen, as a rule, come directly under his jurisdiction. The concrete foreman has charge of all concreting operations. The reinforcing foreman has charge of the placing all reinforcing, and the carpenter foreman has charge of the building of the forms and erecting of all staging and hoist towers necessary for carrying on the concreting operations. Generally speaking, the foremen gain their training from experience and study. Night schools have been started in some of the cities of the country, which are giving courses in concrete work, particularly for the man who is anxious to better his position. Plan No. 1165. Finishes the repairing of imperfections in the concrete surfaces, and the finishing or floating of flat surfaces requires the work of the finisher. He must possess manual dexterity so that he can handle a float skillfully, and must know when a surface has been worked sufficiently. Skill is also required in pointing up or repairing imperfections in surface from which forms have been removed. His wages range from 50 to 60 cents per hour. His training is received on the job. Plan No. 1166. Mixer operator. Several things are required of a mixer operator. First, he must have some mechanical skill and be able to handle and to take care of a steam or gas engine or an electric motor. He should be able to repair the mixer in case of a breakdown. He must also know something of proportioning and of consistencies required for different mixtures and under different conditions. Wherever any considerable amount of concreting is done, the services of a mixer operator are required. The wages are practically the same as for finishers. His training is gained through experience on the job. Plan No. 1167. Form builders are carpenters and must have the experience and training required in that trade. Plan No. 1168. Reinforcing places are very often laborers under the direction of a skilled foreman. Their duties are to place the reinforcing steel according to the specifications prepared by the engineer. In some of the larger cities, the Structural Steel Workers Union requires that all placing of reinforcing be done by men from their union. The wages vary according to locality. Very little training or experience is necessary. Plan No. 1169. Rural contractors comprise a very numerous group, handling concrete jobs in the smaller cities and towns throughout the country, endowed with an ordinary amount of business judgment. The rural contractor usually becomes a well-to-do businessman. He usually acts as his own superintendent, directing his jobs personally. The average rural contractor is independent and commands the respect of the businessmen of his community. His income is variable but always affords a good living if his business is well managed. His income is often comparable with that of the larger merchants in the community. Road and Highway Group. A large number of the occupations in this division are analogous to the positions in the Structural Division. Plan No. 1170. Engineer. On practically all public highways, the outlining of the plans and specifications are left to the county or state highway engineer. His course of technical training should include specialized work in highway engineering. He must be thoroughly reliable and of unquestionable integrity, as his judgment in matters pertaining to the construction of highways and roads must be faultless. Only recently the states of Illinois and Pennsylvania voted enormous bond issues to be used in the construction of permanent hard-surfaced roads. Many other states are planning to appropriate huge sums for the same purpose. Never before has the opportunity for the highway engineer been so great. The training required and the salary paid are very similar to those of the structural engineer. Plan No. 1171. Inspector. As in structural work, the building of highways is usually let to a contractor, and the engineer places an inspector as his representative on the job. The duties of the inspector are practically the same as upon structural work. Plan No. 1172. Superintendent. In a general way, all that has been said regarding a superintendent of structural work applies to the superintendent of highway work. He should understand how the grading in preparation for the building of roads should be done and be able to carry on the construction of the road efficiently, with as little delay and as economically as possible. Plan No. 1173. Foreman. The foreman on road work has usually been trained in the school of experience and has learned the various requirements of good concrete road building. He has shown by hard work and superior ability that he is able to handle the position of foreman of the highway building gang. In a general way, his requirements are the same as heretofore mentioned. Plan No. 1174. Mixer operator, finisher, reinforcing placer. The requirements are the same as in structural work. Plan No. 1175. Foam setter. Before it is possible to place any concrete, it is necessary to build side rails to contain the concrete. This work is done by foam setters. No special training is required. Products Group. The making of various concrete products is a field which is increasing in importance. The construction of block, brick, tile, sewer and pressure pipe, silo staves, ornamental trim, structural units, lamp posts, fence posts, telephone and telegraph poles, burial vaults, kitchen sinks, bath and laundry tubs, garden furniture, roofing and floor tile, cribbing fences, columns and grindstones are included in this group. The concrete products industry is coming into a position of dignity and importance. The day of the incompetent man is passing, and his product, the pasty-looking, porous cement block, is giving way to the real concrete unit, structurally sound and architecturally beautiful. The factory-made concrete block of quality has made its way against the prejudice created by inferior products and against a conservatism which requires a new material to prove beyond any possibility of doubt its superiority to materials with which builders are acquainted. Concrete units have suffered through the ignorance which has placed them upon the market as substitutes and imitations rather than as products of a material having its own distinctive qualities and characteristic charm. The development of concrete stone manufacture depends upon the possibility of the market, skillful workmanship, economical operation, and competent management. Upon the utilization of the best available materials and equipment in preference to makeshifts and clumsy manual labor. It depends on artistic perception and also upon the appreciation of public demands. This line of work presents a wonderful opportunity for the man who desires to eventually go into business for himself. The amount of capital required for the start is comparatively small, however. Before entering this line of business, a very careful study should be made of the management, manufacture, and marketing of concrete products. Plan No. 1176. Manager. In large plants, a manager is employed by the operating company, but in smaller plants, the proprietor usually acts as manager. The man who undertakes the management of an enterprise of this kind should understand business principles and have training and experience in business life. He must be familiar with the requirements of the product which he is manufacturing. He he should not attempt to manufacture too large a line of products, but should specialize according to the demands of the locality in which he is situated. Plan No. 1177. The foreman is in active charge of the manufacturing of the products and has direct charge of the labor employed. The requirements for his position are the same as have already been mentioned for a foreman. Plan No. 1178. Machine operators. A large percentage of concrete products are manufactured in specially designed machines which require some skill in operating. The operator must know the machine thoroughly. His training is gained by experience. Plan No. 1179. Modeler. If ornamental work is undertaken, the services of a modeler are absolutely necessary. To produce products artistic in design requires the services of a man trained in an art school. From a clay model. Molds of plaster or glue are made in which the concrete is poured. Most of the modeler's work is done indoors, usually in a well-lighted studio. His salary is variable and dependent upon his ability. Demand for his services is not very general at the present, but the occupation holds many very promising allurements for the man who has ability. Plan No. 1180. Pattern maker. In some cases, it is necessary to make wooden forms for ornamental trim work. The making of these forms requires the services of a pattern maker. The requirements and qualifications for this position have been discussed in other monographs. Plan No. 1181. Plaster and glue mold maker. It is the work of a plaster and glue mold maker to take the model which has been designed and make a plaster or glue mold in which the concrete will be placed. His experience and training is gained by actual work with the material, either in the shop or in the school. This occupation requires considerable mechanical ability. In smaller plants, the modeling and mold making are frequently done by one man. Miscellaneous. Each one of the various groups which have been mentioned requires an office force, and commonly in the case of the concrete products group salesmen are employed. Re-education to the man who has been disabled, some place in the field of concrete construction activities, may present a life work which has a future both big and bright. The work is vitally interesting and alive. If you have the determination and ability, the way is clear to assume almost any of the responsible positions reviewed in this monograph. Do not expect to step from the hospital or from the vocational institution into the highest position. The minor jobs are stepping stones to the bigger ones. Make up your mind that you will attain the highest possible position in that phase of the construction industry in which you are engaged, and by diligent application, you will ultimately reach this goal. The industry is large, and there are opportunities for everyone to whom the doing of big things appeals. Talk with the re-educational expert with whom you should in any case get acquainted, and learn of schools near your home that are giving instruction in the various phases of concrete construction. Plan No. 1182. Cement manufacture. With the increase in construction activities, the demand upon the manufacturers of Portland cement becomes greater. However, the manufacture of this product does not present as large an opportunity to you as does the field of concrete construction. In the actual manufacture of this product, there are few positions which make a direct appeal. However, in the laboratories which are maintained by all manufacturing companies, there is an opportunity for you if you are interested in chemistry or physics. Elaborate tests, both chemical and physical, are made of this product. If you have had training in chemical engineering, here is an opportunity for you to get into work which is interesting, of which the future is assured. If you have not had the training, the chemical engineering departments of our colleges present the opportunity for study and research work. If your mind is made up to enter the cement testing laboratory, specialize on this subject while taking your course of training. Plan No. 1183. The LAW as a vocation acknowledgement for the material of this monograph, the Federal Board for Vocational Education is indebted to the Vocation Bureau, Boston, through its publication The Law as a Vocation, of which this pamphlet is largely an abstract. The monograph was prepared by Dr. H. L. Smith under the direction of Charles H. Winslow, Chief of the Research Division of the Federal Board. Acknowledgement is due to Dr. John Cummings of the Research Division for editorial assistance. Are you thinking of becoming a lawyer? If you are and have not yet made up your mind, you will want to read this pamphlet because it tells what the leading men in the profession of law say about law as a vocation. It tells you the answers that these men give to questions that are in your mind. If you are thinking of entering the profession of law, you want to know the answers to these questions. 1. What kind of work should I have to do as a lawyer? 2. What personal characteristics should I possess to be successful as a lawyer? 3. How much general education ought I to have as a basis for a course in law? 4. What specific training should I need if I decide to become a lawyer, and how long would it take? 5. How should I be admitted to the bar? 6. What income may I reasonably expect to earn if I am successful in practice? 7. What are some other rewards to a lawyer in addition to the earnings from practice? 8. How many years would it take me to establish myself in practice? 9. How great a need is there for lawyers? 10. How much will it cost me to get an education suitable for the practice of law? What kind of work should I have to do as a lawyer? The work of the law is to establish rights, satisfy claims, protect the innocent against wrongdoers, secure convictions for the guilty, and to maintain a cause in the face of all forms of opposition and misrepresentation. 3535 The Law as a Vocation, p. 68, Vocation Bureau, Boston, Mass. The profession of law, therefore, is a profession of action rather than inaction, of fighting for a cause. In this fight, the lawyer finds his work in two rather distinct fields: office practice and court practice. Office practice, again, subdivides itself into practice of a public nature and practice of a private nature. Office practice of a private nature consists very largely in the examination of titles to property, the drafting of legal papers such as deeds and contracts, the acting as trustee or guardian, the collection of accounts, and the giving of general legal advice. In the office practice of a public nature, the lawyer acts as public administrator, referee in bankruptcy proceedings, auditor of public accounts, etc. In the field of court practice, the lawyer deals with criminal cases, damage suits, etc. It is in this field that there is the greatest nervous strain, but at the same time the greatest opportunity for building up a wide reputation. In court practice, an attorney conducting a case usually consults other lawyers and has their aid and counsel as associates in the case. Both in office and court practice, lawyers usually become notaries or justices for the convenience of clients in the acknowledgement of deeds, the making of affidavits, etc. Classified on a still different basis, the principal fields of practice in law are 5 in number. Any lawyer would usually have the bulk of his practice in one of these 5 fields, acting in one of the following capacities: general practitioner, criminal lawyer, tort lawyer, real estate lawyer, patent lawyer. All but the first of these represent specialized fields. The general practitioner performs various kinds of legal services, any kind in fact that may be called for in the community in which he lives. The criminal lawyer limits his practice chiefly to work in criminal courts and deals with offenses that have been committed against society. The tort lawyer deals with damage suits. The work of the tort lawyer is often divided into 2 fields, that of the plaintiff lawyer and that of the defendant lawyer. The plaintiff lawyer does work for those parties who are claiming damage. The defendant lawyer does work for those individuals or organizations that are sued for damage. Generally, the defendant lawyer serves a liability or insurance company, corporation, or other employer. The real estate lawyer is engaged largely in examining titles and in acting as trustee and thus holding funds for investment. His work naturally brings him in close touch with both the buying and the selling end of the real estate business, so that he usually himself engages to some extent in that business. The patent lawyer assists in getting patents from the national government and in acting as an attorney in patent cases. The following quotation affords a description of the work of a lawyer from another point of view. The lawyer spends a part of his time in studying law, reading statutes, decisions, reports, and treatises. The printed decisions in various states range from 1 to 18 or 20 volumes a year. With these and other legal material, the lawyer is bound to have some acquaintance. Furthermore, the lawyer spends part of his time studying miscellaneous topics which become the subject of litigation, such as street paving, the coal business, the chemistry of wallpaper, and so on. Every science may have something to say to the lawyer. Part of his time is spent in consultation with his clients, first of all to ascertain the facts of their cases, and afterwards to explain to them their rights on the facts. He also spends time in writing letters and doing sundry business incidental to giving advice to his clients. This work for the client branches out into a search for missing witnesses, examination of records of deeds to discover the ownership of real estate, the perusal of the account books of a client to find out the balance of a claim or similar investigation. Furthermore, part of his time is spent in writing of pleadings and briefs. The pleadings are the statement of claim or defense made by him to the court. The briefs are his written arguments of law giving the legal reasons why the law favors his client's case. Finally, he spends much of his time in arguments to the judge and jury and in the examination of witnesses and other proceedings in court. Here, as in all occupations, 9/10 of the work is what may be called routine work or even drudgery. This cannot be escaped. The lawyer does not spend his time in preparing and delivering eloquent orations. As in other occupations, the really interesting work, full of perpetual zest, is usually a small part of the whole. 3636 The Law as a Vocation, pp. 24-25, Vocation Bureau, Boston, Mass. What personal characteristics should I possess to be successful as a lawyer? The answer to the first part of this question is best given in the following quotation. Certain personal qualities are fundamental for success in the law, others, though of high value, are secondary. The fundamental qualities are as follows. 1. Moral integrity. Worthy of the trust often involved in handling the property and other interests of clients, or able to withstand inducements to unprofessional conduct. This involves intellectual honesty. 2. Persistence, to carry on to completion any piece of work undertaken. This means unlimited capacity for hard work. 3. Sound judgment, to take a right and well-informed attitude in questions involving law and facts. 4. Self-confidence. A belief in one's ability successfully to handle a task when once entered into. 5. Concentration, power to bring all one's thought and activities to bear on a case in hand. These basal qualities, with adequate training in the profession, are likely to bring at least a fair degree of success. The lack of any one of them is a serious handicap and accounts for most failures. 3737 Vocational Studies, U.S. Bureau of Education, pp. 6-7, Collins Pubble. Serve. The loss of an eye, a hand, an arm, a foot, or a leg would not seriously interfere with one's success as a lawyer. Good health is highly desirable, but physical strength is not an essential to the practitioner. How much general education ought I to have as a basis for a course in law? Some years ago, even the best law schools did not require any definite amount of education for entrance into the school. In fact, many individuals with only a common school education read law in an office and took up the practice without any training in a law school. At the present, however, every person looking forward to the practice of law is urged to graduate from a law school. All reputable law schools now require at least a 4-year high school course for admission. Many of these law schools, especially those connected with the large universities, require in addition to the 4-year high school work 1 year, and in some cases 2 years, of college work as a preparation. 2 law schools admit only students who have a college degree of a B or B.S. What specific training should I need if I decide to become a lawyer, and how long will it take? There was a time when by reading law in an office one could get a fairly adequate training for the practice of law. Particularly was this true of preparation for practice in small towns. Even at the present time, this method is followed to some extent in small towns that are long distances from law schools. The rapidly increasing complexity of the law, however, now practically necessitates at least a partial course in a law school and makes desirable a complete course. The late Chief Justice Waite said, "The time has gone by when an eminent lawyer in full practice can take a class of students into his office and become their teacher. Once that was practicable, but now it is not. The consequence is that law schools are now a necessity." 3838 The Law as a Vocation, p. 40, Vocation Bureau, Boston, Mass. The method of training for the law now recommended, therefore, is training in a law school rather than in a law office. The practical experience of the office has recently been supplied in the best law schools by the practice caught, thus doing away with the former objection to the law school, namely, that it furnished to the student no experience in methods of handling and conducting cases. The practice caught or moot court, as now introduced into the progressive law schools of the country, is described by one of our state universities as follows. The work of the practice court is divided into three parts, that of the law term, that of the jury term, and that of the appellate jurisdiction. The court is provided with a full corps of officers, including the members of the faculty who may sit from time to time as a presiding judge, the full bench of judges sitting as a Supreme Court, a clerk, a sheriff, and the necessary deputies. Ample and commodious rooms have been provided for the use of the court, including a courtroom furnished with the fittings necessary for the trial of jury cases and a clerk's office. The latter is provided with the books and records used in actual practice. The purpose of the court is to afford to the student practical instruction in pleading and practice both at law and equity under the common law system and the code or reformed procedure, and actual experience in the commencement and trial of cases through all stages. In commencing the actions, the students assigned to the cases are permitted to select the state in which the action is supposed to be brought, thus enabling the student to acquire the practice as prevailing in his own state. All questions of practice, pleading, and procedure are governed by the law of the state in which the action is so laid, but the questions of substantive law are determined according to the weight of authority. 3939 Vocational Studies, U.S. Bureau of Education, pp. 6-7, Collins Pubble. Service, Philadelphia, PA. The degree LL.B., which is the principal degree given by the American law schools, was granted by 96 schools according to the report of the Committee on Legal Education of the American Bar Association for 1906. Of these 96 schools, 48 required a 3 years course of study beyond the full 4 years high school course. 19 of these schools granted the master's degree LL.M. after 1 year of postgraduate study. How should I be admitted to the bar? Each state has its own bar or legal society, and admission is granted to the applicant in accordance with the regulations in force in each state. 28 states have an examining board, 19 states require the approximate completion of a high school course, 17 states prescribe no definite period of study, 1 state prescribes a period of 18 months, 12 states prescribe a period of 2 years. 23 states prescribe a period of 3 years, and 10 states accept graduates of certain law schools without examination. The tendency at the present time is to continue the past practice of raising standards of admission. This tendency has been supported by the American Bar Association, and with its promise to continue interest in this matter, it should not be long until there are evolved uniform requirements that will constitute a national standard on a high plane. What income may I reasonably expect to earn if I am successful in practice? It is difficult to estimate, except very generally, what the average yearly earnings of a lawyer will be. It is difficult to do this because the income will vary according to the locality and the character of the service in which one is engaged. Generally speaking, during the first year of his independent practice, a lawyer's earnings will seldom net him more than a few $100s. With experience and acquaintance, however, his competence will increase. If a lawyer chooses to serve an apprenticeship as it were with another firm, he may reasonably expect from $3 to $10 a week at the beginning, with an increase after 3 or 6 months according to the amount of practice in the office in which he is engaged. The following quotations would tend to discourage one from entering upon the profession, unless he is by nature and training well prepared for the work. The profession of law demands are so high and the conditions of genuine success so exacting, however, that it is inevitable that many of the ill-equipped and misguided beginners who flood the ranks of the legal profession should fail of success. 4040 The Law as a Vocation, p. 13, Vocation Bureau, Boston, Mass. The field is greatly overcrowded and the average earnings very small. This is the great objection. Only the more able and fortunate in securing profitable legal practice can hope to win more than a bare competency. Young men may not only be indebted to their family and friends for costs of study covering 3 or 4 years in preparation, but after that for a period of 5, 10, or even 15 years consumed in acquiring a competent practice. Many never reach such a practice and are obliged to turn to some other occupation for part or full income, or to come down to the end of life in straitened circumstances, unable to do for their families what was earlier done for them to place them in the profession. 4141, The Law as a Vocation, pp. 66-67, Vocation Bureau, Boston, Mass. In 1912, the secretary of the Harvard Law School sent letters to all of the graduates of the school from 1902 to 1911, inclusive, asking for their net earnings each year since graduation. The reports returned are indicated in the following table, although it is to be remembered in this connection that less than half of those written responded, and it can reasonably be assumed that these represent the more successful. 4242, Vocational Studies. pp. 15-16, U.S. Bureau of Education, Collins Publicity Service, Philadelphia, PA, year, number of replies, average earnings. First $694, $664, second $609, $1,110, third $497, $1,645, fourth $411, $2,155, $317, $2,668, sixth $249, $3,118, seventh $162, $3,909, eighth $112, $4,426, ninth $62, $5,321, tenth $40, $5,825. What are some other rewards to a lawyer in addition to earnings from practice? Legal training fits a man not only to practice law but to enter other fields of activity. The lawyer may enter into commercial affiliations and into political life through the judiciary, legislative, or executive branches of the government. Men trained in the law may serve the public as attorneys for towns, cities, counties, districts, states, or the nation. These positions in the state and federal service are as follows: 1. Town or city solicitor. 2. County or district attorney. 3. Attorney General for the state and his assistants. 4. United States District Attorney and his assistants. 5. Attorney General of the United States and his regular and special assistants. Many lawyers also are connected with various national government bureaus, such as the Bureau of Insular Affairs, etc. Practicing lawyers are also often chosen as professors or lecturers in law schools and other schools, such as schools of commerce and finance, medical schools, colleges, and universities. For those lawyers who have a literary inclination, there is opportunity for its exercise in writing for law journals, secular magazines, daily press, etc. A lawyer's training naturally brings him before the people as a leader in movements for public good, if he is at all public-spirited. Finally, many lawyers have an opportunity for becoming counselors for the people in general in the practice before legislative bodies considering public interests. Special economic and industrial problems demand for their best solution legal ability of the very highest order. How many years would it take me to establish myself in practice? The young lawyer may get into practice in one of two ways. First, as an employee. Second, as an independent practitioner. In the first case, he usually becomes an assistant in some law office where he stays from 1 to 5 years, possibly permanently by becoming a member of the firm. In the second case, as an independent practitioner, he gets into the practice primarily through the business of his own personal friends, through the advertising that these friends give him to their friends, and finally through his own clients, one client leading to another. The lawyer's advertising, therefore, is of an indirect nature. Every ambitious young lawyer looks forward to the time when he can get into the profession on his own account, and to this end he should strive at all times to build up a good reputation and to become generally known in his community. One must count on working faithfully for several years, particularly if he is an independent practitioner, before he can enjoy a comfortable income. How great a need is there for lawyers? The legal profession is rapidly becoming overcrowded. During the period from 1870 to 1900, the percentage of increase in the number engaged in the practice of law was 181%. The following table sets forth the growth and percentage of increase in membership of the professions of medicine, theology, and law from 1870 to 1900. Growth and percent of increase in memberships of the professions of theology, medicine, and the law from 1870 to 1900. Statistics of occupations, 12th Census of the United States. Year, theology, medicine, law, 1870. 43,874, 62,449, 40,736, 1880, 64,698, 85,671, 64,137, 1890, 88,203, 104,805, 89,630, 1900. 111,638, 132,002, 114,460% of increase 154, 411, 5 180. 1. In the opinion of the leading members of the American bar today, the practicing of law is a very poor vocation for the incompetent and poorly equipped. How much will it cost me to get an education suitable for the practice of law? If you are a soldier or a sailor discharged from the service since October 6, 1917, with a disability for which the war risk insurance will grant you compensation, your education will be furnished free by the government. The War Risk Insurance Bureau, through its compensation, will meet a part of the expenses, and the Federal Board for Vocational Education will supplement that amount to a minimum of $65 a month, with the purpose of meeting all of your expenses for living, clothing, transportation, tuition, and incidentals. It is the hope that this pamphlet may serve the double purpose of discouraging the incompetent and poorly equipped from entering the profession of law, and of encouraging the competent and well-equipped by strengthening the desires of such to enter the profession, and by holding out to such the promise of ultimate success in the profession. Plan No. 1184. Electrical construction, maintenance, and repair occupations. Acknowledgement. This monograph was prepared by Terrell Croft and L. A. Emerson under direction of Charles H. Winslow, Chief of the Research Division of the Federal Board for Vocational Education. Acknowledgement is due to Dr. John Cummings of the Research Division for editorial assistance. Demand for electrical men is increasing constantly, and a returned soldier, whatever his disabilities and whether or not he has had previous experience, will be able in nearly every case to find some electrical job which will be interesting to him and at which he can make good wages. To describe occupational possibilities in different lines of electrical work, the Federal Board has issued several monographs, of which this is one. If you desire to follow an electrical vocation, and do not find discussed in this monograph the specific occupation in which you are interested, obtain from a representative of the Federal Board one of the other publications dealing with electrical employments. Electrical construction, repair, and maintenance occupations discussed in this bulletin cover the following related activities: electrical contracting and repairing, plant and factory electrical maintenance, electrical inspection, work in storage battery service stations, electrical automobile work. Vocational opportunities in each of these fields are described in some detail on the following pages. Plan No. 1185. Electrical contracting and repairing. A man or a company engaged in electrical contracting and repairing installs wiring, generators, motors, and other electrical equipment in buildings. Some concerns install power plants complete. The organization may also include a repair shop wherein are rehabilitated motors, generators, and similar devices. Frequently, such companies have a retail store where energy-consuming devices, such as fan motors, sad irons, electric heaters, incandescent lamps, and other similar articles are retailed to the public. This merchandising feature is one of great importance because it affords a possibility of considerable additional income. The organization, which formerly called itself the National Electrical Contractors Association, has now adopted the name National Association of Electrical Contractors and Dealers. Some firms do electrical construction only, others electrical repairing only, and still others merchandising only. Or one may combine in its business any two or all three of these activities. Often a contracting concern is a large company which does business in several cities. Again, it may be a small corporation operating locally, or it may be an individually owned business employing only a few men. The several vocational groups which may be distinguished in the contracting and repairing business include A. Owners, B. Inside wiremen, C. Estimators, D. Salesmen, E. General repairmen, and F. Armature winders. Plan No. 1186. Owner of an electrical contracting business is usually a man who has worked himself up from a position as wireman or salesman. For success, however, it is not sufficient that the man be merely a good mechanic. Yearly, hundreds of men set up for themselves in the electrical contracting business, and while some succeed, many fail, principally because they are not good businessmen. If a small contracting business is to prosper, the owner should have a good working knowledge not alone of electrical construction, but also of bookkeeping and selling. Pluck, industry, and honesty are prime essentials. Not all owners earn large incomes. Some, in fact, earn little if any more than a journeyman wireman who works for wages of from $60 to $125 per month. For a returned soldier who has had electrical construction experience and who possesses the requisite qualifications, the field is promising. It requires some capital at the start, and the first years will practically always be lean ones. A man who is entering or who is serving in the electrical contracting field as a workman may look forward, if he has the proper capacity, to someday owning a business of his own. If he has this aspiration, he should become interested in bookkeeping, salesmanship, advertising, and in the technical aspects of the business, such as electrical machinery installation and wiring. Plan No. 1187. Demand for installation of wiring for electricity requires for its installation the services of many skilled men. In cities and towns where electric company service is available, practically every house which is erected is wired. Out in the country also, many farm buildings are now being wired. Furthermore, while it was common practice a few years ago to arrange for only one light or outlet in each room, the present tendency is to provide for several. All of this is creating a demand for more wiremen. Plan No. 1188. Signal wiring for electric doorbells. Fire and burglar alarms and other so-called signaling circuits, dry cells, are ordinarily used to provide the voltage. With this low pressure, the fire risk is almost negligible. While the signal wiring in a large factory or institution may be complicated, in smaller buildings or residences it offers few difficult problems. To install signal wire economically and properly, however, requires some skill and experience. Plan No. 1189. Light and power wiring. Installation of light and power wiring is more skilled work. On these circuits, the electric pressure is always relatively high, 110 volts or above, and there is the ever-present danger to be guarded against a fire caused by short-circuiting. Not only may improperly installed wiring involve great fire hazard, but it may involve life hazard also. To minimize these dangers, codes of rules indicating the proper and safe methods of installing wiring and electrical equipment have been formulated. The National Board of Fire Underwriters has prepared and revises periodically such a compilation of rules called the National Electrical Code. This, or some modification of it, is in force in practically all communities. These rules specify the conditions under which wiring of certain types may be used and indicate rigid requirements for the protection of circuits and the installation of electrical machinery. Methods of wiring. The several methods of wiring include the following: A. Open wiring, B. Knob and tube wiring, C. Rigid conduit wiring, D. Flexible conduit wiring, and E. Molding wiring. Open wiring was the earliest form. It is the lowest in first cost and is, if properly installed, safe. The insulated conductors are supported along the surfaces of the walls and ceilings on porcelain knobs or cleats. in many factory buildings. Particularly in those of the wooden mill type construction, much open wiring is used. For this service, it is economical and quite satisfactory. The knob and tube method provides a concealed installation, but is more expensive than the open type and is applicable only in frame buildings. The wiring is placed while the structure is under construction. Where the conductors are carried along the sides of joists or other timbers, they are supported on porcelain knobs. Where they pass through studs or other wooden members, the holes are bushed with porcelain tubes. The principal tools used in both knob and tube and in open wiring are the screwdriver, brace and bit, knife, saw, soldering iron and blow torch. Plan No. 1190. Molding wiring. In molding wiring, conductors are held in a flat wooden or metal molding screwed to the wall or ceiling surface. Wooden molding, however, is not now commonly used, and in many cities its use is prohibited. The metal molding, which is superseding the older non-metallic molding, is small, unobtrusive, and readily installed. It is used principally for extensions to existing wiring installations. By its use, the cutting of holes and channels in walls and ceilings, which is necessary for the installation of concealed wiring, is eliminated. Plan No. 1191. Steel conduit wiring. This is the most expensive but the safest and best method. In fireproof buildings it is used exclusively, and in some communities wiring of other types is prohibited. Many frame buildings are now being wired with metal conduit, either of the rigid or the flexible type. Rigid conduit is merely wrought iron or steel pipe of the usual trade dimensions, which has been specially treated to prevent its corrosion and to render its interior smooth. Flexible steel conduit resembles metal hose in construction. Metal conduit is installed while the building is under construction, and subsequently rubber-insulated conductors are pulled into it. Usually the conduit is concealed within floors and walls, but it may be supported on surfaces. In concrete construction buildings, the conduit is embedded in the concrete, being placed in the forms before the concrete is poured. At outlets where the conductors must be carried from the conduit system to feed lights and switches, steel or cast iron outlet boxes are connected to the tubes. Pipe tools such as dies, reamers, hacksaws, drills, and bending hickeys are used in working conduit. Plan No. 1192. Wiring as an occupation. Wiring work is interesting and diversified. Some wiremen in the cities specialize on one type of work. For example, certain journeymen may ordinarily do nothing but conduit work day in and day out, while others may do all sorts of installing. Some men specialize on power wiring for motors, generators, switchboards, and similar equipment. Usually a wireman must rely on his own experience and judgment for the detailed layout of the wiring installation. The architect's plans generally indicate merely the locations for the different lights, switches, motors, and other devices. The wireman must then plan his circuits so that these devices may be served with the minimum expenditure of time and material. Wiring of finished buildings, that is to say of the structures which were not wired at the time they were built, is almost a specialty in itself. Much of this work is done because the electric utility companies expend considerable effort in their endeavor to see to it that all buildings, old and new, are wired, so that they may become possible customers. In wiring finished buildings, much ingenuity may be exercised by the wireman in routing of conductors through the structure, so as to ensure the least removal of flooring and cutting of walls. Qualifications of wiremen. Requirements for wiring are determined to a large extent by the special line or lines of the activity taken up. While some wiring work requires little physical exertion, often considerable lifting and pulling is necessary. The necessary boring, sawing, and bending all require strength and endurance. Also, it may be necessary to climb from floor to floor of buildings under construction. Some of the jobs may be in heated, enclosed buildings, but the bulk of it is in structures under construction which are open to the weather. As to technical qualifications, a good wireman should be able to read the architect's blueprints which specify the panel box and outlet locations, and he should be able to route his conductors properly. This requires that he have some general knowledge of electrical circuits and be quite familiar with wiring methods and wiring code requirements. Often the wireman must order his own material for a job. Hence, he should be able to select and specify this intelligently. It follows that there is little opportunity in cities for a person who has had no previous experience or wiring training to immediately assume the duties of a journeyman wireman. But each wireman usually has working with him a helper. A helper can start with little or no previous experience and work up. As in practically all other vocations, some theoretical and practical training will be of great value, and such training a prospective wireman can obtain at a trade school. Wages of wiremen. Compensation varies in different communities and with the skill of the workman. In practically all cities, wiremen are unionized, but not usually in the smaller towns. An 8-hour day with time and a half for overtime prevails. In the cities, the rate per day for journeyman wiremen will vary from $4.80 to $6.40, and in the smaller towns from $3.60 to $4.80. In cities, a helper will receive from $2.80 to $4. And in the smaller towns from $2 to $4.40. Plan No. 1193. Estimators in electrical contractors' organizations compile estimates of the labor and material required and the cost thereof for each job on which a bid is to be submitted by the contractor. On the basis of this cost of time and material, the estimator determines the price which is quoted to the prospective purchaser. Most successful estimators are men who have worked at the wiring trade and thereby appreciate how much work can be accomplished under given conditions in a given time. Cost of material can readily be determined with accuracy, but to estimate closely the cost of labor, the time that will be consumed in putting in the job, requires experience and judgment. A returned soldier who has had previous electrical construction experience but whose physical qualifications are such that he can no longer do heavy work should be able to qualify ultimately as an estimator. It may be that before he actually accepts such a position, he should have some supplementary theoretical training in a trade school in drawing, mathematics, and electrical theory. But after he has this training and some estimating practice, he should, if his natural qualifications adapt him for the work, be able to do well at it. The work is mostly indoors, although the estimators sometimes visit sites of jobs under construction. The work is usually 8 hours a day, and the salary may range from $100 to $250 per month. A competent estimator may make a great deal of money for his concern, and an incompetent one can lose much more. Plan No. 1194. Salesman. A salesman for an electrical contracting business may be either an inside man or an outside man, or combine inside and outside duties. An inside or star salesman will sell the various electrical appliances and devices which the contractor may stock. Such may include electric fans, electric washing machines, small motors, irons, heaters, incandescent lamps, and similar devices and material. He should be well informed as to the uses and applications of this equipment, and he should also be competent to advise prospective customers about any wiring and the cost thereof, which may be required for the installation of the equipment. Outside salesmen are frequently assigned territories or districts which they are expected to cover, and from which they obtain orders for about the same equipment and services as do the inside men. Their work is somewhat similar to that of an electric company solicitor. This sales work offers attractive possibilities for returned soldiers who have had some previous electrical experience and whose physical disabilities are such that they can no longer do heavy work. While technical knowledge is an extremely valuable asset to a salesman, the essential qualification of a man who is selling anything is that he have the selling instinct. He should like to meet people of all sorts and feel at ease when talking to them. For a man who has the qualifications, the opportunities for him in sales work are probably better than those in any other line. If a man can get around and see and talk to people, hear what they have to say and write, he should be able to qualify physically for this work. Many salesmen earn very moderate salaries, but others command very high ones. The compensation depends very largely on the man. Often it is on a salary and commission basis. In this selling work, a man may expect to earn from $70 to $150 per month, or even more, depending upon his abilities and application. Sometimes a man may combine the duties of salesman and estimator. Plan No. 1195. General repairmen of a contracting company must be versatile. They are the troubleshooters for the company and may be called upon to locate trouble in and to repair burned-out motors, worn or damaged controllers, and many different sorts in interior electrical installations. They should be able to judge whether a machine needs a new bearing or rewinding or what. Frequently the repairs must be made to the equipment in the building where it is installed, since it may not be practical to remove it to the shop. A repairman may also have advantageously some knowledge of armature winding, although his duties ordinarily are to handle only the troubles which can be corrected with the expenditure of comparatively little time. The repairman's most necessary qualification is the ability to locate a trouble quickly and either remedy it at once or recommend authoritatively such action as is necessary for permanent repair. This requires resourcefulness and a good understanding of the operating characteristics of electrical machines and devices of all sorts. Jobs involving the rewinding of machine are generally sent to the shop and handled by an armature winder, as described in the following paragraph. A general repairman may expect compensation ranging from $80 to $125 per month. The day is usually 8 hours. Some time is spent outside traveling from job to job and the remainder inside. Plan No. 1196. Armature winders. Armature winders are now employed by many of the electrical contracting companies in their repair departments. Some concerns make a specialty of and do no other work except the winding and rewinding of electrical machines. To become a competent armature winder, a man must have a great deal of experience, which can be acquired only in the shop. However, a trade school course in this vocation will be of great assistance, and should increase materially the rate of a man's advance and his ultimate earning capacity. It is impossible for one to do armature winding intelligently without some knowledge of electrical theory. Without it, he may be able to work along like a machine, but unless he possesses some of this theoretical information, he will not know why he is doing certain things certain ways, and will never be competent to act independently. An individual can start as an armature winder's helper at making and taping coils with little or no previous experience, and can from this position gradually acquire an extended working knowledge of armature winding. In an electrical repair shop, the armature winder must work on machines of many different types. It is often necessary for him to do lifting, and he must have full use of his fingers. He may be compelled to stand at his work for long periods. A lack of hearing is not a material detriment, and the blind have been taught to do this work successfully. Men with certain minor disablements can qualify for this service. The work is almost wholly indoors, although it may occasionally be necessary to work on a machine in a building which is under construction and open to the weather. An 8-hour day prevails. In cities, the vocation is largely unionized. An armature winder helper or apprentice will receive from 20 to 40 cents per hour, a journeyman from 60 to 75 cents per hour, and a superintendent from $150 to $250 per month. Expert rapid armature winders for coal, steel, and similar companies often receive as much as $200 a month. Time and a half is paid for overtime. Usually the jobs in these repair shops are steady, the men being retained in slack times at routine work of some sort or other. A competent electrical machine repair personnel is difficult to assemble, and when a repair shop has acquired one, it takes precautions to provide the men with steady work so that they will not leave. Plan No. 1197. Plant and factory electrical maintenance. Nearly all factories of any consequence now employ electrical power distribution. Electrical energy is produced economically in a centrally located generating station and is distributed by the wiring throughout the plant wherever power is required. In the many plants in this country, great numbers of electric motors drive the machines. Thousands of incandescent lamps are utilized for lighting. Also, electrical energy may be used for electroplating, galvanizing, welding, heating, and other services. For the installation and upkeep of all this equipment, thousands of electrical maintenance men are required. The work of an electrician in a paper mill may, in detail, be quite different from that required of one in an office building or in a printing establishment. Yet each of these is an electrical maintenance man. Duties of maintenance men. These are extremely diversified. A good maintenance man must be a broad-gauge fellow having on tap a lot of electrical experience and information. The repair of minor electrical troubles on motors and other equipment are always under his charge. Much of the work consists of troubleshooting, that is, of locating and correcting electrical difficulties of various sorts. Fuses blown due to sudden overload may have to be replaced. Loose connections may have to be tightened. Possibly a machine may for no apparent cause refuse to start. Then the electrician must at once locate the trouble and repair it, or arrange for the installation of a substitute machine while the faulty one is sent to the shop. Often also he may be called upon to install new wiring and equipment. In some plants the electrical maintenance department may also rewind armatures. Plan No. 1198. Qualifications of plant and maintenance electricians. Maintenance work involves not alone a good understanding of electrical practice, but also, for the first-class man, a knowledge of the industry and its manufacturing processes. The electrician should be sufficiently familiar with the machinery in the plant to determine quickly whether a trouble lies in the motor or in the driven machine. In many plants where continuous process production prevails, those of the steel industry for example, time is an extremely important factor. The shutdown of one machine may render idle several hundred men and clog the operation of the entire factory. Efficiency naturally increases with experience in the given plant. An electrician who has the ability to replace in service, in minimum time, an inoperative machine should and does receive high compensation. A fair degree of physical ability is required for this work, because the electrician may in the course of his regular duties have to do many different kinds of jobs. Sometimes the removal of a motor requires lifting. The installation of heavy conductors requires pulling. On the other hand, much of the work, such as the replacing of fuses or the installation of electric light wiring, necessitates but little physical exertion. While many plant electricians have acquired all they know solely through experience, theoretical training will enable a man to progress quickly and to increase his earning capacity. The work is largely indoors, although some of it is outside in the plant yards and in open buildings. In many of the plants an 8-hour day prevails, but there are still some where the men work 9 or 10 or even 12 hours on the night shift. The work is very steady. If the plant shuts down, the electricians are ordinarily employed during the non-operating period on such reconstruction and maintenance as cannot be effected conveniently while the plant is running. Plan No. 1199. Promotion. In some of the large steel and other manufacturing plants, electricians who have risen to the position of chief electrician earn as much as $300 or more monthly. Such a job involves ability to handle successfully many electricians and to keep the plant going at minimum cost. Frequently men start in a plant as wiremen's helpers or as moat attenders, for which little knowledge or experience is necessary. As the beginner gradually becomes familiar with the equipment and the processes of the industry, he may be advanced to more responsible and remunerative work. A man commencing factory electrical maintenance work as a moat attender or wireman's helper may expect to earn from $50 to $80 per month. An experienced plant trouble man may command from $80 to $175 or more per month. Plan No. 1200. Electrical inspection. Nearly all electrical installations are now subject to inspection. Most fire insurance policies provide that electrical work in the insured building must be installed in accordance with the National Electrical Code, and insurance may be refused on any building not wired in accordance with the code. Sometimes in the country districts, installations are not inspected, but in the cities and in most industrial plants, periodical inspections are made. Many cities have wiring codes of their own, which are enforced by ordinance and which are based on and are in general similar to the National Electrical Code. To ensure that the code rules are observed, it is in most cities required that the wiring, fixtures, motors, and other electrical equipment be inspected by a municipal or an insurance inspector before electric service is given. Large industrial plants located outside the cities are examined by insurance inspectors. Duties of inspectors. The duties of the inspector are to scrutinize work in detail, and if it is properly installed, to approve it and recommend that a certificate of inspection therefore be issued. If it is not in accordance with the code, he suggests the necessary alterations. Upon the issuance of an inspection certificate, the local electric company is authorized to give service. To handle his duties effectively, an inspector should have an extensive knowledge of electrical construction. Furthermore, he must be familiar with the wiring rules specified by local ordinance or by the code. The rules relate to signal systems, lighting circuits, power wiring, installation of motors and generators, high-tension machinery, transformers, switchboards, substations, and the like. In every municipal underwriter's inspection organization, it is often necessary to make rulings relating to features of electrical work which are encountered infrequently, and which are therefore not covered in detail in the regular printed rules. The inspector must also be familiar with these. In other words, he must know after inspecting a job whether or not it has been installed in accordance with the code under which he is working. Ordinarily, this knowledge can be obtained satisfactorily only through extended experience in electrical construction. Opportunities for disabled men. Possibilities offered by electrical inspection for returned soldiers are very promising. The inspector spends probably half of his time out of doors and half indoors in finished buildings. In the larger cities, inspectors are usually provided with motor cars, so that they can move quickly from job to job. Little physical exertion is required, and there is no lifting or pulling, but an inspector should be able to climb around buildings under construction. And into attics, both hands are required for testing, but one arm may be artificial. A returned soldier who has had previous electrical construction experience, but who because of some physical disability cannot follow his old vocation, should find electrical inspection a means of earning a good livelihood at interesting work. The work is normally 8 hours per day, with Saturday afternoons off, but since the men are usually paid monthly salaries, sometimes they will do little work on one day and have to spend overtime on the next. Theoretical training in a school which teaches electric wiring is very desirable for a man who has not made a study of the code requirements. The salary for an inspector will range from $100 to $175 per month. A chief inspector to whom several men report may receive from $150 to $250 per month and possibly more. In some cities, the wiring inspectors must be members of the Wiremen's Union and receive the prevailing rate of pay for wiremen. Plan No. 1201. Work in storage battery service stations. Thousands of automobile electric service stations are now in operation, while a few years ago there were none. This phenomenal development has been due to the increase in the use of automobiles and to the popularity of electric starting systems. Many stations specialize on only one component of the starting equipment, as for example the storage battery. Storage battery stations have become so necessary that almost every city has at least one station which handles exclusively storage batteries. It charges, repairs, or rebuilds the batteries as occasion demands. Since the service station is becoming an established and rapidly growing institution, it affords many promising openings. A storage battery service station should be equipped for handling battery work of all kinds. Often because of a defective switch or some similar trouble, a battery will run down. Then it is brought to the station to be recharged. In the station, specially designed equipment is utilized so that a number of batteries can be charged simultaneously. The workman who directs the charging department arranges the battery on the bench and connects it into the circuit with others, all of which may be recharged simultaneously. As the batteries become charged, certain chemical actions occur. The density of the acid solution changes, and by observing with a hydrometer the specific gravity of the solution, the battery man knows when to disconnect the cells from the line. On the service floor where the cars are driven in for examination or adjustments are the inspectors who are familiar with the general performance of storage cells. Often an inspector must locate causes of a trouble which does not originate in the battery, but which is due to a defect in some other element of the system. He must be able to diagnose quickly the difficulty and its origin, and to recommend the corrective action necessary. Work of this character demands men with battery and general automobile experience. They should be familiar with all of the motor car electrical equipment. A detailed account of service station work is given in the monograph on automobile maintenance and service. In the repair shop, worn batteries are rebuilt and damaged batteries are repaired. In the repairing process, often the only thing required is the replacement of the wooden separators which separate the lead plates of the cell. These separators rot quickly when a battery is mistreated. A short circuit results, and this, if not promptly remedied, will ruin the battery. Other trouble cases may be caused by the plates having become worn, either through a long period of normal service or because of abuse. A worn battery can, by utilizing the old jars, be rehabilitated by substituting new plates and separators for the old. When a question arises as to whether it will be best to repair a cell, or to replace the plates, or to substitute a new cell, the repairman should be able to judge accurately as to the most economical procedure. In repairing a cell, the sealing compound is removed by heating, and the lead straps which affect the electrical connection between the various cells of the battery are drilled or cut off. The element, as the group of plates is called, is then taken out. If the plates are in poor condition, they are thrown away, new ones are substituted, and new wood separators are inserted. The jar is washed, the plates and element replaced, and the covers sealed on the cells. Finally, the connectors are burned securely to the posts. Lead burning by the hydrogen or acetylene torch is necessary in connecting cells. This requires great skill. A man must usually do battery work for a considerable period before he becomes a competent lead burner. After the battery is sealed, it is filled with a new sulfuric acid solution and placed on charge. When readings of the hydrometer and voltmeter indicate that it is fully charged, it is delivered to its owner or is placed in stock. It appears that the demand for men in this vocation has never been satisfied. Some of the work requires physical exertion because the heavy batteries must be lifted on and off the charging bench. In the charging room, the air may be permeated with sulfuric acid fumes. These are irritating to the nostrils of some individuals, but do not seem to affect others. The workman should be familiar with the action of batteries and with electrical circuits as well. He should be able to observe readings of meters, thermometers, and hygrometers. To become a skilled battery repairman, considerable practical experience on the job is necessary. However, a beginner with little experience can start in as a helper and gradually work up in the trade. Some theoretical training will be of great assistance. It can be obtained in the storage battery departments of those schools which have automobile courses. The work as a rule is 8 hours. The compensation of a beginner or helper will range from $60 to $80 per month. An all-around experienced battery man will receive from $80 to $125 per month, and a foreman in charge of a shop may receive from $100 to $200 per month. There is always the possibility that a man following this work can branch out into a service business for himself. Plan No. 1202. Electrical automobile work. The automobile repair men who are receiving highest wages today are those who are familiar with the electrical as well as the mechanical equipment. Electrical starting and lighting is now regarded as so essential and has been adopted so universally that a large number of men are employed exclusively in its maintenance. The demand appears greatly to exceed the supply. Many garages are seeking constantly thoroughly qualified automobile electricians. They are willing and expect to pay good wages to well-qualified men. Probably some of the best possibilities in the automobile field today are waiting for specialists in electrical starting and lighting equipment. Necessary qualifications for an automobile electrician are that he be thoroughly familiar with the electrical equipment and also with the operation of the car as a whole. To diagnose a case of electrical trouble, it is usually necessary first to determine what effect it has on the general operation of the car. This requires a knowledge of the valves, timing, and many other elements. Obviously, such a specialist should be able to disassemble the electrical equipment and to effect such adjustments in it as may be required. Some acquaintance with electrical theory is of great assistance. An extended knowledge will prove a paying asset because of the greater ultimate compensation which it will ensure its owner. Much of this information can be acquired through practical experience in the shop, but a large part can be secured only through study at home or in a suitable school. Repairmen should understand the principles of the magneto, induction coil, generator, regulator, starting motor, condenser, and the like. They should appreciate how these principles are utilized in the normal operation of the equipment. Frequently, a service station will specialize on one type of equipment. Its work may comprise only coil repairing, or magneto work, or motor repairing. In a shop which assumes repairs of all kinds, there may be, in addition to the three branches just enumerated, also motor and generator work, storage battery repairing, light wiring, and other special lines. Electrical automobile work offers a very promising field for the returned soldier who is familiar with automobile repairs in general, but who because of some disability is not competent to do heavy work. With his background of general automobile repair knowledge, and with the theoretical training in practical electricity which he may acquire through a federal board course, rapid progress should be possible. The opportunity is there. And the man who likes and is qualified for this vocation, a very satisfactory reward is awaiting. The work is usually 8 hours. Most of it is indoors, but sometimes it must be done outside. A beginner or helper who is not expected to do much work without supervision may expect to receive from $60 to $80 per month. A competent, experienced repairman will probably receive from $80 to $150. And an expert or foreman from $125 to $200. Employment is steady because a concern which has obtained and trained good men endeavors to keep them week in and week out. There is always the possibility, for an individual who understands this work, of starting an electrical automobile repair business for himself. See monograph on automobile maintenance and service. Plan No. 1203. Electrical Employments with Utility Companies. Acknowledgement. This monograph was prepared by Terrell Croft and L. A. Emerson, under direction of Charles H. Winslow, Chief of the Research Division of the Federal Board for Vocational Education. Acknowledgement is due to Dr. John Cummings of the Research Division for editorial assistance. If a man who was doing electrical work before his enlistment has a natural liking for it, his tendency will and should ordinarily be to return to it when he resumes his place in civil life. For the inexperienced man also there are many opportunities. The necessary qualifications and the duties are exceedingly diverse. Hence, whatever disabilities a man may have incurred, he can in all probability find some electrical employment at which he can earn an adequate livelihood. It may very well be advantageous for him to take an electrical course at government expense before he starts practical work. The demand for electric men is increasing constantly. This monograph is written to outline in a general way the possibilities of employment with utility companies in electrical pursuits. Utility companies include electric light and power companies, electric railway companies, telephone companies, steam railroads. The desirability of some theoretical training for electrical workers should be appreciated. A soldier who is returning to civil life may be able to obtain work at some electrical vocation whether or not he has had previous experience in this line, and may be able to earn a good living. But any man who has not had theoretical training, whether or not he has had electrical experience, can increase very materially his future prospects and earning capacity by taking such training before he begins practical work. The probable tendency of the average man will be to get a job as soon as possible. He should think carefully before he does this. Why? Because statistics show that men who have had some theoretical training earn considerably more in the long run than those who have not. This is true particularly in electrical work. Electrical constructions and operations appear very complicated to one who does not understand the fundamentals, but to one who does, these things are relatively simple. Some theoretical knowledge enables an individual to proceed independently, without detailed supervision, and his earning capacity is increased accordingly. The man who has had theoretical training will not only earn more money, but he will have more agreeable work, and the probability of his being promoted to responsible jobs, such as foremanships, are much greater. Endeavor to select a specialty and to become proficient in some field which is not overcrowded, and in which the demand for trained men will probably increase. There is always a call for men who are better equipped as to experience and training than the average fellow, and specialists in lines which are not overcrowded earn good wages. A most effective arrangement under which a man may receive his theoretical training is one whereby he spends alternately part of his time in a school, and part doing actual work in the industry at the vocation which he has selected. Thus he receives simultaneously theoretical instruction and practical experience. Probably, a real working knowledge is acquired more rapidly in this way than in any other. Several of the federal board schools are equipped to provide instructional training of this character. The rates of pay in public utility work are often not as high as in manufacturing or certain other lines of endeavor. But to offset this, the employment is very steady. Furthermore, the working conditions are often more satisfactory than in other companies. It is an established policy of practically all utility companies to take good care of their employees. Many such companies maintain sickness and death benefit associations for employees. Some companies assume the entire expense of such associations, while in others each employee contributes regularly small dues and the company also contributes. Many utilities pay pensions to their older men, and frequently free medical attendance and legal advice are provided. Some concerns maintain building and loan associations. Others operate profit-sharing plans or sell stock at low rates and on the installment plan to their people. Employment managers are now found in all large organizations. Their function is to hire the right men for the right jobs. Returned soldiers who are familiar with the industry but are physically disqualified from pursuing their old vocation may qualify for this service. It requires practically no physical exertion but much head work. See monograph on employment management, Plan No. 1204, Electric Light and Power Companies. An electric light and power company is a corporation which generates and sells electrical energy for lighting and power. Because of the economies which result in the generation of electrical energy in large central stations, the demand upon these power companies is continually increasing. They can usually develop energy, transmit it over their lines, and sell it to the customer cheaper than he can, in his relatively small plant, develop it for himself. However, very large factories or plants may require such large power stations that they can generate for themselves cheaper than they can buy. To provide this central station service, the stations and lines must be built. Energy must be generated in the central station, transmitted over the lines to the consumer, and metered at the consumer's premises. Hence, men of many vocations are required. The different departments of an electric company, into which a large concern of this character is ordinarily subdivided, include manufacturing or power department, construction or distribution department, meter department, sales department, engineering department, accounting department. In addition, there may be a purchasing and stores department and a garage department. But these will not be discussed specifically herein because the vocations involved are not, essentially, electrical, manufacturing, or power department. This department operates the steam or water power generating stations which develop the electrical energy. Where small substations which transform the energy received from the large stations are required, these may also be under the jurisdiction of the manufacturing department. It handles the maintenance and operation of boilers, steam engines, turbines, generators, rotary converters, switchboards, and all power manufacturing equipment. In the steam division of the power department, work about the station which requires no skill, such as handling of coal, removal of ashes, washing of boilers, and similar tasks, is performed by laborers. In this division are employed also watt attenders and engineers. In the electrical division, operators and their assistants maintain and operate the electrical equipment in the station. This includes generators, motors, rotary converters, switchboard, and the like. Switchboards must often be quite elaborate. This is necessary to provide for the proper electrical interconnection between the various machines in the plant and the outgoing lines which feed the substations and the customer's premises. A principal duty of a station operator is to tend the switchboard, operating the switches and devices on it as may be necessary. In general, the control of all the electrical apparatus in the station is effected from the switchboard, by which machines are started and stopped and circuits cut in and out. Switchboard operating in the power department. The qualifications of a switchboard operator are that he be familiar with the use and operation of the different machines and electrical equipment in the station. Particularly, he should be familiar with the switchboard. He should understand something of electrical theory. The requisite training is obtained often by men working up from the ranks through experience in the station. However, such knowledge can be acquired much more quickly and readily if one has had a short course in electricity, such as that which may be obtained at a federal board school. Ability to handle the more important duties of these positions must, however, be acquired by experience on the job. A disabled man who can hear, see, move about, and throw switches quickly may develop into a good station operator. The work is not heavy, and it is indoor work. Sometimes the shifts are 12 hours. But the tendency is toward 8-hour shifts. Promotions are from assistant operator to operator, and then to chief operator. The salary for an operator will range from $80 to $125 per month. A man who is familiar with steam as well as with electrical equipment will be qualified for promotion to the responsible position of chief engineer. Plan No. 1205. Line construction or distribution department. This department builds the lines, either overhead or underground, which convey the electrical energy from the generating station to the substations and to the consumers. It also maintains the lines, and for this work there may be a separate maintenance division of the construction department. The work is almost wholly out of doors. It involves the setting of poles, placing of cross arms, stringing of wire, building of underground conduit systems and manholes, erection of switchboards, and installation of inside wiring. The labor is usually strenuous. However, some of the work, such as inspecting, planning, drafting, and supervision, requires little physical effort. Men having minor disablements, particularly if they have had previous experience in construction work, should be able to qualify. In this, as in all other electrical branches, it will be found a paying proposition to take a short theoretical course before resuming practical work. Construction departments usually work 8 hours a day, although in some companies a 9-hour or even a 10-hour day is the rule. A construction inspector will receive a salary ranging from $90 to $125 per month, foreman from $100 to $175, and a draftsman from $60 to $150. An inspector, if he has sufficient experience and also the ability to handle men, can often become foreman. The work is very steady. If bad weather prevents outside operation, they are given indoor work. Plan No. 1206, Meter Department. Installation, removal, testing, and repair of the meters which measure consumed electrical energy is the work of the meter department. After a meter has been installed in a building, it should be tested periodically to ensure its continued accuracy. These periodical tests are made on the customer's premises. If the instrument is shown to be inaccurate, it is replaced by one which is accurate and is taken to the repair shop for overhauling. Thus the meter department does some of its work outside and some in the shop. In the larger companies, the men who test the meters in the customers' buildings ordinarily do nothing else. A different group of men repair and test the meters in the shop. With the smaller companies, the same men or man may have to do both the inside and outside work. The outside meter tester should be familiar with wiring practice, understand the connections necessary in installing meters and how to test them. A meter tester frequently has a helper who can start at this work with very little electrical knowledge or experience. This is primarily outdoor work and is suitable for a returned soldier whose disabilities require that he have considerable open-air exercise. The hours are 8 or 9 a day. The wages of a helper vary from $50 to $76 and of a tester from $70 to $125 per month. In the meter repair shop, the returned meters are dismantled, cleaned, repaired, readjusted, and retested. This work is in reality a branch of electrical instrument repairing and manufacturing. It requires dexterous workmanship and accurate handling. Men in the meter repair department are usually those who have been outside meter testers. They understand, in addition to installation and testing, something of meter construction and manufacture. Wages for an inside meter tester range from $80 to $150. The position of meter department foreman or superintendent, for which a competent meter man may after a number of years of experience qualify, pays from $125 to $180 monthly. In meter departments of large companies, there is some bench work which can be done by a man who has the use of his hands and eyes, even though he be otherwise materially disabled. Soldiers who have had previous electrical experience or who like to manipulate fine instruments and tools should be able to handle effectively some of this work. Plan No. 1207, Sales Department. As its name implies, this department obtains customers who consume electrical energy. Such light and small appliance business as does not come unsolicited is secured by solicitors. Each solicitor is ordinarily assigned a certain district. To be a success at selling, a man must first of all be competent to meet tactfully people of all types. Furthermore, he should be familiar with electric lighting requirements and rates, so that he can discuss these with prospective customers and advise them authoritatively. Experience, however, has shown that men with no previous electrical training can, provided they have the selling instinct, be trained in a few weeks so that they can strike out for themselves and procure lighting contracts. Probably selling pays better, considering the relatively small amount of technical training that it requires, than does any other branch of public utility work. Solicitors are frequently paid on a salary and commission basis. Their incomes may range from $60 to $150 or more a month. The field is an attractive one for men whose disabilities will permit of their entering it. Such technical training for solicitors as is absolutely necessary is usually furnished by the company which proposes to employ them, but all of the electrical education that a man can acquire will be of material value. By all means, take a theoretical electrical course if you can. The job of the power sales engineer is to solicit contracts for power loads for the central station. Considerable engineering training is necessary for effective work. The man should be familiar with steam and gasoline power plant installations. He should know how to apply effectively electric motors in the different branches of industry. Furthermore, he must meet people easily and be able to express his ideas accurately. In other words, he also should have the selling temperament. A man who has had considerable electrical experience and possesses the other qualifications can easily prepare for this vocation. The company which engages him will, usually, train him for it. Ordinarily, a salary and commission are paid. The income may range from $80 to $250 per month or more. While solicitors and salesmen are supposed to work about 8 hours a day, their time is, in one sense, their own. Little attention is given to the number of hours the man puts in, provided he obtains a reasonable amount of business. Some of the visits to prospective customers must be made in the evening or possibly on Sundays. On the other hand, it occurs not infrequently that a salesman may go to a ball game on a Tuesday afternoon, his salary continuing meanwhile. Plan No. 1208, Engineering Department. This department of an electric company is responsible for the design and construction of the system as a whole. A chief engineer is the executive head. To assist him, there are assistant engineers, inspectors, and draftsmen. The chief engineer and his principal assistants are ordinarily men of mature years and much experience. Hence, there is little possibility of a returned soldier qualifying for one of these positions unless he has previously done similar work. But there are opportunities to start in the engineering department as inspectors or draftsmen. The inspectors are outside men. Much of their work is in the open. They compile information and reports on engineering projects, on work which is underway or which has been completed. These notes are utilized in the office in the preparation of drawings and specifications which show the construction departments what to do and how to do it. The draftsmen make the drawings from which the blueprints for construction jobs are reproduced. Any man who has had previous electrical construction experience and who can get around outside and see, hear, and write should be able to qualify for an engineering inspector's position. The future offers him the possibility of becoming an assistant engineer. Engineering drafting offers inviting opportunities for disabled men because much of the work can be done by a person who can sit at a drawing table and use his hands and eyes. Lack of speech and hearing are not insurmountable handicaps because directions can be given and questions asked in writing. There are some one-handed draftsmen. Frequently a draftsman has a job assigned to him and is then left to himself to work it out. He may not speak to or be spoken to by anyone for half a day at a time. Another feature of drafting work which in this connection is important is that it is possible to utilize men of all grades of ability, provided they have some knowledge of mechanical drawing. If a man can make a fairly good tracing, even if he knows nothing whatever of design, he can be very useful. He can gradually acquire that knowledge of the principles which is necessary to develop him into a draftsman designer or an engineer. It is, however, essential that at the start, the candidate know a little about mechanical drawing. Concerns do not usually care to break in a man who has no knowledge whatever of this subject. Such elementary knowledge as is required may be obtained by taking a federal board short course. Men in the engineering department work about 8 or 9 hours a day. A tracer beginning at the work may earn from $30 to $60 per month. After a man can do some designing, he may earn from $60 to $125 per month, depending upon his experience and ability. If a draftsman develops into a designer or assistant engineer, he may expect from $125 to $200 per month or more. Plan No. 1209. Accounting department. This department is responsible for the meter reading, billing, collections, and similar commercial features of the business. The work is clerical and statistical in character. Plan No. 1210. Electric railway systems. The departmental organization of electric railway systems varies. Large companies have more departments than small ones, and probably no two companies are organized on precisely the same plan. However, there are certain functions which must be performed by every company, and a typical arrangement for a comparatively large system is the following: Power Department, Mechanical Department, Transportation Department, Maintenance of Way Department, Line Department, Engineering Department, Building Department. Each of these departments has its executive head, its subordinate officers, and its workmen and mechanics. Power Department. The Power Department is responsible for production of electrical energy required for operation. It is directed by an engineer of power. The duties of the department and of the men employed in it are practically identical with those of the Power Department of an electric light and power company, which have been already discussed. Mechanical Department. A master mechanic directs the mechanical department of a street railway company. This department repairs and may build cars used on the system, of which there may be a number of types, including passenger cars of several designs, mail cars, baggage cars, and work cars used by the maintenance department. For the repair and construction of this equipment there are required, in addition to the electricians, woodworkers, sheet metal men, machinists, pipe fitters, welders, pattern makers, blacksmiths, and painters. A street railway electrical shop has duties rather different from those of the usual repair shop. Most of the repairs are on motors of a very few sizes. Furthermore, nearly all are series wound and are for operation on direct current of 600 volts. Much of the work comprises the rewinding of armatures. Burned out copper coils are stripped from the car and the slots are prepared for new coils. These are placed in a proper sequence and the free ends are soldered to the commutator bars. Next, band wires which maintain the coils in position are wound on. Then the armature is mounted in a lathe where the commutator is turned down and finished ready for operation. Plan No. 1211. Armature repairing, mechanical department. Armature repairing is done with the armature held in a rack about the height of an ordinary workbench. Thus the armature winder is required to stand while working, sometimes for considerable periods. It is essential that he have good feet and legs. It is also necessary that he have the use of most of his fingers. Repairing an armature requires only a few new coils and skilled work. On the other hand, much of the work in armature repairing is of a routine character. Hence, a man of little experience can do the work under direction of a journeyman. It will always pay a person who contemplates following armature winding as a vocation to take a short electrical course before he engages in the actual work. A beginner at armature winding will receive from $50 to $80. An expert may expect $75 to $150. And a foreman or chief $125 to $200 per month. The work is all indoors with an 8 or 9 hour day. The coils used in rewinding the armature may be purchased complete from an electrical manufacturing company, but the larger concerns make their own coils. The preparation and insulating of these coils is often bench work. A man who does not have the use of his feet can do some of it. Deft fingers are required, but there are now many blind workers who are insulating armature coils successfully. This work may pay from $40 to $90 a month. Some preliminary manual training is required, which can usually be obtained in the shop where the worker is to be employed. Plan No. 1212. Shop wiring, mechanical department. The shop wiremen of an electric railway company do the wiring around the plant, as well as that on the cars. A journeyman wireman should be able to interpret correctly wiring diagrams for ordinary jobs. These may include the installation of motors, heaters, lights, rheostats, and similar equipment. Also, he should be competent to route economically his circuits through inaccessible places and should be familiar with the National Electrical Code. He may have to install headlights, signal lights, pump governor relays, and other devices now forming a part of car equipments. The wireman must have had considerable experience, but each wireman usually has a helper to assist him. A man with little or no experience can start in as a helper and develop into a good wireman. The length of time required to do this will be determined almost wholly by the man's knowledge of electricity and his efforts at self-improvement. It may require 6 months or a year or 2 years. The work is done usually in a car shop which is enclosed and heated. An 8-hour day is common, but in some companies the men work 9 or 10 hours. The pay is about $75 to $125 for a wireman and $50 to $90 for a helper. Plan No. 1213. Car inspecting, mechanical department. The car inspector's duties involve a knowledge of numerous occupations, and he must be familiar with various sorts of equipment. His position in the company's organization is an important one, because the expense of car repairs is often materially minimized by his foresight and alertness. He judges which repairs should be made in the general shop and which in the car barn. He must know the function and operation of every working part of the car. In detail, his duties consist of a systematic inspection of all components of the car equipment. These include the motors, controllers, brakes, lights, signs, heaters, and other devices on the cars which may require attention. Usually the work is done during daylight hours. Cars are held periodically in the barn for inspection. Work of this type is well adapted to a man who is unqualified physically for heavy tasks. A man of good judgment who was formerly employed in a car barn in some other capacity and who is, in general, familiar with cars and their repairs might be trained readily for this occupation. An inspector works 8 or 10 hours a day and receives a salary varying from $75 to $150 per month. Plan No. 1214. Transportation department. This department handles the traffic, operates the cars, plans their schedules, and revises their routings to meet the requirements of the traveling public. A superintendent of transportation is the executive head. His assistants are the division superintendents, inspectors, instructors, station foremen, motormen, conductors, and the car shifters in the barns. Each division superintendent has charge of the traffic in a certain part of the system. The inspector has charge of the cars and crews while on the road. It is his duty to enforce the rules of the company to ensure that cars and equipment are handled efficiently and that the cars maintain their schedules. Men holding the positions of division superintendent and traffic inspector generally qualify for them from the rank and file of the train service. They should have a thorough knowledge of car operation. The inspector's position is one which an ambitious man who has the requisite ability may obtain. Salary ranges from $80 to $160 monthly. Plan No. 1215. Instructing Transportation Department instructors have charge of the training of prospective motormen and conductors. The instructor assigns students to an experienced motorman or conductor who teaches them the essentials of their jobs. Then the instructor informs the new men in detail as to rules and, if necessary, makes trial trips with them. The instructor in many companies also conducts classes wherein the new men are given some schooling as to the theory and practice of the electrical air brake and similar equipment which will come under their charge. A returned soldier who has had prior street railway experience, who is physically disqualified for work involving physical strain or considerable manual effort, should, after some study, be able to qualify for the position of instructor. For one who is fitted temperamentally for work of this character, the position would be a very good one. It will pay about $100 to $175 per month. Plan No. 1216. Foreman, Transportation Department. A station foreman has charge of the station and supervises the dispatching of cars on their runs. He keeps the list of extra men and provides crews for extra and special cars. These foremen should be familiar with the operation of street cars. In nearly every case, they are promoted from the ranks. They must be tactful in handling men. This position is one to which an individual who accepts a minor job in the Transportation Department may look forward. Motormen and conductors. Transportation Department. Motormen and conductors have duties with which all are familiar. These occupations have their advantages and also their disadvantages. Some men follow them for almost a lifetime, while others soon become dissatisfied and seek other fields. The positions are permanent and frequently carry with them attractive features, such as free medical attention, insurance, and clubroom privileges. Pay is ordinarily based on a sliding scale. So the wage which a man receives for his day's work depends upon the number of years that he has been in the service of the company. Motormen may now receive from $3 to $5 per day, and conductors about the same. Returned soldiers with no previous experience, who are in good shape physically but who must have out-of-door work, may find this work desirable. They will be trained by the company which employs them. Maintenance of way departments. The maintenance of way or track department constructs new tracks, bridges, and other structures, and maintains track structures and right-of-way after construction. Frequently, it is under the jurisdiction of a chief engineer who works through a superintendent and a division foreman. A foreman of the machine and tool division directs the shop repairs of the various tools, track grinders, steam shovels, and hoisting engines. He has to qualify as a first-class steam engineer. The paving foreman is responsible for the tearing up and replacing of pavement which the company is required to maintain at each side of and between rails. The supervisor of construction has charge of building new track and of making the repairs to existing lines. Most of the manual work in this department is done by unskilled labor directed by foremen. A disabled man who has had previous experience in construction work might, with some additional training, be able to qualify for a foremanship. Such a position requires executive ability and sufficient education to read blueprints and make out reports. It will pay from $80 to $150 per month. Practically all of the work is out of doors. Plan No. 1217. Line department. A wire or line department installs and maintains the trolley wires and feeders both underground and overhead. A man with no previous electrical experience may start in as a ground man or helper, and advance himself to the position of lineman and foreman. Electric railway line work is somewhat similar to that necessary for electric lighting companies. One requirement is a good physique, but minor disablements might not handicap. Practically all of the work is done out of doors. The ground men will receive from $2 to $4 and a lineman from $3 to $5 per day, a foreman from $100 to $175 per month. Plan No. 1218. Telephone companies' telephone systems have grown phenomenally. A few years ago, the telephone was a luxury. Today, it is a necessity. It has been predicted that the time will come when there will be at least one telephone in every house, just as practically every city building is now piped for water, so that it appears probable that there will be in the future a steadily increasing demand for trained telephone men. The type of equipment used in a telephone system is determined to some extent by the size of the town or city in which the system operates. Systems serving small towns are relatively simple. The small community telephone system usually has for its lines individual wires strung on poles. There is a pair of wires for each subscriber. To call central, a hand crank on the sides of the telephone is turned, which causes a shutter or drop on the switchboard to fall and expose the line number. Each line has its own drop, thus the operator's attention is attracted. She answers the call, and by means of cards with plugs on their ends, she connects the calling with the called subscriber. Such a system is called magneto system, because a magneto generator turned by hand crank is used for calling. Dry cells located at each subscriber's station supply the electrical energy for talking. While a magneto system like that just described is the most desirable and economical for a small town, its application in a city would be both impractical and prohibitively expensive to operate. Modern city telephone exchanges operate on the central energy system. With it, there are no dry cells or magnetos at the subscribers' stations. Electrical energy for both signaling and talking is supplied by a storage battery located in the central office. For this reason, an arrangement of this type is called a central energy or common battery system, instead of the switchboard having a drop for each subscriber's line. It has a small incandescent lamp which is associated with the line. This lights when the subscriber removes his telephone receiver from its hook. For city telephone lines, it would be infeasible to use open wires on insulators because there could not be placed on the poles a sufficient number of cross arms to support even a small proportion of the telephone lines which radiate from an exchange. Furthermore, open line construction for city conditions would be very expensive and difficult to maintain. Hence, in the city exchanges, lead-covered cables, each containing from 20 to 1,200 pairs of conductors, are employed. Where a number of these cables are routed parallel to one another, they are carried in ducts in underground subways. In the residence sections, they are supported on poles. It follows that the circuits and connections in a large city telephone exchange are exceedingly complicated. There are thousands of small wires, each of which serves a different purpose. Considered as a whole, telephony involves careful work and attention to detail. Much of it is of the same order as fine instrument making. Departments of telephone companies include engineering department, commercial department, auditing department, plant department, traffic department. Plan No. 1219. Engineering department. This department plans and supervises the development and construction of the property as a whole. In it, plans and specifications are prepared for buildings, exchange layouts, subways, and other components. To obtain a position of responsibility in the engineering department, one must have had theoretical training and a number of years of telephone experience, but there are usually engineering department positions in which men of little experience but with some theoretical training can start as draftsmen or clerks, advancing as they acquire experience. In this respect, the engineering department of a telephone company offers somewhat the same possibilities for disabled men as do similar departments in street railways or electric power companies. Hours of work and compensation will be about the same. However, for a man who has had telephone experience, it is desirable usually to continue in that line. Telephony is probably more exacting and involves greater detail than does power work, and may on that account be preferred by some. Plan No. 1220. Commercial department contracts for telephone service are obtained by the commercial department. It is the sales organization of a telephone company selling telephone service to the public. In this work, there should be opportunities for soldiers with minor disablements who have had prior telephone experience and who possess the selling instinct. The salary will probably range from $60 to $160 per month. Plan No. 1221. Auditing department. The qualifications for men in this department are about the same as those required of men in any accounting organization. These are treated in detail in one of the other federal barred monographs. Plan No. 1222. Plant department. Much of the telephone plant is built and all of it is maintained by this department. It is often segregated into two general divisions, one construction division and two maintenance division. To administer these, there are a construction superintendent and a maintenance superintendent. Then each division may be further subdivided in sections as follows: A. Aerial line section, B. Cable section, C. Repair section, D. Wire chief section, E. Installation section, F. Cable report section, and G. Clerical section. Men employed regularly in the construction division may be assigned temporarily to the maintenance division when upkeep work is particularly heavy, and vice versa. Plan No. 1223. Aerial line and cable sections. Plant department. By the aerial line and aerial cable sections, the overhead lines are built and maintained. The work is somewhat similar to that performed by the corresponding division of an electric light and power company. It is necessary to set and guy poles, place cross arms on them, and string wire. In modern city construction, however, few cross arms are required, because cable and twisted pair block wire has almost wholly superseded open wire. The handling of telephone cable is an occupation peculiar to telephone work. Where placed overhead, the lead-covered cable is suspended on steel messenger wire supported on poles. Great care must be exercised in installing cable. It is damaged easily and may then be a source of expensive and provoking trouble. Most of the work in the construction department involves considerable physical exertion, but there are often foremanships and inspectorships which men incapable of great physical exertion and indoor work could fill. General working conditions, qualifications, hours, rates of pay, and the like are about the same as those detailed for the distribution department of an electric power company. Plan No. 1224. Underground cable section, plant department. This section has to do with installing, joining, and connecting telephone cables. Much of the work is splicing. Telephone cable consists of from 100 to 600 or more pairs of copper wire. Each wire is separated from its neighbors with a wrapping of paper or other insulating material. Then the bunch of conductors is covered by a protective sheath, usually of lead. In splicing, the lead sheath is first stripped from the end of the cable. Then the different corresponding pairs in the cables to be connected are joined together. Each joint is insulated with a paper sleeve slipped over it. When all of the pairs have been connected, a lead sleeve is slipped over the splice and wiped with hot solder to the lead sheath of the cables which have been joined. This work requires much skill and experience. Not only does the cableman splice the cables, but he must also connect them to the distributing frames in the central office and to the terminal boxes on the poles. A terminal box on the end of a cable is one whereby the aerial circuits are connected to the underground cable conductors. About the only way to become a proficient cable splicer is through experience as a cable splicer's helper. This vocation should offer opportunities for men who have only minor disablements and who should work out of doors nearly all of the time. The use of the hands and fingers is necessary. Cable splicers must sometimes climb poles. In very bad weather, the cablemen are given indoor tasks. A cable splicer will ordinarily receive from $60 to $110 per month, and a helper from $40 to $85. Plan No. 1225. Repair section, plant department. This section assembles the frames, racks, cables, and other minor central office accessories, and clears the troubles in the subscribers' instruments, private branch exchanges, and the central offices. Workers in this division may be classified into 4 groups. 1. Equipment installers, 2. Line and instrument repairmen, 3. Switchboard repairmen, and 4. Wire chief and testers. Plan No. 1226. Equipment installers, repair section. Equipment installers include the apprentices of the industry. New men are frequently placed in these positions for training. They cut and form switchboard cable and do other equipment installation work around the exchange. Practically no experience is required of a beginner, but an equipment installation foreman should be a well-informed, thoroughly trained man. He usually advances to this position from the ranks. The work on the whole is light and should afford opportunities for men with minor disablements of little technical training who have full use of their hands and fingers. Plan No. 1227. Line and instrument repairmen, repair section. Line and instrument repairmen are the troubleshooters. They locate troubles and faults which occur on lines or in subscribers' instruments. After some experience, a repairman usually knows from the symptoms of a fault just what the difficulty is and where it may be located. Ability to climb poles is usually essential for this work. A knowledge of principal telephone circuits, cable and line layouts is also requisite. A repairman is usually promoted to this work from some other position with the company. For proficiency, it requires experience on the job. Hours are 8 or 9 a day, and compensation may be from $60 to $110 per month. Plan No. 1228. Switchboard repairmen, repair section. Switchboard repairmen are men of ability and a number of years' experience. Their functions are to maintain and repair local and toll switchboards, private branch exchanges, and sometimes the auxiliary equipment in offices, such as ringing machines, charging generators, and storage batteries. As already noted, switchboard equipment is quite intricate and requires the attention of a competent repairman to maintain it in efficient operating condition. The switchboard repairman's job may be considered as a possibility for a man who enters the telephone industry in a minor position. The work is practically all inside, in the telephone exchange buildings. While it requires manipulative skill and full use of the hands, little physical effort is necessary. The salary will range from $75 to $125. Plan No. 1229. Wire chief section, plant department. This section tests lines, switchboards, cables, and instruments, and locates troubles which may occur in these. Some of the men who are employed are switchboard inspector, testers, wire chief, night wire chief. The work is done almost wholly indoors. It requires some knowledge of the elementary principle of electrical practice and the functions of the switchboard and its accessories. The testing is done from a central testing desk or testing switchboard, which is located in the terminal room of a telephone exchange. At this desk, the wire chief or his assistant operates the keys and switches whereby the tests are made. To be a good wire chief in a city telephone system usually requires from 6 to 10 years' experience. Duties of subordinate positions may be mastered in shorter periods. All of these jobs require experience, which can be obtained by a man who starts with the telephone company as an untrained beginner. A wire chief may receive from $75 to $175 per month. Plan No. 1230. Installation section, plant department. Installation and removal of telephones and private branch exchanges is the work of this section. There is constant demand for new stations and for shifting about old ones, which provides work for a large number of men. For this work, little experience is necessary. A helper may become proficient in a few days and may soon be competent to install instruments without supervision. The work may be graded in such a way that an ambitious man may advance to more responsible and remunerative positions, such as switchboard installing and testing. One possibility for those who like installation work is the position of private branch exchange installer. His work consists in the installation of complete private branch exchanges in factories, stores, public buildings, and elsewhere. He must supervise the running of all necessary wires and cables in buildings, setting of switchboards, connecting instruments, and making final tests to ensure correctness of installation. Much time is spent out of doors traveling between jobs. The remainder is spent in buildings in which installations are made. A beginner may receive from $40 to $70, and a foreman from $75 to $110 per month. This work can be handled by a man who has only minor disablements and who has full use of his hands. Such training as is necessary will usually be given to him by the company which employs him. However, as with other electrical vocations, a short preliminary theoretical course will be of considerable value. Plan No. 1231, Cable Report Section, Plant Department. Making definite records of every circuit in the telephone system is the task of the Cable Report Section. Such records are essential to enable the wire chief to locate definitely any telephone fault, even though the circuit involved an exceedingly devious route. The work is clerical. A general familiarity with the complete telephone layout is desirable, but a beginner with little experience may be employed. The qualifications, possibilities, rates of pay, hours, and the like are about the same as those for accounting or auditing clerical work. However, a man who has had some previous telephone experience will be able to utilize it in this department. Plan No. 1232, Traffic Department. This department has charge of the telephone traffic. The operators, practically always young women, make connections on calls by subscribers. There are usually no men on the floor of a telephone exchange except the switchboard and maintenance men. A large telephone exchange may have a male traffic manager. Large companies may have a traffic engineering department which plans and directs the arrangement of switchboard sections and the division of lines between operators in order to ensure efficient service. Men with some prior telephone experience who cannot do heavy physical work might qualify for minor positions under direction of the traffic engineer. These would be of the same general character as those with the engineering department, except that they deal only with traffic. Rates of pay, working hours, and future possibilities are practically the same as in an engineering department. Plan No. 1233, Steam railroads. Practically all steam railroads now have electrical departments. The men in such departments install and maintain the electric train lighting equipment and do such electrical construction, installation of generators, motors, wiring, and the like, as may be required on the system. Each steam road may have an electrical superintendent to whom electricians and their helpers report. The railroad electrician's work includes maintenance of electric train lighting generators, storage batteries, and electric wiring of cars and buildings. It includes armature winding and rewinding, and installation of generators and motors. Obviously, years of experience and training are necessary, but at the bottom of the ladder there are opportunities for inexperienced men to start in as helpers. The work is interesting and steady. Usually full use of hands and good sight and hearing are required. While there is some lifting and heavy work, on the whole the duties are not arduous. About half of the work is out of doors and half inside. The rates of pay for beginner will vary from $40 to $75, for a journeyman from $75 to $150, and for a superintendent from $125 to $300. Men are furnished free with a certain amount of railroad transportation for themselves and families. The amount of transportation thus allowed increasing with the man's responsibilities and with the length of his service. Plan No. 1234, Beekeeping as a Vocation. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgement is due Dr. E. F. Phillips, apiculturist of the Bureau of Entomology, United States Department of Agriculture, to F. C. Pellet and C. P. Dadant, editors of the American Bee Journal, Hamilton, Ill, and I. Root Co., Medina, Ohio, for suggestions, data, and illustrations. Also to Dr. John Cummings of the Research Division for editorial assistance. The increased use of honey during the war and the possession of some previous knowledge of bees may have directed the attention of a large number of you who are disabled to the possibility of making beekeeping your life work. During the war, the shortage of sugar made the larger use of other sweets imperative, and it was essential that the use of these substitutes be augmented to the greatest possible extent. The necessary introduction of honey has made its deliciousness, palatability, and healthfulness widely known, and will lead to its continuous and increased general domestic use. The export demand for American honey has recently increased beyond any former record, and the price has doubled. Beekeeping and honey production present an opportunity to you for profitable livelihood with small investment. It is to your personal advantage to consider it carefully. Bee culture light work, interesting and profitable beekeeping differs from most other branches of agriculture, in that the beekeeper handles an animal which has never been domesticated. He must therefore study the habits of this animal and know them intimately before he may hope to succeed with this work. The feeding habits, breeding, and even the housing of bees has not been materially changed in all the centuries that man has handled them, if their habits are well understood. The beekeeper may cause them to accomplish results which will lead to the greatest profit to himself. The work is light, without routine duties at fixed times, with no drudgery. Beekeeping is interesting, in fact enthusing and strengthening to the mind and the body. It is a profitable business which may be made very lucrative with devotion and experience. A Western man sold his crop of one season to a well-known company dealing in honey for $30,000. What is honey? Honey is made from the nectar secreted by thousands of varieties of flowers. This nectar is gathered by bees and modified by them chemically. Water is evaporated out of it, and it is ripened into a delicious and wholesome food. Before cane sugar was manufactured in quantities for commercial use, honey was the most common sweet in human food. In pioneering days, it was hunted systematically in hollow trees and crevices in rocks. Wild honey so secured was considered well worth the time spent in seeking it. There is another form of honey designated as abnormal, since it does not come from the nectar of flowers, but is nevertheless gathered by bees. It is developed from a sweet substance known as honey-dew, deposited on the leaves of plants by certain insects such as plant lice. In some regions, honey-dew is not found at all. Where found, the amount that bees gather is negligible in comparison with the amount of nectar gathered from blossoms. Nectar is so changed chemically and modified by ripening and evaporating after being gathered by bees that in the form of honey it is readily digested and assimilated. Healthfulness of honey. Before the manufacture of great quantities of sugar, a larger amount of honey was used per capita than is used now. The necessary introduction of honey as a substitute for sugar has just recently again called general attention to its healthfulness, and the lesson is not likely soon to be forgotten. Because it is predigested and readily assimilable, physicians recommend it as a food for persons with delicate stomachs, for those troubled with kidney complaint, and for those subject to constipation, since honey is laxative in effect. The average amount of sugar consumed annually for every man, woman, and child is about 80 pounds, and this sugar cannot be assimilated without change in the stomach, an action not necessary with honey. It can readily be understood that the population might be benefited by substituting honey for some of the sugar consumed. When the stomach fails to do its work in modifying the sugar, the eliminating organs, the kidneys especially, are severely taxed. A noted physician, now 84 years old, eats honey instead of sugar, believing it will prolong his life and give him better health while living. He says that it is well authenticated that, as our natural craving indicates, sweets are a real need of the system, but that the excessive use of sugar brings in its train a long list of ills. He asserts also that the health of the present generation, if honey could be at least partially restored to its former place, would be greatly improved. Prof. Cook of California says, physicians may be correct in asserting that the large consumption of sugar is a menace to health and long life, and that by eating honey our digestive machinery saves work that it would have to perform if we ate sugar, and in case it is overtaxed and feeble, this may be just the respite that will save it from a breakdown. Switzerland produces large quantities of honey, but the demand for it is so great that the price has advanced, and the government has been compelled to fix it. Although we may infer that the Swiss themselves are a great honey-eating people, Dr. Imfeld of Geneva seems to think that they might well eat more of this sweet. If people would eat more honey, he says, we doctors would starve. Honey has many medicinal qualities and is used in nearly all cough syrups, cold preparations, and compounded in many other medicines where delicate flavor, absolute purity, and sweetness ensure results not to be obtained by the use of any substitute. While commonly used in its natural state as a spread on hot bread and cakes, honey may be employed in cooking wherever sugar may be used. The same beneficial effect upon health will follow as a result from its use in the natural state. Foods prepared with it are better and will remain in fresh condition longer than if prepared with sugar or syrup. Bread and cakes prepared with honey will not dry out as with sugar because honey attracts moisture. It has long been employed in the household in general cooking, as well as in canning and in the baking of many desirable kinds of bread and numerous varieties of cakes, gems, snaps, and cookies. When used in sweetening tea and coffee, it does not cause any loss of aroma. Its recent substitution for sugar is causing it again to be employed in making pies, puddings, and sauces. Confectioners use honey freely, and might well use it more freely than they do in making honey nuts. Candies, creams, butterscotch, and popcorn balls. In Turkey, a great honey-producing country, where bee culture is scientifically followed with the noted oriental strains of bees, a popular sweet known as rose honey marmalade is manufactured. It is made from the leaves of roses and honey, and combines the exquisite perfume of the former with the delightful flavor of the latter in an unusual product of the nature and texture of a marmalade due to incorporating the rose petals with the honey. Beekeeping permits serious handicaps. Beekeeping, like many other lines of agriculture, presents an exceptionally attractive and profitable vocation to the disabled men of the war. The handling of bees is interesting and encourages the most valuable exercise, but the muscular effort is small. It probably requires less constant devotion, except during the main honey flow, than any other country pursuit. Therefore, it is especially attractive to the convalescing or others who have recovered from wounds, even if they have lost one or more limbs. Though handicapped in various ways, you may confidently hope to become as near 100% efficient in bee culture as in any other work. A beekeeper should, however, have one good hand and arm. Uncle Sam offers you every possible assistance in the way of artificial limbs, interchangeable devices, and vocational training for the greatest possible success in bee culture. Such opportunity was not offered the disabled veterans of the Civil War, Mr. John Donegan of Seguin, Tex, whose photograph shows him using a special strap which he devised to serve in place of his missing hand in moving honey supers, hives, and frames of comb. He has made a wonderful success and spent the greater part of his life as a beekeeper. The ingenious use of a strap around his shoulders with a snap that can easily be attached to a screw-eye placed in the various articles to be handled, but poorly takes the place of appliances and an artificial hand and arm, which are now furnished free of expense to our disabled soldiers. The American Bee Journal and Gleanings in Bee Culture find many successful apiarists who are partially incapacitated and who would be poorly fitted for most other lines of work. One of these, Mr. Harvey E. Nichols of Iowa, when 21 years old, lost both legs, one below the thigh, the other below the knee. He did not give up to live on charity, but grew ambitious to make his life a success. He selected beekeeping, purchased a colony of bees and a good book on beekeeping that he might study them and neighboring apiaries together. He realized for the season from the one hive 80 pounds of surplus honey and enough for the bees, which, properly packed, winded so well that they were strong in the spring for gathering nectar and starting an apiary. He secured 3 old hives and 2 2-pound packages of bees, also 2 colonies which he handled on the shares for half. He transferred the bees from the old boxes to standard 10-framed hives. The season's results were 12 colonies and 400 pounds of honey. He also represented the Honey Producers Supply Co., making something on the side. The next spring, 1918, 2 more colonies were purchased, added to the dozen, and moved 5 miles into the country, where 45 colonies more were handled for half of the surplus honey. The supply factory work was almost entirely dropped that the bees might have undivided attention. A second-hand Ford was purchased on time, which an artificial leg enabled him to drive as well as anyone. The results of the season from May 1 to September 9 were his own 14 colonies increased to 20, the 45 colonies on the shares increased to 85, and cash returns over $800. By adopting the slogan suggested by the Bureau of Entomology, "Keep more bees, keep bees better," he can doubtless greatly increase his income. He may be appropriately called a self-made man. In addition to a successful start as a beekeeper, he is studying to complete a course in high school. He has helped support his grandmother and sister, and believing in tithing, has given 1/10 of his earnings to charities. The story of Mr. Nichols but expresses in part what any disabled man may accomplish with vocational training and devotion to beekeeping or some other occupation that will ensure useful and respected citizenship. Your disability need not interfere with your engaging in this work, but it may take grit and determination to pull you through the early stages. You may be sure when in the ranks of the good beekeepers you will be associated with admirable people who will gladly aid you in any way possible in making good. The bee family, this interesting family called in bee culture a colony, lives in a house known as a hive, many of which aggregate form a bee city, an apiary. The family consists of 3 types of bees: the queen, Fig, 7a, the mother of the family, and naturally the only one of her nature in the colony. She is a fully developed female bee whose sole duty is that of laying eggs and increasing her family, the population of the colony, which reaches large numbers. The worker, Fig, 7b, is an undeveloped female, and this type represents the largest number of the colony's population, which may run from several thousand to 85 or 100,000 in one hive or family. As the name indicates, the workers gather all the honey and food, care for the young bees, and perform other duties in the hive. The drone, Fig, 7c, is the male bee. He, as his name indicates, contributes nothing to the upkeep of the family, a family in which truly everybody works but father. The queen is able to control the strength of the colony. The workers, by construction of a queen cell about an egg and by giving different food, may develop a queen from what would otherwise have been developed into a worker. Extent of beekeeping in the United States. There are in the United States about 800,000 persons who own bees. Although not all of them can be classed as regular beekeepers, perhaps the average bee owner has about 10 colonies. Since there are many owning bees by the hundreds of colonies, it is obvious that the majority have only 2 or 3 colonies. This sideline of a few hives on the farm does not really pay, but is just a little luxury. The type of beekeeping presented to you here is for a vocation, and is the practical kind employed by the best beekeepers of the country, by men who make a good living by keeping bees. The retail price of honey has gradually advanced to 40 cents or more per pound, and beeswax to 42 cents wholesale, notwithstanding the fact that there was produced in 1918 about 250 million pounds of honey. This probably does not cover the entire honey crop of the United States, since a large amount is marketed locally. In fact, this product is so greatly in demand that a large percentage is sold at the home of the apiarist. Apiarists can, if attentive to the attractiveness of their product and considerate of their customers, hold them and make of each an advertisement for additional business. The honey crop of the United States is estimated annually at $20 million, and yet there has never been a time when any country on the globe could produce enough to make this delicious food a common article of diet. Not all parts of the United States are equally good for beekeeping, and it is advisable for one who contemplates making it his life work carefully to consider the selection of a location. As a rule, it is not advisable to go too far from the country with which you are familiar. Bees may be kept with profit almost anywhere where agriculture is practiced, the returns depending largely on the care given to the bees. The most widely known region for beekeeping is that of the northeastern quarter of the country, where white and alsike clovers yield nectar. Although these plants reach their highest yield in the northern tier of states, they are also productive farther south. In the northern region, bees get considerable quantities of nectar from basswood, tulip poplar, buckwheat, sweet clover, and locust, and in some localities from other plants of decided honey value. The buckwheat region of southern New York and northern Pennsylvania is included in the clover region. The second region in importance is that in which the bees get their nectar from alfalfa. This plant, which is now grown in all parts of the country, does not yield much nectar except in the irrigated portions of the west, and is therefore practically valueless for the beekeeper east of the Missouri River. The honey from this source is white in the higher altitudes of Colorado and Utah, and amber in Arizona, New Mexico, and California. The southeastern part of the country offers many opportunities to the beekeeper, but the business has not been so well developed there. The nectar comes from numerous plants which are influenced by various soils, temperature, and other factors. The honey usually does not come in very rapidly and is often darker than other honeys, but since the plants yield for a longer period, the beekeeper is able to get good returns for his labor. The semi-arid region of the Southwest produces many plants which secrete nectar in abundance. This region is subject to drought, and there are years when the beekeeper has to feed his bees to keep them alive. However, taking a series of years into account, this region pays as well as any other. The sage region of Southern California offers great opportunities to the beekeeper. The honeys are chiefly white and secretion is abundant when there is sufficient rainfall. In this region also honey is obtained from blossoms of citrus fruits, which being irrigated are not so liable to failure as the plants growing in the desert. The chief problem in this part of the country is to strengthen the colonies in time for the nectar flow from citrus fruit blossoms. This may be done by application of proper care at the right time. In choosing the location for an apiary in the sage region, great care should be exercised to select one where the average rainfall is about 20 inches. Information regarding rainfall may be obtained from the Weather Bureau offices or from forest supervisors. Many of the best locations are in the national forests, where a location may be obtained at a small rental and other beekeepers will not be permitted to encroach. In addition to these chief regions, there are many localities where other plants are of sufficient value to make a good crop of honey. Such regions are the buckwheat region, already mentioned, the Spanish Needle region of the Kankakee swamps of northern Indiana and Illinois, and the Delaware River Valley, the willow herb regions of northern Michigan and Wisconsin, Maine, Washington, and Oregon, the sweet clover regions of Alabama and Kentucky, the blue thistle region of the Shenandoah Valley, the raspberry region of northern Michigan, the smartweed region of the Middle West Corn Belt, and the bean region of Southern California. There are many other restricted regions as valuable as those mentioned. Variation in seasons all years are not equally good for nectar secretion, and some years the flow is so poor that feeding is necessary to keep the bees alive. Such years are of common occurrence to the poor beekeeper, while they are rather a rarity to the good, highly skilled beekeeper. By this is meant that the good beekeeper is able to keep his bees in such condition that they are able to take advantage of every hour of nectar secretion, while the poor beekeeper does not do this. In the best years, every person owning bees will get some honey, but it is the person who studies the business who can make it pay almost every year. Distribution of bees in the United States. The accompanying map shows where the bees in the country are mainly located. It indicates also the extent of the business in different sections and gives some idea, by the number of dots on the map, of the most successful territory for beekeeping. Care must be taken in drawing conclusions of this kind, for a field or territory may be overpastured, as it were, by bees as well as by cattle. Bees, however, travel many miles. Large apiaries should not be too close together, at least 3 or 4 miles apart. Although the honey flows of the south do not equal those of the north in intensity, yet, as will be observed from the map, there are more bees in the southern states than in any other part of the country. Bees in the south can be purchased at small cost, for they are not appreciated and are poorly equipped, being hived largely in boxes and gums, which are of course unprofitable. They may be transferred to modern hives, after which they may be managed for extracted honey, which is the most profitable manner of handling bees in that section, and the most effective way of avoiding swarming. The convenience of the modern hive and frame enables the increase of colonies by division. Beekeeping should be a specialty. Frequently one sees articles advocating the keeping of a few colonies of bees, so that one may have all the honey desired. This sounds rather well. But such advice does not work out well in practice. Only those persons who study and devote themselves to the business are successful beekeepers. They make money, some big money. One Indiana man's 1918 honey crop exceeded $20,000. Success requires making beekeeping the chief vocation, for the person who does not rely upon it for his living is likely to be busy when the bees most need his care. And being constantly engrossed in other things, he does not take the time to study the problems of the beekeeper. Beekeeping is preeminently a specialist's job, and it cannot be recommended for the disabled soldier except as a specialty. To be convinced of the necessity for specializing, you have only to visit farmers who have a few colonies of neglected and sometimes diseased bees in some out-of-the-way place, which never pay and are a menace to the success of all good beekeepers in the neighborhood. Need of specialists in beekeeping. The war revealed an insufficient number of available scientific apiarists in the United States, capable of giving instruction to those desirous of engaging in commercial beekeeping. There are many sufficiently trained, but they are reaping such financial returns from their bees that they cannot be induced to take up the work of training others. The increasing educational work of the federal government and of the several states in bee culture will afford men desiring to undertake such work opportunities to secure positions. For this service, thorough theoretical training is required as well as good apiary practice on a commercial scale. The teaching of beekeeping is a new field for agricultural colleges, and one which they gladly enter when scientifically trained apiarists can be secured for giving instruction. Were qualified teachers available, the list of colleges at the close of this monograph offering instruction in beekeeping would be much longer. However, intensive and thorough short courses are being conducted as indicated in the list, and these present exceptional opportunity. Many more short courses will be arranged. The training is, it is true, mainly theoretical, but it can and should promptly be made practical by forming a connection with some successful apiarist. Other branches of agriculture as sidelines to beekeeping. It is quite possible to combine beekeeping with other branches of agriculture, provided they do not necessitate much attention at the time when the bees require every care and thought of the beekeeper. General farming and beekeeping do not combine well, for the reason that swarming usually comes at a season when the farmer is busily engaged with his cropping. However, you might, as a bee specialist, form a business combination with the farmer and develop a paying apiary, and also give attention to some useful side lines: gardening, fruits, poultry, Belgian hares, flowers, etc. Combine profitably with beekeeping, but before engaging in any combinations, careful inquiry should be made of successful beekeepers of the region regarding the time of the principal honey flows. Information should be obtained also from persons following the suggested side lines as to when these occupations require most attention. This will enable one to determine the best combination to adopt. The beekeeper who neglects his bees during swarming time, or when nectar is coming in freely, may expect to lose fully 9/10 of the crop. Honey, like hay, must be made while the sun shines. Side lines must not interfere with the apiarist being ready, with colonies strong, when the sun shines sufficiently to cause honey plants to bloom and nectar to flow freely. Many garden crops may be grown, and small truck farming may be followed on areas located in close proximity to the apiary. Crops should be selected that will require the least amount of time when the apiarist is busiest with the bees. The tomato, greatly in demand for canning supply, does not materially interfere in its planting, cultivation, or harvest with the principal honey season. Bees valuable to horticulture. By careful management and by employing some help in certain seasons, horticulture, small fruits and orcharding, may likewise be profitably undertaken without interfering with apiary work. Bee culture and horticulture may in fact be combined to mutual advantage. The nectar from the fruit bloom is always regarded as an advantage and comes when nectar from other sources is not available. In flying from flower to flower, bees carry pollen and thus produce cross-pollination. They are of value also in the pollination of buckwheat, the clovers, and of many other farm crops. Horticulturists have learned to appreciate this service so highly for orchards and small fruit gardens that few commercial fruit growers will be without a good-sized apiary in the orchard if there are no bees in flying reach. It is impossible to measure the good that is accomplished in this way, but since many varieties of fruits are not fertile to their own pollen, it is obvious that were it not for the bees and other insects which carry pollen, there would be much less fruit. Of course, not all the pollen is carried by honey bees, but this is the only species of insect which may be taken to the orchard to ensure pollination. The work of the beekeeper. The average citizen has but a vague idea of the duties required of the beekeeper for success. The idea prevails commonly that bees require but little care. That is all wrong. Careful study, frequent attention, and real work are essential. The work of the year may be briefly summarized as follows. First, the beekeeper provides such conditions as will encourage the colonies to produce young workers to the fullest capacity of the hive before the secretion of nectar begins from the principal honey plants. Second, he prevents a division of the working force of the colony by swarming through the well-understood means of discouraging it. In addition to these activities, he provides the additional space for storage of the surplus honey crop at the right time. To have the bees reach their greatest strength in time for the first honey flows taxes the skill of the best apiarist. But by a careful study of the flowers from which the principal nectar crop is obtained in this locality, the beekeeper is able to create sufficiently in advance conditions which will greatly multiply his working bees. Failure to do this and failure to appreciate the importance of being prepared has caused many beekeepers the loss of the best honey flows of the year. In such cases, the beekeeper often does not know that he is missing the largest flows, because his colonies do not acquire their full strength until after these flows have terminated. It may seem unnatural to fight the swarming instinct, as swarming is the natural way for new colonies to be formed. It is, however, the nature of bees to swarm at a time when swarming will result in a division of the working force, and just at the period when they should be concentrating on the principal flow of the season. Therefore the beekeeper arranges, if possible, that any increase in the number of colonies shall be made when it will not prevent the gathering of nectar. This requires vigilance just at the swarming season, since no satisfactory way has been devised for treating the whole apiary long in advance of this season to check the swarming instinct. There are, however, ways of control by weekly visits during the swarming season, ways which cannot be explained in this short monograph, but which can be learned from literature or in an agricultural college course in beekeeping. The busy season for the beekeeper begins about 2 months before the main honey flow, continues through the swarming season, and ends when the comb honey is taken from the supers or when the honey is extracted from larger frames which have been added to enable the use of the extracting machine. Afterwards there is less rush, the only important work being early preparation of the bees for winter. Every latitude in the United States has its winter problem, and it is of the first importance that prospective beekeepers realize that success depends more on proper wintering than on any other one thing. Winter occupations, it will be evident that most of the work of the beekeeper comes in the spring, summer, and fall. When your bees have been properly prepared for winter with plenty of stores, there is nothing to be done for their welfare until the early spring and flying out time. There are, however, many profitable winter jobs for the beekeeper. Equipment should be stored, repaired, and put in complete readiness for the next season. Many beekeepers turn their time into money by retailing the honey crop during these out-of-season months, and when all their own honey is sold they buy from other beekeepers to supply the trade. By developing a home market, you will get the profit not only of the producer, but as well that of the wholesaler and retailer. Everyone ought to have free a part of each year for study and recreation. And the winter is the free time for the beekeeper, while his little workers themselves are resting. Wintertime well employed in study will prepare you for better returns. A thorough study of some new phase of beekeeping can be taken up every winter. There is an abundance of literature, and you can greatly profit by the experience of other beekeepers and experiment station records. Interest and determination to acquire knowledge of your chosen vocation will be the best evidence of your suitability for bee culture. Your enthusiasm may cause you to cover the literature speedily. If there remains time unemployed, you may desire to take up some other line of work, either physical or mental. Some beekeepers have found it pleasant and profitable to teach in the winter. Teaching interferes but slightly with beekeeping. Mornings, evenings, Saturdays, and the long summer vacations can be devoted to the bees. The teacher should produce extracted honey to avoid the difficulties of swarm control. Farm mechanics may prove advisable for a winter vocation and become an income-bearing sideline for one who is handy with tools, tractors, trucks, and other machinery. The demand for able mechanics to repair and place in overhauled readiness for spring use all the up-to-date machinery now used on the farm is constantly growing. See farm mechanics. Number of colonies needed to make a living in deciding on beekeeping as a life work. One should have some idea of the necessary amount to invest and the work entailed. There are many persons in the country who earn a livelihood almost or entirely from bees, and the number is increasing every year. In the eastern states, where the weather during the summer may interfere with the work of the beekeeper, a skilled man may care for perhaps 600 colonies. In the west, however, where the weather does not so greatly enter into the beekeeper's calculations, this number may be increased to 1,000. In giving these figures, it is assumed that the beekeeper is able to put in a full day's work, is capable of considerable physical effort, and is a good manager. If he does not possess these qualifications, he may be much behind in his work at critical times, which necessarily means loss of honey, perhaps a total loss of the year's work. During and since the war, prices for honey have been high, making the returns larger than one may ordinarily expect. Perhaps the safest plan is to use figures which applied before the war, although in all probability honey prices will not for a long period, if ever, drop to their former level. With honey figured at per-war price of 25 cents a pound retail, the good beekeeper may confidently expect to average $10 a colony. This is on the basis of extracted honey, which will probably be produced by those about to engage in the business, certainly after the first year's experience. The expense in addition to labor per colony will not average more than $1 a year. Income may be greatly increased by selling honey locally at retail. For one whose physical condition does not permit regular and hard work, the number of colonies must be correspondingly smaller, at least at first. When one has thoroughly mastered the business, the actual physical labor may be greatly reduced, and by the proper hiring of unskilled labor, the beekeeper may be saved much of the hardest part of the work. Women have made a success of commercial beekeeping, and while unable to do the hard physical work, they have had it performed under their personal supervision by hired labor. Comb honey production is lighter work, and not so many colonies are necessary to get the same financial returns if the beekeeper retails his comb honey at the apiary. However, with large apiaries composed of hundreds of colonies, the conditions change and comparison of financial returns are favorable to the production of extracted honey. The large commercial beekeepers follow extracting the outfit needed. In addition to the colonies of bees properly hived, the beekeeper needs some other equipment. This chiefly consists of a small house in which to prepare the equipment and extract the honey, keep miscellaneous tools for fitting out the apparatus, and usually an automobile truck for moving bees and honey. It is usually not profitable to keep more than 100 colonies in one apiary. It therefore becomes essential to rent or buy small tracts of land, about 4 miles apart, so that 100 colonies may be kept in each place. This necessitates moving supplies and from time to time colonies of bees. For this, a small 1-ton truck is preferred by most commercial beekeepers. At first, necessary hauling may be hired. The home apiary is usually best equipped, and frequently it is the practice to haul in the honey to the home apiary after extracting. Many use a small auto for this service. Another plan is to have an extracting house rigged up on a trailer to the auto or truck, so that it may be moved from place to place as needed. Usually the only labor employed at the time of extracting is unskilled, but if your disability is troublesome when preparing for winter or in doing other work, you can hire such help as you may need. Even during the swarming season, you may hire somebody to take down the hives while you examine the combs for queen cells and perform the various operations necessary for swarm control. Investment necessary. The investment which the general beekeeper makes in his business is 9/10 brains and study, and 1/10 money invested in bees and equipment. If he invests money only, his failure is a foregone conclusion. The price of hives and other equipment has greatly increased during the war, and there is not much likelihood that it will decrease materially during the next few years. However, by making inquiry, the beekeeper may frequently find opportunity to buy equipment from persons who have failed to make a success because of unwillingness to study the problems of the apiarist or of inability to devote to the work the time necessary. Such failures are sufficiently clear proof that the bee business requires devotion. The country is full of discarded hives which have been bought by persons who have conceived the idea that it was only necessary to buy a colony of bees, and that the bees would work for nothing and board themselves. If new hives completely equipped for producing extracted honey are bought at present prices, they will probably cost from $4 to $5 each. The bees to start a colony will cost perhaps $5 if purchased from dealers in bees, but may obtain for much less by arranging with some apiarist to fill the hives one supplies with swarms as they come off. Frequently such arrangements may be made with some beekeeper who, not caring for more colonies and to avoid buying hives, will gladly sell swarms as they issue at a nominal cost. In proportion to the return, there is no other branch of agriculture requiring so small a financial investment as beekeeping. Before the inflation of prices due to the war, 2 colonies of bees on an average paid the good beekeeper as well as an acre of corn, and the investment was, of course, much less. It is estimated that an apiary of 300 colonies will yield a net income equal to that of a good 160-acre farm and be quite as reliable from year to year. However, the statement made should be kept in mind. The investment which the beekeeper makes is chiefly brains. This is a commodity which cannot be purchased from the hive dealer or secured with any number of swarms. In fact, the more bees and equipment you have without the use of brains and training, the worse off you are. Is there a future for beekeeping? There is a demand for all the honey that can be produced in the United States, and there was never a time in the history of the industry when the honey market was so well established. Of course, during the war, when there was a shortage of sugar, the demand for honey was abnormal, but it seems improbable that the market will ever revert to pre-war conditions in price or demand. Many persons learn to use honey who will continue purchasing it, notwithstanding they may now buy all the sugar they wish. Honey is not a substitute for sugar in the diet, but properly takes the place of jellies and jams. With the development of the bottle trade in honey, which has been rapid during the past 5 years, there is an increasing demand in the wholesale markets. The introduction of prohibition has unquestionably caused the use of more honey and of all kinds of sweets. This has already become quite evident. The sugar stringency resulting in the war-basis distribution had its application in many states simultaneously with prohibition. It was not difficult to enforce the curtailment of sugar to confectioners in wet states, but most difficult, and in fact impossible, in the prohibition states, where it was actually necessary to increase the sugar allotment to candy makers. Investigation proves that former users of alcoholic beverages were large buyers of candies and other sweets. There is an abundant opportunity for the development of local trade in honey in almost all parts of the country. The future of beekeeping is inviting. There is every reason to expect that it will continue to develop rapidly for several years, and that it will long continue to be an important minor branch of agriculture. From its very nature, owing to the limited supply of nectar, it can never be one of the leading branches of agriculture, but there is abundant nectar to build up beekeeping to 10 times its present capacity. Need of training. From the requirements indicated for good beekeeping, it is evident that you will need all the information obtainable before engaging in the business on a commercial scale. Such training you may secure through the agency of the Federal Board for Vocational Education from courses in beekeeping in some of the agricultural colleges. After you are well equipped with all that one of these colleges can give you, then a good plan probably will be to arrange for a season or part of a season In the apiary of a thoroughly good commercial beekeeper, this selection must be made with great care. Not all beekeepers who are fairly successful in honey production are as careful in their work as they should be, and by working with the wrong man, you might get into beekeeping habits that should be avoided. A man should be chosen who makes a study of the behavior of his bees, one who is familiar with the literature of his vocation, and if possible, one who is able to succeed in regions where most of the beekeepers fail to get the full crop. After a season with such a man, and there will be many who will be glad to have your services in this way, you should be able to care for 100 colonies managed for extracted honey. Provided your disability does not prevent you from doing the work necessary. By that time you will have a good idea of the amount of work which 100 colonies require. You should avail yourself of every opportunity to visit apiaries and talk with expert bee men. Visits to and careful surveys of the apiaries of others who are successful may be worth almost as much to you as a season's close application. Beekeeping means outdoor life under healthful conditions, well suited to facilitate recovery from incipient tuberculosis, neurasthenia from shell shock, and other afflictions. At first, in some of the manipulations of the apiary, there will be more or less difficulty which will arise directly from your disability, but by the exercise of ingenuity, you will be able to devise ways of doing the work. If you have lost an arm, you will need an artificial arm or some device for lifting the hives and hive pots. Racks to hold frames while working with them, trays and small tables are used, and you will improvise other conveniences. If your disability prevents your getting about easily, you will be able to arrange your apiary so that there is the least possible amount of walking. Light stools are employed for sitting while working over hives. After training, the sooner you get to work the better. You will find that actual work with artificial limbs and devices has a greater theoretic value than mere exercises, and work is incomparably more interesting. Agricultural college courses in beekeeping. One of the best ways to acquire a thorough knowledge of beekeeping is to take a course in one of the agricultural colleges which offers such work. It must of course be understood that the knowledge so gained must of necessity be largely theoretical, for there is not time in a college course for much practical work. However, if the work is properly presented, the student should be able at the close of the course to begin with 100 colonies, and then he may work up in beekeeping practice as he increases the number of colonies. The following colleges offer good courses in this subject: University of Minnesota, College of Agriculture, St. Paul, Min, College of Agriculture, Ames, Iowa, Agricultural College, Stars, Con, College of Agriculture, New Brunswick, N.J. Agricultural College, East Lansing, Mich. Agricultural College, College Station, Tex. Agricultural College, Manhattan, Cans. Your time will not be fully occupied with the beekeeping course and practical training at any of these institutions. You can at the same time take valuable courses in other subjects such as fruits, gardening, flowers, and poultry, which combine well in practice with beekeeping. Farm mechanics, see monograph on the subject, may be made a part of your training and prove a valuable winter sideline after you become a beekeeper, as the bees will not require your time during the winter season. The Bureau of Entomology, United States Department of Agriculture, has held and has announced many valuable short schools for beekeepers in various parts of the United States, and there is contemplated a course of intensive training for disabled soldiers who desire to take up beekeeping. These will probably be arranged in several of the principal beekeeping regions and in proximity to the district offices of the Federal Board for Vocational Education. Short Schools in Beekeeping, San Diego, Calif., November 25 to 30, 1918. Davis, Calif., December 1 to 7, 1918. Visalia, Calif., December 9 to 16, 1918. Ithaca, N.Y., February 24, March 1, 1919. Lafayette, Ind. April 7 to 12, 1919. Ames, Iowa, April 14 to 19, 1919. St. Paul, Min., April 21 to 26, 1919. California, 5 weeks beginning November 17, 1919. Literature for the Beekeeper Bulletins for free distribution. Farmers Bulletin 447. Bees. Farmers Bulletin 653. honey and its uses in the home. Farmer's Bulletin 695, Outdoor Wintering of Bees. Farmer's Bulletin 820, Sweet Clover Utilization. Farmer's Bulletin 961, Transferring Bees to Modern Hives. Farmer's Bulletin 1005, Sweet Clover on Corn Belt Farms. Farmer's Bulletin 1012, Preparation of Bees for Outdoor Wintering. Farmer's Bulletin 1014, Wintering Bees in Cellars. Farmer's Bulletin 1039, Commercial Comb Honey Production. Bee journals published in the United States: American Bee Journal, Hamilton, Ill. Gleaning in Bee Culture, Medina, Ohio. Domestic Beekeeper, North Star, Mich. The Western Honeybee, Covenor, Calif. Beekeeper's Item, New Braunfels, Tex. Books of interest to beekeepers. These may be obtained from dealers in beekeeping supplies, from publishers of bee journals, and from general book dealers. ABC and XYZ of Bee Culture, AI. NER Root Beekeeping, E.F. Phillips, Langstroth on the Hive and Honey Bee. Revised by C.P. Dadant, 50 Years Among the Bees. C.C. Miller, Advanced Bee Culture. W.Z. Hutchinson, Productive Beekeeping. F.C. Pellet, Practical Queen Rearing. F.C. Pellet, First Lessons in Beekeeping. C.P. Dadant, Bee Primer. C.P. Dadant, Free to Soldiers from Bee Journal. Plan No, 1235. Farm Mechanics as a Vocation Acknowledgement is due E.B. McCormick, Chief Division of Rural Engineering, United States Department of Agriculture. American Society of Agricultural Engineers, Curtis Publishing Co., Vacuum Oil Co., International Harvester Co., Domestic Engineering Co., and A. W. Shaw Co., for data, suggestions, and illustrations, also to Dr. John Cummings of the Research Division for editorial assistance. The war just over has been a war of machinery. The observing soldier has seen the effectiveness of the tank, the airplane, the truck, the motor transport, and the ambulance. He will remember them almost as comrades in the great struggle. He has seen the systematic care required to keep all this equipment in shape to deliver maximum service. Many of the returned soldiers have been truck, ambulance, or automobile drivers, or at least have seen the vast field of work that has been done by the gasoline engine in some form, and have developed an admiration for machinery. If you have driven any of these machines and experienced the thrill of pleasure on getting your machine out of some tight place, or in overcoming some difficulty by your own ingenuity, you have the best evidence that you will enjoy the vocation that is spoken of in this monograph. In selecting your future vocation, you should aim to profit by your past experiences as much as possible, and at the same time select such work as will best enable you to enjoy life and health. You have had an experience in the great outdoors, possibly a pre-war experience in agriculture, and can readily decide whether you will be contented under such conditions as are found in country life. The majority of soldiers have, barring injuries, been greatly benefited by their army life, Uncle Sam, having called several million men into his service, many of whom have been injured, is employing the best experts available to restore these to a condition of maximum usefulness. Just as the expert surgeon is restoring to useful condition the injured, so there is need of a mechanical expert to keep in good order the machinery of the farm and to restore to usefulness that which may have been injured. The farmer is realizing that one of the chief problems of the modern farm is that of getting sufficient help when needed. He has been in the habit of depending on floating labor for extra help. During the past few years, this help has been getting more and more uncertain, inefficient, and expensive, and during the war it has in fact often been impossible to get help at any price. To meet this condition, a more general use is being made of modern machinery, which enables more and better work to be done with fewer workers. Modern farming depends to a large extent on machinery. The average farmer is not a mechanic and must employ expert help to get the maximum service from his equipment. You may have had training and experience in mechanical work, and with a little special training, this may become a valuable asset to you as a farm mechanic. A person properly trained for this work can save many machines for future usefulness and increase the life of all the mechanical equipment of the farm. The chart shows the relative amount of power on American farms as compared with power used for manufacturing. All of this power on the farm is utilized through machinery, and the large investment in farm machinery makes it important that the best of care shall be given to ensure long life and efficient service. When the call came for greatly increased production, many farmers who doubted their ability to handle the modern farm machinery hesitated to undertake the larger acreage. In some cases, crops already started were not harvested for want of help and lack of ability to use the machinery that might have taken the place of manpower. The more complicated machinery becomes, the more important becomes its proper care and management. Neglect or improper usage shortens the life of the machines and often causes breakage, necessitating repair or new parts. The services of a man who has ability and training in the repair and operation of such implements are needed to secure the best results. If maximum life and service is not secured from farm equipment, the farmer cannot afford to have it. With maximum service, the farmer cannot afford to do without it. The farm tractor. The tractor is the most important recent addition to farm equipment. Its use is increasing because it enables one man to do the work of several and do it better. Many farmers hesitate to invest in the tractor and other modern machinery now available because, realizing that they are not mechanics, they doubt their ability to operate such equipment satisfactorily. Manufacturers employ mechanics to care for and operate their machines. Farmers must adopt similar methods. They are recognizing that in heavy farm work the tractor will accomplish more and do it better than horses, and that the tractor does not require feed or care when not being used. The use of the tractor involves so many changes in methods of work that farmers are often staggered by the new problems to be solved. Every farmer has grown into the use of horses and horse-drawn equipment. He knows he can handle them. But he has not the same conscience in his ability to handle the tractor and the machinery that goes with it. The farm mechanic will be expected to operate the tractor in plowing, seeding, cultivating, harvesting, and various other operations. He will be able to get more and better work out of the tractor and other machines than one who does not fully understand them. If the services of a trained farm mechanic were obtainable, many farmers would adopt the methods of the manufacturer, and they would find it profitable to use such modern machinery as is adaptable to their needs. This machinery, to give the best service, must be kept in first-class condition, which requires the attention of a mechanic familiar with farm machinery, not a machinist trained to do one, two, or several things in a fully equipped up-to-date machine shop, but an ingenious all-round mechanic who can keep the equipment in condition for operation at all times. A new vocation. This opens a new field of employment, that of farm mechanic. The farm mechanic will have employment the year round, and the farm owner who has a competent mechanic in his employ will find his machinery in good order when needed. The farm mechanic should not think that he is above doing regular farm work when that is more important. He may be called upon to repair buildings, build fences, or even plant potatoes, but his duties should be primarily the operation and upkeep of mechanical equipment. With the machinery cared for by a competent farm mechanic, there will be less loss of time due to breakdowns, and the equipment lasts longer. If anything goes wrong with any of the mechanical equipment while in operation, it will receive the immediate attention of an expert. When there is a need for repairs to any of the buildings, a competent man is available to do the work. Some large scientific farmers who have made their farming truly commercial propositions have introduced as one of the economic features of their business a department of farm mechanics with an expert mechanic in charge. The time is ripe and the need urgent for the general introduction of the farm mechanic on every farm of sufficient size. Adjoining farms might in some cases advantageously combine in employing a farm mechanic. A person with a desire to farm and an inclination toward mechanics may make one help the other by getting a farm so located that he can do general repair work for near neighbors. This work to be undertaken with the understanding that repairing and sharpening of tools will be done when farming is at a standstill because of weather or for other reasons, and that his own farming operations must not be sacrificed. Those desiring his services will gladly bring their machines to him to be overhauled before the season for use, and while other work is not pressing. The farm mechanic must be ingenious in utilizing the equipment at hand. He can often adapt available equipment to do work that, without his ingenious help, would be accomplished with much difficulty. The cut shows a small gasoline engine mounted on a binder to drive the cutting and binding machinery. With this arrangement, the team has only to draw the binder. This is particularly advantageous on soft ground. Where the bull wheel does not have to drive the machinery, it is not so liable to mire in wet places. This plan, taking much of the load from the team, enables more and better work to be done. If a tractor is available that can draw a grain drill and a harrow at the same time, it is poor economy not to do both operations at once. Efficient hitches are very important, and the mechanic must arrange these so that he can do the maximum work with a minimum power in the shortest time. It has been found that the power required by some methods of hitching may be 15 to 25% greater than by others. As a rule, proper hitches not only take less power, but the tools do better work. This illustrates one of the benefits to be derived from having an expert in charge of the machinery. The farm mechanic will be able to supervise the use of machines and tools on the farm, and thus greatly increase the efficiency of the equipment in the hands of others, as well as of that operated by himself. By supervising machines when in use and by keeping equipment in the best working condition, the farm mechanic can make himself the most valued man on the place. In some sections of the country, drainage and irrigation are very important. The intelligent farm mechanic with a little training can be of great service in the simple farm surveying necessary. The erection of and additions to farm buildings is another line of work that naturally falls to the farm mechanic, as does also the installation of farm equipment. Many convenient devices are possible if someone is available who can use tools and has ability to plan and construct such improvements. How many farmers, for example, have a dumb waiter connecting with the cellar or water in the kitchen to save steps for the farmer's wife? Most farms have a gas engine for pumping water. It would be an easy matter to arrange this engine so that it could be fitted to a short shaft provided with pulleys to drive various machines, such as feed grinder, feed cutter, grindstone, fanning mill, etc. A 11.2 or 2 horsepower engine on a small truck would be very convenient for moving from place to place for odd jobs. Many farms are supplied with small electric light plants, which by a little ingenuity could be made more convenient and also save work in the home. Electric lights, running water, bathroom, vacuum cleaner, cream separator, electric washer, electric iron furnace, and many other conveniences are all possibilities, although many farmers do not realize that these are available for the country home. However, with the assistance of the farm mechanic, the farmer will feel that he, too, may enjoy city conveniences. Farmers are not unwilling to have things made convenient for themselves, but hesitate because of the difficulty of getting a competent person to operate and maintain the plant. Lights, feed cutters, milkers, and other conveniences are needed at the barn. Probably no farm would have all these improvements, but any farm may have some, and if a farm mechanic of originality is available, many of these will be possible. The farm mechanic should be provided with a shop equipped with well-selected tools. This shop, for convenience, should be located as closely as possible to the machine sheds. It should have good light, a tight floor, and some means of heating in cold weather, for most of the work in the shop will be done during weather which is unsuited for outside operations. The equipment should consist of a forge and anvil, a bench and vise for metal work, a bench and vise for woodwork, good, suitable tools, and a small stock of supplies, such as nails, screws, nuts, and bolts. Farm machinery is built on the interchangeable plan, and a few of the extras most liable to be needed should be kept on hand to avoid delay. For example, a careful inspection of the binder before harvest will show what parts are likely to give trouble and which, if immediately replaced by extras on hand, will eliminate unnecessary delay at a time when every hour counts in saving a crop. It is well to know months before harvest that when you hitch to the binder it will be in shape for work. Also, that when the silo is to be filled the knives will be sharp and the blower in good working order. With a reasonable outfit of tools, a trained mechanic can repair almost any ordinary break that may occur in the busy season which otherwise would cause the work to stop and the crew to be idle while apart, or perhaps the whole machine, is taken to the local shop for repair, only to find the shop crowded with similar rush jobs which must take their turn. The farm mechanic should know how to do simple forge work, sharpen plows, dress and temper ordinary chisels, punches, and other steel tools, make good welds in iron and steel, do a fair job of woodwork such as will be required in repairing around the house and barns, and erect such small buildings as may be needed. He should know how to babbitt a bearing, fit new piston rings in a gas engine cylinder, grind in the valves, clean out the carbon from the cylinders of the gas engine, auto, or tractor, overhaul the binder, mower, hay loader, or other machinery, and replace such parts as are broken or worn. Practically all repair work should be done on the farm, and most of it may be done when the machines are not in use, or when the weather prevents other work. While a machine is in use, or immediately after it is brought in from the field, any repairs or replacements that are needed should be noted by the operator on a tag to be attached to the machine before it is put away for the season. This will serve as a reminder when the machine is overhauled to prepare it for the next season. During the late fall and winter, the entire equipment of machinery should be overhauled and put in shape for use. This will give ample time to secure extra parts. The one-horse shay had no weakest part, but most machinery has. If the weak parts can be repaired or replaced before they give way, the life and efficient service of the machine will be prolonged. A point often overlooked is that poor results are secured by using tools that are not sharp or not in good repair, and also the additional fact that much time is lost. Men will do more work and do it better if the tools they use are in first-class condition. A man who is swearing mad at a dull, rusty plow that will not scour will be liable to mistreat his team, and he will be unprofitable in many ways, all on account of a neglected plow, in consequence of poor tools. Or tools in poor condition, inefficient plowing, cultivating, and other operations follow with their resultant losses in crop returns. To illustrate, the average yield of wheat in the United States is about 15 bushels per acre, but the efficient farmer produces 25 to 40 bushels, and thereby greatly reduces his cost per bushel. Likewise with corn or other crops, the larger the yield, the less the cost to produce, and hence the greater the net profit. Even if the local repair shop happens to be convenient, and the farmer inclined to use it to the best advantage and as often as would be profitable, it would frequently be impossible to get efficient service, since the local shop is often congested with work, poorly equipped, and the shop mechanic may not be familiar with the machinery to be repaired. To make the farm investment as a whole most profitable, a considerable and judicious investment in modern farm machinery is absolutely necessary. The farm equipment will usually include a tractor, sometimes a truck, depending on the size of the farm, and farm implements suited to the lines of work being carried. It must be realized, however, that the best results from the farm depend on the efficient equipment of the farm home. The farmer's home is more than a shelter. It is the most important tool in his business. The farm equipment chart shows the result of a study of all the farm homes in a township in Iowa. Half of all the farm homes in this township had furnaces, while the proportion having water, bath, and electric or gas lights was somewhat less. Nearly half had vacuum cleaners, power washers, and electric irons. Nearly all these homes had telephones. Over half had pianos, and about half had automobiles. This is not a picture of average conditions obtaining at present in farm homes throughout the United States, but it is a picture of conditions, somewhat exceptional at present, to which we are, however, rapidly approaching. In many instances, an automobile is included in the farm equipment. Farmers have in fact more need for a car than have any other class, since it serves the double purpose of business and pleasure, and makes possible the greater enjoyment of church, town, and neighbors. Statistics show that nearly 2 million autos are owned by farmers. Cost of farm equipment, the machinery on a 200-acre farm, will vary from $3,000 to $4,000 or more. No businessman would put such expensive equipment in the hands of a crew of untrained men without someone in charge to see that it is properly used, kept in repair, and cared for when not in use. With a farm mechanic assured, farmers will realize that it is good business to supplement their farm investment by the purchase of such machinery, as will result in improved farming and increased production. The necessity for proper mechanical equipment of the farm was appreciated by the Federal Farm Loan Board when it provided that part of the federal loan funds might be used for mechanical equipment. The board realized that a farm cannot be profitably operated without suitable machinery, and that without modern farm tools, the farmer is severely handicapped, even though he has a good farm and sufficient buildings. Thorough preparation of the soil and cultivation and harvesting of the crop all depend upon proper equipment of the farm. The economic importance of modern labor-saving tools, implements, and machinery for the farm, orchard, and garden was not fully appreciated until 4 years of a world-disturbing war had created havoc with the farmer's labor supply, already short from losses to other industries. This supply was further curtailed by the demand for workers in the manufacture of war supplies and by enlistments. Even in the face of this tremendous depletion in his labor supply, labor-saving machinery, available from abundant pre-war manufacture, enabled the farmer, nevertheless, to expand the area under cultivation by hundreds of thousands of acres, and thus to meet war emergency needs. The satisfaction and profit of having an outfit of tools and a competent man to keep the equipment in good working condition will be realized more fully as the mechanic demonstrates his ability and ingenuity. The average farmer has not had the experience of having his machines and tools in condition without considerable trouble and outlay of time and expense. The change will be such a relief, and the increased efficiency so noticeable that the farm mechanic will have little difficulty in making such services appreciated, securing acknowledgement of his ability, and therefore establishing his rank among the men on the farm. He should, of course, be considered a permanent man and be provided with all the perquisites that other permanent men enjoy, including a house and a garden, in addition to adequate compensation. Future prospects: the demand for farm mechanics may be expected to grow somewhat in proportion to the increase in the use of tractors. The introduction of a tractor on a farm necessitates many changes in methods of work, which call for the exercise of mechanical ingenuity to get maximum results. The advantage of having a trained man to help plan and start the work under the new conditions is evident. The Curtis Publishing Co. has made a study of tractor production and has plotted a curve, Fig. 18, which shows the probable future of the industry. If the demand for farm mechanics increases in proportion as does the utilization of tractors, the future looks bright for well-trained men. You may have had mechanical experience and possibly experience with farm machinery, but you will nevertheless need a short intensive course in the care and repair of farm machinery. Such a course will fill you with new ideas for greater efficiency in the employment and adaptation of numerous tools not generally used on the farm. If you have had little mechanical training but have had some experience with farm machinery, you will need a course in shop work to enable you to do a good workmanlike job instead of the usual makeshift work to which many farmers have been accustomed. Handicaps, some of you may be saying. But I can't hope to make good on the farm because of my handicap. I have lost a foot or an arm or am otherwise crippled. It is true that these may seem hard to overcome, but the mechanic's work on a farm is such that few of these losses will be prohibitive or constitute serious handicaps. Ordinarily, the loss of a leg would prevent a man from doing the necessary walking in soft ground, but even this will not be found such a serious loss after you have been supplied with the extras to which you are entitled. Uncle Sam has had his physical mechanics at work for some time getting these extras ready, and after you have gotten them adjusted and properly broken in, you will find considerable pleasure in your ability to use them. Your work as a mechanic will be with machinery, and you will almost invariably ride while operating it. In the shop work and repairs, if you can stand at a bench and move around your machine, you will find little difficulty on account of loss of a leg. As for arms, the candidate should have one good hand, but the mechanical substitutes that have been developed will enable you to get along very comfortably with one good hand and a workable substitute for the other. After you are accustomed to your store hand, its use will become second nature to you, and you will not often be conscious of the change. Even star teeth require a certain amount of education before they work well. Increase in the use of artificial limbs at this time has led to material improvements being made in appliances to overcome various handicaps. The illustrations you have undoubtedly seen in print or on the screen are not make-up pictures, but actual cases of what training in the use of these appliances will enable a person to do. What others can do, you can do. Physical disabilities such as shell shock, nervous troubles, and lung troubles will be greatly benefited by the free outdoor life of the farm. There are sidelines that would be very profitable and interesting which would sandwich in with the work of the farm mechanic in a very satisfactory way, such as beekeeping, poultry, and sheep. There is a fascination about farm life to many persons that more than compensates for any loss of the enjoyments peculiar to city life. The farmer has been looked on as not quite the equal of the manufacturer or merchant, but opinion is rapidly changing. The farmer is the original producer on which others depend. This war has caused the world to realize his importance, and now he is beginning to receive his dues and be recognized for his real worth. When you have had the special training as a farm mechanic, you will find that the demand for your services is from well-equipped and experienced farmers. While you are rendering valuable service to your employer in your line of work, you will be getting a good salary and securing useful experience which will prepare you for a better position as a farm mechanic or for successful management, eventually, of a farm of your own. The Surgeon General is instructed to fit you out with the best appliances possible for your future work, and the Federal Board for Vocational Education is ordered to provide the training that will fit you for the work which you decide is best and most nearly meets your needs. The Federal Board's training courses have been arranged for in every state, and information in regard to them can be secured from your nearest district vocational officer. See list on the last page of this monograph. Plan No. 1236. Show card writing this monograph was prepared by May H. Pope under direction of Charles H. Winslow, Chief of the Research Division of the Federal Board of Vocational Education. Acknowledgement is due to Dr. John Cummings of the Research Division for editorial assistance. The purpose of the show card: a man's attention is attracted through his sense of sight more readily than in any other way. A word, a phrase, a pithy sentence will catch his eye and focus his interest, where something requiring more concentration would fail. For this reason, window dressing has grown into an important feature of every merchant's business, and cards pointing out the quality and prices of the goods displayed are universally used. These show cards were formerly made by sign painters, until some, more far-seeing than others, realized the opportunity to specialize in this line of work, which has now developed into a distinctive trade. Different types of cards: there is a great variety of types in show cards. Some are large, others are small. Some are ornamented with designs suitable for the occasion or season or goods to be featured in the advertisement. Others are plain numerals or letters giving the bare detail of cost. As these cards are shown in the street cars, on moving picture announcements, on billboards at theater entrances, as well as in the stores, they must be so varied as to be appropriate to their surroundings. A practical feature in writing show cards is the selection of some special design or slogan with which the article or firm may always be associated in the mind of the public. In this field, a show card writer with originality is able to realize materially upon his ideas. Future of the trade: because the merchant believes that seeing is very likely to mean buying, he finds the show card writer indispensable to his business, whether large or small. Every store needs these display cards with their catchy announcements to aid in promoting business. Present-day competition makes it necessary that every known means at attracting attention shall be utilized by the merchant who would keep up in his line. Progressiveness in store management has occasioned rapid growth in the trade of card writing within the last few years, and the constantly increasing demand for advertising indicates that the trade of show card writing has an assured future. Equipment. For the man possessing limited capital, the small cost of the necessary equipment is an alluring inducement to enter the trade. A few dollars will cover the entire cost. brushes, pens, pen holder with ink retainer, ruler, art gum or sponge rubber, thumb tacks, combination compass, a pair of large shears, a T-square, a box of charcoal, soft lead pencils, and cardboard make up the list of necessary material for the show card writer. A good-sized drawing board completes the list. The better the workman, the fewer the tools, has been said. An expert card writer works efficiently with a board, a T-square, and a half-dozen thumb tacks. What men in the trade should know: a good general education is essential for a show card writer who expects to be more than merely a mechanical maker of words and letters. Those who become expert in the art need a knowledge of designing and an originality in composing effective phrases, such as cannot be resisted even by those who read the cards casually. A practical knowledge of the geometric construction of letters is fundamental, for though simple lettering may be largely mechanical work, skill must not be confined to the utilization of mechanical means alone. A knowledge of color is an advantage to those who make sign cards. Color combinations and contrasts play an important part in producing attractive cards, as card writers are confronted by all sorts of combinations of words in inscriptions. It is necessary for them to know letter forms, to understand novelty in designing, arrangement, and artistic embellishment, and to exercise taste in harmonizing colors so as to produce cards that will be not only neat and attractive, but at the same time legible. What men in the trade do: show card writers make price tickets and all types of trade cards used in windows, on special sale sections, on the announcement boards of theaters, on automobiles, in cafeterias, in street cars, and wherever else the card may serve as a proper medium of advertising. The trade is carried on in different ways. Cards are sometimes made by salesmen who give only part of their time to this work. Other writers give all of their time to one firm, requiring a large number of cards for its own use. Some card writers work for show card firms, and others have their own offices and fill special orders. Opportunities: the demand for show card writers is far greater than the supply. Every small town offers an opening for one or more who would make a good living at the trade in that locality. How men are trained: many card writers are trained in the shop. Correspondence courses afford fair advantages to the man who must save time and money, but personal supervision is of great advantage, and personal criticism is essential if a correspondence course is taken. Courses in card writing are now offered in technical schools and YMCA classes and vocational schools all over the country. Among the schools now offering courses in show card writing are the following: Federal School of Commercial Art, Minneapolis, MIN. Idaho Technical Institute, Los Angeles YMCA Schools, St. Louis YMCA Schools, Lowry Sign and Advertising Service, Chicago, Links Business College, Boise, Idaho, State Trade School, Danbury Con Appleton Wise Industrial School, Kenosha Wise Vocational School, Neenah Wise Industrial School, New York High School, New York Vocational Schools, Detroit Mitch School of Letters, Augustana College, Rock Island, Ill, College of Commerce, DePaul University, Chicago, School of Industrial Arts, Trenton N. J. Costa School, Chicago, Semby School, Minneapolis, Min. The length of time required for the completion of courses depends upon the student. One very good course covers 8 weeks. Some students after the 5th or 6th lesson have done work sufficiently creditable to bring a money return. Proper and methodical training is very necessary. Care and exactness must first be acquired, and speed will naturally follow. Courses given in show card writing cover such subjects as how to mix and when to use watercolors, inks, and oils, the care of brushes and pens, the proper kind and color of cardboards to use, and how to apply bronze and diamond dust. The formation of pen and brush letters is, of course, fundamental, and the principles of lettering must be taught in a simple, thorough, and correct way. Proper instruction with application is bound to bring success. Lesson plates NOS 1-6. Improved method for teaching, correct formation and relative proportions of letters and numerals. Brush method, general instructions. Proper material, students' worktable light, how to care for brushes, show card paint, how to practice, kind of practice that counts. Lesson plates explained how to fill the brush, how to bring the brush to working point, how to hold the brush, position at table, position of paper. Lesson plates NOS 7 to 10 single-stroke rapid Roman lettering. How to begin the practice, time-saving methods, how to hold the brush, various positions of the brush explained, how to manipulate the brush to produce clean-cut strokes, purpose of single-stroke vertical and italic Roman lettering. Lesson plates nos. 11 and 12, how to shade letters. Various styles of shading, proper colors for shading, shading as an embellishment, shading to give emphasis. Lesson plates nos. 13 to 16, single-stroke Egyptian lettering. Brushes to use, how to hold the brush, how to manipulate the brush to produce the proper stroke, how to practice the elementary lines and curves. Lesson plates nos. 17 and 18, single and double stroke alphabet and numerals. Purpose of this style of letter, brushes to use, method explained, different methods of finishing the letters. Lesson plate no. 19, single stroke Old English alphabet. Purpose of Old English lettering, how to hold the brush. Retouching the principal strokes. Lesson plate no. 20, single-stroke modified Roman pen lettering. Advantages of pen lettering for text or descriptive matter, inks to use, how to practice pen lettering, how to hold the pen, how to manipulate the pen to procure clean-cut strokes, how to use an ink reservoir to facilitate rapid work. 15 practical show card layouts. In the foregoing lessons, the student acquires sufficient ability to enable him to make practical use of his knowledge. The alphabets covered are sufficient for general show card use. Therefore, at this point, the course presents 15 practical layouts showing how the text should be separated into display lines and descriptive groups. Also various styles of letters that may be used in harmony for display and descriptive matter. An appropriate show card phrase is used for each layout. Display lines and descriptive groups are indicated in the exact size and styles of letters to be used in lettering each layout. Specific directions as to color combinations and embellishments are given for each layout. A study in design and layout. The principles of spacing, importance of show card designing, best rules for spacing, lessons in spacing, how to center a word or line, condensing and extending letters. How to plan lettering to fit a given space, rules for condensing, rules for extending, appropriate uses of condensed and extended letters, practice exercises. Principles of the balanced layout. Balanced layout defined, how to plan the balanced layout, important points to observe, examples of balanced layout, practice exercises in balanced layouts. Border lines, underscore, space fillers, and panels. Brush ruling, how to draw an ellipse, initial panel, initial letters. A few card kinks, the group layout. How to plan the group layout, examples of group layout, practice exercises in group layout, combination layout. Purpose of the combination layout, how to divide the phrase into display lines and groups for the combination layout, examples of combination layouts, exercises in combination layouts, price tickets. Normal style price tickets, bold style price tickets, small price tickets, fancy price tickets. Illustrative price tickets, practice exercises, illustrated show cards. Sources of ideas, tracing from clipped illustrations, how to use the pantograph for enlarging illustrations. The mirroscope, examples of appropriate designs for various purposes, exercises in illustrated show cards. Principles of colors, color contrasts. How to mix watercolor paint, color effects, color combination, mixing standard colors to produce shades, tints, and unusual colors. Lessons in color combinations. Show card embellishment. Dry color blending. Spatter work, relief lettering, applying metallics, diamond dust, flock, etc. Phrase and picture tiling, seasonable embellishments, floral decorations, poster cutouts, silhouettes, how to paint muslin signs. Instruction in the use of the airbrush. Principles of the airbrush, sectional view of an airbrush, illustrating and describing all important parts. Air pressure, how to put a gas outfit together. Colors for airbrush use, how to use the airbrush, care of the airbrush, how to cut stencils, practice exercises to gain control of brush, color blending, exercises in the use of stencil designs. Lesson plate no. 21, single-stroke alphabet and numerals for modern speedball pen lettering. Lesson plate no. 22, uniform single-stroke alphabet and numerals for peasant pen lettering. Lesson plate no. 23, single-stroke peasant or speedball pen alphabet with retouched spurs. Lesson plate no. 24, speedball pen initial capitals retouched and embellished. Lesson plate no. 25, outline Roman initial, embellished capitals, plain lowercase letters. Lesson Plate No. 26. Modern Roman and fancy alphabets for music pen lettering. Lesson Plate No. 27. Old English text pen and small speed ball pen alphabets. Lesson Plate No. 28. Speed ball pen alphabets. Lesson Plate No. 29. Rapid single-stroke antique Roman brush alphabet. Lesson Plate No. 30. Rapid single-stroke modified Roman brush alphabet. Lesson Plate No. 31. Single-stroke antique alphabet and numerals. Qualifications: anyone who can learn to write can learn to draw or paint letters for show cards. It is not essential to have artistic ability, although this would be an asset in the trade. A steady hand and a correct eye are the only requirements, and it is well to remember that the sight that ensures correct drawing is not that of the eye only, but of the mind. Handicaps: good eyesight is essential, but almost no handicap other than blindness or the loss of both arms is prohibitive. It is an advantage to have both hands, but the fact that one-armed men have so clearly demonstrated their ability to write as legibly as others with both hands indicates that the difficulty for a man with one hand becoming a show card writer be overcome. Desirability: for the disabled man the work is not heavy. The hours may be adjusted to the strength of the worker. The prospects for work in the trade are favorable, and the pay is good, all of which characterizes the trade as one suitable for disabled men. A chief attraction which show card writing holds out for the handicapped man is the freedom allowed in the choice of a working place. He may be independent not only in the place of his work, but in selecting his own hours for work. This liberty means much for a man who is physically below normal. The conditions under which a writer of show cards works are favorable, both as to time and place. Remuneration: show card writing is a fascinating art and brings good profits. For this reason its appeal will be strong to the wounded soldier. An exact standard of prices has never been possible for card writing, as so much depends upon the quality of the work and the time required to make the cards. The cost of the material is negligible, but show cards have an intrinsic value to the merchant, who is usually willing to pay for them. Card writers make from $25 to $75 a week, advertising cards. Being of a temporary nature, must be inexpensive. Rapidity is necessary in order to make it profitable, as the writers are usually paid by piecework. The example may be cited of a hunchback who began show card writing at $3 a week, and by his energy and application rose to a salary of $40 in a short while. A lack of application or giving way to discouragement over first attempts may cause failure. But for no other reason should a disabled man who desires to become a writer of trade cards feel the slightest fear of the undertaking. Begin the course with a determination to succeed, and remember that lack of confidence is not conducive to success in any trade. Learn the principal strokes with great care, practice diligently until dexterity is acquired, work without hesitation, boldly and with enthusiasm, and in a short time there will be acquired expertness in a trade which is interesting, agreeable, and lucrative. Plan No. 1237. The Printing Trades. This monograph was prepared by T. G. McGrew, Superintendent of the United Typefathetti of America, School of Printing, Indianapolis, Ind., under the direction of Charles H. Winslow, Chief of the Research Division of the Federal Board for Vocational Education. Acknowledgement is due to Martin Scott, President of the International Typographical Union, Dr. Frederick W. Hamilton, and Henry P. Potter, for valuable suggestions and advice in the preparation of this monograph, and to Dr. John Cummings of the Research Division for editorial assistance. Printing as an occupation: the printing industry is both a profession and a trade. It is essentially an occupation of intelligence, the mechanical processes of which require a high degree of specialized skill and training. Printing in the United States employs nearly 500,000 people. The trade is not confined to any particular locality, but is practiced in all parts of the country. The number of printing establishments in any city is a comparatively accurate index to its size and commercial importance. Therefore, the competent man in the printing business is not restricted to certain localities or conditions. The printing trade develops intellectually, as a printer must be well read in the very nature of his occupation. His work is skillful but not extremely arduous, and the 8-hour day is practically standard. Wages in the various branches average from $15 to $40 per week, with special and executive positions commanding higher salaries. Future of the business: this is an age of rapid industrial changes, and new inventions may render certain occupations almost obsolete in a night. It is unwise to enter some lines of industry because the demand is lessening, the business decreasing, and the future uncertain. This is not the case, however, in regard to printing, which is a growing business. The use of printing is increasing in every field of industry. Insofar as human judgment can determine, it will continue as an essential industry, and 20 years from now there will be unmeasurably more product than there is today. Products of printing. Printing has been aptly designated the art preservative of all arts. The product of the printer's trade is so well known as to require little comment. Books, periodicals, newspapers, commercial forms, advertising, literature, and other products of the press form a competent part of the business and social structure of all civilized nations, and are integral parts of the daily life of practically every individual. Hardly any other field of human activity has a product so universally used. Organization of the industry of all the trades, printing is one of the best organized, both on the part of employers and of employees. There are few strikes, as arbitration agreements are in effect, and work is seldom interrupted. The various organizations use their dues to much better advantage than in financing internecine struggles. The employers' associations maintain many activities for improving conditions in the business, including installation of cost systems, maintenance of trade schools, advertising service, and provision of educational courses. The unions pay old age pensions, death benefits, and sick benefits. They provide homes for the aged and indigent, sanatoriums for the sick, and instruction for apprentices. All these organizations aid morally and financially in promoting education for the craft, environment of workers. Printing business is entirely shop and office work. There is no exposure, nor is the trade affected materially by weather conditions. The work is more uniform in volume than in many other trades. Only a few of the processes have special hazards, and the health of printers compares favorably with that of other indoor trades. Entering the trade: the printing trade embraces several distinct branches, chief among which are composition, including hand and machine, presswork, and bindery. Each of these is subdivided into a number of processes. The regular apprenticeship is 5 years for each branch of the trade. Very few men are proficient in more than one branch, the nature of the business being such that specialization is necessary for both the trade and the individual. Within the last few years, technical schools have been established which aid in training for the industry. It must be clearly understood that the schools are interconnected with the trade and are for the purpose of adding to shop training and not superseding it. An indispensable requisite of the printing industry is thorough intensive training and experience. In common with other worthwhile things, it cannot be hurriedly or superficially mastered. Time and work both are necessary. Printing courses for the disabled men disabled in the war who may be interested in printing will naturally fall into 2 classes, those formerly employed in the trade and those without trade experience. If you belong to the first class and have worked at the trade, we would unhesitatingly urge you to continue in it in some capacity. Special efforts will be made by all trade organizations to enable you to do so. Your previous training and experience should not be thrown away, but should on the contrary be used as the foundation for specialization, either in your own particular branch of work or in some allied branch. The government is offering you the opportunity to greatly improve your ability by technical training. You can return to the trade more expert by adding to your previous experience the training of one or more of the courses offered. This will give you a better position than you held before entering upon military service. It will enable you to earn more money and to be more valuable to the trade and to the nation. If you are interested in the trade but have never worked at it, there is only one right way to begin: through thorough preparation. We should consider ourselves delinquent in our duty if we did not impress on you that competency is the result of sufficient time, proper prerequisites, and practical trade experience. Printing requires a high degree of skill, speed, and accuracy. These essentials cannot be acquired superficially. The government, the schools, and the trade are prepared to furnish you this preparation, asking from you only the time and effort necessary to do it right. The accompanying chart affords detailed information regarding the various positions for which training is provided. Chart showing character of occupation, qualifications, requirements, and training for various positions in the printing industry. Occupation, character of occupation. Work requires, qualifications, wages per week, hours of labor daily, physical requirements, training needed by journeyman workmen. 43.1, hand compositor, ad, and job. Setting ads, jobs, and general printing, makeup of machine composition, paging, distribution, and other composing room work. Walking, bending over, standing at cases, and handling various tools, type, and other small articles. Good general education, technical knowledge of typesetting, styles of composition, principles of design, color harmony, etc. $20 to $30. 8. One eye, both hands, one leg, if fitted with usable artificial limb. Physical ability for standing and stooping, no lifting required, good hearing not essential. 1 year. 2. Linotype operator. Operating keyboard of slug casting machines for production of all classes of composition, knowledge of mechanism to operate. Work is mostly in sitting posture, rising occasionally. Operation of keyboard somewhat similar to typewriter. Good general education, capitalization, division of words, punctuation, and spelling. Experience in setting type, knowledge of styles of composition, 25 to 35. 8. Good eyes, both hands with thumbs and at least 4 fingers, 1 leg and artificial limb, good hearing desirable but not essential. 6 months. 3. Linotype machinist, to make all adjustments and repairs on slug casting machines and erect machines. Work necessitates walking, bending, and reaching in the repair and adjustment of machines. Experience in printing sufficient for adjustment of machine, general knowledge of mechanics, and use of tools. Specialized training in repair and adjustments of machine, 25 to 40. 8. Must have good eyesight, 2 hands, both legs, unless artificial limb permits active use, good hearing. Work requires some lifting and much movement of arms and body. 1 year. 4. Linotype machinist operator. Operating keyboard and sufficient knowledge of mechanism to keep machine in running order. Work requires all physical movements necessary for manipulation of keyboard and adjustment of machines. Combination of all essential requirements of keyboard operator and machinist, 25 to 35. 8. Requires physical capacity designated for linotype operators and machinists, 18 months. 5. Monotype keyboard operator, operation of keyboard of monotype machine for all styles of composition. Physical exertion is about the same as operating a typewriter. Operator is seated and little walking required. Good general education in punctuation, spelling, experience in hand composition on all classes of work, 20 to 30. 8. Good eyesight. Both hands with 1 thumb and enough fingers to operate, perfect hearing not necessary. Work is light, no lifting or stooping, sitting posture, 6 months. 6. Monotype machinist, operation of monotype caster on composition and casting type, borders, rules, etc. Making adjustments and repairs on caster and keyboard. Work is standing, considerable walking, bending, and stooping in adjustment and running of machine. Experience in printing. Knowledge of type sizes and measurements, general knowledge of mechanics and use of tools. Thorough training in repair and adjustment of machine, 25 to 40. 8. 1 good eye, both hands, 1 leg, and artificial limb, good hearing, no heavy lifting or strain, work is standing, 1 year. 7. Monotype combination, operating keyboard and running caster, a combination of the functions of keyboard operator and caster runner, requires all physical movements designated as essential in operation of keyboard and caster. Combination of all essential requirements of keyboard operator and machinist, 30 to 40. 8. Requires physical capacity designed for monotype keyboard operator and monotype machinist. 18 months. 8. Stoneman, imposition and lockup of forms, figuring margins, etc. Work is standing or walking about imposing stone, constant use of hands and arms, expert knowledge of imposition for hand and machine folding, margins, sizes of paper, lockup job and cylinder forms, plates and bases. 25 to 35. 8. Work is standing, requiring constant movement of hands and arms, considerable lifting of forms, one good eye and partial hearing. 6 months. 9. Composing room foreman, supervision of all work produced in composing room by hand and machine, physical movement a variable factor, much of work can be handled from desk if necessary. Good technical knowledge of printing, practical composing room experience, disposition to direct, assume responsibility with capacity to plan production. 25 to 60. 8. Good eyesight, right arm and hand, one leg, provided artificial limb permits walking, little manual labor, requires good hearing. 1 year. 10. Copy holder, assistant to proofreader, reading the copy with proofreader for corrections, reading and assisting proofreader. Good education, ability to read clearly and accurately, such knowledge of the trade as will enable him to competently assist proofreaders. 10 to 20. 8. Good eyesight, hearing and articulation. One arm and hand, work requires no standing or lifting and little walking. 6 months. 11. Proofreader, marking errors in proof sheets in composition, revising, etc. Work seated at table or desk. Good education and thorough training in punctuation and English, proofreaders marks, methods of correction. Technical knowledge of printing. 20 to 30. Work seated, good eyesight and hearing, must be able to write, no physical strain. Do. 12. Copywriter, writing or editing copy for ads, booklets, and other details connected with advertising and other work. Desk work entirely. Good education, particularly in English and expression, ability to analyze service and write forceful descriptive matter. Should be familiar with different kinds of printing and its possibilities. 20 to 50. 8 to 9. One eye, good hearing, ability to write, desk work, no physical exertion. Do. 13. Assistant pressman, platen or cylinder, feeding press, assisting pressmen in make ready, oiling and washing up presses, handling stock, etc. Constant movement of hands and arms, considerable standing and lifting of paper and rollers. Must be able to feed to register, keep up color, have speed and accuracy, know how to put in rollers, keep up presses, oil, wash up and assist pressmen in make ready, etc. Common school education. 15 to 22. 8. Good eyesight, 2 hands and arms. One leg with artificial limb, enough fingers to handle sheets, good hearing not essential, work is standing. 6 months. 14. Pressman, platen or cylinder, making ready type and plates for printing, registering forms, mechanism and adjustments of presses, proper use of inks, mixing colors, printing qualities of papers. This line of work requires movements of nearly all parts of body, involving walking, bending, stooping, constant use of fingers, arms and hands. Practical experience in trade, good education, artistic sense, mechanical ability. Training in all process of make ready. 22 to 40. 8. Good eyesight and hearing, hands, arms, enough fingers to handle tools and sheets. Work requires standing, walking, and movement of upper part of body. 1 year. 15. Press foreman, supervision of all work in press department, knowledge of time tickets and production records. Familiarity with the mechanical processes of the press room. Requires walking and supervision in directing work, also work at desk in sitting posture. Shop experience, knowledge of mechanical processes. Capacity to organize production and direct work. Education sufficient to handle record forms, make up reports, etc. 30 to 60. 8. Good eyesight, hearing, arm and leg if he can walk on artificial one. Work mostly supervisory and at desk. 1 year. 16. Bindery worker, setting and feeding folding machines, hand folding, adjustment and operation of stitches and other bindery machinery. Operation of various machines requires use of hands, arms and legs. Work requires both standing and sitting position. Practical knowledge of bindery machinery, bindery operations, technical knowledge of imposition and margins, knowledge of special operations such as round cornering, punching, indexing, etc. 12 to 25. 8. One eye, both hands and arms, ability to walk and stand, although much of work may be done seated, foot control of some machines, no vary. Heavy work may be partly def, 6 months, 17, stockman and paper cutter, operation of cutting machine, figuring cuts, sizes of stock, etc. Supervision of stock, receiving, issuing, and storing must be in sufficiently good physical condition to lift and handle paper, keep record on same and operate cutting machine. Knowledge of standard qualities, kinds, sizes, weights, and finish of paper. Know how to receive, store, and disperse stock, make out and handle requisitions and stock room records. Be able to perform mechanical operation on machine, figure and cut stock, trim books, etc. 15 to 25. 8 involves lifting of stock. Arms, hands, one leg artificial, one can be used, one eye, partial hearing desirable, 3 months, 18 printing instructor, the teaching of printing to apprentices or students of vocational classes, proper functioning with trade and thorough training along practical lines, care and thoroughness more essential than speed, much work can be done seated, requires use of hands and arms while standing at case or plate in press, must be practical printer. Have good standing in trade, ability to teach, careful, thorough, patient, cooperative disposition. 25 to 40. 6 to 8 good hearing, eyesight and articulation, ability to write and demonstrate mechanical work, no hard physical work. 1 year. 19 cost clerk, keeping cost records, posting time tickets, compiling statements of cost and other clerical details. This is clerical and mostly desk work which may be done standing or sitting on stool or chair, some walking. Good education, quick and accurate at figures, preferably a knowledge of printing operations. 15 to 25, 8 to 9 one eye, right hand and arm, work may be done seated, is entirely clerical, no physical strain. 6 months, 20, layout man, making sketches and layouts, designating type and decorations, selecting paper and inks for jobs and ads, desk work entirely. Knowledge of typefaces, composition, paper and color. Have training in drawing, lettering, principles of design, and be well informed on reproductive processes. 25 to 75, 8 to 9. Good eyesight, one arm and hand, does not require walking or any movement except drawing designs. Good hearing not essential. 1 year. 21, printing salesman, marketing the printer's product, developing new business, acting as representative of the printer to the customer. Must be able to exercise all the physical functions necessary to locate business and obtain it. General knowledge of printing business, particularly of paper and engraving, typefaces, etc. Should be a specialist in business development and capable of affording real printing service to the customer. 25 to 100, no fixed hours. 1 eye, good hearing, 1 arm and hand, 2 legs or equivalent, good articulation, good appearance. 1 year. 22, estimator. Figuring the amounts of material, processes, time required and other factors of cost necessary to furnish prices on printing, cooperating with sales and manufacturing departments. Desk work, no physical exertion necessary, except involved in handling samples, cost records, and figuring. Practical experience in printing business, informed about paper, ink, engraving, and other materials and processes. Knowledge of costs, 35 to 75. 8 to 9 one eye, good hearing, 1 hand and arm, desk work, very little walking, no lifting, little physical exertion. Estimating is a mental job. 1 year. 23, superintendent and manager. Management of operations of plant as a whole, determination of methods of manufacture. Cooperative connection with all activities of the business. Work at desk and in different portions of the plant, more mental than physical, but must be able to get around departments in control of operations. Practical information regarding all manufacturing processes, knowledge of cost accounting and estimating, ability to organize departments, plan production, direct operations, and deal with men. 50 to 200, no fixed hours. Good eyesight, good hearing. Able to walk, work is mental. 2 years. 24, proprietor. Directing the policy and operation of the business from the standpoint of ownership and profits. Work may of course be adjusted to conditions. Desk work is essential in control of business if active part is taken in management. This presupposes a knowledge of business with specialization in printing plant costs, management, sales, service, product, and organization, all the time. should possess such unimpaired mental and physical faculties as will enable him to conduct his business under conditions of individual case. 1 year, 43, based on intensive technical training of 35 to 40 hours per week. Practically all specialized positions in printing are properly based on a journeyman's experience. In the case of men who have served only partial apprenticeships, or who have no training whatever, an individual determination is necessary in each case as to the amount of special education, technical school training, and shop work required to equal the regular apprenticeship foundation. The very elaborate artificial limbs now available may in many cases enable the individual to meet the physical requirements where the above statement would indicate a difficulty. Each such case must be decided on its merits, causes of study. For requirements as to previous education and physical condition for each of these causes, see chart. The technical causes are organized to afford the following training. Provision is made for individual instruction where needed, and for classes in English, history of printing, trade arithmetic, and printing design directly connected with the trade work. 1. Hand compositor, straight matter, add. And job explanation and use of materials and equipment used in the composing room, lay of cases, correct position at frame, straight composition, correcting proofreaders' marks, distribution, casting off copy, styles of composition, setting bookwork, tabula mater, add, and job work, design and layouts, and imposition. 2. Linotype operator, the construction and operation of the several models of machines, cleaning and care of mats and machine. Correct method of fingering and acquiring speed, practice on styles of composition, proper condition of metal, machine changes and adjustments. 3. Linotype machinist, construction and operation of machine, care of mats and machine, cleaning, oiling, overhauling, tearing down machine and assembling, condition of metal, detecting trouble, adjustments. Repair work, care and system of handling sorts and supplies. 4. Linotype machinist, operator, construction and operation of machine, cleaning mats and machine, correct method of fingering and acquiring speed, correct condition of metal, oiling, overhauling and assembling. Changing parts. 5. Monotype keyboard operator, monotype is in 2 units, keyboard and caster. Keyboard, theory and operation of keyboard, cleaning and care of keyboard, work of keyboard and its relation to the caster, reading perforations, changing keyboard to various layouts, adjustments, practice on styles of composition, practice for speed. 6. Monotype machinist keyboard, theory and construction of keyboard, care, adjustment, repairs, caster. Parts of machine, use of micrometer, sizes and handling of type, machine changes, casting of display type, borders, slugs and rules, keeping metal in proper condition, care of machine, adjustments and repairs. 7. Monotype combination keyboard, theory and construction of keyboard, cleaning and care, work of keyboard and its relation to caster, reading perforations, changing to various layouts, adjustments, caster. Parts of machine, use of micrometer. Type sizes, machine changes, casting display type, borders, slug and rule attachments, conditions of metal, care of machine, oiling and adjustments. 8. Stoneman handling of type and forms, locking up forms, imposition for hand and machine folding, study of various folds, kinds of folding machines, margins, sizes of paper, patent blocks and bases, lockups for register and color. 9. Composing room, form and composition of straight matter and display, classes of composition, methods of handling, book, tabular and commercial work by hand and machine, make-up, illustrations and plates, layouts, design and color, paper sizes, kinds and uses, department forms of record, department systems, selection and arrangement of equipment. 10. Copy holder, technical terms used in printing, sizes and kinds of type, office style. Reading, reprint and manuscript copy, proofreaders' marks, punctuation, abbreviations, spelling, division of words, reference marks, technical copy, tabular copy, special instruction in English of an informational character. 11. Proofreader. Details of the course include book, magazine and newspaper styles, proofreaders' marks, technical terms, orthography, book and magazine make-up, editing copy, proofroom rules and procedure, reading, correcting and revising proofs. 12. Copyright, a proofreader's marks, punctuation, capitalization, division of words, abbreviations, construction of sentences, paragraphing, writing, advertising, copy and sales literature, planning and layout of composition. Making up dummies, styles of typography, editing copy, analyzing problems of publicity and devising advertising service. 13. Assistant pressman, feeding stock, uniformity of color, proper handling of sheets after printing, keeping press in good condition, setting rollers and fountain, principles of make ready on type and plates. 14. Pressman, cleanliness and careful use of materials, theory and construction of various types of machines, setting impression screws, bearers, rollers, and other adjustments, registering forms, care of rollers, paper, ink, make ready, and running different grades of work, including halftones in black and color, process plates, etc. Department details. 15. Pressroom foreman makes of presses best suited for work on hand. Adjustments necessary to keep in good running order, economical ways of running, various folds, hand and machine, inks, paper, color, planning work, production forms, and department management. Arrangement of equipment, pressroom accessories. 16. Bindery worker, receiving and handling printed sheets, knowledge of paper, counting, straightening, cutting, folding, hand and machine, gathering, collating, stitching, trimming, punching, numbering, padding, wrapping. This course deals only with the simpler phases of bindery work. 17. Stockman and paper cut, a study of various kinds of paper, tests, sizes and weights, economical methods of cutting stock, equivalent weights, methods of figuring stock, care, oiling, cleanliness and operation of cutters. Stock handling system, perpetual inventory and stock record forms. 18. Printing instructor work in typesetting, locking forms, make ready and feeding on job presses, both theory and practical work, instruction methods and outlines of instruction for classes. Trade English, design and arithmetic, visits to printing and allied plants, training as a teacher. 19. Cost clock, based on United Typeathetia of America standard cost finding system. Analysis and explanation of cost principles and their application, stockroom systems, time tickets, job records and operating forms for all departments, recapitulation of plant details of expense and output, compiling statement of cost of production. 20. Layout man, principles of design, typefaces, color paper, making layouts of work for composition, and producing harmonious combinations of stock, illustrations, color and typography, specifications and methods of increasing production, acquiring speed on layouts. 21. Printing salesman, based upon United Typeathetia of America standard salesmanship course. Qualifications of salesman, the printer's product and market. Specialized manufacturing processes, the sales department, customer and business development, creating business, technical knowledge required, successful salesmanship, practical sales demonstrations in specialized manufacturing, general and merchandise printing. 22. Estimator, based upon United Typeathetia of America standard estimating course. Details of estimating, including specifications, estimate blanks, figuring stock, artwork, plates, kinds of composition, imposition, presswork, platen and cylinder, and bindery details, copy, ink, engraving, plates, trade customs. Practice in making out specifications, estimating work, and submitting proposals. 23. Superintendent and manager estimating, cost finding, forms for composing room, press room, stock room, bindery, trade conditions. Processes of composition, presswork, bindery, paper, ink, color, production methods, planning work, organization and management. 24. Proprietor estimating, cost finding, study of composition, paper, ink, plates and engravings, composing room, press room, bindery, condition of printing trades, business development, visits to allied plants, plant organization and management, sales values. Plan No. 1238. The Garment Trades. This monograph was prepared by May H. Pope, under direction of Charles H. Winslow, Chief of the Research Division of the Federal Board for Vocational Education. Acknowledgement is due to Dr. John Cummings of the Research Division for editorial assistance. A place to sleep, something to eat, and something to wear constitute the primary needs for us all. To satisfy the need for clothing, a group of great American industries has developed, great in the value of their product as well as in the number of their workers. From handwork to machine operation, it would be interesting to trace the development of the clothing industries out of the common household trade, using crude methods in introducing homemade garments, the materials for which were grown and spun and woven by the family, through the hand-sewing days and the various stages of foot-power machines to the present-day methods of electrically driven machines, adjusted to do most accurate work with special devices for all sorts of processes. Providing a prime necessity on the whole, it may be conceded that these industries compare only fairly with others as regards prevailing conditions of labor, but as regards benefits conferred upon people generally, in placing within easy reach of all a prime necessity of life, the clothing industries rank very high. Seasonal character of the industry's employment in the garment trades is highly seasonal and is influenced by certain causes beyond control of the manufacturer. This irregularity of work is often a real hardship for employees. The busy seasons run from January through the spring months and from August through the fall months. Some manufacturers, however, manage to keep workers busy 11 months during the year. Efforts have been made to equalize the work seasonally, but nothing has been definitely accomplished so far. There is much greater irregularity of employment in the women's garment trades than in the men's. It often occurs that only one half of those employed in the busy season in making women's clothes are kept at work during the dull seasons. Factors which influence this irregularity in employment are seasonal changes, changes in style, degree of specialization required, quality of product, and method of production. In the men's garment industries, manufacturers often utilize the dull season for making up standard goods, such as blue serge suits, but makers of women's clothes find style such a variable factor that they dare not make up stock much in advance of the season. Employment is more regularly distributed in the industries producing waists, skirts, and under muslins than it is in the cloak and suit industry. An immigrant's trade, garment making, has long been known as an immigrant's trade. Before the war, it absorbed annually approximately 10,000 immigrants. Irish, Germans, and Italians have all worked in considerable numbers in the clothing industries, but at present the Jews predominate not only among the workers, but as well among those exercising controlling power. Where the work is done, the work may be carried on, it has been said, in any place where there are a half-dozen machines and an ironing board. But in some places large clothing factories have been built, though much of the work is done in medium-sized shops. The clothing industries differ from other manufacturing industries in several particulars. They are highly localized. More than half of all the clothing manufactured in the United States is made in New York City. Choice of a home is, therefore, limited for the young man who enters any one of these industries. Other cities in which the industries flourish are Philadelphia, Cleveland, Baltimore, Boston, Rochester, Chicago, and Cincinnati. Because of the congestion in New York, some concerns have made attempts to move away from such crowded quarters, but the character of the industries requires just those things which are not found in rural districts. It is for one thing important to be near the labor supply and near the markets, both for buying materials and for selling goods. The prestige accredited to New York manufacturers as to style is another factor holding concerns in that city. There are two types of employers in the clothing industries, namely the manufacturer and the contractor or submanufacturer. Many factories, especially those where the high-grade garments are made, have their own inside shops where all work is done under supervision of the manufacturer or his foreman. But there is a tendency to increase the contracting system, particularly in the making of cheaper garments. When the contracting method is employed, the manufacturer or jobber purchases the material and turns it over to the submanufacturer, who has the garments made in his small shop. The manufacturer who gives his work out to contractors avoids the necessity for maintaining a large factory and for keeping a great number of men on his payroll. He is also relieved of the responsibility of dealing with labor, the contractor being in direct contact with the workers. On the other hand, the contractor obtains materials from the jobber, which otherwise he would not be financially able to purchase. In the contract system, there is complete separation of the commercial processes from the technical. The manufacturer is responsible for the purchase of materials and for securing and filling orders for the trade, but all technical processes in the making of garments are left to the contractor, who is entirely responsible for the work. The contractor not only supervises the workers, but often works with them. He is no shirker. What the workers produce, all sorts of wearing apparel, from children's rompers to opera cloaks, make up the product of these industries, which are naturally divided into two classes, those making men's garments and those making women's. The two groups of industries are sharply differentiated, and in each group processes are highly specialized. Men's clothes are made in three separate types of shops: the coat shop, the pants shop, and the vest shop. Women's garment trades fall generally into the following groups: 1. Custom tailoring. 2. Manufacture of cloaks, suits, and skirts. 3. Manufacture of dresses and waists. 4. Manufacture of misses' and children's dresses. 5. Manufacture of muslin underwear. 6. Manufacture of house dresses, kimonos, etc. About 77% of the workers in the cloak, suit, and skirt industry are men, a smaller percentage being found in the other groups. Garments made by custom tailors are usually of the highest grade in women's clothing and include cloaks, suits, opera cloaks, evening gowns, waists, and dresses. These tailors make up garments on individual orders, allowing customers to select materials and designs. Manufacturers in the cloak, suit, and skirt industry make a number of models, but their product is usually limited to cloaks, suits, skirts, one-piece woolen or worsted dresses, and linen suits and skirts. Dresses and waists cover a wide range of many styles for evening wear, street wear, and sporting uses. Under muslins, misses' and children's dresses, house dresses, and kimonos. Dressing sacks and aprons are made in separate establishments, largely by women workers. What men do in the clothing industries, though many more women are employed in the garment trades than formerly, still the large body of workers are men. Men are employed for processes in which greater endurance or speed is required. In high-class dressmaking, men work on dresses made of heavy materials, while women make those of lighter weight. Cloaks and suits are made by men, while waists, under muslins, and children's clothes are made by women. An equal number of men and women are skirt operators, while in buttonhole making the number of men operators exceeds the number of women. Strange as it may seem, men form the larger percentage of those who work on women's clothes, and women make up a majority of those who work on men's clothes. There is less routine in making women's garments, and it has been suggested that this may account for the preference given such work by men. It has been said that mechanical power and division of labor have impersonalized industry, and this is clearly true of the garment industries as regards their products. For except in the case of the custom tailors, a worker cannot think of any finished product as distinctly his. Any given garment is the joint product of many persons. Formerly, a whole garment was made by one man, who necessarily must be a skilled tailor. Now many persons may have a part in the making of a suit of clothes. This division of labor grew out of the need for different degrees of skill in the different processes. By specialization, a large product may be produced by relatively unskilled labor. The work may be divided into three general systems: teamwork, in which the tailor, like the contractor, hires his workers and superintends the work; piece operating, in which all of one kind of work is done by one worker on the same garment; and section work, in which each operator does only that one process allotted to him. In the cheap grade of women's clothing, this division of labor is very marked. One man works only on belts, another makes cuffs, another collars, and so on. In the better grade of clothes, the garment, after it has been cut, is given to the tailor, who with his helper completes all the work and turns it over to the presser. In the expensive shops, the tailor makes the entire garment, doing even his own cutting and pressing. While no single operation can be said to be given over entirely to one sex, the cutting and pressing is done almost exclusively by men. Men who work in the garment trades may be generally divided into designers, sample makers, cutters, machine operators, hand sewers, pressers, and examiners. In the following paragraphs, the brief descriptions given of these principal occupations have been summarized from Bulletin No. 183 of the Bureau of Labor Statistics and from the Bureau's publication, Descriptions of Occupations. Plan No. 1239. Designing in large plants, there is often a man separately charged with the designing of garments. He must create the designs, make the models, and choose the materials for the designs. His chief responsibility is choosing the materials for the style of garment he wishes to produce and cooperating with the sales department in producing designs which will sell and also be economical to cut. This is a high-grade position for a man with artistic ability. Only men are employed. Qualifications include high-grade intelligence and a knowledge of drafting. Although designing is a question largely of artistic sense, the designer should have had some experience in connection with the making of garments, and especially with the laying out of patterns and the cutting of cloth. Plan No. 1240. Cutting. In all of these industries, cutting is done almost exclusively by men, and consists of marking, laying up, and cutting textiles in accordance with specific patterns. It is the most skillful and responsible of all the occupations for the reason that upon the quality of the cutting depends not only the appearance of the garment, but also, to a considerable extent, its cost. Inasmuch as the ability of the cutter to lay out economically his pattern determines the amount of cloth that is consumed. Cutting is the only occupation of the garment trades in which an apprenticeship is required. Considerable intelligence, accuracy, and a steady hand, with ordinary strength, is required for the work. Plan No. 1241. Sample making. Sample making is done by men and women, and consists of making samples of new garments from models furnished by the designer. This work calls for tailors, males, usually in the cloak and suit industry, and operators, usually females in the other industries, of rather exceptional ability and skill. Sample making occupies a small number of workers for a short time at the beginning of each season, the makers of samples being recruited temporarily from among the more expert tailors and operators. The sample maker must have ordinary strength and ability and must be an all-round tailor. Plan No. 1242. Operating is done by men and women and consists of sewing the parts of a garment together by machine as they come from the cutting department. In most instances, it is one of the least skilled occupations, manned to a considerable extent by inexperienced, recently arrived immigrants. Except in the cloak and suit industry, where the greater part of the operating is done by men, the operators in these industries are predominantly female. Speed and manual dexterity are essential. The operator must be able to stand the nervous strain of the noisy machine and of intense application to rapid work. Plan No. 1243. Basting. In the cloak, suit, and skirt industry, and in the dress and waist industry, basting is done mostly by females and consists of roughly sewing together by hand, basting, the partly finished garment, for the purpose of placing it at times on a dummy figure or living model, so that careful examination may be made by the tailor or sample maker of the character of the work at various stages of manufacture. In the cloak and suit industry, approximately 2/3, and in the other industries, almost all of these workers are women. Plan No. 1244. Pressing is done by males and females, and consists of pressing out with a hot press or iron the seams and various parts of a garment after they have been put together by the operators, except in the case of the part presser, who is required to press out pieces such as sleeves, pockets, collars, cuffs, and belts. The underpresser presses the garment before it is lined, and the upper presser, the most skilled of the three, presses the finished garment, shaping and molding it to some extent into the finished product. In the cloak and suit industry, where the irons used as well as the textiles are rather heavy, pressing is done almost exclusively by men. More than average strength is required for pressing and ability to stand while at work, also ability to handle a pressing machine. Examining. The examiner looks over the garment in the process of manufacturing or when it is completed to discover defects and ascertain whether the shape is correct. This is an important position, as it entails considerable responsibility for the quality of the garments manufactured. Men and women both are employed. The examiner must be an experienced operator on the garments and should have had enough experience at examining to know the various styles and designs. How men are paid in the clothing industries. Men are paid either by time or by piece. The difference in these two systems of payment amounts to very little. Under the time system, wages remain unchanged from day to day, even though the product varies, and under the piece system, as the product increases, wages increase proportionally. But the minimum and maximum amount of work insisted upon in one instance by the employees and in the other by the employers make the actual difference in wages received under the two systems almost negligible. The tendency is to base all wages upon time, as this does away in some degree with the dangers of speeding up and with the difficulties of adjustment. The quantity and quality of the work is so important in the garment trades that it is characterized by a range of wages rather than by a fixed rate. The highest paid men are the designers, who make from $50 a week in the smaller shops to $12,000 a year in the shops of custom tailors. Foremen are paid $25 to $75 a week. Cutters receive wages ranging from $20 to $50 a week. The average cutter receives $35 a week. Pressers make about $33 a week and machine operators $25, though some shops report wages up to $60 a week for some of their operators, which means much speeding up and overtime work. Workers on women's clothes are better paid than those who work on men's. How men are trained. Not much attention has been given to the training of garment workers, though many employers are realizing the necessity for the workers to have a knowledge of English, an understanding of the fundamental principles of arithmetic, and some industrial information. Factory schools have been organized in some instances, and workers are allowed to take some of their working time to attend the classes. Adaptability, general intelligence, skill, precision, and speed are important in the making of a good workman. The designers, who have been called the autocrats of the trade, need, in addition to a native gift of creative art, some knowledge of the technical processes of cutting and sewing, and a course in drafting. Schools of design give courses, but the majority of designers are foreigners, and but few Americans enter this trade. Cutters are sometimes trained in schools organized for the purpose, though often they learn as apprentices, paying from $50 to $150 for the instruction. From 6 to 20 weeks is the time usually required to learn the trade. Pressers work a few weeks on seams, and after about a year become responsible pressers on high-grade garments. The only training necessary for machine operator in factory work is instruction in power sewing machine operating. Training for the majority of the processes is given in the shop, and the length of time required depends in a great measure upon the ability of the worker to learn. The requirements for acceptable workers in the clothing industries may be summed up as follows: ability to run a power sewing machine, general intelligence sufficient to understand simple directions, and health and strength to work full-time for 6 days a week. Conditions of work: overcrowding, overwork, and underfeeding are often evidenced by the pallor of the operatives, and the undue prevalence of tuberculosis, neurasthenia, and anemia among them clearly show that the constrained position, exposure to dust and fumes from leaky gas tubing, insufficient lighting facilities and ventilation found in many of the smaller shops are conditions yet to be remedied before the garment industries can receive an unqualified recommendation as suitable for a disabled man. However, men in the clothing industry work under more favorable conditions than formerly. The sweatshop is a thing of the past. The efforts of joint boards of sanitary control in New York City have, by educating both employers and employees, done much toward mitigating the intolerable conditions which existed in the early days. Tenement house regulations and state laws of inspection have proved beneficial and have abolished many evils of the old shop. Laws prohibiting isolated home work have forced the contractors to secure better outside shops. Home shops now must not be connected with living quarters, and consequently they are often found in the upper floors of warehouses or factories, roomy and well ventilated. Factories where the better grade of work is done have their own inside shops built for the purpose and therefore more satisfactory. The workers themselves are often to blame for the bad air in their workroom, because of their careless waste of gas from the pressing iron or their fear of open windows. The shortening of the working day also signifies progress in the clothing industries, and the welfare of the worker is now given fair consideration in many instances. Some factories plan the routing of work with a view to relaxation of the worker, and some require operators to get materials from a nearby table or to go to the supply room for such things as thread, buttons, and trimmings. Even these small practices give relief from the fatigue of sitting constantly at a machine. Opportunities for the disabled occupations in garment making are largely non-hazardous. Handling heavy rolls of material, climbing ladders to hang shrunken goods to dry, testing heating apparatus for pressing irons, managing the knives of cutting machines, are all accompanied by some danger, but accidents as serious may occur in the daily occupations of any home. Yet it may fairly be said that the clothing industries offer only small inducements to the handicapped. The man who has lost a leg would hardly choose to be a cutter, a presser, or an examiner, since much standing is required of these workers. Nevertheless, a well-fitting artificial leg might enable him to do any of this work successfully. Machine operating, a sitting-down job, might appeal to him. A man with both legs amputated could run a power machine. A man with an arm gone or with eyesight impaired would not find employment in the clothing industries suitable. For the use of both hands and good eyesight are essentials in the trades generally. The lint which constantly flies in the air of the shop is bad for the lungs, and catarrhal conditions of the nose and throat, as well as tuberculosis, are prevalent among the workers. Nevertheless, one who understands the difficulties and the drawbacks of the garment trades, as well as its advantages, makes the following statement: I do not think that the clothing trade per se is injurious except for the possible slight dust and the stooping posture. I have also no doubt that the trade could be made so hygienic as to enable a post-tuberculous person to work a limited number of hours. There are, of course, some processes like pressing, which it may not be advisable for post-tuberculous persons to engage in. Most of the work in clothing shops consists in the operator guiding various clothing material under the needle of the machine. This by itself should not be injurious. There are also other processes like sewing on buttons, either by machine or by hand, which have very few harmful features in them. I should say that soldiers whose legs are not functioning could well be taught to work on electrically driven machines with benefit to themselves and to the industry. Neurasthenics should avoid employment in these trades, as nervous disorders are intensified by the noise, close confinement, and intense application which the work involves. Pressers suffer from flat foot because of their constant standing, but otherwise they are quite robust, which is an indication that this work is not too severe for men who are physically below par. Good farmers should not try to become tailors. In most cases, the returned soldier, whose disability necessitates a change of employment, will, in choosing a new occupation, turn from the clothing industries as unsuitable for him. The needle is not an attractive tool to men unless they have been raised in the atmosphere of the tailor shop. It is with no desire to make tailors of farmers, sewing machine operators of truck drivers, that opportunities in the clothing industries are here described. If a man has other talents, by all means let him cultivate them, and leave the garment trades to those qualified for those trades by experience and aptitude. There has been improvement in working conditions in recent years. This has resulted in part from superior organization within the industries themselves, better adjustment, increase in product, and improved machinery and skill, all of which have led to increased wages and better living conditions for the workers. The small amount of capital required to organize the business attracts many, but success can come only if good judgment is exercised. As has been noted, these industries attract the immigrant worker largely, and the Jew looks upon entrance into some one of the garment trades as a first step on the way to managing a small shop of his own. Class of work, character of work, hours weekly, wages weekly, requirements and qualifications, disqualifying handicaps, training required, custom tailors, making garments to order, high-grade intelligence, knowledge of cutting, designing, operating, knowledge of materials. Common school education, bad eyesight, loss of both hands, tailors are trained in the trade, Designers create designs, select materials, make models, figures yardage and trimmings, estimates amount of material needed, $50 up to $12,000 a year. Good judgment, artistic taste, high-grade intelligence, knowledge of drafting, experience in cutting and garment making, common school education. Blindness, loss of both hands. Designers are trained by working as apprentices to custom tailors and to factory cutters. A course in drafting, either with a private teacher or at a school for designing, is desirable. Cutters. Cutting of materials for garments, directing the spreading, marking, and cutting, using material economically. Knowledge of fabrics, $44.20 to $50, averaging $35. Above average intelligence, accuracy, steady hand, ordinary strength, ability to stand, experience as spreader, marker, etc. 3 years as apprentice, common school education. Loss of hand, amputation of the leg would seriously handicap unless a well-adjusted artificial limb enabled the man to stand easily. Bad eyesight. Cutters learn through apprenticeship the technique of laying patterns, stretching cloth, sloping, and the right use of materials, cutting small parts with knife, repair cutting with shears, sample makers making samples of new models, $44.30 to $60, all-round tailor, knowledge of cutting, operating, fitting, ordinary strength and ability. Bad eyesight, loss of arm. The training is the same as for tailor, which is usually gotten in the trade. Foreman, superintendent. Supplying work, quality of work, quantity of work, training workers, keeping machines in repair. $44.25 to $75. Initiative, executive ability, mechanical ability, knowledge of processes, experience as cutter or fitter, ordinary strength and ability, common school education. Blindness. Foremen are often selected from workers. Special training is sometimes given men with secondary education through a course in the workshop. Machine operators. Sewing parts together by machines, hemstitching, lace running, tucking, making buttonholes, button sewing. $44.25. Ordinary intelligence, adaptability, speed and manual dexterity, ability to stand nervous strain of noisy machines, ability to run power machines, knowledge of English. Bad eyesight, loss of hands, tuberculosis, nervousness. Instruction in power sewing machine operating and handling of materials. In a few weeks' time, an operator learns enough for an easy operation. A year or 2 years is required to become handworkers. Very few men are employed. Rough sewing, basting, fine sewing, finishing. $44.25 to $27. Ability to do plain hand sewing, to thread needles and to tie knots rapidly, take even stitches and fasten work. Deftness of fingers, good eyesight, steady nerves. Bad eyesight, loss of hands. Hand sewers are taught how to adjust their knowledge of plain sewing to factory methods. Presses. Using hot irons or machines for pressing seams and parts of garments as well as the whole garment. $44.33. Average intelligence, ability to handle a pressing machine, more than average strength. Loss of one or both arms, loss of legs, bad eyesight. Presses air trained by doing. Beginners press seams, then skirts and dresses. After this experience, the pressing of coats and cloaks may be undertaken. Examiners. Inspecting the finished garment as to workmanship and shape. $44.25. Skillful with scissors, experience as operator, intelligence, reliability, knowledge of styles, ability to detect poor work, common school education. Bad eyesight, loss of both arms, loss of fingers or hands. Through a knowledge of garment making as machine operators or as helpers to examiners. For the unskilled worker, the garment trades offer fair wages, though wages are not quite as high as in other similar trades. Chance of promotion is small and the working week is 44 hours. Serious disabilities are great handicaps in the garment trades. Previous experience, a working knowledge of the trade, and skill in some of the better processes would be the only legitimate reasons for offering the opportunities of the garment-making industries to a returned disabled soldier. Plan No. 1245. Podiatry as a vocation. The wise man will not come to a hurried conclusion in deciding his life work. A false start in life is frequently the undoing of an individual because misapplied ambition often eventuates in indifference. Therefore, it is well to weigh the pros and cons of so momentous a consideration. and the following is presented in the hope that it may prove of service in studying one phase of activities in that connection. What is podiatry? Podiatry means the care of the human foot in health and in disease. The intelligent practice of podiatry constitutes the practitioner a specialist in this branch of medicine. Specialists in medicine in recent years, those educated and equipped as doctors of medicine. In many instances, particularly in the larger cities, have devoted themselves to some special branch, and so it is that we have laryngologists, throat, otologists, ear, urologists, male organs of generation, gynecologists, female organs of generation, oculists, eye, orthopedists, deformities, odontologists, teeth, and many others who specialize in some one particular field of medicine. Strange as it may seem, physicians other than orthopedists have never specialized in foot lesions, and the work of the latter in that field has been merely incidental. The genesis of chiropody in consequence, a group of non-medical practitioners, styling themselves chiropodists, assumed to care for the foot woes of the public. They claimed no scientific knowledge of the feet, but announced their ability, acquired in the school of experience, to care for the minor foot ills of the public, which were largely induced by the wearing of badly constructed foot gear. These practitioners were primarily usually itinerants. They went about from town to town carrying their kits, which contained knives and medications which they and their predecessors had found useful in plying their craft. They flourished in England in the 18th and in the 19th centuries. And soon after our government was founded, they began to appear in the larger centers of the United States. The knowledge which they acquired was imparted to their apprentices, who were usually their offspring, and so this practice was largely handed down from father to son. Chiropody development in 1895, they had grown so numerous in New York City that they organized a state society, and the state legislature chartered their organization and gave them power to license others who wished to practice similarly. Many other states gradually enacted like laws. In 1912, the Pedic Society of the state of New York again went to the legislature and secured the passage of a law which required academic qualifications of students of chiropody and established a standard for chiropody teaching institutions. The law also provided that no person should practice chiropody after that date, unless previously licensed, who failed to pass a state chiropody licensing examination conducted by the State Board of Medical Examiners. Since then, 23 other commonwealths in the United States have passed similar laws. Recently, the term podiatry was made synonymous with chiropody in several states. Thus, from a trade, chiropody has been transformed into a scientific branch of medicine. Schools and their curricula. The teaching schools have faculties made up of doctors of medicine, chemists, and podiatrists. The outline courses of study include instruction in the following topics: anatomy, histology, chemistry, physiology, hygiene, materia medica, therapeutics, pharmacy, surgery, bacteriology, pathology, dermatology, the principles of medicine, ethics, the history of podiatry, foot gear, orthopedics, massage, electrotherapeutics, posture studies, and X-ray work. No man should take up a career in podiatry unless he is prepared to devote all of his energy to his studies, because the work accomplished in the course, as it is at present carried on, crowds the equivalent of 2 years at a medical school into the 1 year of podiatry. This means unusual application because the work must be accomplished or the student fails to graduate. Students: there are 3 classes of students: regular, special, and postgraduate. Regular students must have academic qualifications in keeping with the standards adopted by the various state education authorities. In most of the states, 2 years of high school work, or its equivalent in academic counts, are prerequisites. This standard is being advanced each year until all regular students in all schools will have to have a minimum education of graduation from a high school or its equivalent in academic counts. Special students are admitted to these teaching schools without academic qualifications. They may take the full course but cannot graduate from the schools which they attend, nor can they practice in any state where laws regulating the practice of chiropody are on the statute books. Provision has been made to educate these special students, so that those contemplating practice in the states and countries where there are at present no laws governing chiropody may secure the knowledge imparted in the schools. It is fair to assume that within the next 5 years, every state in the United States will have a law governing chiropody practice, whereupon those from foreign countries only will be admitted to the course as special students. Postgraduate students, practitioners of medicine or of chiropody, who have been reputably engaged as such for at least 6 months, and who wish to acquire the knowledge imparted to the regular students so that they may become better fitted for their vocations, are eligible as postgraduate students. Duration of course in most of the established schools of chiropody, the day course is of from 8 to 9 months duration. The hours are as follows: from 9 a.m. to 12, from 1 to 5 p.m., and during the last 3 months of the course additionally from 7:30 to 10 p.m. The night course is of 2 years duration, 3 hours each night for 8 months in each year. Degrees: graduates of the various schools receive titles and degrees. Some of the schools give the degree of DSc, Doctor of Surgical Chiropody, others the title of MCP, Master of Chiropody. License to practice. Before admission to practice, graduates must pass an examination conducted by the State Board of Medical Examiners in the state in which they desire to engage in practice. The conditions as to admission for licensing examination vary in the different states, as there is at present no reciprocity in chiropody licensure. Requisites for success. The requisites for success in podiatry study and practice are not trifling. Primarily, the student should have the feeling that he is engaging in a calling in which he can be of service to his fellowmen. The draft and the war itself have proved that the foot has been a very much neglected factor in the physical care of humankind. Draft statistics show a large percentage of rejections because of foot defects, and the casual lists in actual warfare are filled with the names of those who have fallen out of the ranks because of impaired locomotion. A large part of podiatry instruction is devoted to the prevention of foot lesions, so that the child from its first step will be safeguarded against the conditions which have led to the creation of such a large percentage of foot cripples. This in itself is a humanitarian task, and those contemplating entering upon a career in podiatry should be sympathetic with that particular and all-important phase of the work. Again, the podiatrist in his daily practice is called upon to relieve suffering, and that aspect of his activities should be a heartening influence to the developing practitioner, as it will prove a consolation to him when once he is licensed to pursue his calling. Desirability of mechanical knowledge. As much of the actual practice, both preventive and curative, has to do with surgical endeavors, the prospective student should have an aptitude for mechanics. Physical qualifications. The practice of medicine presumes a vigorous body as well as a virile mind, and it is best for every man in every life engagement to be so equipped. But those whose physical condition is impaired, so that locomotion and other normal functions are impeded, can readily engage in podiatry, because most of the work is carried on in the office and can be done while seated and during limited hours. Possible assets. Those who have studied chemistry or pharmacy or have been associated with hospital work will find themselves possessing valuable assets in the study and in the practice of podiatry. Choice of location. There are failures and successes in every field, professional and otherwise. It is, however, axiomatic that a podiatrist who knows his work and applies himself in the proper field will succeed as a breadwinner. The selection of a location is of the greatest importance. Graduates of the various schools in the main have located in the larger cities. This is frequently an error because competition with those already engaged in practice who have a standing and a following is thus inevitable, and the advance of the younger practitioner is consequently curtailed. Those graduates who have located in cities of from 25,000 to 100,000 inhabitants have invariably succeeded from the start. The most successful of these have been those who have sought out the practicing physicians and have convinced them that they are not mere corn-cutters, but scientific practitioners of a legitimate branch of medicine. The income from podiatry practice. It is current belief that the average podiatrist enjoys a greater income than the average physician. There are no statistics available to confirm or to disprove this conclusion. In order that some idea on this point may be gained, the incomes of some of the members of the first graduating class of one of the podiatry schools of prominence are here given. First year, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year, no. $1, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $4,000, $5,002, $1,000, $1,500, $2,000, $2,500, $3,003, $1,300. 1,800, 2,500, 4,000, 4,804, 800, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 4,705, 1,200, 1,800, 2,000, 3,000, 3,444, 6,800. 1,200, 1,700, 2,300, 2,844, 7, 800, 1,000, 1,400, 1,800, 2,844, a. Woman graduate, physician's cooperation. Once the cooperation of the physician is secured, success is assured. Some practitioners in towns of from 15,000 to 35,000 have in 3 years gained sufficient practice through the aid of medical practitioners to make their incomes from $2,000 to $5,000. The personal equation is a great factor in this as in all other life spheres. The likable man or woman with a modicum of other attributes will invariably succeed, when such a person possesses qualities which, when applied, prove helpful to his fellows. The limit of his earning capacity can only be measured by the hours he can serve and the population of the center in which he carries on his practice. Podiatry is ethical. Podiatry, as taught today, frowns down upon all unethical methods and disavows the charlatan. Its exponents and its loyal followers are keen as to the need for scrupulous care in the education of its students and the conduct of its practitioners. It strives to be classified as a dignified branch of medicine and fosters a literature that is strictly scientific. Podiatry organizations. Podiatry has a national organization whose purposes are for the benefit of the profession, based upon the good which they can accomplish in serving the public. It has a state society in almost every commonwealth in the United States, and local societies flourish in every populous city. Professional advancement. The scope of the podiatrist's professional labors is continuously being enlarged by legal enactments and, where deserved, medical practitioners recommend them to their patients as foot specialists. In a number of well-known hospitals, podiatrists are attached to the medical staff, thus proving that physicians in groups are beginning to recognize the need for the services which these practitioners supply. In another year, the course of study in most of the schools will be prolonged to 2 years, and ultimately the specialist in foot lesions will be a licensed practitioner of medicine, equipped as is every other specialist in medicine. Is there a demand for podiatrists? In all of the large cities of the United States and of Europe, chiropodists have been in demand for the past century. The need for foot care is daily becoming more pronounced, now that physicians can and do recommend their patients to chiropodists who have been scientifically trained in their calling. The need for such practitioners is rapidly growing. The public is growing to recognize the need of both preventive care and curative treatment of the minor ills of this part of the anatomy, and the properly educated, well-equipped, efficient podiatrist is in great demand. There is no scientific school for educating such practitioners in the world outside the United States. 45. In consequence, hundreds of such practitioners would also find need for their services along the lane of European travel, once it is restored. South American capitals, with large populations of foreigners, would likewise prove splendid fields for podiatrists. 45. English practitioners laid the foundation for a school of podiatry in 1914. But owing to the war with the Central Powers, their efforts have been temporarily checked. How long does it take to establish a practice? The answer to this natural inquiry depends largely upon the place of location, the experience and the personality of the practitioner. If one locates in a city where he is the only scientifically equipped podiatrist, assuming that he is properly equipped, recognition by both medical men and by the laity should promptly be accorded, and that in turn would mean success. If a graduate locates in a metropolitan city unheralded and unsung, his advance may be exceedingly slow, and like the general practitioner of medicine, similarly situated, it may take considerable time for him to make a name and a career for himself. If the experience of the new podiatrist has been augmented by application in a clinic or in the service of an older practitioner as an assistant, and such assistants earn from $25 to $50 per week in wages, such experience is largely helpful not only in inspiring confidence but in securing results. If the personality of a practitioner is such as to prove repellent to his patients, his path will be a difficult one. If, on the other hand, he is of pleasing personality, he will make friends and will increase his list of patients. Where podiatry chiropody is regulated by law, the following commonwealths have passed laws regulating the practice of chiropody podiatry, and those desiring specific information as to the details of the same in any given state should address the person whose name follows the state, as here recorded: California, Charles B. Pinkham, M.D., 125 Stockton, San Francisco. Colorado, David A. Strictly, M.D., 612 Empire, BLDG, Denver, Connecticut. Charles A. Tuttle, M.D., New Haven, District of Columbia, Commissioner of Education. Illinois, C. St. Clair Drake, M.D., Springfield, Louisiana. E. L. Leckett, M.D., 716 Mashaka, BLDG, New Orleans, Maryland. J. P. McScott, M.D., Hagerstown, Massachusetts. Walter P. Bowers, State House, Boston, Michigan. B. D. Harrison, M.D., Detroit, Minnesota. Thomas McDavitt, M.D., St. Paul, Nebraska. H. B. Cummings, M.D., State Board of Health, Seward, New Hampshire. Henry C. Morrison, M.D., Concord, New Jersey. Alex McAllister, Trenton, New York State Education Department. Albany, North Carolina. B.K. Hayes, M.D., Oxford, Ohio. George H. Matson, M.D., Columbus, Pennsylvania. N.C. Schiffer, M.D., Harrisburg, Rhode Island. Gardner T. Swartz, M.D., State House, Providence, Vermont. W. Scottney, M.D., Underhill, Virginia. J. N. Barney, M.D., Fredericksburg, Washington. C. N. Sutner, M.D., Walla Walla, West Virginia. S. L. Jepson, M.D., Wheeling, Wisconsin. J. M. Bethel, M.D., Milwaukee. Podiatry teaching institutions. The following are the schools of chiropody podiatry, in the order of their creation. The First Institute of Podiatry, 213 to 17 W. 125th Cent, New York City. Chiropody Department, Temple University, 18 Buttonwood Cent, Philadelphia, PA. California College of Chiropody, 908 McAllister Cent, San Francisco. Illinois College of Chiropody, 1321 N. Clark Cent, Chicago, Ill. Ohio College of Chiropody, Cleveland, O. Chiropody Department, University of Massachusetts, Forth and Otis, SDS, Cambridge, Mass. Catalogs of each of the above can be had on writing to the addresses given. The Minnesota College of Chiropody is making ready to open up its doors October next. Information as to its plans and purposes can be secured by addressing Ralph St. John Perry, M.D., Pillsbury, BLDG, Minneapolis, Min. Plan No. 1246. Flour Milling Acknowledgement. This monograph was prepared by J. A. Leclerc, chemist in charge of the Laboratory of Plant Chemistry, Bureau of Chemistry, Department of Agriculture. Acknowledgement is due M. A. Gray, chemist of the Pillsbury Flour Co., Minneapolis, and Prof. C. H. Bailey of the University of Minnesota for assistance in the preparation of this article. Modern flour milling dates back to the early 80s of the last century. Before that time, a good white flour was indeed made, but the machinery used consisted generally of two grooved stones, between which the wheat was crushed and the flour extracted. Today, in all mills of this country, except in some of the backwoods, and in some of the small mills, flour is made by the so-called gradual reduction process, which consists in the use of an elaborate system or steel rolls, and of an equally complicated system of purifiers and bolting machines. The flour made today is whiter and much freer from the bran and fibrous material than was the flour made with burr stones. While milling relates to the production of flour from all kinds of grains, flour milling, unless so stated, means wheat milling, and it is wheat flour milling that is meant throughout this monograph when milling is mentioned. If you are interested in milling, you may want to know the answers to the following questions. 1. What is milling? And what kind of work is carried on in a flour mill? 2. What physical disabilities will bar one from successfully pursuing any one of the various occupations connected with milling? What handicaps are serious? 3. What education and apprentice training are required and where to get training? 4. What salaries or wages are generally paid and what are the chances for promotion? 5. How many hours per day do millers work? 6. What personal characteristics and qualifications should be possessed? 7. Where do millers work? And in what section of the country is milling mostly done? 8. What need is there for millers, i.e., is there a large open field in this occupation? In the United States, there are about 7,000 merchant mills grinding wheat flour. The total output is about 120 million barrels per year. They require about 550 million bushels of wheat. Thus it is seen that to produce 1 barrel of flour about 7 bushels of wheat must be milled. Milling may be quite simple or most complicated, depending upon the kind and size of mill operated and the quality of the flour to be made. A good-sized mill will require men to perform the following kinds of work here described. It should be stated right here that several of these occupations may be carried on by one and the same man, especially in the smaller mills. Unloader 46 description. The unloader unloads the wheat or other flour products from the cars by use of the power scoop, shovel, or other means. Qualifications: he must be physically strong and have good lungs. 46. These descriptions are taken from the pamphlet entitled Descriptions of Occupations in Flour Milling, published by the Department of Labor. Unloader foreman description. The foreman unloader directs the work of the gang which unloads the wheat from the cars. He must plan their work according to the number of cars and keep records of the car numbers. Qualifications: ordinary strength and ability. He should have worked as unloader. Schooling: he must have education enough to keep simple records. Loader kindred occupation. Unloader description. The loader, under the direction of the loader foreman, loads bags, boxes, and barrels of the finished products into cars. Qualifications: he should be able to load cars so that goods will not be damaged in transit. He must be physically strong and have good lungs. Loader foreman description. The loader foreman directs the work of the loading gang. He plans his work according to the size and capacity of the cars, sees that the cars are properly loaded, and keeps such records as are necessary. Qualifications: he should have worked as a loader and should have executive ability sufficient to direct a gang of laborers. Schooling: common school. Elevator man description. The elevator man carries out the instructions of the foreman, seeing that wheat flows through the proper spouts into proper bins for storage. He keeps a record of the wheat stored and delivered, and is responsible for delivering and reporting all the trouble with elevator machinery or spouts. This latter is his chief responsibility. Qualifications: should have had previous milling experience, ordinary ability, strong lungs to withstand the dust. Schooling: common school. Elevator foreman description. The elevator foreman is responsible for and is in charge of taking the wheat into the elevator. He inspects the wheat for correct dockage and directs the storage of the wheat according to the grade or quality. He keeps a record of receipts of wheat, of the tests, the weights, and of the disposition of the various lots. Where dockage is necessary, he holds the cars for adjustment. This position is one of the most responsible in the flour mill. Qualifications: executive ability, knowledge of weights and measures. He must be a skilled grader of wheat by sight and feel. Must be able to keep records and figures and percentages. Should have a thorough knowledge of the federal and state grades. Schooling: common school, preferably high school. Blender description. The blender mixes different grades of wheat flour or wheat flour and coarse grain flour in designated proportions. Qualifications: he must understand the character of the different grades of wheat flour and coarse grain flours, and must know how to combine the various grades of flour in proper proportions. Schooling: common school, preferably high school. Roll tender, cleaning machine tenders kindred occupation. Oiler Description: the roll tender must see that all oil and grease cups about the milling rolls are filled and that all the bearings and boltings are properly lubricated. He keeps his machinery wiped clean of dust and grease and reports any mechanical trouble to the miller or the millwright. Men are always employed. Qualifications: he must be intelligent and active and have some mechanical ability. Schooling: common school. Oiler kindred occupation, roll tender. Description: the oiler must see that all oil and grease cups about the shafting and milling machinery are filled and that all bearings are being properly lubricated. He keeps his machinery wiped clean of dust and grease and reports any mechanical trouble to the miller or millwright. Calls for considerable climbing overhead. Qualifications: he must be active and have some mechanical ability. Schooling, common school. Sweeper description: the sweeper keeps the floors clean of flour, wheat, and dust and keeps the machines clean. This necessitates climbing on ladders and running boards. Qualifications: ordinary ability and strong lungs to withstand the large amount of dust. Smutter description: the smutter prepares the wheat for grinding into flour by running it over separators to screen out foreign matter. He must examine the stock for dirt, determine whether the screening is resulting in waste of wheat, and make adjustments in his machine to secure the proper screening. He also supervises the work of the sweepers, oilers, and helpers on his floor. Qualifications: he should have strong lungs to withstand dust, should have mechanical ability, and must understand the screening of wheat and adjusting of the machines. Schooling, common school. Grinder description: the grinder has charge of the milling rolls. He sets his machine or adjusts the rolls for grinding, watches the process to see that proper operation goes on, and tests the stock occasionally to make sure that it is being ground properly. This work is done practically on one floor with very little climbing. Qualifications: must have strong lungs to withstand the dust. He must be an experienced grinder of wheat, must know how to set his machine and know by testing when the grinding is being properly done. Schooling, common school. Bolter and purifier description: the bolter sifts the wheat stock in the sifting machines, tests the broken wheat stock as it comes from the grinder, and adjusts the feed slides and keeps the machines in proper operation so that they will take in only as much stock as it can properly sift. He must sometimes inform the grinder as to the proper fineness of the stock. He does not fix or oil his machine, but must understand its mechanism. The work is dusty, mostly floor work, but some climbing on ladders and running boards. Qualifications: ordinary ability, strong lungs. He must be experienced in operating the bolting machine, must understand the testing of the broken wheat stock and the adjustment of slides controlling the feed. Miller, second or trick miller description: the second miller acts for the miller in overseeing all of the processes in cleaning, grinding, and bolting. He plans the work and teaches new men. He is required to figure and keep a record of the yield of flour and feed. He has full charge during the absence of the head miller. Qualifications: should have strong lungs to withstand the dust. Since he is in line for promotion to head miller, he should have the same qualifications. The loss of one or more limbs or an eye, or being afflicted with rheumatism, would prove a serious handicap to an operative miller, particularly while in training, as an apprentice is required to do considerable climbing. No tubercular person should try to become a miller. Schooling, common school, preferably high school. Miller, head kindred occupations, second miller. Description: the head miller is responsible for all the processes of milling, for the output, and for the grade of flour produced. He must have a thorough knowledge of all processes of milling and of wheat grading. Qualifications: he must have a thorough knowledge of all milling machinery and of the flow of the mill. He should have worked as second miller for several years. This is a very highly skilled occupation and requires a great deal of trade knowledge, mechanical ability, and executive ability. Good strong lungs. See disqualifications for second miller. Schooling, common school, preferably high school. Spouter description: the spouter is responsible for the uninterrupted flow of flour and feed stock through the spouts, and it is his duty to see that all valves, slides, etc. are in their proper position. Qualifications: he should have a thorough knowledge of the flow of the mill and be able to remedy choke-ups or spouting troubles with the quickest possible dispatch. The work requires skill and mechanical ability and requires a man who has worked in other milling positions. He should be intelligent, active, a good observer, and should have good lungs. Schooling, common school. Packer description. The packer tends the machine which fills the bag, packages, and barrels with the finished product. Men are employed when the product is packed into large bags and barrels. Women are employed when the small packages and cartons are filled. Qualifications. He must be able to weigh skillfully and rapidly, and when filling bags he must be able to use the bag needle with skill and be able to operate a bag closing machine. He should also be able to insert barrel heads quickly when filling barrels. He should be able to make minor repairs and adjustments. He should be able to keep records and make simple computations of the stock packed. He must be intelligent and strong physically. Schooling, common school. Packer, foreman, kindred occupation. Packer. Description. The packer foreman has charge of the work of the packers. He is responsible for the proper packing of the product and the proper weight of the bags, packages, and barrels. Qualifications, ordinary strength. He should have had experience as a packer. He must be able to figure and render accurate account of the output of the machine under his supervision. He must have the ability to make adjustments and repairs on the machines. Schooling, common school. Trucker description. The trucker pushes or pulls trucks of flour or feed from the packers to the warehouse or to the cars, or from the warehouse to the cars. Also performs other general labor about the warehouse or cars as directed by the warehouse foreman. Qualifications, good physical strength. Millwright, kindred occupations. Spouter. Description. The millwright is responsible for the upkeep of the mill in general and for all trouble with the spouting, milling machinery and equipment. He repairs, installs, or takes out machinery, equipment, or spouting under direction of the head miller. Qualifications. He must be a highly skilled wood and sheet metal worker and must have a general knowledge of all the milling processes. He should have had experience as carpenter, metal worker, and spouter, also knowledge of belting and machine repairing. He should have good lungs. Schooling, common school. Sack man. Description. The sack man has complete charge of the stock of unfilled flour and feed sacks, bags, cartons, and barrels. It is his duty to keep the packers supplied with the proper kind and number of sacks, bags, cartons, and barrels. Qualifications. He must be able to render reports of the supplies received and used, and to render accurate inventory of the supplies on hand. He must be intelligent, accurate, and attentive to duty. Schooling, common school. Sack sewer description. The sack sewer repairs sacks by hand or on a sewing machine and does other required sewing. Qualifications. He must be able to do plain hand sewing or use a sewing machine. Warehouse foreman, kindred occupation. Packer foreman. Description. The warehouse foreman has charge of the warehouse and has general supervision of all truckers and packers. He superintends the loading of all cars and issues packing instructions to the packer foreman. He must keep strict account of all cars placed at the warehouse for loading and unloading, and must be able to make out various reports, such as those relating to the loading of cars, the delivery of goods, and the inventory of stock. Qualifications. This position is one of responsibility and requires a responsible man who has executive ability and who has had previous high-grade warehouse experience. He must have a high degree of intelligence and be physically strong. Schooling, common school, preferably high school. Trick miller or second miller description. Supervises the mill on a particular watch, responsible to the head miller, takes the lead in adjusting trouble at any particular point, presence required in all parts of the mill. Qualifications like those for miller. Schooling, common school. The following occupations, unloader, loader, elevator man, sweeper, smutter, sack man, trucker, may be classified as unskilled, and the men who work in these occupations work under immediate direction of their foreman. The following occupations, unloader foreman, loader foreman, elevator foreman, warehouse foreman, may also be considered unskilled, but they are filled by men who are able to direct operations of the first group. The oiler, roll tender, blender, grinder, bolter, spouter. Packer, packer foreman, sack sewer, and millwright work under the immediate direction of the second miller in mills of 500 to 1,000 barrel capacity. In smaller mills, however, much of the work listed under these various occupations is done by the miller himself. Mills of less than 500 barrels per day have no second miller, and in that case much of the actual work described in the above occupations is done by the head miller. Wherever there is a second miller, as in the case of the very large mills, he generally takes direction of the mill during the night shift. Men interested in milling should start preferably in small mills of about 300 barrels capacity or less, and work in such mills for 1 to 2 years in order to become fully acquainted with each of the processes listed in the various occupations. If employment is secured in a large mill, there will be very little opportunity to do any of the diversified work, as in all such mills the work is more highly specialized. Physical disabilities. The description of the various occupations given above answers several questions regarding the schooling and necessary qualifications. Milling is entirely an indoors occupation, and one which should not be undertaken by any person affected with tuberculosis. A miller should be agile and capable of endurance. Many of the occupations in the mill require considerable climbing and walking, making it a serious handicap for a person who has lost a limb, unless he has become expert in the use of an artificial leg, or for one who is afflicted with rheumatism. Generally speaking, the loss of an eye would not interfere, nor would dullness of hearing. The loss of an arm would only interfere in certain occupations and not in all. This is true especially if the person has an artificial hand provided with a hook or other holding device, and for the more simple occupations and manipulations. Stiffness of the arm and incomplete movements of the joints of the arm or fingers would, if considerable, disqualify a man for general employment in the milling industry. Men affected with shell shock might be able to do good work in a mill. Minor injuries, such as the loss of a finger or toe, or facial injuries, need not interfere with a man's ability to do any kind of work in a flour mill. When a person has mastered the milling business, he may be a successful miller. Even though he has lost an arm, one of the best millers in this country has only one arm. What training and education are required, and what may reasonably be expected in the form of wages or salary? A portion of this question has already been answered. A high school training is the most that is essential, although many of our best millers have far less education than that. As for the other occupations in the mill, a common school education will, for the most part, suffice for all necessary purposes. The training, however, depends necessarily upon the nature of the position and the responsibility which a man must assume. To become a good head miller, a man should have some theoretical training for a year or two, and then an opportunity for practice. To take charge of the flour packer, no great amount of training is essential. Practically no education is necessary for many of the occupations found in a mill. To be a second miller, from 3 to 9 months training in a trade school followed by experience as an apprentice are required. The man with a good training would certainly have an advantage, especially when qualifying for the position of head miller in a large mill, where to get training in milling. There are very few schools in this country where educational courses relating to milling are given. The 3 best known are connected with the Kansas Agricultural College at Manhattan, Kansas, and with State College at State College, PA, also the Oregon Agricultural College, Corvallis, Oreg. Each of these schools has a small mill of about 75 barrels daily capacity, fitted, however, with all the machinery generally found in a large mill. The training in milling, as given in these schools, requires 4 years and leads to the degree of Bachelor of Science in Milling Engineering. A collegiate preparatory schooling is generally required for entrance, and the studies pursued are equivalent to those found in the ordinary college course. As a rule, the course includes mathematics, milling technique, freehand and mechanical drawing, chemistry and physics, languages, etc. The course is indeed a regular 4-year university engineering course, greater emphasis being laid upon the engineering problems relating to milling technology and mill design. A man may obtain a fair knowledge of milling, however, in a trade school in 3 months, and if this is followed by experience as an apprentice for 2 or 3 years, he may reasonably expect to qualify as a miller. He should have at least an 8th grade schooling. A good miller should have an understanding of flour mill machinery, chemical and physical properties of wheat and flour. This requires considerable school training or a long apprenticeship. The best kind of training, however, for most men striving to become millers is an apprentice in a mill, working in each of the various occupations until a knowledge of all the milling processes is fundamentally and thoroughly learned. Such training might best be obtained in a small mill where an apprentice would be required to do the work of a number of different occupations. In this way, money is being earned at the same time as a profession is being learned. Very little preparatory schooling is required when milling is learned as an apprentice. The salaries paid to millers run anywhere from $125 per month to several $1,000s per year. The wages of the various occupations of the milling industry are commensurate with those in similar industries. The less skilled occupations pay laborers' wages, while occupations requiring skill pay more. It should always be remembered that a worker in any occupation in a mill has a legitimate ambition if he strives to become a head miller. The head miller in any one of our large mills, making anywhere over 1,000 barrels of flour per day, is in a position of great trust and responsibility, and he should be a man of absolute honesty and integrity and a leader of men. Such men command very high salaries. There are 150 mills in the United States with a daily capacity of over 500 barrels. These are the mills whose millers command the large salaries. There are about 1,200 mills, however, with a capacity of over 100 barrels, and all of these employ millers and millers' assistants. With such a large number of mills employing head millers and second millers, the chances for promotion must be considered good. Promotions, however, depend much upon the efficiency of the miller. To acquire and to maintain a certain degree of efficiency, it is helpful if one will become connected with organizations of millers, and if one will read books and journals on milling and thus keep abreast of the times. One should not expect promotion too rapidly. If you apply yourself diligently to any of the occupations in the milling industry, and if you show a disposition to learn, you will find that it's a long trench that has no turning toward your goal. Do not be like the lazy loon that wants no learning and is satisfied to remain untrained and unearning. Your government is willing to finance you while you are learning, so there is every inducement for you to get into the milling game if you feel any aptitude for this work. The hours of labor in the various occupations in a mill are gradually being standardized to those of union labor in general. The head miller, however, who has considerable responsibility, does not as a rule limit his working hours to 8. There are some 21 mills in this country with a daily capacity between 5,000 and 10,000 barrels. The millers of these mills must necessarily have splendid personal qualifications, as well as training. That he must be a leader of men goes without saying. He must be able to win the confidence and best cooperation of his assistants. He must be imbued with a love for his work, must have an aptitude for milling, capable of planning, resourceful and observant, a good mechanic, and have sound judgment. Each one who aspires to become a head miller must develop these qualifications. To be successful in any occupation in the mill, one should be industrious and willing to learn. The earnings of a mill are largely determined by the miller. Ordinarily about 4-5 bushels of wheat, or 270 pounds, will suffice to make a barrel of flour. If a miller can succeed in making a barrel of an equally good flour by the use of less wheat, say 267.5 pounds, he is just that much more valuable than his competitor who cannot obtain the same result. A saving of even 2.5 pounds of wheat per barrel of flour in a 1,000-barrel mill would mean the saving of 2,500 pounds or 42 bushels of wheat per day. Flour milling may justly be recognized as one of the most essential professions. Most of the milling is carried on in the Great Wheat Belt, situated for the most part in the Great Central, North Central, and Pacific Coast regions of this country. The following states are the great wheat producers: Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Kansas, Ohio, Oklahoma, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Washington, Montana, Texas, Michigan, Nebraska, Idaho, Colorado, and Oregon. These states produce about 80% of the whole wheat crop of the United States. In the following states, most of the flour is milled: Minnesota, New York, Kansas, Illinois, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Missouri, Indiana, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Tennessee, California, Kentucky, Oklahoma, and Washington. There are an appreciable number of mills along our Atlantic coast and on the Great Lakes due to special facilities of transportation. The foregoing would indicate that the need for millers is very urgent. Formerly a high school boy was perfectly willing to begin his milling career as an apprentice, but the low salary or wages paid to an apprentice is no longer attracting this class of young men. Now, however, that the government is showing a disposition to finance the returning soldier through college or through the period of apprenticeship, the milling trade should prove very attractive. The need for millers is becoming more urgent every day, and a trained miller will have no difficulty in finding a good position. Plan No. 1247. Baking. This monograph was prepared by J. A. Leclerc, chemist in charge of the Laboratory of Plant Chemistry, Bureau of Chemistry, Department of Agriculture. Acknowledgement is due B. R. Jacobs and E. Smith of the Bureau of Chemistry and Prof. C. H. Bailey of the University of Minnesota for assistance in the preparation of this monograph. What is baking? Baking is one of the most ancient, widespread, useful, and highly honored occupations. All classes and grades of bakeries are to be found even today, from the most primitive, such as those among the Indians of this country and of South America, and those among the native tribes of Africa and other undeveloped countries, up to the most highly developed modern bakery. Examples of which are to be found in most of our large cities, in which almost every step in the operation is by machinery, the hands of man scarcely touching the product at any stage. In every large city of the country are to be found bakers who employ a large number of men to carry on the various occupations connected with the industry. Every small town has at least one baker, but a small baker generally carries on himself each and every occupation connected with the shop. What does the baker do? A baker's business is to make bread by first making a dough with flour, water, salt, and yeast, with or without sugar, malt extract, milk, lard, etc., allowing this dough to ferment, and then placing this fermented dough in an oven to bake it into bread. In general, the following amounts of ingredients are used per barrel of flour. Flour 196 pounds, water 118 pounds, salt 8 pounds, sugar 6 pounds. Yeast 2 pounds. Besides these essential ingredients, some bakers add 2 to 3 pounds malt extract, 2 to 4 pounds milk or milk products, and 3 to 4 pounds of lard or other shortening. A barrel of flour made into dough containing most of these ingredients will make about 282 to 291 pound loaves of bread when baked. Baking is quite a diversified business. There are many kinds of bakers, or rather it might be said that bakers make many different kinds of products, e.g., bread, pies, cakes, crackers, etc. The term baker, as generally used, however, refers to bread bakers. How many bakers are there? In the United States, there are some 30,000 commercial bakers, of whom about 3,000 to 4,000 have an output of 70 to 75% of the baking business of the country. Besides these commercial bakers, found in every city of any size in the country, bakeries are also to be found in many large hotels and restaurants, and these number many thousands more. These bakeries are of such size, indeed, that a head baker and an assistant baker, besides many workmen, are engaged in the different occupations. There are many bakeries in this country who make daily from 50,000 to 100,000 loaves of bread. This requires the use of approximately 170 to 340 barrels of flour every day. Some bakers use 5 times that amount of flour. One of the largest bakeries in France, in connection with the American Expeditionary Forces, was said to be capable of turning out 1 million loaves per day. The number of bakeries in the United States making over 5,000 one-pound loaves per day is very large, and these are the ones which especially require the services of a master baker as well as of several other trained employees. Value of bakery products. At the time of the last census, there were over 120,000 men employed in the baking industry, and the total output of the product from all kinds of bakeries was estimated to be valued at $400 million. Since that time, however, the output of the commercial labor has increased by leaps and bounds. Today, the commercial baker makes fully 1/2 of the bread consumed in the country, which is a relatively much larger amount than was made even 10 years ago. During the war, bread was advertised as was no other commodity. Besides this, the housewife found very great difficulty in making a satisfactory bread with the use of such a large amount of flour substitutes as the Food Administration required. This compelled many housewives to buy baker's bread, housewives who had never before used baker's bread. The habit thus formed has in many cases proved permanent, and thus has resulted in a largely increased demand for baker's bread. These facts show the importance of the baking industry, and show furthermore that the need for bakers is constantly growing and indeed is most urgent. It should not be difficult for any returning soldier who desires to make a specialty of baking to find employment near his own home, particularly if he lives in a large city. Where do bakers work? Bakers formerly almost universally worked in basements, many of them dark and unsanitary. The basement bakery is in fact not entirely done away with yet, but such as remain are small and unimportant. Today the bakers of each city are vying with each other to see who can put up the most attractive, the most sunlit and sanitary bakery. The consequence is that practically all large important bakeries are built high up. With abundance of air and sunlight, this makes the work much more attractive, agreeable and healthful than was formerly the case. The conditions of work for bakers are thus improving rapidly and are fully on a par with, if indeed they are not better than, those of other important industries. Description of occupations in a bakery. There are a number of occupations connected with the baking industry, among which may be mentioned truckers, blending machine tenders, mixers, machine hands, bench hands, oven men, packers and shipping clerks, salesmen, clerks, and the engineers. The classification in the following table shows the character of occupations, the work required, the qualifications, wages, hours of labor, physical requirements, and training of the men. Occupation. Character of occupation: work requires, qualifications, wages per week, hours of work, physical requirements, training required. 1. Heavy labor, handling flour, trucking, miscellaneous handling heavy material, blending machine tenders, machine hands. Walking, bending, lifting heavy weights, climbing, pushing or pulling heavy trucks. All work done on feet, unusual bodily strength and agility. 47 $3.08 both legs, both arms, hands with thumbs and fingers enough to do the work. 1 eye, good hearing not essential. None. 2. Light labor, moving bread racks and pan racks, loading wagons, cleaning and greasing pans and machinery, sweeping. Walking, bending, lifting ordinary weights. Manipulation of cleaning and greasing machines, pushing and pulling loaded racks. Usually all work done on feet, some familiarity with bakery practice. 47 $3.08 2 legs, 1 hand with at least thumb and 2 fingers, if good artificial hand. 1 eye, good hearing not essential. Do. 3. Dough mixers and assistants, mixing dough, running mixing machines, weighing and measuring ingredients. Walking, bending, lifting, operating machinery. Manipulation of scales and measures, sitting part of time. Common school education, good knowledge of doughs and dough batch ingredients. Familiarity with bakery practice. 25 to 48 1 hand, if good artificial hand. 1 foot with good artificial leg. 1 eye, fairly good hearing. 3 to 4 months in baking establishment. 4 operators of fermentation, turning and timing doughs, pushing troughs, keeping room at constant temperature. Walking, bending, lifting, pushing heavy troughs. Common school education, somewhat familiar with baking practice. 25 to 35 8 do, 3 months. 5 bench hands, dividers, rounders, molders, running baking machines which divide, round, and mold the dough, sometimes performing these operations by hand. Standing at bench, some walking, loading, light lifting, rapid hand movements. Common school education, thoroughly familiar with baking practice. 25 to 35 8 2 hands with thumb and at least 1 finger on each hand. 1 foot, 1 eye, fair hearing. Do. 6 peelers, oven men. Putting pans into and taking bread from the oven, transferring pans from peels to racks, etc. Standing at oven, bending, light lifting, rapid motions of hands and body. Common school education, thoroughly familiar with baking practice, agility and dexterity. 25 to 48 1 hand, if good artificial hand. 1 foot, if able to stand well on artificial foot. 1 eye, fair hearing. 3 months. 7 sorters, checkers, workers in breadroom, shipping clerks, packing clerks, clerical office force. Sorting bread, checking bread into wagons. Making out bread slips, etc. Largely desk work, no physical exertion except that involved in handling records, very little walking can use. Crutches, business education, some knowledge of office practice. 28 to 9, one eye, good eyesight, one hand, legs not essential, fair hearing. 6 months. 8, salesman, making deliveries of bakery products, driving horses or automobile, working out routes, keeping up trade, making collections and adjustments of money. Walking, bending, lifting, climbing in and out of wagon or automobile constantly. Business education, knowledge of bakery products, knowledge of salesmanship, pleasing personality. 25 to 75, 8 to 9, both feet, one hand with good artificial hand, one eye, good hearing essential. 6 months. 9, shop foreman, immediate supervision of shop operations. Walking, physical exertion only in helping in shop operation, much climbing. Common school education, thorough familiarity with all lines of bakery work, ability to handle men. 35 to 58 to 12, do, 1 year. 10. Superintendent or manager of bakery, general supervision of entire plant, determination of methods of manipulation, supervision of all business activities. Largely desk work, but must be able to get around plant to control operations. Thorough business education, intimate knowledge of manufacturing processes, cost accounting, great executive and directing ability, ability to deal with men. 50 to 248, good eyesight, good hearing. Able to get around plant, 2 years. 11, buyer, purchasing agent, purchasing of raw material and equipment, largely desk work, intimate knowledge of trade and marketing conditions and costs, also of raw materials and equipment used by bakers. 50 to 148, good eyesight and hearing, able to walk, 1 year. 12, engineers, running power plant, mostly sitting. Common school education, training and experience in engineering. 25 to 58, do. 13, machinists, repairing and installing machinery, walking, bending, lifting, climbing. Common school education, training and experience with machinery. 25 to 35, 8, both feet, one hand, one eye, fair hearing, do. 47 per day. 48, no fixed hours. 1, based on intensive technical training of 35 to 40 hours per week. 2, practically all specialized positions in baking are properly based on a journeyman's experience. In the case of men who have served only partial apprenticeships or who have no training whatever, an individual determination is necessary in each case as to the amount of special education, technical school training, and shop work required to equal the regular apprenticeship foundation. 3, the artificial limbs now available may in many cases enable the individual to meet the physical requirements where the above statement would indicate a difficulty. Each such case must be decided on its merits. Disabilities, they need not disqualify. A study of the table of occupations will show that few soldiers who feel they have an aptitude for this industry will find themselves disqualified. Of course, the bake shop is no place for a consumptive, nor for an invalid, but the loss of an arm, a leg, an eye, or facial or head wounds need not necessarily disqualify men for every occupation in a bakery. There are many occupations in a bakery which a man with these physical defects may fill with perfect satisfaction and success. Indeed, success can be obtained even under the most apparently serious handicap. Much depends upon the man with a physical defect. He must not let his mind dwell upon that fact. If he has not lost his head or his courage, he most assuredly can qualify. What he thinks is a disqualifying defect may not be one at all. Certainly. If his mind is made up to overcome his defect, the battle is over half won already. The government will help you. Every soldier must know that this government of ours stands ready to assist him to find a congenial occupation. You need not feel discouraged, therefore, because of your supposed disqualification. Instead, it may be the making of you, especially if your mind is positively made up to succeed, and if you will accept your government's offer to help you to success. While you are learning to become a baker, you will be paid a regular allowance to cover your living expenses, and your family will be paid an allowance for their support, so that in fact, while you are learning, you are also earning. The chances for success. The chances for success are as great in the baking industry as in any other. Look about you a bit. It is very seldom you hear or read about the failure of a well-established bake shop. The people must have bread. Good bread making is not at all difficult. Your chances to make and to sell good bread are just as good as those of your competitor baker. Baking is a stable industry. There are large profits in the industry when well conducted. Your chances for success, therefore, are good. Because the proprietor's chances for success have always been good, many examples might be pointed out to you of owners of bakeries who 10 to 20 years ago began in a small way and who today are baking from 25,000 to 100,000 loaves per day. Qualifications for the owner of a bakery, the personal characteristics required for success in a large way, are about the same as for other occupations and professions. He must keep abreast of the times by constant study and application. Of course, a man must be honest. He must be determined to give full weight. It seems so easy in a bake shop to cut the weight of a loaf by 1/2 to 1 ounce and thus reap a temporary advantage, and so it is. But as in other businesses, honesty is the best policy, and the baker who has the reputation for giving full weight generally gains in the end, and the one who is known to skimp on his weight will eventually find that policy a losing game. A proprietor must be a hard worker. He is liable to be required to work at any time of day or night. He must be a man who can get along with men, one to win their confidences, cooperation, and best endeavors. A master baker should be able to manage men so as to get the most out of them consistent with decency and fair play. He should have an intimate knowledge of flours and of the other ingredients used in baking. He should be well posted in the art of baking in all its phases, and have enough ambition to keep posted and abreast of the times. The other employees of a bakery do not need so many of the qualifications possessed by the master baker, so long as they are content to remain where they are. But if they are planning to become master bakers themselves, they must make up their minds to obtain this very training. Many soldiers have already had considerable experience in field bakeries. They will find this experience of great value in commercial bakeries. However, previous training and experience in the army is not an essential, inasmuch as sufficient experience can be had in several months' study at a trade school to satisfy the requirements of beginners. Men who aspire to forge ahead in a bakery must have pep, be alert to learn, and must apply themselves studiously. They should have a natural aptitude for the work, for the best work can never be done in any line where there is no love and enthusiasm, training and experience. Formerly, bakers learned their profession through the apprenticeship. While that system is also in vogue today, yet many men are being given a tremendous boost by first attending a trade school for bakers or a technical school, college, or university. In going through the apprenticeship stage, a man would be very greatly assisted if he had at least an 8th grade education or better still a high school or college education. The trade school will in the course of 6 to 9 months intensive training not only train a man to bake a good loaf of bread, but will teach him to know the characteristics of the ingredients which are used in baking and how to detect or determine their quality. He will acquire a chemical knowledge of these raw materials. He will also learn to have a thorough knowledge of baking machinery and how to handle ovens. After such a schooling, he should make fast progress as an apprentice. Schools of baking. Among the schools offering training for bakers may be mentioned the Dunwoody Institute at Minneapolis, the University of Minneapolis at University Farm, Min., the Kansas Agricultural College at Manhattan, and a number of trade schools proper at Chicago, the Columbus Laboratory, Operative Miller, and Siebel Institute. It should always be recognized that a general education is a great aid on the road to success, and that an ambition to keep pace with the improvements in methods, changes in materials and appliances will be rewarded by more rapid promotion. One of the best ways of maintaining the pace is to read the various journals devoted to milling and baking, and to associate oneself with societies specializing in milling and baking. The Baker's Journals which will be found helpful are as follows. Baker's Helper, 431 South Dearborn Street, Chicago, Ill. Baker's Review, 408 Whitall Building, New York City. Baker's Weekly, 41 Park Row, New York City. Confectioners and Bakers Gazette, 127 Worth Street, New York City. National Baker, 411 Walnut Street, Philadelphia. retail confectioner and baker, 36 Catherine Street, New York City. The Baker's News, 332 South LaSalle Street, Chicago, Ill. The Mediator, 121 Canal Street, New York City. The Pacific Coast Gazette, San Francisco, Calif. Among the milling journals may be mentioned American Miller, 315 Dearborn Street, Chicago, Ill. Canadian Miller and Cerealist, Montreal, Canada. Dixie Miller, 154 North Cherry Street, Nashville, 10. Miller's Review, 424 Walnut Street, Philadelphia, PA. Modern Miller, 1032 Pierce Building, St. Louis, Mo. Northwestern Miller, The Miller Building, Minneapolis, Min. Operative Miller. 537 South Dearborn Street, Chicago, Ill. Roller Mill, Marine Bank Building, Buffalo, N.Y. There are two societies in this country which are making special endeavors to study milling and baking problems, viz., the American Society of Milling and Baking Technology and the American Association of Cereal Chemists. Besides these journals and societies, from which considerable help and enthusiasm may be obtained, the government, particularly the Department of Agriculture, stands ready to assist anyone along these lines. This department has accumulated considerable information on flour, bread, and the various cereals, and it is always glad to answer any questions that it can and ready to give out any information which it has. Besides all these sources of help, much information may be gained by reading bulletins published by a number of experiment stations, and these bulletins may be obtained for the asking. Among the experiment stations publishing such bulletins may be mentioned the following: Kansas Agricultural Experiment Station, Manhattan, Kansas. North Dakota Agricultural Experiment Station, Fargo, N.D.A.C. Kentucky Agricultural Experiment Station, Lexington, Chi. Ontario Agricultural Experiment Station, Guelph, Ontario, Canada. Pennsylvania Agricultural Experiment Station, State College, PA. South Dakota Agricultural Experiment Station, Brookings, S.D.A.C. Washington Agricultural Experiment Station, Pullman, Wash. Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station, New Haven, Con. Minnesota Agricultural Experiment Station, University Farm, Min. Ohio Agricultural Experiment Station, Worcester. Ohio, Michigan Agricultural Experiment Station, Lansing, Mich. Maine Agricultural Experiment Station, Orono, Me. California Agricultural Experiment Station, Berkeley, Calif. Utah Agricultural Experiment Station, Logan, Utah. Idaho Agricultural Experiment Station, Moscow, Idaho. Furthermore, a number of books on baking have been published in the English language, among which may be mentioned the following: Otto Werlin, The American Cake Baker, published by the Richmond Borough Publishing Printing Co., New York. Amy L. Handy, Wartime Bread and Cake, published by Harton and Mifflin Co., Boston, Mass. William H. Brooks, Modern Practical Cake Baking, published by the Times Publishing Co., Palo Alto, Calif. Fritz L. Ginant, The 20th Century Book for the Progressive Baker Confectioner, published by the author in Boston. Emil Braun, Secrets of Bread Making, Siebel's Manual Recipe Book for the Practical Baker. Malzbender, Paul Richards, Baker's Bread with Appendix. Biscuits and Cakes, 1911. Reliable Flour Co., Boston, Mass. Robert Wells, Bread, Biscuits, Buns, and Cakes. Frank A. Kennedy, The Biscuit Industry, 1895. Wilhelfaret J.E., A Treatise on Flour, Yeast, Ferment, and Baking. Laws and Gilbert, The Wheat Grain, Its Milling Products and Bread. Charles and James Scott, Vienna Bread. Owen Simmons, The Book of Bread. Dr. Harry Snyder, Studies on Bread and Bread Making. J. A. Wanklin, Bread Analysis. H. W. Wiley, Cereal and Cereal Products. Mrs. H. W. Atwater, Bread and the Principles of Bread Making. Blandy, Studies in Bread Making. Gill. Short History of the Baker's Art. Gill, Chemistry of Bread Making. T. B. Wood, The Story of a Loaf of Bread. Grant, Chemistry of Bread Making. Dr. John Goodfellow, The Dietetic Value of Bread. William Jago, The Principles of Bread Making. Archer Kirkland, Studies for the Bakehouse. John Kirkland, All About Bread Making. John Kirkland, The Modern Baker, Confectioner, and Caterer. It is thus seen that for the man who is ambitious to learn about baking, there are many sources of knowledge. The baker or baking employee who aspires to become a baker can find much assistance and inspiration from bulletins, books, journals, and societies, and by correspondence with experts of the Department of Agriculture. The disabled soldiers who believe they can qualify to become bakers have every reason to feel encouraged. Plan No. 1248, Dental Mechanics as a Vocation. This monograph was prepared by Dr. Harold DeWitt Cross, Director, the Forsyth Dental Infirmary, Boston, Mass., and Dr. Guy S. Milbury, Dean, College of Dentistry, University of California, Berkeley, Calif. Mechanical dentistry has been practiced by individuals for over 1,000 years, though its development in a scientific way can be said to date from the beginning of the last century. It is a part of the practice of dentistry which is limited to working upon inert matter and does not include work of any kind upon patients. For this reason, anyone can become a dental mechanic, for the laws governing the practice of dentistry in all states specifically point out that such are exempt from the licensing requirements and penalties of law. In presenting this work as a possible vocation, care has been taken to give fair and accurate accounts of what may be expected, the qualifications, and the type of work done. It is not right to say that mechanical dentistry is extremely simple or that the pay is magnificent. It is right to say, however, that with the proper qualifications, mechanical dentistry offers big returns upon the investment of time and effort required to complete this course of training. Mechanical dentistry plays a vital part in maintaining and increasing human efficiency. Hence, the skilled dental mechanic may be proud of his work, and may derive a threefold satisfaction from it: the pleasure in the work itself, the gratification of being well paid, and the satisfaction that comes from the knowledge that it is of benefit to mankind. Class of work done. The work of a dental mechanic consists of making, in the laboratory or work room, artificial dentures and restorations such as plates, bridges, crowns, inlays, etc., for which the impressions have been taken from the patient's mouths by the dentist, and the work done under his direction. The work may be divided into two major classes: plate work and crown and bridge work. Plate work may again be divided into vulcanite or rubber plate work and metal plate work. In addition to this, there are a number of types of dental work such as pouring and trimming plaster models of the teeth, making metal dies and counter dies, gold and porcelain inlays, and other kinds of incidental work, so that a variety is always to be found in any dental laboratory. Plate work by the mechanical dentist consists of assembling plaster or modeling compound, taking impressions of the mouth and teeth, pouring plaster casts from them, making bite plates and the mounting of the models on the articulator, and in the instance of metal plates, making dies and counter dies of zinc and lead or similar metals or alloys for subsequent work. Then the porcelain teeth are set up in wax for trial purposes, and the wax is subsequently removed and replaced by vulcanite. In the case of metal plates, aluminum, gold, or platinum is used as a base plate which must be swaged or cast to fit each individual case. This requires a knowledge and skill in the working of metals and frequently includes soldering operations. Crown and bridge work. Crown and bridge work include the working and soldering of precious metals as gold, platinum, or similar materials, and porcelain, or it may be a combination of both precious metals and porcelain. These two classes of work constitute the largest part of mechanical dentistry, though each class may offer many different types of cases. Conditions of labor. Mechanical dentistry attracts a very desirable class of men, and therefore the people with whom one is thrown in the profession are such as may be a source of inspiration and encouragement. The work is all light, usually performed at a bench, either sitting or standing as the mechanic prefers. There is enough of a variety of work to break the monotony. The metals used are zinc, lead, tin, copper, bismuth, antimony or alloys of them, and the precious metals, gold, silver, mercury, and platinum. Practically no machinery except a small polishing lathe is used, and all the tools and equipment are furnished by the employer. While much of the work is done with steel tools, very little of it is done on steel. Light and ventilation are usually of the best, though the laboratories are generally small, and the sanitary conditions are generally very good. Hours and wages. Hours. The hours are in a sense variable, running from 40 to 50 per week, and may vary from week to week where the dental mechanic is employed by the individual dentist. The hours depend largely upon the amount of work on hand in the office each day and the urgency for its completion. Usually the dentist works about 7 hours a day, and he seldom demands more time of his assistants. Under these conditions, overtime is not usually considered. In large laboratories where a number of mechanics are employed, the hours are likely to be more uniform and exacting. Wages. The wages will range from $15 to $40 or $50 a week, depending entirely on the ability of the mechanic, his speed and careful workmanship being the determining factor. More than $20 a week cannot usually be expected at the start, but progress will be rapid according to the ability developed. There are no unions organized to include this branch of labor, as nearly all dentists do their own mechanical work during odd times. Dental mechanics who possess skill and good business acumen may establish laboratories of their own and cater to the needs of a number of dentists who do not have enough work to employ a dental mechanic, and yet more than they can accomplish themselves along with their other work. In this way, on a basis of piecework, a dental mechanic may build a lucrative and independent business, employing a number of assistants, and produce a net income of from $3,000 to $7,000 or $8,000 a year. Of course, the essentials for success in such a business are the same as may be expected of any man who expects to be successful in other lines of business: permanency and opportunities of the profession. There is an ever-increasing demand for honest dental service on the part of the general public. Fully 100% of the children and adults in any country need some form of dental service at least once a year. There are not enough dentists now to supply this service except to a limited portion of the population, but many of these have a practice sufficiently large to justify the employment of several assistants, one of whom should be a dental mechanic. On account of the lack in the past of facilities for training, there has arisen widespread and urgent demand for qualified dental mechanics, well-informed dentists who have the interest of the profession at heart. Appreciate the present necessity for men trained in this particular phase of dentistry. There are in the United States alone nearly 1,000 cities of more than 5,000 population. The smallest of these would afford employment to one mechanical dentist or more, working on salary or independently. Of the total number of cities, 60 have populations ranging from 40,000 to 100,000. Each of these cities will afford employment to a large number of mechanical dentists. 40 of the 60 have populations of 100,000 and over. New York is the largest, and it is estimated that it alone affords employment for thousands of mechanical dentists. Each of the other 39 cities gives large opportunities for capable members of this profession. Qualifications: previous training. No previous knowledge of dentistry or experience in mechanical work is necessary to qualify the student for mechanical dentistry. Though those who have had experience, such as mechanics in the jewelry trade, metal working industries where small work is a feature, or photography, will find that the former work is a good foundation. Education. An average education is all that is absolutely required for the student of mechanical dentistry, though a high school training and a knowledge of physics, chemistry, and manual training is desirable. Personal qualifications. A natural intelligence, a moderate amount of ability to work with the fingers, perseverance, and neatness are the essentials for success. Age. There is no age limit for the man who wishes to take up this vocation. Training time required. The length of time required to train men for mechanical dentistry may vary according to previous education, experience, and his type of disability. In many places, the training is not done by classes, but through personal instruction, and the completion of the course lies with the aptitude of the student. The average time required is believed to be about 1 college year unless, as in some special cases, an intensive course of 4 months or so is instituted. These have been opened in some places. This refers to the time required when a course is taken rather than an apprenticeship in some laboratory of a private dentist. Type of training. A course in mechanical dentistry is a practical one in which the student learns by doing. The work is demonstrated by a capable instructor, and then the students themselves do the actual work. There are a limited number of lectures, and an effort is made to give a sufficient fundamental knowledge for all the ordinary manipulations required in the trade. After his course is complete, he will continue to improve his general knowledge and skill by further study. He must learn, if he is employed by a private dentist, the particular methods of his employer, and keep up with the new improvements described in dental textbooks and journals. Course of instruction. The course of instruction in dental mechanics include the following subjects: model making, rubber plate making, anatomy of teeth, saddles, crown and bridge work, gold plates, lingual bar plates, aluminum plates, metal casting, orthodonture or regulating appliances, special fields. There are special fields in dentistry where the dental mechanic may adapt himself to a new class of work now very much in demand, that of dental radiography, or the taking and developing of X-ray pictures. Persons having had previous experience in any branch of photography will fit into this work easily. Other special lines are the making of orthodonture appliances, gold and porcelain inlays, castings, clasps, bridges and plates, crown and bridge work, and gold plate work. Disabilities. The physical qualifications and disability restrictions of a dental mechanic are not very exacting. Persons with one good eye and the control and manipulative ability of both hands, or at least 2 fingers and a thumb on each hand. Defective hearing. With one or no legs, provided locomotion is not impaired, such diseases as hernia, kidney trouble, affections of the liver or heart will not be too seriously disabled to enter this profession. Tuberculosis, on the other hand, is a serious handicap, both on account of the sedentary life, and because it might be difficult to secure or hold permanent employment because of the fear of contagion. Other infectious diseases would be more suitable to some other type of employment. Very few vocations are open to such a wide number of disabled men. The opportunity for them seems to be one which will continue to increase with the increase in scientific dentistry and the growing comprehension of the people of the important relation of the mouth and teeth to their general health. Each of the following plans has a specially arranged list of occupations and business opportunities which have not been placed in the main index and should be consulted in connection with the index. Page Civil Service U.S. Index of Service, Plan No. 217 100 City, County, State and Federal Government, 487 Index of Service, Plan No. 830 to 907 503 Forestry Pursuits, Index of Service 910 509 Woodworking Trades, Index of Service 928 556 Agriculture, Index of Causes 938 563 Agriculture, Index, Technical 940 566 Agriculture, Index. Experimental Station 942 569 Agriculture, Index. Extension Service 943 570 Navy Work, U.S. Index of Service 1050 624 Printing Trades, Index of Service 1238 826 Flour Milling, Index of Service 1246 849 Baking, Index of Service 1247 857 Index a Page Able Seaman, Plan No. 1022 607. Accounting, Plan No. 1088 668 Acres 10 Accomplished, Plan No. 767 439 acre 1/10 of makes $0, 80 an hour, Plan No. 750 430 acre 1/2 raise cucumbers, Plan No. 293 269 acre 81/2 near city, Plan No. 21 11 acre tracts in city make profits from truck gardening, Plan No. 620 380 address obtained all information concerning city property, Plan No. 582 364 addresses copy and sell, Plan No. 424 317. Adjutant General of State, Plan No. 884 496 advertise hairdressing, Plan No. 138 71 advertised on the home industry page, Plan No. 465 329 advertisements on barber's mirror, Plan No. 425, 317 advertising, assists sale of soap, plan no. 392. 307 advertising agency started, plan no. 10, 5 advertising beauty bags, plan no. 159, 81 advertising boosted hometown, plan no. 464, 328 advertising carpet cleaner, plan no. 199, 94 advertising clips news articles, plan no. 33, 20 advertising for cookbook, plan no. 34, 20 advertising constipation cure, plan no. 153, 78 advertising in country paper, plan no. 66, 36 advertising a copy pad, plan no. 161. 83 advertising circulars dist, plan no. 337, 390, 283, 306 advertising coupon plan, plan no. 52, 29 advertising in country weeklies, plan no. 421, 423, 316 advertising in book, plan no. 49, 28 advertising dustless dusters, plan no. 160. 82 advertising eggs, plan no. 305, 274. Advertising on fly paper, plan no. 363, 292 advertising by farm woman of fruits and jellies, plan no. 581, 364 advertising by farm woman photographing stock, plan no. 99, 52 advertising great opportunities in, plan no. 1090, 1091, 670. 671 advertising for gingham shop, plan no. 11, 5 advertising a grocery store, plan no. 298, 271 advertising by hotel, plan no. 97, 51 advertising hidden coin in window, plan no. 741, 426 advertising kitchen list, plan no. 279. 237 advertising knockdown picture frames, plan no. 387, 304 advertising by letter, plan no. 153, 78 advertising list of names, plan no. 36, 21 advertising man's opportunity in Chamber of Commerce, plan no. 681, 403 advertising in moving picture programs, plan no. 84. 44 advertising man represents country weeklies, plan no. 430, 318 advertising man runs sales company, plan no. 666, 395 advertising motion picture theater, plan no. 79, 569, 41, 359 advertising while sick, plan no. 360. 291 advertising obtained by long distance phone, plan no. 356, 289 advertising with country stores, plan no. 732, 422 advertising to get acquainted, plan no. 669, 398 advertising for home industries, plan no. 423, 465, 316, 329 advertising manufacturing page, plan no. 675, 401 advertising plan for selling books, plan no. 49, 28 advertising political manual, plan no. 22, 12 advertising a shopper, plan no. 152, 77 advertising of shawls, plan no. 308, 275 advertising a preparation, plan no. 167, 85 advertising proposition, plan no. 238, 166 advertising sells lists, plan no. 61, 34 advertising show card writing, plan no. 1237, 822 advertising silver Polish, plan no. 112, 57 advertising soliciting, plan no. 551, 350 advertising space sold a large amount of thermometers, plan no. 63. 34 advertising by stenographer, plan no. 50, 28 advertising start sales of preparation, plan no. 167, 85 advertising talking machines, plan no. 385, 303 advertising theater goers weekly, plan no. 23, 13 advertising catchphrase contest, plan no. 530, 343 advertising which brought women to store, plan no. 299, 271 advertising window card, plan no. 10, 5 agent appoint for companies, pays expenses through college, plan no. 594, 370 agent boys, plan no. 112, 57 agent obtains hearing, plan no. 248. 217 agricultural experiment stations, extension service, plan NOS. 942, 943, 569, 570 agriculture, technical as profession, plan no. 938, 563 agriculturist for the county, plan no. 855, 493 air brake mechanic in shop work for railroad, plan no. 982, 594 air pencils, make plan no. 203, 95 air pencils, profit from plan no. 204, 96 alfalfa. Brings good returns, plan no. 625, 382 alfalfa pastures, plan no. 624, 382 alligators for boy agent, plan no. 112, 57 arm and bus developer, plan no. 497, 336 almond cream sell, plan no. 505, 337 almond paste made, plan no. 107. 55 aluminum ware sales puts man through college, plan no. 600, 372 amateur photography, finishing, plan no. 951, 574 amusements developed at lake, plan no. 745, 428 animal industry, bureau, plan no. 896, 500 animals photographs for sale, plan no. 99, 52 Angora cats raised at home, plan no. 42, 24 apprentices for opportunity, plan no. 842, 491 apprenticeship training, electrical manufacturing, plan no. 1079. 656 apple butter, make and sell, plan no. 419, 315 apples sold by parcel post, plan no. 364, 293 apples surplus, make use of, plan no. 304, 273 aprons ready to wear made, plan no. 13, 6 architect for U.S., plan no. 217, 100. Architect assisted by landscape artist, plan no. 272, 236 architectural photography, plan no. 949, 574 aerial line and cable section, plan no. 1223, 799 arm developer, plan no. 497, 336 armature repairing electrical railway, plan no. 1211. 795 armature winding electrical, plan no. 1196, 784 art bureau commercial, plan no. 454, 324 articles you can make and sell, plan no. 712, 414 artificial maple syrup, plan no. 145, 74 artist starts commercial art bureau, plan no. 454. 324 assayer assistant for U.S., plan no. 217, 100 assemblers and erectors in metal trade, plan no. 925, 550 assembling electrical manufacturing, plan no. 1076, 655 athletic assistant pays college expenses, plan no. 665, 395 assessor's office. Ada success, plan no. 687, 405 attorney for the USA, plan no. 888, 499 attorney for interstate commerce, plan no. 217, 100 attorney general for the state, plan no. 879, 496 attorney makes small fee, earns good returns, plan no. 420, 315 auditing department. Telephone, plan no. 1221, 799 auditor to the state, plan no. 877, 495 auto and carriage Polish, plan no. 193, 92 auto builder for U.S., plan no. 217, 100 auto dressing top, plan no. 352, 288 auto inspection service, plan no. 37. 22 auto mechanic inspects cars, plan no. 37, 22 autos painted in winter, plan no. 591, 365 auto truck driver, plan for plan no. 843, 491 auto truck drivers, opportunity for plan no. 841, 491 automobile assembly, completing the car, plan no. 1118. 713 automobile assembly, dash and instrument board, plan no. 1112, 711 automobile assembly, dynamometer, plan no. 1116, 712 automobile assembly, final inspecting and testing, plan no. 1119, 713 automobile assembly, front and rear axles, plan no. 1106, 710 automobile assembly, inspection, plan no. 1114. 711 automobile assembly, storing and delivering car, plan no. 1121, 713 automobile assembly, mounting the radiator, plan no. 1109, 710 automobile assembly, mounting the transmission, plan no. 1107, 710 automobile assembly, in painting department, plan no. 1117, 713 automobile assembly, placing the engine, plan no. 1108, 710 automobile assembly, placing the frame, plan no. 1105, 709 automobile assembly, preparation for shipping, plan no. 1120, 713 automobile assembly, road testing, plan no. 1115, 711 automobile assembly, securing the steering gear, plan no. 1110, 710 automobile assembly, starting the engine, plan no. 1113, 711 automobile assembly, wheels and bearings, plan no. 1111, 711 automobile bathhouse, plan no. 577, 363 automobile electrical repair, plan no. 1202, 788 automobile ignition repair, plan no. 1153. 759 automobile industry, manufacturing, occupations in, plan no. 1104, 707 automobile industry, oxyacetylene work, plan no. 1143, 738 automobile maintenance and service, plan no. 1151, 752 automobile manufacturing, bearings, plan no. 1125. 717 automobile manufacturing of bodies, plan no. 1137, 730 automobile manufacturing, carburetors, plan no. 1131, 725 automobile manufacturing, clutch, plan no. 1129, 721 automobile manufacturing, engines, plan no. 1130, 721 automobile manufacturing, frames, plan no. 1122, 715 automobile manufacturing, front axles and spindles, plan no. 1124, 716 automobile manufacturing, ignition, plan no. 1132. 726 automobile manufacturing, radiators, plan no. 1134, 729 automobile manufacturing, rear axles, plan no. 1126, 718 automobile manufacturing, accessories, plan no. 1138, 731 automobile manufacturing, springs, plan no. 1123, 716. Automobile manufacturing, starting and lighting equipment, plan no. 1133, 728 automobile manufacturing, steering gears, plan no. 1135, 730 automobile manufacturing, transmission, plan no. 1128, 720 automobile manufacturing, universal joint, plan no. 1127, 720 automobile manufacturing, wheels, plan no. 1136, 730 automobile painted in winter, plan no. 591, 369 automobile repair work, plan no. 1152, 754 automobile storage battery repair, plan no. 1154, 760 automobile work electrical, plan no. 1200, 786 automobiles taught to women, plan no. 1 automobiles. Tire repair, plan no. 1155, 762 automobiles. Truck drivers, plan no. 1156, 764 backyards of other people cultivated, plan no. 82 43 backlot money, plan no. 790 449 bacteriologist, opportunity, plan no. 830 487 baggage man for railroad, plan no. 967 1587 599 bags. Perfume for bath, plan no. 208 97 bakery of her husband woman boosted, plan no. 315 276 baking as a vocation, plan no. 1247 857 baking save the home, plan no. 199 baking bread and cake, plan no. 303 273 baking busy people for, plan no. 175 88 baking fruit cake to sell, plan no. 29 16 baking Indian service U.S., plan no. 217 100 balloon brings good money in, plan no. 401 310 band leader for U.S., plan no. 217 100 banker he became one, plan no. 690 406 banking commercial work common, plan no. 1098 680 bond made to pay, plan no. 28 16 Baba's mirror advertising plan, plan no. 425 317 Baba shaves his way through college, plan no. 586 368 Baba supply man hones raises, plan no. 250 218 bondman opportunity, plan no. 834 488 barrels buy old ones and sell, plan no. 339 284 basket borders, plan no. 829 486 basket for ferns make, plan no. 1 basket making, plan no. 92 48 basket making by woman, plan no. 234 165 baskets make and sell, plan no. 182 89 basting garments, plan no. 1243 839 bath house in autos, plan no. 577 363 bath perfume bags, plan no. 208 97 bath powder, plan no. 499 336 bath rugs made, plan no. 72 38 bathroom exclusively for women, plan no. 255 219 beaded articles made by old soldier, plan no. 344 285 beauty bags free, plan no. 159 81 beauty parlor opens, plan no. 188 90 bed bug preparation, plan no. 698 408 bee handler for U.S., plan no. 217 100 beekeeping as a vocation, plan no. 1235 803 beekeeping on the farm, plan no. 1063 637 beekeeping plan no. 214 1235 724 99 815 419 becomes entertainer, pays way through college, plan no. 599 372 bed bug preparation of the best, plan no. 698 408 Belgium hares raised, plan no. 379 300 bench hands, plan no. 924 549 bending frames and plates, plan no. 1043 621 berries pickles, plan no. 294 biochemical U.S., plan no. 217 100 biologist U.S., plan no. 217 100 bird baths, plan no. 567 356 black ink powder sell, plan no. 472 331 blacksmith for U.S., plan no. 217 100 blacksmith helpers opportunity for, plan no. 838 489 blacksmith opportunity, plan no. 834 488 blacksmith opportunity, plan no. 842 491 blacksmith work in shop of railroad, plan no. 983 594 blind employment of, plan no. 1073 653 blind man makes money, plan no. 344 285 block for tables, etc., plan no. 815 465 blue black ink powder sell, plan no. 472 331 blind man succeeds, plan no. 344 285 blueprints for furniture, plan no. 738, 425 blueprints sold to farmers, Plan No. 738, 425 blacksmith, Navy, Plan No. 1032, 618 blacksmith, railroad, Plan No. 983. 594 board and room nurses, Plan No. 148, 76. Boarders from the farm by the basket method, Plan No. 829, 486 boatswain water transportation, Plan No. 1021, 607 boarding house run pays college expenses, Plan No. 585, 367 boiler maker for U.S., Plan No. 217, 100 boiler maker in shop work of railroad, Plan No. 984. 594 boiler shop, Navy, Plan No. 1031, 618 book that costs you nothing, sells for 98 cents, Plan No. 49, 28 book of receipts for farmers, Plan No. 306, 274 book on show card making, Plan No. 542, 346 book binder for U.S., Plan No. 217, 100 bookkeeper. Division, Plan No. 834, 488 bookkeeper for U.S., Plan No. 217, 100 bookkeeper opportunity for Plan No. 838, 489 bookkeeper opportunity for Plan No. 839, 490 bookkeeper opportunity for Plan No. 860, 493 bookkeepers opportunity for Plan No. 844, 491 bookkeeping, Plan No. 1083, 662 books, school covers made for Plan No. 227, 163 book to farmers, Plan No. 306, 274 boosted his hometown, Plan No. 464, 328 botanist for U.S., Plan No. 217. 100 boy agent, alligator plan, Plan No. 112, 57 boy believes in pigs, Plan No. 751, 752, 431 boy collects old magazines and sells, Plan No. 482, 333 boy does odd jobs, Plan No. 481, 333 boy does parlor magic, Plan No. 478, 333 boy does saw work, Plan No. 479, 333 boy in high school makes money, Plan No. 676, 743, 744, 401, 427 boy on farm makes $587. 00 on one pig, Plan No. 696, 408 boy on farm sells buttermilk, Plan No. 355. 289 boy makes profit from 1 Plan No. 756, 432 boy makes profit on 1 pig, Plan No. 726, 728, 420, 421 boy makes success of garden, Plan No. 703, 412 boy makes success with hogs, Plan No. 752, 757. 431, 433 boy raises Belgium hares, Plan No. 379, 300 boy raises poultry, Plan No. 94, 754, 94, 431 boy runs lemonade stand, Plan No. 480, 333 boy runs news depot, Plan No. 353, 289 boy sells cancelled postage stamps, Plan No. 476, 332 boy sells mother's baking, Plan No. 19, 9 boy starts on road to success as poultry man, Plan No. 754, 431 boy tinsels postal cards, Plan No. 471, 331 boy used printing press, Plan No. 477, 332 boys can go to high school from the farm, Plan No. 829, 486 boys and girls raise bees, a good profit, Plan No. 724, 419 boys make good money from calves in the state of Minnesota, Plan No. 755, 432 boys in the South make money from calves, Plan No. 729. 422 boys trained for offices, Plan No. 384, 303 brakemen on through local freight, Plan No. 995, 996, 598 brakeman on passenger train, plan no. 994, 598 bread and cake baking, plan no. 19, 9 bread and cake baking, plan no. 303. 273 bread roasting or sponge box build, plan no. 813, 463 bridgeman opportunity for plan no. 840, 490 brief writing for lawyer, plan no. 31, 18 briefing the briefs, plan no. 156, 80 brick maker for you, S, plan no. 217, 100 bromide photography, plan no. 948. 574 brooms pay college expenses, plan no. 746, 428 Bureau of Animal Industry, plan no. 896, 500 Bureau of Crop Estimates, plan no. 897, 500 Bureau of Information, plan no. 670, 399 Bureau for Mailing, plan no. 278. 237 Bureau for Markets, plan no. 898, 500 Bureau for Farmers, plan no. 55, 31 Bureau of Commercial Art, plan no. 454, 324 Bureau for Clipping Service, plan no. 139, 72 Bureau for Trade Tips, plan no. 571, 359 Bus Developer, plan no. 497, 336 Business Advisor, plan no. 555, 351 Business Doctor, plan no. 666, 395 Business Girls Hot Soup and Lunch for plan no. 302, 272 Business Letters Write, plan no. 9, 4 Business Manager for you, S, plan no. 217, 100. Butter Making Equipment, plan no. 821, 473 Butter Market, plan no. 434, 319 Butter Milk Diet, plan no. 126, 64 Butter Made Yellow in Winter, plan no. 494, 335 Butter Sold by Parcel Post, plan no. 246, 209 Buttermilk Sold, plan no. 355, 289 Butcher Saws Sharpened, plan no. 109, 56 Buttonhole Making, plan no. 40, 23 Buying Old Barrels, plan no. 339, 284 Buys Currants Puts Up, plan no. 134, 70 See Cabbage and Tomato Plants Raised, plan no. 417, 315 Cabinet Maker Opportunity, plan no. 936, 561 Cabinet Maker, U.S., plan no. 217, 100 Cable Repair Section Telephone Co., plan no. 1231, 802 Cadet Officer for U.S., plan no. 217, 100 Calendars Home Scenes, plan no. 407, 312 Calendars with Local Views, plan no. 252. 218 Calf Brings Good Money in Minnesota, plan no. 755, 432 Calking Naval Yards, plan no. 1044, 621 Calves Make Farmer Boys Money, plan no. 729, 422 Calves Profitable, plan no. 68, 36 Camera for Motion Pictures Opportunity, plan no. 79, 41 Camera Pictures, plan no. 57, 32 Canary Raising by Woman, plan no. 221, 145 Candy A Good Seller, plan no. 487, 334 Candy Chocolate Caramels, plan no. 331, 282 Candy Fig Paste, plan no. 333, 282 Candy Molasses, plan no. 329, 282 Candy Nut, plan no. 332, 282 Candy Summer Cellar, plan no. 487, 334 Candy Peppermint Creams, plan no. 330, 282 Canned Chicken, plan no. 692, 407 Canned Fruits and Vegetables, plan no. 210, 560, 353. 98 Canned Products Keep Family, plan no. 722, 418 Canned Vegetables, plan no. 294, 270 Canning for City People, plan no. 264, 232 Canning in the Homo Supports Family, plan no. 720, 417 Canvassing Method, plan no. 258, 230 canvassing plan, plan no. 531, 343 canvassing trust plan used, plan no. 309, 275 capons and caponizing, plan no. 240, 184 capons raised, plan no. 297, 270 cash rebate cards, plan no. 527, 342 card writers, plan no. 204. 96 car inspection, electrical railway, plan no. 1213, 796 car repairman for plan no. 87, 595 carpenter for U.S., plan no. 217, 100 carpentering and factory, woodworking trade, plan no. 928, 555 carpet cleaning liquid, plan no. 241, 196 carpet cleaner makes, plan no. 199, 94 car repairs, shop work in railroad, plan no. 987, 595 catering for lodge people, plan no. 90. 47 catering in small town, plan no. 295, 270 catering by woman, plan no. 18, 8 cattle beef money velvet, plan no. 623, 381 cattle a profit in, plan no. 768, 439 cattle in Washington, plan no. 617, 379 seller grows mushrooms, plan no. 91. 47 cement manufacture, plan no. 1157, 765 cement manufacture, plan no. 1182, 772 cement sticks, plan no. 377, 299 cement workers, plan no. 217, 100 ceramics U.S., plan no. 217, 100 cereal work, plan no. 217. 100 chafing dish, plan no. 403, 311 chain of hair, plan no. 359, 291 chauffeur on roads and streets, plan no. 1009, 602 Chamber of Commerce Secretary he becomes, plan no. 681, 403 characters read from photographs, plan no. 327, 281 checker. Opportunity for, plan no. 845, 492 cheese, cottage, how to make, plan no. 245, 197 cheese made by ambitious woman on farm, plan no. 737, 424 cheese maker for U.S., plan no. 217, 100 cheese making equipment make and sell, plan no. 822, 474 cheese sold by parcel post, plan no. 246, 209 chemist for U.S., plan no. 217, 100 cherries pickled, plan no. 130, 69 chestnuts gathered, plan no. 179, 88 chewing gum, plan no. 334, 282 chewing gum of spruce, plan no. 335, 283 chickens canned, plan no. 692, 407 chickens raised, plan no. 668. 398 chickens raised by a boy, plan no. 9449. Chicken raiser, plan no. 710, 414 chief mate, plan no. 1017, 1018, 606 chief steward ocean transportation, plan no. 1025, 610 children entertain, plan no. 667, 397 children's 5-cent playground, plan no. 16, 7 children go to movies free, plan no. 111, 57 children given sewing lessons, plan no. 163, 84 children's pictures take, plan no. 46, 26 children at school lunches for, plan no. 236, 165 children's thumbless mittens made, plan no. 231, 164 children's and women's wearing apparel, plan no. 688. 405 china broken, mend, plan no. 439, 320 china painting, plan no. 365, 294 chocolate caramels, plan no. 331, 282 Christmas gifts, homemade, plan no. 142, 74 church history wrote, plan no. 201, 95 church motion pictures, plan no. 402. 311 church paper, plan no. 98, 51 church postcards, Plan No. 197, 93 cigars for the farmers, Plan No. 309, 275 circulars distributed, Plan No. 337, 283 circulars distributed group, Plan No. 390, 460, 306. 327 circulating library, Plan No. 259, 230 circulating music library, Plan No. 386, 304 cisterns cleaned and repaired, Plan No. 324, 279 citronette cucumbers, Plan No. 293, 269 city clocks division, Plan No. 848, 492 city commissioner, Plan No. 685. 404 city farming raise mint, Plan No. 6. 3 city farming for others, Plan No. 82. 43 city home garden, Plan No. 280, 583, 238, 366 city gardens raised, Plan No. 583, 366 city gardens managed, Plan No. 266, 233 city hall division, Plan No. 831, 488 city lawyer makes a success, Plan No. 658, 393 city lots landscape for Plan No. 265, 233 city lot turned into a profitable farm, Plan No. 5. 3 city people obtain dinners from the country, Plan No. 121, 61 city property obtained information from Plan No. 582. 364 city special counsel for Plan No. 636, 386 city treasurers division, Plan No. 844, 491 civil service, U.S. government as a career, Plan No. 217, 100 civil service division, Plan No. 849, 492 claim agent opportunity for Plan No. 847. 492 cleaning closet, Plan No. 828, 485 cleaning compound powder, Plan No. 162, 83 clock for U.S., Plan No. 217, 100 clock to superintendent, Plan No. 80, 42 clock of district court, USA, Plan No. 901, 501 clock to hydraulic engineer, Plan No. 83, 44 clerical and office work, railroads, Plan No. 963, 967, 980, 583, 587 clock of the railway mail, Plan No. 904, 502 clock opportunity, Plan No. 830, 487 clock opportunity for Plan No. 850, 492 clocks opportunity for Plan No. 839, 490 clocks opportunity for Plan No. 814, 491 clocks opportunity for Plan No. 863, 494 clocks opportunity for Plan No. 861, 494 clocks opportunity for Plan No. 862, 494 clocks opportunity for Plan No. 864, 494 clocks opportunity for Plan No. 848, 492 clocks opportunity for Plan No. 838, 489 clocks opportunity for Plan No. 849, 492 clocks U.S. government, Plan No. 217, 100 clerical work, general commercial, Plan No. 1084, 663 clerical work, railroads, Plan No. 963, 583 clipping bureau, Plan No. 139, 72 clipping collection, Plan No. 7. 3 clips personal notices from newspaper, Plan No. 33, 20 climbing with the goats, Plan No. 805, 454 clinic for clothes, Plan No. 695, 407 clock time card, Plan No. 358, 290 cloth patterns copy, Plan No. 519, 340 clock on street, Plan No. 358. 290 clothes clinic, Plan No. 695, 407 clothes made fireproof, Plan No. 281, 267 clothing advisor, Plan No. 556, 351 clothing store started, Plan No. 694 407 club for luncheon, plan no. 169 86 club women clipping for plan no. 7 3. Coffee from cereals, plan no. 394 308 coffee, fresh roasted, plan no. 74 39 coffee house planned for plan no. 74 39 coil impregnating and painting, plan no. 1074 653 coil placing and connecting, plan no. 1075 654 coil taping, electrical, plan no. 1072 653 coil winding, electrical, plan no. 1071 652 coin hidden in window, plan no. 741 426 cold box build and sell, plan no. 820 472 collection agency, plan no. 71 37 collection agency on membership basis, plan no. 415 314 collection agencies solicit business for, plan no. 462 328 collection of old witness fees, plan no. 96 50 collection idea which is good, plan no. 540 346 collection on percentage, plan no. 412 313 collection on salary basis, plan no. 413 314 collection system successful, plan no. 455 324 collections lawyer builds practice on, plan no. 671 399 collections on municipal accounts, plan no. 17 collector of internal revenue, plan no. 892 499 collector opportunity for, plan no. 834 488 cologne homemade, plan no. 105 54 college Bible puts him through, plan no. 596 371 college defrays expenses, plan no. 397 309 college earns his way through, plan no. 370 296 college earns way through, plan no. 595 453 371 323 college earns way by appointing agents, plan no. 594 370 college earns way through by championing religious doctrine, plan no. 601 372 college earns way through by entertainment, plan no. 599 372 college earns his way through by working for YMCA, plan no. 593 370 college Fama lives Nia, plan no. 776 442 college girl makes spats, plan no. 15 7 college goes through and pays $300 on debt, plan no. 399 310 college goes through by running boarding house, plan no. 585 367 college girl works her way through, plan no. 67 395 396 397 399 198 college he sold law books, plan no. 779 442 college he taught his way through, plan no. 778 442 college Indiana boy earns way through, plan no. 371 296 college laundry agency, plan no. 7539 college man from Oregon earns way, plan no. 587 368 college pays expenses by becoming athletic assistant, plan no. 665 395 college pays expenses by boosting for boarding house, plan no. 664 395 college pays expenses by selling and writing class history, plan no. 663 395 college pays expenses by shaving, plan no. 586 368 college pays his way through by selling stereo views, plan no. 602 373 college pays his way through teaches elocution, plan no. 588 368 college positions to agriculture specialists, plan no. 941 568 college prepare way by preparing lectures, no. 584 367 college riding to on brooms, plan no. 746, 428 College sells aluminum ware during the summer, Plan No. 600, 372 College sells Bibles, Plan No. 596, 371 College sells insurance to pay expenses, Plan No. 597, 371 College sells lectures, Plan No. 584, 367 College sold real estate and paid expenses, Plan No. 787, 447 College student earns her way through, Plan No. 395, 308 College student earns way through, Plan No. 372, 297 College student earns way through law school, Wash, D.C., Plan No. 373, 298 College studious man pays his way, Plan No. 589, 369 College takes orders for students, Plan No. 592. 370 College taught his way, Plan No. 778, 442 College they sang their way through, Plan No. 598, 371 College two men earn their way through, Plan No. 453, 323 College wash boy earns way, Plan No. 370, 296 College watch fub, Plan No. 86, 45 College Weston man earns his own way, Plan No. 590, 587, 595, 369, 368, 371 College woman earns way, Plan No. 395, 308 College woman obtains education on $45, Plan No. 396, 308 College woman gets education and $500, Plan No. 397, 309 Comforter made of feathers, Plan No. 448, 322 Composers of music assist, Plan No. 249, 217 Commercial department, telephone companies, Plan No. 1218, 798 Commercial employments, common, clerical work, Plan No. 1084. 663 Commercial occupations, Plan No. 1082, 658 Commercial photography, Plan No. 949, 574 Commercial school started, Plan No. 8746 Commercial teaching, Plan No. 1099, 681 Commercial work common, banking, Plan No. 1098, 680 Commercial work common, bookkeeping, Plan No. 1083, 662 Commercial work common, employment opportunities, Plan No. 1093, 674 Commercial work common, foreign trade, Plan No. 1092, 673 Commercial work common, life insurance salesman, Plan No. 1095, 677 Commercial work common, office management, Plan No. 1097, 680 Commercial work common, retail selling, Plan No. 1086, 666 Commercial work common, secretarial work, Plan No. 1094, 675 Commercial work common, stenographer, Plan No. 1085, 665 Commercial work common, telegraphy and wireless operating, Plan No. 1087. 667 Commercial work professional, accounting, Plan No. 1088, 668 Commissioner of his city, Plan No. 685, 404 Commissioner of Public Land for State, Plan No. 880, 496 Commissioners Division, Plan No. 838, 489 Composers of Music, Assist, Plan No. 249. 217 Computer for U.S., Plan No. 217, 100 Concrete Construction, Plan No. 1157, 765 Concrete Construction Contractor, Plan No. 1160, 767 Concrete Construction Finishes, Plan No. 1165, 769 Concrete Construction Foreman, Plan No. 1164. 768 Concrete Construction Form Builder, Plan No. 1167, 769 Concrete Construction Mixer Operator, Plan No. 1166, 769 Concrete Construction, Plan No. 1157, 765 Concrete Construction Reinforced Places, Plan No. 1168 769 concrete construction, rural contractors, Plan No. 1169 770 concrete construction, structural group, Plan No. 1158 766 concrete construction, superintendent for Plan No. 1161 1162 767 768 concrete construction, timekeeper, Plan No. 1163 768 concrete engineer, work, Plan No. 1158 766 concrete inspector for Plan No. 1159 767 concrete production, foreman for Plan No. 1177 770